Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 133, Zhang San's Investment, 1. Chapter 133, Zhang San's Investment, 1. To most people in the Seven Blood Eyes, this night was no different from usual. However, to some people, it was a little different. Some sighed with emotion. They envied him for being extraordinary. Some were furious and swore to tear him into pieces. Someone was sitting in a rocking chair, and the fruit pits beside him had piled like a hill. Someone in the inn felt bitter and panicked. Sometimes, to judge whether a person had integrated into the environment, you didn't have to look at their achievements or actions, but look at how many people's emotions they could stir. The envious disciples in Port 79, the hysterical merfolk cultivators, the captain of Team 6 who had a mountain of fruit pits piled beside him, and the flustered diamond sex ancestor. However, no matter what, when the morning light scattered down, the thoughts of the night also slowly faded. It was like people left the scene after dancing merrily the whole night. Hence, when the morning light scattered down from the dilapidated cabin and reflected outside Su Qing's eyelids, he opened his eyes and fused the energy in his eyelids with the brightness of the outside world. His eyes, which were revealed under the sunlight, were sparkling. Just like the morning sun outside, they were filled with anticipation for the future. "I wonder if the morning on the sea will have a different charm," Su Qing mumbled softly. There was yearning in the depths of his eyes as he stood up. He had many things to do today. Firstly, he had to make a trip to the homicide department to apply for a long leave for the trip out to sea. This process wasn't complicated in the homicide department. Most of the time, the disciples of the Seventh Peak weren't at the port. Since they cultivated the sea, they naturally had to go out to sea. After he came to the homicide department to report, Su Qing completed a series of procedures and obtained a 40-day leave. If he returned early, he could cancel the remaining leave. If the time was delayed, he could also make up for it later. It was still early when he finished all these, but Su Qing's pace didn't slow down. He went to the shops of the Sixth Peak. Although the previous event was not likely to happen again, he had no choice but to be wary. Hence, he spent some effort searching for a shop. However, in the end, Su Qing still hesitated. He looked at a shop and was about to enter when the captain's voice transmission came in his identity token. "Su Qing, have you forgotten something?" Su Qing started as he pondered. "Forget it, I'll make it clear." "Su Qing, when are you going to return the 500 spirit stones you owe me?" Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he replied. 100 spirit stones. All right, all right. I won't argue with you so much. 300 it is. When are you going to give it to me?" Su Qing fell silent and took out the bamboo slip with the enemies' names engraved on it. He then crossed out the question mark behind the word captain. "Why aren't you saying anything? I saw that you, kid, applied for leave from the department. Don't tell me you're going out to sea to escape your debt. Forget it, forget it. It's very dangerous to go out to sea and it demands a lot from the magic boat. In order to not let you die outside and cause my 500 spirit stones to go down the drain, let me remind you that you should look for Zhang San to refine the magic boat." Zhang San. Su Qing was a little puzzled. When he spoke of Zhang San, the captain seemed to have gotten more interested. He gave some pointers in the voice transmission and even told Su Qing how to react and speak before ending the voice transmission. Su Qing stood and pondered for a long time. In the end, he looked for Zhang San from the transportation department with doubts. When he arrived at the transportation department, Zhang San was squatting on a pile of goods and smoking a pipe. Like an old man, his expression was tranquil as he enjoyed the flavor of tobacco and sunlight. From time to time, he would shout a few times to instruct the handyman of the transportation department to work. When he saw Su Qing's figure, Zhang San's eyelids narrowed slightly. After sizing him up carefully, his eyes lit up. "Ah, how is junior brother Su so free to come to my place today?" Su Qing walked closer and looked at Zhang San, who was squatting on the goods. He then leaped onto the goods as well. However, this time, before he could approach a certain distance, Zhang San quickly moved further away. Su Qing glanced at Zhang San and squatted down. Zhang San smiled as he looked at Su Qing under the sunlight, especially his side profile that was enough to make the opposite sex infatuated. He couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart, but his expression didn't reveal it at all. It's better to squat down. Su Qing nodded. Senior brother Zhang, I want to refine and upgrade my magic boat. Refining a magic boat? Who told you to look for me? Your captain. Zhang Sen was stunned. Su Qing didn't say anything. He took out 2 apples and gave one to Zhang San. Zhang Sen instinctively took the apple. After he held it in his hand, he suddenly regretted it and wanted to return it. However, Su Qing didn't take it. Zhang San smiled bitterly, and a hint of contemplation slowly appeared in his eyes. After weighing the apple in his hand, he looked at Su Qing. Su Qing tilted his head and looked at him. A long time later, Zhang San suddenly laughed. Promise me one thing and I'll help you refine it. Senior brother Zhang, please speak. Su Qing noticed the words in the other party's words. He wasn't going to look for someone to refine the magic boat, but was personally refining it. When you look at me in the future, can you not stare at my neck? It's such a hot day, but I feel cold. Zhang San winked at Su Qing. Su Qing thought about it and shifted his gaze to look into Zhang San's eyes. Zhang San patted his head and sighed. Your gaze always makes me feel strange. It's as though the area you look at will be injured. Forget it, forget it. It's very rare for you to change your gaze. I'll help you refine it. However, I'll say this in advance. My refinement is very expensive. As he spoke, Zhang Sen jumped down from the goods and waved at Su Qing. Chapter 134, Zhang San's Investment, 2. Chapter 134, Zhang San's Investment, 2. Su Qing stood up and cupped his fists as he followed. Very soon, the 2 of them arrived at the back of the transportation department. There was a huge warehouse there. When he pushed open the door of the warehouse, the light formed by countless refining materials spread out resplendently. Su Qing was stunned. He noticed that the types and quality of the materials inside were extraordinary, especially when he saw 7 to 8 broken magic boats. There was even a half-baked battleship from the Coast Guard department that was being assembled in the distance. There were also boats from other races scattered in all directions. All of this made him involuntarily gasp. In a daze, he felt as though he had gone to the shops on the 6th peak. He couldn't help but look at the smug Zhang San. How is it? Let me tell you, among the entire 7th peak's disciples, I'm not good at fighting and my cultivation level is average. However, when it comes to refining boats, there aren't many 6th peak's disciples who are better at it than me. The items in the dozen or so warehouses in the surroundings are all my works. Zhang Sen placed his hands behind his back and spoke proudly. Also, no one dares to snatch them. Senior brother Zhang is really a disciple of the 7th peak. Su Qing hesitated for a moment and recalled the captain's words. Hence, he tried his best to widen his eyes and put on a stunned expression as he asked. Your captain asked the same question back then. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that I discovered my talent too late. Otherwise, I would be a core disciple of the 6th peak now. Zhang Sen enjoyed Su Qing's expression very much and felt very comfortable. Let me see your magic boat. Respect appeared in Su Qing's eyes. He took out the small bottle which contained his magic boat and handed it over. After Zhang Sen took it and swept his gaze over it, he frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Just as he was about to take it to refine, Su Qing hesitated for a moment. He then thought of the words his captain had imparted to him and spoke. Third senior brother Zhang, I think my magic boat is not bad. Many places inside have reached a high standard. Not bad. High standard. Zhang Sen stopped in his tracks and his brows furrowed, forming an inverted shape. Your boat is a mess. Forget about the materials, the technique is extremely bad. Also, there are flaws in the array formation on both sides of the ship. The scales are not stuck properly either. They have destroyed the structure of the magic boat. This will definitely affect the spirit gathering array. One look and I can tell that it was refined by those trash disciples of the 6th peak. There's also the bow and stern of the boat. This is a level 6 boat, not level 1. The focus isn't on the shape but the internal substance. Why is it made so gorgeously? To attract the enemy. Practicality is the best choice. Trash, the refinement is too trashy. It's fine if you don't go out to sea, but once you take it to sea and encounter a storm or a large sea monster, it won't have enough strength, firmness, stability, and reliability. It's already the limit if it can maintain a certain watertightness. Zhang Sen looked at the magic boat in the small bottle and criticized. When Su Qing heard this, his heart trembled. He felt that the other party's words were very professional. He became even more respectful and cupped his fists and bowed to Zhang San. Seeing Su Qing like this, Zhang Sen felt smug and very comfortable. He liked to see those fellow disciples who were usually respected by others admire him in his profession. Back then, the captain was like this, although he had lost a lot of spirit stones after the incident. He originally didn't want to criticize this time around and only planned to refine it simply. However, Su Qing's "not bad" remark made him unable to hold his words in. Zhang Sen didn't have any ill intentions. What he said was correct. For ordinary disciples, it wouldn't be a problem to take such a magic boat to sea. However, Su Qing's combat strength determined that he would challenge stronger sea beasts and head to more dangerous areas. In that case, such a magic boat was naturally not suitable. Judging from what you want, it should be sturdiness. Let me help you with it. I guarantee that when you take the magic boat to the sea, even if you encounter an impact from a giant beast, as long as the giant beast hasn't reached the foundation building realm, your magic boat will be able to withstand it multiple times. Even if it shatters, it will be very difficult for it to disintegrate. Zhang Sen waved his hand proudly. Thank you, senior brother. Su Qing's expression was solemn. After that, he took out the spirit stones from his pouch. I have 200 spirit stones here and I need to reserve some for my trip to the sea. I wonder, Su Qing was a little hesitant. He felt that his spirit stones shouldn't be enough. Zhang San's eyes swept over and then looked at Su Qing. The words of the captain of Team 6 and what he had seen and heard in the Sixth Peaks shop surfaced in his mind. He then thought of the dragon whale's cry last night and the spirit energy fluctuations he had sensed from the other party earlier. Finally, he thought of the straightforward criticism he had given earlier and the comfort he had obtained. Hence, he endured his heartache and pretended to be relaxed. That's enough. You might have a bright future. Back then, I invested in your captain. Let me consider this as an investment too. Come and collect it tonight. As Zhang San spoke, he began to get busy. Su Qing lifted his head and cast a deep glance at Zhang San before thanking him solemnly. He then cupped his fists and bowed deeply before leaving. It was only after Su Qing had walked far away that Zhang San let out a long sigh and muttered with a frown. I've made a loss. Every time I see these people who cultivate quickly, why can't I stop myself from showing off my skills? I could have casually refined it, but now I have to live up to my words. That's not right. Why does this kid's demeanor look a little similar to his captain's? However, his captain is petty. Back then, he didn't give a single spirit stone. This kid has a more conscience than his captain. However, at the end of the day, he knew that he did this because of the captain's recommendation. Secondly, he trusted the captain's judgment. This investment shouldn't be a loss. Over the years, he was able to go from being truly unknown to being deliberately unknown now. Moreover, he had such wealth and controlled the transportation department. The reason why no one came to snatch his wealth was because he had refined a boat for the captain back then. After Su Qing left the transportation department, his expression was strange. He took out the voice transmission jade slip and hesitated for a moment before transmitting his voice to the captain. Captain, is this okay? You followed what I told you, right? I did. Haha, that's good then. Zhang San is one of us. This guy is a big shot. If you think you have taken advantage of him, help him more in the future. Su Qing nodded seriously. He took out the bamboo slip and wrote Zhang San's name on the other side. After that, he flipped it over and looked at the side with the enemy engraved on it. He then added a question mark behind the captain again. At this moment, in the homicide department, the captain of Team 6 was smiling as he ate the strange fruits that couldn't be bought in the main city. They were only produced on islands of the non-human races in the sea. After he finished eating, he put down the voice transmission jade slip and picked up a document that reported Zhang San. It mentioned that when Zhang San was out on a mission, he was bloody and brutal and had killed too many people. He also robbed foreign merchant ships. There was strong protest against Zhang San in the document and requested for severe punishment. Glancing at the document, the captain chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the document burned and turned into ashes. My friend, as long as you don't betray me, no one can touch you. Chapter 135, Newbie Goes Out to Sea. Chapter 135, Newbie Goes Out to Sea. It was noon and the sun was scorching. Suqing walked on the streets and told himself that when he could help in the future, he had to help Zhang San to repay the favor he owed him for refining the boat this time. Also, he would repay Zhou Qingping for the ghost desires when the time was right. Although he hadn't seen the appearance of the magic boat after refining, Suqing felt that the spirit stones Zhang San used to refine the magic boat must have far exceeded 200. After memorizing this matter, Suqing observed the crowd in the surroundings. He didn't see any difference from the past. It seemed that the death of the merfolk youth didn't cause any waves in the main city. It was the same for the homicide department. Of course, it was also possible that not many people knew about it right now. Suqing pondered as he walked toward the Sea Records Library in the city. The Sea Records Library was a place every disciple had to go to before they went out to sea for the first time. This was because the Sea Records Library stored extremely precious information. It was a comprehensive record of all sorts of strange things that countless Seven Blood Eyes disciples had experienced when they went out to sea over the years, as well as countless information about sea beasts. Its value was immeasurable. Therefore, the books could not be copied. If someone wanted to check them, they could only personally go over and spend some fees to read the records. Other than that, if a disciple went out to sea and encountered a strange thing or a new sea beast, they could also report it to the Sea Records Library. If it was confirmed to be true, they would be rewarded handsomely. The more precious the information, the richer the reward. However, if there was no conclusive evidence and it was only one-sided information, the review period would usually be extremely long because it was impossible to determine if it was true or false. It wasn't impossible for the review period to last for hundreds of years. This also prevented the occurrence of disciples trying to fabricate stories to get rewards. Unproven information would not be registered in the library. The records that could be listed in the library were all true and had been confirmed many times. Suqing read the records very seriously. He knew that any piece of information here might save his life at a critical moment. He was also certain of the direction he should head to in the sea. The nautical chart he found in the Merfolk Youth storage bag was very comprehensive and detailed. After Suqing studied it, he decided that his ultimate goal for this trip to the sea was an island marked on the map. This island was behind an archipelago called the Western Reef. That place was filled with hidden reefs and was very dangerous. Because it was the place where the nearby sea lizards shed their skin, it was known as Sea Lizard Island. Sea lizards were ferocious and rarely seen. They were social creatures and were mostly in the deep sea. They would only come out of sea when they shed their skin. Moreover, the skin they shed had to be obtained in an extremely short period of time for it to be of value. After a while, their spirituality would dissipate and they would be worthless. Hence, it was extremely difficult for outsiders to obtain it. Moreover, because its defense far surpassed that of similar materials, it was considered a high-tier material among the magic boat materials. It couldn't be compared to mid-tier and low-tier materials. Suqing had seen it in the Sixth Peaks shop before. It was just the skin of a sea lizard at the third level of chi condensation, but it cost 30 spirit stones per piece. Moreover, the price would skyrocket along with the cultivation of the sea lizard. The fifth level chi condensation sea lizard skin already cost 150 spirit stones. Suqing had even seen an 8th level chi condensation sea lizard skin that was priced at 500 to 600 spirit stones. Such astonishing value caused the Sea Lizard Island to attract the ferocious cultivators of the non-human races on the Forbidden Sea all year round. It was extremely dangerous. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, they would only have a slim chance of survival if they headed there. Suqing's target was the Sea Lizard Island. Time slowly passed by as he flipped through the records. Unknowingly, it was already dusk. Suqing finally remembered all the contents of the thick book. He closed his eyes and recalled before turning to leave. Everything is ready. I just need to wait for the magic boat. Walking on the streets at dusk, Suqing looked at the sea. The sound of waves rang out in his ears and his eyes revealed anticipation. Finally, when dusk was far away and the bright moon rose, Suqing arrived at the transportation department. The handymen who had been busy for the entire day were leaving in groups. When Suqing walked over, he saw Zhang San squatting on the goods and smoking a pipe from afar. Under the dim light, Zhang San's figure was a little blurry. Only the fatigue on his face was revealed through the smoke from the pipe that alternated between dense and thin. Suqing felt a little apologetic. Just as he was about to approach, his gaze swept across the surroundings. Among the servant disciples who had become restrained because of his appearance, there was a familiar small and skinny figure. That figure was a girl. It was Li Zimei, who was in the same batch as him. She also saw Suqing. Although she was still reserved, a smile still appeared on her face. This smile was very sincere. Suqing smiled encouragingly. After watching her leave, he walked to Zhang San's side. "You know her?" Zhang San asked curiously. "I do. Her name is Li Zimei. She entered the sect in the same batch as me and has a very strong personality." Suqing glanced at Li Zimei's back and said softly. Zhang San nodded. "Not a bad girl. Since you know her, I'll take care of her later." "Thank you." Suqing looked at Zhang San and said solemnly. "It's a small thing. Let's go. I'll bring you to see your magic boat." As Zhang San spoke, his eyes revealed spirit. He jumped down from the pile of goods and brought Suqing to the back. This time, they went to another large warehouse. As they walked in, a gigantic boat with an astonishing aura entered Suqing's vision, causing him to involuntarily stop in his tracks. Even though he was already mentally prepared and knew that the appearance of his boat would change drastically this time around, Suqing was still shocked by the magic boat in front of him. The giant crocodile head at the bow of the ship had changed. It was no longer slender but much flatter. However, there was a black horn hidden in its forehead, as though it could pierce through everything once it popped out. This change caused the original ostentatiousness to be restrained. It looked more restrained, under which lied cruelty. The changes to the boat were even greater. It was no longer in the shape of a willow leaf that was more than 200 feet long. Instead, its length was reduced and width increased. Overall, it looked like a diamond-shaped turtle shell. Every plank of the boat was covered in scales and densely packed array patterns. 4 huge wheeled legs appeared on both sides. They seemed to be retractable and would allow the boat to move on the shore. There were also sharp thorns hidden on them. At the same time, the changes in the cabins weren't small either. It now looked like a 2-story house. This allowed more space for array formations to be carved. Other than these, what was most eye-catching were the huge saber sails. There were a total of 8 of them, 4 in the front, and 4 in the back. From afar, they looked like wings but also like sharp blades. As for the bottom of the ship, there was a huge groove that seemed to be able to accommodate sea beasts. The entire magic boat looked like a giant beast in this warehouse. Its aura was heavy and filled with intimidation. Suqing was a little dazed. The changes to the magic boat were so great that his mind was buzzing at this moment. Upon seeing Suqing's appearance, Zhang San's exhausted face revealed joy and pride. As he calmly spoke. "Your previous magic boat was too badly refined, so I made a major modification for you this time. The main modifications are the bottom structure, shipboard structure, deck structure, bulkhead structure, bow and stern structure, the storage building, and so on. I've replaced the keel for you. This way, the stability will be better. The structural adjustment can allow the strength and sturdiness to reach the extreme. Also, I've left some space for you to upgrade." Zhang San leaped onto the magic boat. In the black horn at the bow of the ship, I added the bone marrow of the devouring beast and pierced it into the body of the sea beast. It can devour the target's spirit energy and store it in the deck's formation. There are also these 4 legs. Each of them contains 3,600 sharp fragments. If you encounter danger, you can shoot them out. I didn't touch the spirit gathering array, but I increased the groove for you. It can add 50 spirit stones at once. If there are extreme situations, this magic boat can be broken down and the excess parts can be turned into a fishing boat. Its speed will be at least twice as fast. And these sails. Zhang Sen pointed at the sails with a proud expression. I created them myself. Take a good look. As Zhang Sen spoke, he took out a spirit stone and placed it into the array formation under his feet. With a stomp of his foot, the array formation activated. The 8 blade-like sails instantly gathered together, forming a protective shell. The magic boat was like a huge alligator turtle that could attack and defend at the same time. In addition to the boat's own defense, these sails can make the boat even sturdier. When they are unfurled, they can be used as sharp blades with extraordinary lethality. The groove at the bottom of the boat can better lock on the dragon whale in the Forbidden Sea. Under special circumstances, you can control the dragon whale to soar and lift the magic boat, allowing it to take off for a short period. Su Qing, this is a true level 7 boat. How is it? Are you satisfied? Zhang Sen jumped off the magic boat and stood in front of Su Qing with his hands behind his back. He then lifted his chin and calmly spoke. Waves surged in Su Qing's heart. After a long time, he took a deep breath and took a few steps back. He then cupped his fists toward Zhang San and bowed deeply. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. This boat. I'm very satisfied. When your magic boat is upgraded to a magic ship later, I'll help you design it according to your power source. A magic ship is a true weapon. Zhang San spoke calmly with the demeanor of an expert. Su Qing's attitude made him feel very comfortable, but the rush of fatigue still made him involuntarily yawn. When Su Qing saw this, he respectfully bade farewell and placed the spirit stones at the side. He then kept the magic boat and left the transportation department. Only after he left did Zhang San sigh with a dispirited expression. I've lost money. I couldn't hold it in and actually refined it so well. I've made a huge loss this time. I hope this kid will be promising in the future. Zhang Sen endured the pain and picked up the spirit stones, shaking his head as he left the warehouse. Before he left, he thought of Su Qing's fellow disciple from the same batch. He took out the voice transmission jade slip and made arrangements. Since I'm already investing, I might as well invest more. I have no choice. As Zhang Sen sighed with emotion, Su Qing returned to Port 79 and released his magic boat in its berth. As the water rumbled, he looked at the heavy giant object in front of him and his heart stirred. He leaped onto it and studied it carefully. The night slowly passed. That night, Su Qing thoroughly studied the interior and exterior of his magic boat. He also felt a high admiration for Zhang San's refinement. When the sun rose and shone down, Su Qing took a deep breath and stood at the bow of the boat. He looked at the sun in the distance and slowly narrowed his eyes. A long time later, he lifted his right hand and performed a series of hand seals. Set sail. Immediately, the magic boat rumbled. As the seawater in the surroundings churned, his level 7 magic boat slowly moved from its berth and turned its bow. Under the attention of the other magic boat disciples in the surroundings, it sailed in the direction of the harbor's gate. It was like a giant majestic beast was released from its cage. As for the handsome youth standing on the deck, his long hair fluttered in the sea breeze. His figure was tall and straight like a pine tree, and the sleeves of his gray Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, reflecting the morning sun in the sky, causing the sunlight on his body to pass through his hair and refract into dazzling colors. Chapter 136, Bronze Dragon Carriage. Chapter 136, Bronze Dragon Carriage. The sun emitted a dazzling light that pierced into the wild forbidden sea, stirring up waves that surged toward the sky and let out low roars. Before the sound dissipated, the waves fell, splashing up a large amount of black water foam that scattered high into the air, landing on the protective barrier of Su Qing's magic boat. Su Qing stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the sea warily. He then performed a series of hand seals. As the protective spirit energy fluctuated, the seawater that contained dense anomalous substances slowly dissipated from the surface of the barrier. Just like the god's fragmented face in the sky, this forbidden sea that surrounded the entire Nanhuang continent would always be a domain of awe and veneration. Not only was it vast and far-reaching, but it was also an eternal mystery in everyone's hearts. This mysteriousness caused Su Qing to lift his head and stare at the distant sky and the forbidden sea. In his eyes, the two seemed to have fused together at an unknown point. Compared to the vast sea, the boats that passed through the 7 blood eyes were like a few feathers that floated gently and leisurely, insignificant. As for the people on the magic boat, it was even more so. Su Qing fell silent. He looked into the endless distance and the boundless forbidden sea as a feeling of insignificance surfaced in his heart. According to the sea record, most disciples who go out to sea for the first time will feel that they are insignificant. This is a normal change in their hearts. At the same time, they will also produce the thought of conquering the sea. Su Qing looked at the endless Black Sea. This was his first time going out to sea and also his first time truly seeing the Great Sea. However, he didn't have the thought of conquering it. He didn't have any great ideals or vast ambitions. He only wanted to survive in this chaotic world. It would be even better if he could live a little better. Hence, the vigilance in Su Qing's heart was very intense. Even though he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, some of his attention was still on guard against his surroundings. Just like that, time flowed amidst the echoing sounds of the waves. This lasted until noon when waves of commotion rang out from behind, attracting Su Qing's attention. A hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he turned his head. It was 7 to 8 magic boats that came from the direction of the Seven Blood Eyes harbor. They whistled as they approached, causing a commotion. Other than the one at the front, most of them were at level 5 or 6. As for the magic boat at the front, judging from the spirit energy fluctuations, it was about level 8 or 9. It looked rather luxurious. Its entire body was golden and golden feathers were stuck on it that shone brightly. In the black forbidden sea, it was exceptionally dazzling. It was ostentatious and tacky-like. A pheasant trying to learn to fan its tail like a peacock. The bow of the Phoenix boat should have contained elegance, but under the golden color and luxury, it lost its soul. It revealed a flaunting aura like it was afraid that others wouldn't be able to see. Looking at all of this, Su Qing narrowed his eyes and drew his dagger. Although the Seven Blood Eyes main city was dangerous and cruel, there were at least some rules. For example, foundation building cultivators rarely attacked chi condensation cultivators in the main city. However, Su Qing knew that at sea, the strong preyed on the weak. The dangers came from everywhere, be it the non-human races, the human race, fellow sect members, or the forbidden sea itself. If one was unlucky and encountered a non-human foundation building cultivator with malicious intent, their life and death would be decided with a single thought. Anyone could instantly become an enemy. This was especially so when the arrival of these magic boats was too ostentatious, and the voice of the person he hated came from the Phoenix boat. The wind on the sea was a little strong, so the voice did not spread clearly. Senior sister, many people are curious about how many spirit stones I spent on this Phoenix boat. I'm actually not very willing to answer this question because my answer will cause them to feel defeated. After all, you should have sensed it too. Since I was young, spirit stones have been a worry that could never be spent completely. Actually, it's SOSO. For some reason, I have been asked for my opinion many times on boat rankings in the sect. They insisted on raising my boat to 17th place. Anyway, I have never cared about these. To me, I don't care how many spirit stones I have to spend on this Phoenix boat. What I care about is that it carries my dream. My dream is to be like the Phoenix and soar in the sky one day. Senior sister, I hope that there will be a beautiful figure accompanying me who will accompany me to see the scenery, pursue dreams, and share our worries. The source of the voice was none other than the good-for-nothing Zhao Zhongheng that the captain had mentioned. He stood on the golden Phoenix boat with a young woman in a light purple Taoist robe beside him. This woman was in her 20s and had a moving appearance. From afar, she looked slender and elegant, and her purple clothes were like flowers. However, in the face of Zhao Zhongheng's words, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly and there was already impatience on her pretty face. At that moment, the sea breeze blew over, and her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She seemed to have noticed Su Qing, who was on the magic boat in the distance. Under the sunlight, between the boats on both sides, a baleen whale broke through the water surface and soared into the air. A low cry that seemed to come from ancient times rang out from its mouth. It echoed like the sound of a flute, as though it would make everything ethereal. As it landed, water vapor drifted, blocking one's vision. In the woman's eyes, the sunlight seemed to have been separated into 7 colors. The colorful beam of light showed a moment of beauty, reflecting on Su Qing's Taoist robe and making it impossible to see his face. However, that charm left a deep impression on this woman. This lasted until their magic boats slowly left. Su Qing stared at them for a long time. After confirming that they were indeed just passing by, he kept the dagger and continued cultivating. Time flowed by. Gradually, As the magic boat continued to move deeper, the eeriness and strangeness of the Forbidden Sea were also slowly reflected in Su Qing's perception. He saw groups of rotting fish. They seemed to have retained their will when they were alive and turned into black pollution that spread under the magic boat. He also saw the terrifying figure of the megalodon. With incomparable savageness, it tore through its prey. Other than that, when Su Qing passed by some areas, he could sense the deterrence from the bottom of the sea. It was as though it was spreading out at all times, lingering in those areas and permeating Su Qing's heart, causing him to be even more vigilant. Even though he had read about this in the sea record and knew that this was the norm when going out to sea, his vigilance was still high. As for the anomalous substances, they were even denser on the Forbidden Sea. It was as though the entire sea was formed from anomalous substances. This caused Su Qing's shadow to become even darker than before, as though it had turned into ink that flowed on its own euro. After noticing this scene, Su Qing didn't hesitate. He directly circulated the suppression power of the purple crystal and suppressed it several times in a row. After that, he calmly stopped and felt slightly more at ease with regards to the shadow. Just like that, the sun was about to set. The first night on sea was about to arrive for Su Qing. Perhaps it was because this sea area was very close to the Seven Blood Eyes, Su Qing didn't encounter too many dangers during the day. Only at this moment, under the setting sun, did some aggressive swordfish appear on the surface of the sea. They leaped up in groups and transformed into arcs before falling into the sea again. Under the afterglow, their green bodies emitted a white glow, giving them a different kind of beauty. Perhaps it was because the Forbidden Sea dragon whale was following the boat. Most of these swordfish didn't get too close to Su Qing. However, occasionally, a few of them would bump into the magic boat's protective barrier and bounce back into the sea with popping sounds. When the swordfishes crashed into the protective barrier, Su Qing saw them even more clearly. These swordfish had ghastly sharp teeth and looked very sinister. Their eyes emitted a red glow and were filled with cruelty. Su Qing waved his hand expressionlessly. Drops of water formed and seeped out of the protective barrier, turning into a buffer so that the swordfish wouldn't be killed by the collision. The sea records warned all the disciples who went out to sea that when sailing in the Forbidden Sea, it was best not to kill too many sea beasts unless necessary. This was because the more they killed, the more they would attract the attention of some strange existences in the Forbidden Sea. As for what kind of strange existence they were, the sea records didn't mention it. However, on the first night he went out to sea, Su Qing didn't cultivate. All his attention was on the outside of the magic boat. Any movement made him incomparably vigilant. According to the sea record's description, the danger level of the sea at night was much more dangerous than during the day. On the sea, anything was possible. The sea record also mentioned that because the Forbidden Sea was vast, although danger lurked everywhere, it mostly depended on luck. Some people were unlucky and died in the sea on the first day. Some were lucky and were safe even after being out at sea for a few months. Su Qing's luck wasn't bad. On the first night, other than the sound of the waves and the whimpering of the sea breeze, nothing strange happened. When dawn was about to arrive, he closed his eyes slightly and prepared to rest his mind. However, at this moment, an extremely intense palpitation suddenly rumbled in his mind like a volcano erupting. Su Qing's body suddenly tensed up and his eyes abruptly opened. The magic boat's defense was instantly activated to the greatest extent. As he opened his eyes, the Forbidden Sea dragon whale below the boat also opened its eyes. The dragon whale's eyes were an extension of Su Qing's senses. The instant it opened its eyes, there was nothing at the pitch-black bottom of the sea. However, there were faint sounds of grinding teeth. Krrkk, krrkkk, krkkk. As this sound echoed, the intense palpitations caused Su Qing's breathing to become slightly hurried. It was the same as when he heard the singing voice in the Forbidden Zone's jungle back then. The chill seemed to have spread from the depths of the sea to the surface of the sea. This scene caused Su Qing's expression to freeze and his entire body to tense up. He circulated his cultivation base and the magic boat instantly assumed a defensive posture. With the help of the dragon whale's gaze, he saw a gigantic humanoid creature in the depths of the pitch-black seabed from afar. This creature's entire body was covered in tentacles that kept swaying. On his shoulder was a thick iron chain that extended into the distance. One could vaguely see a bronze dragon carriage at the end. This dragon carriage was dilapidated and covered in verdigris, filled with the traces of time. However, the tall carriage was exquisite and didn't lack majestic carvings, causing it to emit the aura of an emperor. At that moment, the giant pulled the bronze dragon carriage and strode away at the bottom of the sea. With every step he took, the sea would stir up and cause waves to spread. It was as though it was only passing through. Also, because the distance was too far, everything Su Qing saw was very hazy. However, the feeling of palpitations and the sound of grinding teeth still clearly echoed in Su Qing's mind even though he was so far away, causing his entire body to instinctively tremble. His pupils contracted and he was extremely vigilant. It was only when this huge humanoid creature slowly left that the trembling gradually weakened and the palpitations in his heart slowly disappeared. What was that? Su Qing abruptly lifted his head. His face was pale as he took a deep breath and walked out of the cabin. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the sea. In the gaze of the dragon whale, the huge figure at the bottom of the sea had already left, leaving only a blurry outline. At this moment, the darkness before dawn gradually receded between sky and earth, and a hint of light slowly seeped out from the sky. It was like a lit torch that burned the pitch-black seawater, forming clouds that grew increasingly intense and continued to spread. In the end, the entire sky was burned and there was a red glow. This was the light of dawn. Chapter 137, Fair Price. Chapter 137, Fair Price. The light of dawn illuminated the sea. It also landed on Su Qing's solemn figure. Su Qing let out a long breath. That terrifying existence at the bottom of the sea had completely disappeared from his vision as dawn broke. Su Qing didn't know what that giant was, let alone whose carriage it was. The sea record didn't mention it either. However, just now, he had only glanced at that giant from afar and he already felt an intense intimidation. One could imagine how terrifying this huge existence at the bottom of the sea must be. To be able to make such a powerful existence pull the carriage, Su Qing couldn't imagine how mighty the owner of the dragon carriage was in the past. Fortunately, this giant didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Or rather, in the eyes of such existences, Su Qing seemed to be of no significance. Forbidden Sea, Su Qing mumbled, his eyes revealing deep vigilance. He knew and personally felt that this forbidden sea was filled with endless dangers. In the following voyage, he became even more cautious and strictly followed the nautical chart, not deviating from his route at all. During these few days, Su Qing didn't see anyone but he was getting more and more familiar with the Forbidden Sea. He encountered more sea beasts and also took action several times. Every time he attacked, he would obtain some biological materials. His Forbidden Sea dragon whale made a lot of contributions in this. Moreover, these fights allowed him to become more and more familiar with fighting on the sea. As for terrifying existences like the giant, Su Qing did not encounter them again. The afternoon sun was scorching hot, and the sea breeze carried high temperatures. Su Qing, who had ended his cultivation, opened his eyes and looked into the distance through the protective barrier, frowning slightly. His destination was the direction of the Western Reef Archipelago, and Sea Lizard Island was just behind the archipelago. According to the nautical chart, he still needed 7 days to reach it. As for the area he was currently in, according to the nautical chart, it was a relatively safe route to the Western Reef Archipelago. However, as he got closer, Su Qing felt a little puzzled. In the sea area in front of him, there were a large number of vines that extended out of the surface of the sea. There were more vines further inside the area. At the end, there seemed to be some boats trapped. However, the distance was too far, so he couldn't see it clearly. As for the edge of the sea area, there were relatively fewer vines. It was as though something had attracted it to extend out from the bottom of the sea earlier. At this moment, it was slowly shrinking, as though it wouldn't be long before it sank again. However, the arrival of Su Qing's boat caused these slowly sinking vines to find a new target. They rapidly approached Su Qing's boat at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Qing's vigilance increased. He stood at the bow of the boat and performed a series of hand seals with both hands. He then controlled the magic boat to retreat, trying to avoid the approaching vines. However, the speed of the vines was very fast. Although Su Qing didn't go deep into the sea area, nor did he waste time retreating immediately, there were still a few vines that got close and entangled the boat. These vines were pitch black in color and as thick as an arm. They looked very sinister with their sharp spikes. The most astonishing thing was that these sharp spikes contained some kind of suction force. As they coiled around the boat, the consumption of the magic boat instantly increased. Fortunately, there weren't many vines and these little numbers couldn't affect the speed of the magic boat. However, Suqing could still clearly sense that this consumption was to some extent similar to spirit energy being sucked away. A cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a dagger appeared and he instantly leaped up. A cold light flashed and the vines were cut one after another. Coupled with the power of the magic boat, he gradually left this area. After he was far away, Suqing looked at the distant sea area. He then lowered his head and his gaze landed on the planks. There were a few vines that he had cut off there that were twisting like sea snakes. Green, extremely acidic, liquid flowed out of the cuts and emitted sizzling sounds as drops of them fell on the plank. Suqing's expression turned somewhat unsightly. When he had cut the vines earlier, he had felt that the vines were extremely tenacious. Even with his physical strength, he still needed to use his full strength. After pondering for a moment, he formed a seal. Immediately, the array formation under his feet shone, revealing the core of the spirit-gathering array. Suqing swept his gaze over and discovered that 3 of the spirit stones on it showed signs of dimming, as though they had been sucked dry. As expected, it absorbs spirit energy. Suqing's heart ached a little. There were over 100 records of vines in the sea record, and most of them looked similar, so it was very difficult for Suqing to accurately judge them immediately. This was especially so in this sea area. Regardless of whether it was the sex nautical chart or the nautical chart he had obtained from the merfolk youth, there were no vines labeled. If there were not any before, it should be a vine that can move on its own and it also likes spirit energy, and there is only the spirit-devouring vine that fits the bill. Suqing recalled the content in the sea record and frowned. The spirit-devouring vine loves spirit energy. It can't be damaged by spells and can only be broken by brute force. It can devour the power of magic boats and the spirits of cultivators. If they are entangled, they will die an extremely miserable death. This thing is sensitive to anomalous substances and wanders the forbidden sea. Its location is often a place with relatively few anomalous substances. Suqing fell silent and lifted his head to look into the distance. This was the shortest route to the Western Reef Archipelago. If he took a detour, the time he would need to spend would increase by a lot. This was especially so since he didn't know the exact range of these vines. According to the sea record's description, these spirit-devouring vines would often drift in groups and their range was extremely vast. It will take too long if I detour. It's not like I can't neutralize this spirit-devouring vine. Suqing thought about it and narrowed his eyes. He touched his storage bag and a black-colored pill appeared in his hand. This pill was none other than the black pill that contained dense anomalous substances. With the black pill in hand, Suqing stood at the bow of the ship and controlled the magic boat to move closer to the vine area. Very soon, the surface of the sea churned and a large number of vines broke out of the sea. They greedily rushed toward Suqing's magic boat. However, the instant they got close, Suqing calmly threw the black pill to the surface of the sea in front of him. As the black pill fell into the sea and dissolved, the anomalous substances suddenly became denser. In an instant, the vines that were spreading over in the surroundings all trembled in unison, as though they had encountered something they hated the most. They instantly retreated and distanced themselves, allowing Suqing's magic boat to move unhindered. Suqing's expression relaxed slightly as he controlled the magic boat to move at full speed. Although the area was filled with vines, as he threw out black pills one after another, all the vines that were about to near him revealed intense rejection and moved away one after another. Just like that, Suqing's magic boat continued forward. As he threw more black pills, the surroundings of the boat were filled with dense anomalous substances. Gradually, there was no need for him to continue throwing black pills. The vines in the surroundings would instinctively retreat. Suqing's magic boat got closer and closer to the boats that were trapped by the vines in the distance. The sea breeze also transmitted some human voices. Although it was faint, cultivators could still hear it clearly. Zhao Zhongheng, what kind of path did you lead us to? Senior Sister Ding, please calm down. There were no vines in this area previously. They must have migrated here in the past few days. There's nothing I can do about it. However, I've already asked my grandfather for help. I believe someone will come and help us escape soon. The person who spoke was none other than Zhao Zhongheng. At this moment, his phoenix boat was completely trapped here. With a large number of vines entangling it, the boat could only move forward with difficulty. His followers' boats were also trapped in the surroundings. All of them had anxious expressions, but they had no choice but to do their best to continuously cut the vines. Zhao Zhongheng was also vexed. The vines in this area had truly exceeded his expectations. At this moment, he was trying his best to control the Phoenix boat to break out of here. Facing the dissatisfied expression of his senior sister beside him, he could only apologize. On one hand, he was pursuing the other party. On the other hand, it was also because the senior sister Ding's background was extraordinary. He hurriedly took out a jade box and handed it over. "Senior sister Ding, don't be angry. Believe me, there's no problem. I'll definitely bring you to the Western Reef Archipelago. This Clarity Pill is a rare medicine that can nourish the soul. My grandfather gave it to me. I'll give it to you as an apology gift." The beautiful woman in the light purple Taoist robe at the side seemed to have lost most of her patience. She frowned and looked at the jade box in Zhao Zhongheng's hand. After taking it, she forced herself to calm down and was about to speak. However, at that moment, the whistling sound of a magic boat came from afar. She instinctively looked over and saw a magic boat in the distance. It was riding the wind and breaking the waves as it sped over. There was a person standing straight on the magic boat like a pine tree. His gray Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and the sunlight streamed through his long hair, forming a colorful halo. Under the halo was a cold face that was enough to make the hearts of the opposite sex race. It was so flawless that even the vines seemed to be moved by it. It was as though his handsome face turned them into a mimosa as they automatically retreated around him. This scene caused the woman's eyes to flicker. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she called out to Su Qing. "Junior brother, what method did you use to make the vines retreat? Can you help me?" Her smile was sweet and her voice was sweet. She seemed to have transformed into a sweet lady, causing Zhao Zhongheng, who was also looking at Su Qing, to feel very uncomfortable. He had shown a lot of interest and care countless times on the way, but he had never seen the other party smile or speak like this. This discomfort caused Zhao Zhongheng to be unhappy. There was some hostility in his heart as he looked at Su Qing. At a glance, he felt that the face was a little familiar and immediately recognized it. "It's you." Zhao Zhongheng recognized Su Qing. If it was anyone else, he might have forgotten about it long ago. However, very few people would forget Su Qing's face after seeing it. Now that he recognized Su Qing, Zhao Zhongheng immediately sensed the spirit energy fluctuations on the other party's body. It seemed to be much stronger than the last time he met him. However, to him, as a core disciple, his status was noble enough for him to ignore the vast majority of Piedmont disciples. After a cold glance, Zhao Zhongheng calmly spoke. "Come here and use your method to open a path for us." He would usually be bossy to the gray-robed Piedmont disciples, and it was the same now. From what he knew, when the gray-robed Piedmont disciples saw him, they would fear and obey him. Su Qing had noticed the Phoenix boat earlier and also saw the two core disciples in light purple Taoist robes on it. However, he didn't bother with them and his magic boat whistled past them without any change in speed. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me?" Zhao Zhongheng's expression was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, a large number of water droplets appeared in front of him, forming a water sword that headed straight for Su Qing's magic boat. However, the instant it got close, a water curtain appeared out of thin air and blocked it. With a boom, the water sword collapsed. The magic boat under Su Qing suddenly stopped. He turned around and coldly looked at Zhao Zhongheng. In the distance, the waves of the sea churned and the surface of the sea suddenly exploded. A huge forbidden sea dragon whale leaped up from within, revealing half of its body in the air. Under the sunlight, it was extremely dazzling. It let out a heart-shaking roar and heavily slammed into the sea, sinking again. However, its violent aura spread out. This scene instantly caused Zhao Zhongheng's expression to change drastically. The eyes of the followers beside him also widened, and huge waves rose in their hearts. Even that senior sister's expression changed. Zhao Zhongheng took a deep breath. When he looked at Su Qing, his expression was filled with disbelief. Although he was a core disciple and had a crushing advantage over the Piedmont disciples in terms of status, this wasn't absolute. Among the Piedmont disciples, if they could cultivate the forbidden sea dragon whale at the 8th level of the sea transformation art, it meant that their aptitude was astonishing and they had a high chance of advancing to foundation building in the future. Even the core disciples didn't want to provoke such a person. They would often try to befriend him. After all, once he advanced to the foundation building realm, his status would immediately rise. Even they would have to respectfully greet him. Su Qing coldly looked at Zhao Zhongheng, whose expression had changed, and slowly spoke. 20 spirit stones for a boat. As for your boat, it will be 100 spirit stones. Chapter 138, 100 Sounds Become Een, 1. Chapter 138, 100 Sounds Become Een, 1. Su Qing had done this many times in the scavenger campsite. Although he had asked for an exaggerated amount this time, he didn't think that it was anything wrong. Helping wasn't a responsibility in the first place, so he naturally needed to be paid. If the other party's attitude wasn't good, it was reasonable for him to increase the price. As soon as he spoke, Senior Sister Ding fell into deep thought. As for Zhao Zhongheng, his expression was gloomy. He wanted to say something but didn't. If it was in the past, he would definitely mock him. However, he was a little hesitant now. Su Qing swept his gaze across these people and saw that they didn't seem to have any intention of paying. He didn't say anything else and was about to control the magic boat to leave. At that moment, Senior Sister Ding looked at the side of Su Qing's face and suddenly spoke. No problem. As she spoke, she waved her hand and took out her magic boat, landing on the surface of the sea. She then leaped onto the magic boat and controlled it to get closer to Su Qing. Zhao Zhongheng was stunned and immediately became a little anxious. Senior Sister, you. Senior Sister Ding didn't even turn her head. It was as though she didn't even see Zhao Zhongheng. Her magic boat was like a willow leaf. It was very beautiful, but at the same time, it was filled with liveliness. As she got closer, the vines in the surroundings instantly twined over. It was obvious that she was in danger. Su Qing waved his hand and a black pill instantly landed in front of Senior Sister Ding's magic boat. As it landed, the vines immediately retreated, allowing her magic boat to pass successfully. After she neared Su Qing's boat, she hurriedly put away her magic boat and leaped onto Su Qing's boat. Due to the existence of the protective barrier, she stood on it unsteadily. Su Qing frowned and looked at Senior Sister Ding. Thank you for helping me, junior brother. My name is Ding Shui. I should be older than you, so you can call me Senior Sister. My magic boat isn't good at sailing here. I'll give you another 20 spirit stones. I'll stay with you for the time being in this area. Senior Sister Ding could faintly sense Su Qing's personality. She smiled sweetly and directly took out a spirit ticket from the 6th peak worth 40 spirit stones. Outside the protective barrier, she gestured to Su Qing. Su Qing swept his gaze across the spirit ticket and observed Senior Sister Ding's cultivation base. Only after his gaze swept past her neck did he open a gap in the barrier, allowing Senior Sister Ding to land on the deck. After that, he lifted his hand and grabbed the air to take the spirit ticket for inspection. After confirming that it was real, he didn't say anything else. He carefully placed the spirit ticket into his pocket and controlled the magic boat to move. He wasn't afraid that the other party had ill intentions on his magic boat. The moment the other party arrived, she was already struck by his poison. However, this poison required him to mix other poisons before it could erupt. Under the light of the setting sun, Su Qing looked exceptionally handsome. At the side, Senior Sister Ding had a graceful figure and a sweet smile. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the sea breeze and her brows carried a moving charm. This expression was something she didn't have when she was with Zhao Zhongheng previously. As the sea breeze blew over, Senior Sister Ding's gentle voice could be heard. Junior brother, how should I address you? Junior brother, this magic boat of yours is very special. I've never seen such a boat before. Junior brother, which department are you from? Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhongheng became anxious. The senior sister he had painstakingly invited had boarded someone else's boat. This made him extremely anxious and annoyed. He gritted his teeth and took out a red talisman. This was a runic treasure. Looking at Su Qing and Senior Sister Ding who were about to leave, Zhao Zhongheng endured his heartache and directly blasted the talisman into the sea. Immediately, the talisman burned, forming a shocking air wave that spread in all directions. The vines around the phoenix were instantly enveloped. Most of them instantly shattered into pieces, and the remaining ones rapidly contracted. Using this opportunity to retreat, Zhao Zhongheng shouted, "Senior sister, wait for me." As he spoke, he used all his strength to control the phoenix. He didn't care about its expenditure as he made it erupt with speed and rushed out. His followers behind him hurriedly shouted for help. "You guys wait here. I have already informed grandfather. The sect will send someone to save you soon." Zhao Zhongheng didn't have the time to care about them and quickly moved forward. However, there were too many vines in this area and very soon, his ship was entangled again. In his anxiety, Zhao Zhongheng endured his heartache and continued to bombard the sea with the talisman. Just like that, he chased all the way and gradually broke through the vines, closing the distance between him and Su Qing. The rumbling behind her finally diverted senior sister Ding's attention from Su Qing. She frowned and looked behind her. She immediately saw the phoenix and Zhao Zhongheng. Looking at the other party's runic treasure bombardment, senior sister Ding glared and sneered. "Zhao Zhongheng, I originally didn't want to follow you. You were the one who took the initiative to send me to the Western Reef Archipelago. I said that we shouldn't take this path, but you insisted on putting on a brave front. It's fine if we were trapped here. Although I'm anxious to reach my destination, I can understand your helplessness. However, you actually had a way to escape but you didn't use it." Zhao Zhongheng felt bitter. At this moment, his posture when he had started this journey was long gone. He hurriedly explained. "Senior sister, you've misunderstood me. This is something my grandfather gave me to save my life. There aren't many uses left." Senior sister Ding snorted coldly and turned her head, ignoring him. Zhao Zhongheng became even more anxious and didn't dare to blame senior sister Ding. Hence, he put the blame on Su Qing. The more he looked at Su Qing's magic boat, the more he disliked it. However, the other party was clearly very strong, so he had no choice but to suppress his anger and use the talisman a few more times. After the talisman collapsed and dissipated, he finally broke free and caught up to Su Qing's magic boat. "Senior sister, come back. I know I was wrong." Senior sister Ding didn't seem to hear him. She smiled sweetly and looked at the side of Su Qing's face as she spoke softly. "Junior brother, are you hungry? I have some snacks here." As she spoke, senior sister Ding took out a small box from her storage bag. Chapter 139, 100 Sounds Become Een, 2. Chapter 139, 100 Sounds Become Een, 2. Su Qing shook his head and expressionlessly looked at senior sister Ding. "Senior sister Ding, we've left the vine area. Please get off the boat." Hearing Su Qing's words, Zhao Zhongheng was instantly excited. He thought to himself that this kid was still tactful, and looked at senior sister Ding expectantly. "Junior brother, which direction are you going in?" "Maybe it's on the way," senior sister Ding said with a sweet smile. Zhao Zhongheng's expression turned ugly. Seeing Su Qing frown, senior sister Ding's bright eyes moved slightly. After some thought, she spoke. "Junior brother, the place I'm going to is the Western Reef Archipelago. It's only a 5-day sea journey from here. If it's not on the way, I'll leave now. If it's on the way, I'm willing to pay another 200 spirit stones as a fee. Junior brother, what do you think?" As senior sister Ding spoke, she took out 2 spirit tickets and stared at Su Qing with her beautiful eyes. Su Qing looked at the spirit tickets and was extremely tempted. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to earn spirit stones after going out to sea. The sea lizard island he was going to was located in the depths of the Western Reef Archipelago, so it naturally was on the way. If the other party wanted to ride for free, he would definitely not agree. However, if she were to give 200 spirit stones. After Su Qing thought about it, he felt that it was very reasonable. 200 spirit stones might seem astonishing, but after all, she had boarded his boat. According to the sect's tradition, he had the responsibility of protecting her. It could be considered a temporary mission. Moreover, the sea was so dangerous and the mission was a little urgent. Hence, it was normal for her to give more spirit stones. At the thought of this, Su Qing nodded. The smile on senior sister Ding's face became even sweeter as she placed the spirit tickets in Su Qing's hand. As for Zhao Zhongheng, his expression turned from ugly to bitter. When he looked at Su Qing, even though he knew that the other party wasn't ordinary, he still couldn't control the anger in his eyes. Su Qing directly ignored Zhao Zhongheng's gaze and controlled the magic boat to move forward rapidly. He was in a good mood. He thought about how he could earn 200 spirit stones by just taking someone along with him. He felt that this was very worth it. The only thing that made him feel a little uncomfortable was that senior sister Ding had a lot to say. She seemed to have endless questions to ask, and most of them were related to him. Also, her gaze was always fixed on his face. This made Su Qing very annoyed and he just kept silent. However, the more silent he was, the more enthusiastic senior sister Ding became. This caused Su Qing to involuntarily speed up the magic boat, wanting to complete this journey as soon as possible. As for Zhao Zhongheng, his mentality was about to explode on the way. The flames in his eyes fused with the fire in his heart and seemed to have materialized. This was especially so when he thought about how much effort he had put in this time. In fact, his grandfather had even stepped forward to communicate with the other party's elders before he obtained this chance to be alone with her and perform. He didn't expect that his plan would actually be hijacked by a Piedmont disciple. He was going crazy and his entire body trembled. His countless grievances seemed like they could erupt out of his chest at any moment. This B*TCH, she didn't even come to my boat for free and insisted on spending money to board that gigolo's boat. She clearly has her eyes on him. Is she blind? I, Zhao Zhongheng, am countless times stronger than that kid. In terms of spirit stones, my net worth is countless. In terms of status, I'm a core disciple. In terms of background, my grandfather is an elder of the 7th peak. How can this kid compare to me? He can't even compare to a single strand of hair on me. What does he have? Other than the forbidden sea dragon whale, he's useless in everything else. He's just a pauper at the foot of the mountain. Isn't he just handsome? Can beauty be eaten? As Zhao Zhongheng's jealousy rose and fell intensely, the sun set and dusk passed. The sea in the evening was even more mysterious. The setting sun was still burning, illuminating the undulating waves and dyeing them red. It was as though flames were spreading, flickering and rolling, each wave higher than the last. This lasted until the fire in the sky slowly extinguished and the flames of the sea gradually dimmed. The world then turned pitch black. From afar, the dim surface of the sea was covered in layers of scales, and the sea breeze was also a little lighter. It was as though the entire world was gradually calming down. It was not possible to sail at night. The degree of danger was much greater than during the day. Hence, Su Qing chose to anchor the boat. Senior sister Ding, who was at the side, sat beside Su Qing and took out food. Her smile was still sweet as she passed it to Su Qing. Su Qing didn't eat. After thanking her, he returned to the cabin and activated the inner protective barrier to enter seclusion. Junior brother, are you going to cultivate? I'll guard you. Senior sister Ding didn't mind Su Qing's coldness at all. After she smiled and spoke, she really sat cross-legged outside the cabin. This scene caused Zhao Zhongheng, who was on the Phoenix, to go crazy again. However, looking at senior sister Ding's beautiful face, he still endured it and said from the Phoenix, "Senior sister, I have some sea fish here." "We." "Not interested," senior sister Ding said calmly. "Senior sister, I." "There's no need." "I." "Please be quiet. Don't disturb junior brother's cultivation." Senior sister Ding lifted her head and glanced at Zhao Zhongheng impatiently. Zhao Zhongheng's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at the cabin where Su Qing was cultivating. He was going crazy to the extreme in his heart, but he was helpless. He could only meditate to calm his anger. Just like that, time slowly passed and very soon, it was late at night. While Su Qing and the other two were meditating, under the night sky, an abnormal change slowly occurred in the deep seawater that no one noticed. In the sea, specks of starlight gathered and gradually transformed into wisps of shadows that slowly floated to the surface of the sea. These shadows seemed to be the mysterious and deep dreams that the black forbidden sea weaved for the travelers. However, as the shadows rose into the air, they continuously transformed into all kinds of sinister appearances, transforming into malicious ghosts, drowned humans, and rotting beasts. At the next instant, their original silence turned mournful. Waves of sharp cries that shook the soul tore through the air and spread in all directions. These sounds were abnormally tragic and frightening. Immediately, the dream became a nightmare. Su Qing and the other two instantly opened their eyes. Zhao Zhongheng's pupils contracted, and senior sister Ding's expression was solemn. Her right hand was placed on her storage bag. Su Qing walked out of the cabin and his gaze froze. As far as the eye could see, countless evil ghosts rose into the air and flew crazily toward the end of the pitch-black sky as though they had been summoned. They formed a group, then a crowd. It was sinister and paranormal. This was the night parade of 100 ghosts. Su Qing lifted his head and stared at everything. He watched as the malicious ghosts rose into the air while emitting sharp cries. In his mind, the description of the night parade of 100 ghosts appeared. There are wonders in the endless sea that mortals haven't heard of. With the golden crow Qi Yang as a companion, 100 sounds form a tune. Heavenly voice welcomes the moon. God was delighted. When he closed his eyes and looked, the endless sea became forbidden. The 100 sounds became in one. If my sect's disciples encounter them, don't move, don't touch, don't disturb. The words on the sea record mentioned a story. The story told all the 7 Blood Eyes disciples who were going out to see that this sea that surrounded the non-Huang continent was originally called the Endless Sea. In the past, before the fragmented face of the god appeared in the sky, there would occasionally be strange music echoing in the Endless Sea. This music was extraordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear it even if they went out to sea. Only cultivators could hear a thing or two amidst the drifting music on the sea. The story also introduced the origins of this piece of music. The sun in the sky wasn't a star but a huge golden crow divine bird. Its name was Qi Yang. Every morning, it would fly out of its bedroom in the depths of the endless sea and return at night. This cycle repeated endlessly as though it had a mission. Every time it returned to its bedroom at night, musicians would play a tune for it. This tune contained 100 notes, forming a dreamy meaning. As for the name of the musical piece, it was called Heavenly Voice Welcomes the Moon. Every time the tune rang out, the bright moon would rise into the air and patrol the world on behalf of Qi Yang. Until one day when the god's fragmented face arrived. He, who was floating outside the sky of the world, was very happy when he heard this tune. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. The instant his gaze landed, the endless sea boiled. The density of anomalous substances exceeded imagination, causing the endless sea to become a forbidden sea filled with dense anomalous substances. As for the 100 notes that formed the tune, they were also invaded. The sounds turned into een, and as if they had died, they turned into ghosts. The Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. Chapter 140, Deep Sea Dragon Shadow, 1. Chapter 140, Deep Sea Dragon Shadow, 1. The story told all the 7 Blood Eyes disciples that once they went out to sea and encountered this strange scene, they shouldn't move, touch it, or disturb it. As the contents of the record in the Sea Records library appeared in his mind, he sat cross-legged on the magic boat and looked up at the countless ferocious ghosts in the surroundings. They let out waves of ear-piercing roars and rose into the air in huge groups. The main point mentioned in the record isn't the story itself. Su Qing looked at the sky and mumbled inwardly amidst the coldness of the surroundings. It's just that, its description of everything uses the word story, not legend. Compared to legends, the term story often represents a scene that really happened. Su Qing drew in a deep breath and stared at his surroundings. Countless malicious ghosts filled the sky and sea, and their voices became increasingly mournful. This scene was enough to intimidate the timid and make them shiver in horror. However, to Su Qing, he was used to it. He had seen the eyes of the god before. He had lived in a dead city filled with ferocious beasts and strange things for more than half a month. He had also seen too much life and death in the slums that were shrouded in the darkness of human nature since he was young. After experiencing tempering and baptism in the jungle of the Forbidden Zone and the 7 Blood Eyes, to him, these strange things weren't the only things that killed people. Anything in this world could kill. Such a scene might cause others to feel fear, but to Su Qing, it was not significant. Due to his calm state, Su Qing could faintly hear the lingering sounds of music amidst the cries of these malicious ghosts rising into the air. Su Qing closed his eyes and didn't move at all, as though he was trying to listen to the music. From afar, regardless of whether it was him or this magic boat, they were insignificant in the sea. As the boat swayed, they were gradually covered by the night parade of 100 ghosts. Only the lingering sound beside Su Qing's ear became clearer and clearer. Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, Night Dance of 100 Ghosts, Night Song of 100 Ghosts. Time slowly passed under Zhao Zhongheng's nervousness, Su Qing's concentrated listening, and senior sister Ding's curiosity toward Su Qing's state. As morning arrived and the night music dissipated, Su Qing opened his eyes. There were still faint echoes of the music lingering in his mind. Senior sister Ding's beautiful eyes landed on Su Qing and she couldn't help but ask. Junior brother Su, were you listening the entire night? Did you hear anything? Su Qing didn't bother. He didn't want to be disturbed at this moment. He continued to immerse himself in the lingering sound in his mind without even blinking his eyes. This made senior sister Ding even more curious. She looked at Su Qing and patted her storage bag with her right hand. She immediately took out a jade box and handed it over. Junior brother Su, there's a clarity pill in here. It has a very good effect of nourishing the soul. I'll give it to you. Can you tell me the answer? On the phoenix, Zhao Zhongheng's eyes instantly widened and his breathing became hurried. The flames in his eyes almost couldn't be suppressed. This pill was a gift he had given senior sister Ding when he saw her impatient expression earlier. Now, Su Qing wasn't happy and senior sister Ding was giving him the same gift. This scene caused him to go completely crazy. Clarity pill. Su Qing's attention was instinctively attracted. He knew about the clarity pill and also knew that the value of this rare pill wasn't small. Hence, he was a little surprised. He took the jade box and opened it. After taking a look and confirming that there were no problems, he placed it in his pocket. Seeing that Su Qing had accepted it, senior sister Ding was very happy. She smiled at Su Qing. Junior brother Su, tell me. I know that the sea record mentioned the night song of 100 ghosts. Only those with sharp senses can hear it. Su Qing nodded as a hint of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. I heard the sound of teacher guiding me when he taught me about herbs and medicine. Junior brother Su, you actually know the Tao of plants. How impressive. Senior sister Ding's face was filled with admiration. As for Zhao Zhongheng, who was on the phoenix, his face revealed disdain. He curled his lips and said in a low voice. Who doesn't know how to brag? Senior sister Ding didn't bother with the jealous Zhao Zhongheng. She eagerly asked Su Qing about the Tao of plants. On account of the clarity pill, although Su Qing felt a little impatient, he still forced himself to reply. On the way, Zhao Zhongheng was clearly even more anxious. In order to pull his senior sister back to his side, he began to curry favor and frequently gave her gifts. However, senior sister Ding mostly rejected him coldly. Occasionally, when she really had no choice, she would reluctantly accept the gifts. However, she didn't have the slightest intention of changing boats. Instead, on Su Qing's boat, bell-like laughter would often ring out. This caused Zhao Zhongheng's internal organs to be burned by anger. This was especially so for the next few days on the road. Senior sister Ding's laughter could be heard even more than when she was with him for a year. Many times, he even saw that it was senior sister Ding who took the initiative to find a topic to talk about with Su Qing, asking about plants and medicinal herbs. However, Zhao Zhongheng clearly knew that Ding Shui usually didn't have the slightest interest in herbs. If Su Qing didn't speak, she would give him gifts as consultation fees. Those gifts were all from him. This scene caused Zhao Zhongheng to be in a daze many times. Vaguely, he felt that everything was so familiar. He and senior sister Ding seemed somewhat similar. This discovery caused Zhao Zhongheng to feel sorrow from the bottom of his heart. However, he was unwilling to give up. He could only force himself to be in good spirits and try his best to keep up. In fact, in order to attract senior sister Ding's attention, Zhao Zhongheng simply erupted with his cultivation along the way and kept capturing all kinds of sea beasts to invite her to taste them. This method indeed had some effect, and this made Zhao Zhongheng's heart come alive again. Chapter 141, Deep Sea Dragon Shadow, 2. Chapter 141, Deep Sea Dragon Shadow, 2. On the afternoon of the third day, when Su Qing's magic boat and the phoenix were advancing on the surface of the sea, a sharp cry rang out from the sky. Su Qing, who was meditating on the magic boat, opened his eyes and saw a pseudo-tooth bird spinning in the sky. Its huge and slender wings were more than 20 feet long and its green body had some mud spots on it. What was most eye-catching was its astonishing beak that was like two huge iron pincers. One could imagine how terrifying its bite force was. At this moment, the sea was calm like a huge black mirror, and seabirds showed up frequently. The pseudo-tooth bird was only one of them. Many small black dots could be seen in the distance. They were different types of seabirds searching for prey at noon. The pseudo-tooth bird circling in the sky seemed to have determined that its prey was Su Qing and the others as it kept close to them. However, it also seemed to have sensed danger, so it circled a few times and was about to leave. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at the pseudo-tooth bird in the sky before lowering his head to look at the calm sea. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, but he didn't bother with it. However, Zhao Zhongheng, who was on the phoenix, revealed a look of joy in his eyes. He smiled and shouted at Senior Sister Ding, who had noticed the scene in the sky. Senior Sister Ding, the sea record mentioned this kind of pseudo-tooth bird. It seems to taste quite good. I'll get it and we can eat it for lunch. Junior brother Su, do you want to eat the pseudo-tooth bird for lunch? Senior Sister Ding looked at the pseudo-tooth bird in the sky and smiled sweetly at Su Qing. Su Qing still had a good impression of Senior Sister Ding. The other party's eagerness to learn reminded him of his past self. Although she asked a lot of questions about herbs, she paid him as well. The value of the items she gave was almost 200 spirit stones. At the same time, after interacting with them for the past few days, Su Qing had a deeper impression of the two core disciples of the seventh peak. However, he wouldn't carelessly judge all the core disciples just because of these two's performances. Core disciples were also humans, and as long as one was a human, it was impossible for them to have the same personality. Some were smart, some were stupid, some were vigilant, and some were rash. Among the core disciples, some were innocent, but there would definitely be those who emitted the same baleful aura as the gray-robed disciples who moved up from the savage environment at the foot of the mountain. Su Qing felt that he had not seen them because he had come into contact with very few core disciples. As for Zhao Zhongheng, he wasn't bad either. He was just very stupid. As the captain had said, he was a good-for-nothing. Senior Sister Ding also wasn't stupid. She was just too well protected and didn't match this chaotic world. However, it was precisely this that further proved the strength of her background. This point could also be verified from Zhao Zhongheng's attitude. This was especially so when he thought of how her hand had been on her storage bag during the night parade of 100 ghosts. Su Qing was sure that she must have astonishing life-saving methods and was the reason her elders were at ease letting her go out to sea. Hence, Su Qing reminded her. The surface of the sea is too calm. Something is wrong. Coward. Zhao Zhongheng sneered. He waved his hands, preparing to cast a spell to capture the pseudo-tooth bird. The pseudo-tooth bird that was leaving seemed to have sensed Zhao Zhongheng's intentions and stopped. Its aggressive nature was stimulated. After circling in the air, it suddenly sped up and descended from the sky like a shooting star, shooting toward the magic boats. Its figure tore through the air, creating waves of sonic booms. Good. Zhao Zhongheng laughed loudly. With a sway of his body, he leaped up from the boat and was about to attack. Su Qing became vigilant. He looked at the surface of the sea behind the magic boat. He saw that the area of hundreds of feet there was actually churning intensely as the pseudo-tooth bird approached. It was as though something was rapidly approaching the surface from the bottom of the sea. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes as he quickly performed a series of hand seals. In an instant, his magic boat went into defensive mode. The instant the defensive mode was formed, through the eyes of his dragon whale, he saw a gigantic creature approaching at an astonishing speed from behind the magic boat. In the blink of an eye, it arrived from the bottom of the sea and broke through the surface of the sea. About an area of hundreds of meters of the sea's surface directly exploded. A gigantic head that was pitch black and covered in scales like a dragon or crocodile broke out of the sea with unprecedented ferocity and cruelty. The fishy smell instantly spread in all directions, and the waves churned intensely. The head opened its mouth and directly swallowed the incoming pseudo-tooth bird. The pseudo-tooth bird looked very large, but compared to the beast's open mouth, it was like a small snack. It was instantly swallowed by the dragon crocodile-like mouth. With a boom, the beast's head fell back into the sea. The waves surged into the sky and spread in all directions, causing Su Qing's boat and Zhao Zhongheng's phoenix to be like leaves on the sea, involuntarily tumbling backward. However, the former was orderly, while the latter was on the verge of losing control. Zhao Zhongheng's expression changed drastically and horror appeared on his face. At that moment, he was already in the air. Fortunately, his speed wasn't very fast. Otherwise, if he had gotten close to the pseudo-tooth bird just now, the bird wouldn't be the only one devoured. The intense palpitations brought about by the line between life and death made him unable to block the seawater from soaking him. His face was pale as he retreated rapidly to the phoenix. Even when his feet landed on the deck, he was still trembling. It was as though he was afraid that if he retreated too slowly, that terrifying mouth would appear again. However, as a disciple of the seventh peak, his intrinsic quality still allowed him to instinctively control the magic boat, allowing it to gradually regain control. That's the plesiosaur. Senior Sister Ding, come here quickly. We have to leave this area immediately. As the waves churned, Zhao Zhongheng, who was standing on the swaying phoenix, spoke anxiously as he controlled the magic boat. Shut up. If it wasn't for your stupid idea to agitate the pseudo-tooth bird, it would have flown away. Why would it attack? The sea record mentioned that the pseudo-tooth bird is the favorite meat of the plesiosaur. It's obvious that the plesiosaur was attracted by the pseudo-tooth bird. If you didn't act recklessly, this plesiosaur would definitely have left with it. Senior Sister Ding's expression was ugly. Although plesiosaurs weren't the strongest among the predators in the Forbidden Sea, being able to survive among the endless anomalous substances meant that they were ferocious. Moreover, it was very difficult to judge the strength of each of them by their cultivation. After all, with its huge body, unless the difference in combat strength was obvious, there was a high chance that the victory would belong to it. Zhao Zhongheng wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't say anything. He could only reply bitterly. Maybe it will leave in a while. Senior Sister Ding's intrinsic quality was clearly much better than Zhao Zhongheng's. At this moment, even though her emotions were in turmoil, she still circulated all her cultivation and took out a green longsword. At the same time, she placed her right hand on her storage bag, ready to take out her trump card at any time. She then looked at the sea warily. Compared to the two of them, Su Qing was much calmer. He had sensed that something was wrong with the sea area earlier, so he got the magic boat to use the defensive state in advance. The huge waves rolled over like a giant's large hand, ruthlessly slapping Su Qing's magic boat, causing it to keep moving away in the waves. However, overall, the magic boat's stability was very good, so it didn't lose control. Instead, it retreated in an orderly manner with the help of the waves. His calmness also calmed Senior Sister Ding's emotions. Her gaze slowly turned sharp. It didn't leave. Su Qing's eyes gleamed as he spoke in a low voice. Chapter 142, Using the Sea Enlightenment Art, 1. Chapter 142, Using the Sea Enlightenment Art, 1. Through the dragon whale in the sea, Su Qing could clearly see that the terrifying existence at the bottom of the sea had yet to leave. Instead, it twisted its body and stopped in the distance. Its dragon or crocodile-like head was facing them. Its cold gaze revealed a killing intent as it locked onto Su Qing's boat and the dragon whale below. It seemed to be weighing the strength of its prey before it moved for the kill. Its body was like a huge penguin, more than 2,000 feet tall. Its four majestic dragon fins swayed slightly, and barnacles grew all over them, emitting countless tiny tentacles. The most astonishing thing was its exaggerated and slender neck, which had a row of sharp black spikes. It was indeed a plesiosaur. This was one of the common hunters in the Forbidden Sea that had been mentioned in the sea record. Su Qing's breathing hastened slightly, but he still maintained his composure. His experience in the Forbidden Zone's jungle allowed him to know that unless there was no possibility of fighting against a powerful ferocious beast, he couldn't show any fear. This was especially so for the plesiosaur that the sea record had described. It was cautious by nature, so once it felt that the enemy wasn't someone to be trifled with, it would leave. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. The two of you, spread out your cultivation bases and form a deterrence. Senior Sister Ding didn't say a word and immediately did as she was told. Her cultivation base erupted even more intensely, forming fluctuations. Although Zhao Zhongheng was stupid, he wasn't hopelessly stupid. He hurriedly spread out his cultivation and even controlled the phoenix to assume an attacking posture. All of this caused the plesiosaur to be a little restless. Its body slowly moved, but it clearly didn't want to give up. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. He then performed a one-handed seal and the 8-winged sail on the magic boat immediately contracted. At the same time that the protective barrier was fully activated, the cultivation base in his body circulated at full force. Amidst the rumbling, the aura of the 8th level of the mountains and seas art erupted. A shadow appeared behind him. It had dry and cracked skin, green body, spiral horn, and red crazed eyes. The moment Ba appeared, it let out a ferocious roar toward the bottom of the sea. An astonishingly high temperature spread out fiercely. This high temperature was strange, like it couldn't be extinguished. Water vapor appeared on the surrounding sea, causing the surroundings to be a little hazy. The plesiosaur immediately became restless, as though it was very uncomfortable with this sudden change. It began to retreat, but the extent wasn't great. This scene caused Senior Sister Ding's eyes to widen, revealing intense light. Zhao Zhongheng even gasped. The gaze he used to look at Su Qing once again revealed astonishment. Su Qing didn't bother with the two of them. At that moment, all his attention was on the plesiosaur. After using the mountains and seas art, he also circulated his sea transformation art with all his might without hesitation. Immediately, the seawater in the surroundings of the magic boat transformed into wild undercurrents. There was also the violent aura of the dragon whale that locked onto the plesiosaur. Not only that, but the horn and 4 legs of Su Qing's magic boat also emitted a resplendent light that carried intense deterrence as it spread out. The devouring power contained in the horn and the 3,000 blades in each leg were all prepared to erupt at this moment. The chill was astonishing, causing the plesiosaur's entire body to tremble. The spikes on its neck swayed rapidly. Clearly, it felt an intense threat and was in a standoff with Su Qing. Su Qing's gaze fused with the dragon whale's eyes as he stared coldly. Just like that, the time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. The plesiosaur sensed that Su Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with. It circled around and slowly retreated. In the end, it gave up on hunting, disappearing into the distance. Su Qing didn't let down his guard. He maintained a fully armed state and controlled the magic boat to move. Only after the magic boat had completely left the sea area for a long while did he let out a deep breath. At the side, Senior Sister Ding and Zhao Zhongheng on the Phoenix heaved a sigh of relief. The sea record said that this sea beast doesn't like to take risks and will only attack when it is 100% confident. As expected, Su Qing looked at the sea in front of him. He knew that this place was actually just the coastal area. It was far from the deep sea area. However, even so, it was already so dangerous. One could imagine that the entire sea must be extremely strange and dangerous. Su Qing's gaze landed on the fragmented face of the god in the sky. Everything was because of his arrival. His appearance changed all living beings, making everything even more ferocious and terrifying. Su Qing looked at the sea silently. The image of the plesiosaur from earlier slowly emerged in his mind and a look of contemplation appeared in his eyes. Its appearance seems to be more suitable for survival in the Forbidden Sea. Su Qing pondered. After he sat down cross-legged, he performed a series of hand seals with both hands. Immediately, the appearance of the dragon whale under his magic boat slowly changed under his attempts. At the same time, Senior Sister Ding and Zhao Zhongheng, who had escaped danger, heaved a sigh of relief. They also looked at Su Qing. The former's expression became brighter, while the latter's bitterness and horror still lingered. Although they didn't see Su Qing attack, the might of his aura, the terror of the Ba Shadow, and the existence of the Forbidden Sea dragon whale made the two of them very clear that Su Qing was even stronger than they had imagined. Blood and chi turning into shadow. Not only did this Sugai form the Forbidden Sea dragon whale with the sea transformation art, but his body refinement has also reached the great circle of perfection. How can he be so strong? Not only is this junior brother so good-looking, but his cultivation level is even deeper than what I judged previously. Moreover, he might have some hidden cards that he hasn't used yet. There's a high chance that such a person can reach the foundation building realm in the future. Just when they were thinking of different things, the changes in the dragon whale under Su Qing's magic boat were getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 143, Using the Sea Enlightenment Art, 2. Chapter 143, Using the Sea Enlightenment Art, 2. Its neck gradually became slender, and a row of sharp spikes appeared on it. 4 flippers extended from its body, and it looked more and more like a plesiosaur. The feeling of cruelty it gave off grew increasingly intense as it changed. before he saw the plesiosaur, Su-Ching couldn't make microscopic changes. However, now that he had seen it, he felt that the other party's appearance would increase the dragon whale's speed and increase its agility and attack power in hunting. At the same time, in the dragon whale's surroundings, as the sea transformation art circulated, swordfish formed and pseudo-tooth birds also appeared. There was even a small giant figure that slowly formed amidst the gathering of water droplets. At the next instant, as the surface of the sea rumbled, the dragon whale that had its appearance changed by Su-Ching broke through the surface of the sea and flew out. It let out a roar in the air and swordfishes followed it, forming rainbows under the sunlight. Senior Sister Ding and Zhao Zhongheng's eyes widened. After sensing the spirit energy fluctuations that belonged to the seventh peak sea transformation art, they were stunned. Not all disciples at the 8th level of the sea transformation art could possess extreme control to form a dragon whale. Not all disciples who formed the dragon whale could grasp extreme control over it and change its form. All of this caused Senior Sister Ding and Zhao Zhongheng, who were already shocked, to be even more shaken. Regardless of whether it was the plesiosaur or the swordfishes, these weren't the spell patterns recorded in the sea transformation art but Su-Ching's comprehension from this trip to the sea. The sea was like a Tao teacher. At the same time, it was profound and supernatural. When one was beside it, some insightful people could silently achieve enlightenment. Time slowly passed just like that. On the way, Zhao Zhongheng felt even more bitter and dejected. He had completely realized that he couldn't afford to offend this Su-Ching. The probability of Su-Ching reaching the foundation building realm in the future was extremely high. Once he reached the foundation building realm, he would have to respectfully greet him. He didn't even have the thought of asking his grandfather for help. It wasn't like he hadn't encountered similar situations in the past. However, although the other party ended up in a miserable state, he also ended up in an equally miserable state. There were a few times when he thought that his grandfather would beat him to death. He could only pray in his heart that the journey would end early and Su-Ching would leave. As if his prayers were answered, the sea was calm for the next few days and the three of them didn't encounter any danger. The magic boats gradually got closer and closer to the Western Reef Archipelago until the outline of the archipelago could be seen in the distance. As for Senior Sister Ding's enthusiasm, it continued to rise on the way. Ever since she boarded the ship, the materials she had given in order to obtain knowledge were worth more than 300 spirit stones. This allowed Su-Ching to see Senior Sister Ding's thirst for knowledge. He felt that the other party was a good person. After all, if his hunt at sea wasn't smooth, his gains might not even be that much. However, when he thought about how he had spent a large amount of cultivation time to guide the other party and clear her doubts about herbs, and how he had the responsibility to protect her along the way, Su-Ching weighed the pros and cons in his heart and felt that the transaction was very reasonable. In the last half a day, Su-Ching still patiently answered Senior Sister Ding's questions. However, he didn't accept any more materials from her. He admired Senior Sister Ding's eagerness to learn. When Zhao Zhongheng saw this scene, he sighed in despair in his heart. He felt that if a gigolo started to not take money, it was because the latter had developed feelings. He looked at the distant Western Reef Archipelago and wished they could reach there immediately and end the voyage so that Su-Ching could leave. Just like that, dusk gradually passed. As the three of them sailed, no matter how reluctant Senior Sister Ding was, the Western Reef Archipelago became clearer and clearer in their eyes. When they arrived at the destination of Senior Sister Ding's trip, Zhao Zhongheng was extremely excited. He looked expectantly at Senior Sister Ding. "Junior Brother Su, are you really not coming with us? I am here to visit an elder. It's my aunt. Her cultivation is profound and she likes to guide the younger generation. If you come, you will definitely gain a lot." Before Senior Sister Ding got off the boat, she tried to persuade Su-Ching. Zhao Zhongheng's heart instantly skipped a beat. His heart was in his throat as he stared fixedly at Su-Ching, afraid that Su-Ching would agree. "I'm not going. I still have other things to deal with. Senior Sister Ding, take care." A polite smile appeared on Su-Ching's face. After Senior Sister Ding slowly got off the magic boat while turning around to look at Su-Ching again and again, Su-Ching's magic boat let out a muffled sound and slowly retreated. It then changed directions and sailed toward the distance. On the shore of the island behind him, Senior Sister Ding's Taoist robe and hair fluttered in the wind. She lifted her beautiful face and her bright eyes looked at Su-Ching who was on the magic boat. She suddenly spoke loudly. Junior brother Su, take care. After this voyage ends and we return to the sect, I'll continue to seek guidance from you. Zhao Zhongheng's heart skipped a beat again and his face fell. Su Qing nodded slightly and waved his hand. He then controlled the magic boat and gradually sailed into the sea. As he left the island and the magic boat returned to peace, Su Qing's expression also became sharp amidst the calmness. Standing on the magic boat, he slowly seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the forbidden sea behind the distant archipelago. That direction was his destination, the location of the sea lizard island. At his current speed, he would be able to reach it in 2 days at most. As a public resource point that produced sea lizard skin, there must be killings and fights there. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. After many days at sea, he was even more familiar with the forbidden sea. At the same time, he was also prepared to make a move. I have to be more vigilant, Euro. Su Qing mumbled and waved his right hand. Immediately, the magic boat erupted with speed again and whistled forward on the surface of the sea. According to the nautical chart, it was getting closer and closer to the sea lizard island. On the way, he began to organize his dagger, put on his boxing gloves, sharpened the black iron stick, and checked his poison. 1 day, 2 days Euro. On the 3rd day, dusk filled the sky and the afterglow of dusk shone through the gaps in the dark clouds onto the sea. The wind on the sea was clearly much more violent as an island appeared before Su Qing. The entire island was pitch black, as though it was enveloped in dark clouds, as though there were ferocious beasts hidden there. Rot and humidity lingered around it, revealing desolation and death. Hundreds of boats were floating in the surroundings. Each of them had their own differences, but they weren't the Seventh Peak's magic boats. There were also some human and beast corpses that had died for an unknown period of time on the beach, giving off a cold feeling. Looking further up, the island was surrounded by a black-colored mountain jungle and mountains. The murderous aura in the air carried a sense of oppression. Just like the black clouds in the dusk at this moment, it pressed down deeply and filled the surroundings. As Su Qing's magic boat got closer, many gazes that were hiding in the mountains and jungle instantly opened and coldly locked onto Su Qing. Su Qing could clearly sense the hostility in the gazes. He slowly narrowed his eyes. His expression was calm, but his body emitted an aura as sharp as a blade. It was as though he had transformed into a fierce wolf, causing those gazes to stop and retract one after another. Su Qing was expressionless. With a sway of his body, he stepped onto the beach and kept the magic boat. He flicked the dust off his body and walked toward the jungle. When he passed by the corpses that were everywhere, he would glance at them. Chapter 144, Demon Lands on the Island, 1. Chapter 144, Demon Lands on the Island, 1. The grayish-brown broken bones were scattered on the black beach. Some of them had weathered and were rough like sand. Some of them didn't seem to have died for long, and there were still pieces of rotting flesh hanging on them. The sea breeze blew over, stirring up the gravel on the ground. It then piled up in the human and beast skulls and curled up. The entire sea lizard island was reflected in Su Qing's eyes. It was filled with gloom and cruelty. Only the setting sun that was like a red fallen leaf falling onto the beach seemed to have covered their deaths with a pall. Unfortunately, this pall was also red. Su Qing retracted his gaze from the broken bones in the surroundings. As the world gradually darkened, he calmly walked toward the jungle. As he got closer, his figure disappeared. The moment he stepped into the jungle, the dark night covered him like a pair of large hands. The sky was pitch black and the sun had stepped aside. In the jungle, Su Qing's figure was like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast as he moved on the large trees. His gaze was like a pseudo-toothed bird's. As he moved forward, he calmly observed his surroundings. Su Qing wasn't unfamiliar with the jungle. Although this was an island and not the forbidden zone back then, the experience of surviving in the jungle would work here as well. This was especially so for the vegetation on the ground. There were also some common medicinal herbs which were familiar to Su Qing. At the same time, his figure was like a fish in water in the jungle, his movements incomparably agile. However, he also gradually discovered some special places. In this jungle, many trees had collapsed, and the collapsed areas were mostly connected to the sea. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He arrived at a place where trees had collapsed. Standing there, he first observed his surroundings as well as the locations where the trees had broken and the direction they had fallen in. After that, he lowered his head and swept his gaze across the ground and the broken trees. There are scale fragments on the Trisayuro. Suchin picked up a palm-sized grayish-black fragment from the broken wood on the ground. There was a faint fishy smell lingering on it. It's the skin of a sea lizard, and it's been some time. Suchin had already made a judgment in his mind. Clearly, the sea lizard had crawled out of the sea and walked toward the jungle. Wherever it passed, trees would be knocked down. There are many such locations. This means that every sea lizard that comes here to shed their skin will take a different path. This is reasonable. I wonder if the final location chosen by the sea lizards to shed their skin is random or there's a general area. Suchin mumbled and decided to follow the path the sea lizard had taken a long time ago to see what was going on. After making a decision, he sped up while following the traces on the path. However, his vigilance grew increasingly intense. Suchin didn't know if there were any cultivators here who had surpassed the chi condensation realm. He had analyzed on the way here that although the sea lizard's skin was expensive, foundation building cultivators most likely wouldn't fancy it. However, he had no choice but to be wary. After all, many things couldn't be ignored based on a simple judgment. The wind from the forest blew over, bringing with it the smell of rotting vegetation. Suchin took a deep breath but didn't smell any other auras. He didn't stop. And continued forward. An hour later, when the sky was getting darker, Suchin leaped up and squatted on a tree crown near the mountain range. There was a dark glint in his eyes as he stared not far away. In front of him, there was a piece of broken sea lizard skin. It was grayish-black and very dry. Clearly, it had been there for a long time, as though it had shattered from fighting. When Suchin came, he had checked the information and knew that the sea lizard skin could only be preserved in a special way when it was just shed. Otherwise, once it was shed for too long and its spirituality dissipated, it would have no value. This was also the reason why the competition for the sea lizard skin was bound to be bloody. This was because everyone who came to this island like Suchin had to wait and fight for it the moment the sea lizard skin shed. Suchin left the tree crown, expanding the scope of his exploration in the surroundings. This lasted until he scouted the surroundings of the mountain range and followed the mountain range for a distance. He saw many sea lizard skins. At the same time, he discovered that the places where the sea lizards shed their skin were mostly near the mountain range. Moreover, it was obvious that the higher the mountain range, the greater the number of broken skins. All of this gave him an answer. The molting of sea lizards is done in a specific area and they yearn for higher places. Suchin lifted his head and looked at the tallest mountain among the several mountains on the sea lizard island. His gaze then turned sharp. That place should be the true treasure land on this island. Only the powerful sea lizards would be able to head there. Their skins are the most valuable. Suchin no longer hesitated and headed toward the highest mountain peak at full speed. He didn't stop at all on the way. As he nimbly shuttled through, he also noticed the figures of cultivators waiting on other mountain peaks. These people were basically rogue cultivators. Their cultivation levels were around the 5th level of chi condensation. Although they weren't very strong, the ruthlessness in their eyes was clearly visible. They clearly knew their limits and chose the shorter mountain ranges. All of them stared warily at Suchin's arrival and only heaved a sigh of relief when they noticed that he was only passing by. Suchin also heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that with so many low-level cultivators gathered here, it meant that his previous judgment shouldn't be wrong. The chances of foundation building existence here weren't very high. However, he didn't let his guard down. This was because if there was really a foundation building cultivator, there was a high chance that they would be at the place he was going to now. Just like that, not long later, with Suchin's speed, he traversed through many mountains and finally arrived at the tallest mountain on Sea Lizard Island. As he arrived, strands of chi instantly erupted from the mountain peak and locked onto him. Chapter 145, Demon Lands on the Island, 2. Chapter 145, Demon Lands on the Island, 2. Suchin stopped in his tracks. After sensing carefully, his expression was a little strange. He still didn't discover the aura of a foundation building cultivator. Hence, he walked forward with a calm expression. At the same time, he noticed a large number of broken sea lizard skins on this mountain peak. The auras emitted by these sea lizard skins were at least at the 5th or 6th level of chi condensation. This allowed Su Qing to confirm his judgment. When sea lizards shed their skin, they indeed moved toward higher places. As for the auras that were probing him, Su Qing didn't bother with them. He headed straight for the top of the mountain and soon arrived at his destination. At the top of the mountain was a huge basin surrounded by trees. Many cultivators were scattered around. Their cultivation levels were clearly much stronger than the cultivators from the other mountain peaks. Most of them were at the 8th or 9th level of qi condensation, and there were even a few who were at the perfected qi condensation realm. There indeed wasn't a foundation building cultivator. As for the cultivators here, their gazes were either savage or cold and filled with bloodthirst. They were clearly fugitives. Moreover, the human race wasn't the majority here. On the contrary, the non-human races occupied the majority. Among them, there were lone wolves and those who moved in groups. There were also some who clearly smelled strongly of the sea. Clearly, they were pirates who were at sea all year round. They were all staring at Su Qing. When Su Qing walked over, his gaze swept past them and he immediately recognized 3 to 5 people on the wanted list. A strange glint appeared in his eyes. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he found a large tree and sat on it to rest. Although he had some guesses about the fact that there were no foundation-building cultivators here, Su Qing still felt that if there wasn't even a foundation-building cultivator, the reason might not be what he thought. Su Qing pondered. At the same time, he retracted his gaze from his surroundings. He wasn't unfamiliar with the malice of the cultivators. Regardless of whether it was the slums or the scavenger campsite, it was all similar. He sat there calmly and was about to cultivate when he frowned slightly. He coldly looked at the few pirates who were still looking over. These pirates were a small group of 8 cultivators. Among them, there were 2 humans and 6 non-humans. The latter had different appearances. Some had tentacles on their bodies, some had 3 eyes, and one had wings on his back. They looked at Su Qing with unfriendly gazes that contained vicious intent. The winged non-human among them whispered to his companions. After that, Su Qing saw the 3-eyed non-human walking toward him. This place doesn't welcome the disciples of the 7 blood eyes, so you can either scram or stay here as nourishment. The 3-eyed non-human approached and said sinisterly. At the same time, the spiritual fluctuations of the 8th level of qi condensation were released unscrupulously, forming a deterrence. Su Qing seriously sized up the non-human in front of him, wanting to determine if his neck was a vital point. He then looked at the other party's companions not far away. He knew very well that this was a test from this group. If he was easy to bully, he would become their target for plunder. Su Qing suddenly lifted his right hand and grabbed behind him. A translucent figure that suddenly appeared behind him was grabbed tightly by the neck. Amidst the intense struggle, this translucent figure rapidly became clear, revealing a blue-haired non-human with scales all over its face. From its clothes, it was obvious that it was in the same group as this group of pirates. At that moment, terror appeared in the non-human's eyes. Just as he was about to counterattack, Su Qing ruthlessly clenched his right hand. The non-human's neck shattered audibly. This wasn't the end. The power of the sea transformation art gushed in, and in the blink of an eye, the blood in the non-human's body was controlled by Su Qing to directly break through its body, causing the non-human's body to collapse and explode. A pile of flesh and blood scattered on the ground, but none of them tainted Su Qing's clothes. The organs of the non-human races were different from humans. Su Qing didn't want to waste time identifying the vital parts. If he completely destroyed them, they would still be dead. Su Qing's gaze didn't fluctuate at all when killing the non-human. It was as though he was simply crushing an ant to death. He continued to coldly stare at the 3-eyed non-human in front of him. The 3-eyed non-human's body trembled slightly and his breathing was clearly hurried. The expressions of his companions behind him also changed one after another. All of them were incomparably vigilant and solemn. Misunderstanding. The 3-eyed non-human took a deep breath and sensed that Su Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with. He spoke in a low voice and slowly retreated. However, he didn't know Su Qing and didn't know that Su Qing's principle was to do his best to kill any existence that threatened his life. Hence, the instant the 3-eyed non-human retreated, Su Qing moved. His speed erupted, and his entire person transformed into an afterimage. The instant the 3-eyed non-human's expression changed drastically and he waved his hand to form a spirit energy defense, Su Qing had already closed in and punched out. Amidst the rumbling, the three-eyed non-human spirit energy defense directly shattered into pieces. The eyes of the three-eyed non-human narrowed to the extreme, and he was about to speak when Suqing's fist smashed into his chest like a hot knife through butter. The three-eyed non-human's body trembled intensely as his chest caved in. All the organs in his body directly collapsed. The expressions of the pirates not far away changed drastically. All of them stood up with low shouts and were about to attack. However, Suqing's speed was even faster than them. In reality, when he killed the first pirate, he had already decided to eliminate this group of pirates completely. Suqing's speed was astonishing. Under the gazes of the many rogue cultivators and non-human races in the surroundings, he charged into the group of pirates almost instantly. Miserable cries and the sounds of spells colliding instantly rang out. In the blink of an eye, 6 pirates were killed or injured. The expression of the remaining winged non-human was filled with unprecedented horror. He soared into the air and was about to escape. However, at the next moment, a sharp dagger whistled over and pierced between his brows, causing his body to fall from the air. Gasps rang out in the surroundings. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators' gazes became extremely solemn. All of them looked at the expressionless Suqing, who was walking beside the pirates' corpses, with fear. Suqing ignored the gazes from the surroundings and used his dagger to cut off the heads of the pirates' corpses one by one. He then walked all the way to his resting place and hung the pirates' heads on the tree as a sign. After doing all this, Suqing sat down cross-legged and looked at the other end of the basin. There was a large boulder there. Behind the boulder, a gigantic snake head was revealed, as well as a familiar figure under the snake head. He's here too. Suqing was vigilant. He knew that the other party was strange. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the huge snake behind the other party. This figure was none other than the old man from the inn on Ponchuan Road. When he saw Suqing at this moment, he felt depressed. Why is this kid here too? The two of them looked at each other across the basin but quickly retracted their gazes. Unlucky. The old man said in a low voice, but the eyes of the large snake clearly lit up. Why are you greeting him? He doesn't understand your gurgle. The old man glared at the snake angrily. What? You want to ask him if he likes snakes or if he likes to eat snake gallbladders? Are you crazy? Is there a need to ask? Didn't you notice just now? He glanced at your gallbladder again. Gurgle. You don't believe me. The old man was speechless. Gurgle. I won't help you ask. Didn't you secretly register to join the 7th Peaks Intelligence Department behind my back? Go back and check how many snakes this kid killed. The old man couldn't be bothered with the huge snake beside him. He felt that ever since this snake saw that kid, Suqing, it seemed to have been possessed and its brain was damaged. Keep on insisting that he was looking at your figure. Hee hee. Chapter 146, Don't Provoke Me. Chapter 146, Don't Provoke Me. Suqing sat cross-legged on the tree crown and glanced at the location of the old man from Ponchuan Road. He was extremely vigilant. At the same time, killing intent flashed in his heart. The other party was someone who was listed on his bamboo slip. It was just that Suqing had not been too confident of his success, so he didn't go to Ponchuan Road. Now that he encountered him again, Suqing narrowed his eyes. However, considering the gains were more important this time around and that the other party wouldn't be killed so easily, he suppressed his killing intent and looked around. Every single one of the people here was extraordinary, especially among the lone wolves. A few of them even made Suqing feel a little threatened. This was also the reason why he wanted to kill the pirates who provoked him immediately. Growing up in the slums, he deeply understood that there were pros and cons to hiding one's abilities. Many times, hiding something might cause unnecessary trouble. Hence, acting decisively and using the bloody baleful aura to intimidate everyone was what Suqing had thought after he arrived. It was also what he had done when he was struggling in the slums. When the time was right, he had to reveal his fangs to warn everyone. Don't provoke me. The reason why he cut off their heads was partly to intimidate and partly because their heads were valuable. Suqing retracted his gaze and flicked his right hand lightly. Immediately, poison powder scattered around him. After doing this, he closed his eyes and silently meditated, waiting for the sea lizard to arrive. Suqing indeed achieved his goal. Everyone in the surroundings was extremely wary of him. While they acknowledged his qualifications to come here, they were also vigilant. This caused the situation to return to equilibrium. Just like that, amidst this wonderful balance, time slowly flowed by. A night passed. The next day, when the first rays of dawn scattered down, Suqing suddenly opened his eyes and looked down the mountain. Almost at the same time he looked over, 7 to 8 gazes also looked over at the same time. There was a rumbling sound coming from the foot of the mountain, as though there was a colossus moving forward with great difficulty. This sound also attracted the attention of more cultivators, and a murderous intent rapidly spread out. Very soon, in Suqing's eyes, a lizard that was 70 to 80 feet long revealed its figure in the mountain jungle. This lizard's entire body was black, and its bark-like skin revealed traces of age. Under the sunlight, the skin reflected a black glow, and there seemed to be a gap between it and the body as it was being removed bit by bit. Its 4 claws were even sharper. At this moment, it was crawling over while panting. It was as though every step it took would bring some pain, but it didn't stop at all. Although its aura was weak, the fluctuations from its body that were comparable to the 8th level of qi condensation still caused everyone's breathing to freeze slightly. It was impossible for the sea lizard not to sense that there was someone here, but it didn't care at all. As it crawled toward the top of the mountain with great difficulty, the rumbling behind it didn't stop. One could see trees collapsing one after another. The second, third, fourth. A total of 6 sea lizards appeared one after another. 6 pieces of 8th level qi condensation sea lizard skin. Suqing's breathing hastened slightly. He was very clear that the selling price of this skin in the 7 Blood Eyes port was as high as 500 to 600 spirit stones. At that moment, he looked at these lizards with a sharp glint in his eyes. It was as though he wasn't looking at mutated beasts but spirit stones. However, no one, including Suqing, acted rashly. When the rumbling sounds got closer and closer, the 6 sea lizards gradually climbed to the top of the mountain with great difficulty. When they arrived at the basin where everyone was at, they ignored all the cultivators in the surroundings and stepped into the basin under the gaze of everyone. After these 6 sea lizards stepped into the basin, all of them immediately let out roars. Their bodies trembled intensely, as though they were using all their strength to shed their skin. Their roars echoed in all directions, causing the hearts of all the cultivators who were paying attention to them to tremble. The light in Suqing's eyes grew sharper and sharper. He saw that these sea lizards were struggling at this moment. Their skins, which already had a different degree of gap from their bodies, were rapidly detaching. The entire process lasted for an hour. The first sea lizard successfully shed its skin and recovered its aura before leaving. From the start to the end, it didn't even glance at the surrounding cultivators. The molt of the lizard that was left in the basin was no longer black but emitted a green light. The patterns on it were clearly visible and even had a hint of translucence. It seemed to be shining with treasure light and looked like a sea lizard of the same size. However, no one made a move. Suqing narrowed his eyes and didn't move either. He waited for a moment until the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sea lizards finished molting and left one after another. The moment the last sea lizard shed its skin, someone moved. The person who made a move was none other than the old man from Ponchuan Road. His speed was so fast that he was like an arrow that had left the bow, heading straight for the basin. The other cultivators in the surroundings also rushed out. Their killing intent erupted explosively at this moment. Suqing's body also swayed, leaving behind an afterimage on the tree crown. His speed was astonishing that it created whistling noise as he rushed into the basin. In an instant, more than 30 cultivators entered the basin. Their target was none other than the 6 sets of lizard skins. In the blink of an eye, they began to mercilessly fight and kill each other. Rumbling sounds echoed through the sky. Suqing's entire person was like a sword that had left its sheath, revealing its sharpness. After he got close, he directly grabbed at a lizard skin. Beside him, a non-human race cultivator in a straw rain cape had a cold glint in his eyes as he blocked him. Scram! As he spoke, the non-human waved his hand. Immediately, a wave of spirit energy at the 9th level of qi condensation spread out from his body, forming a pressure that headed toward Suqing. Suqing was expressionless and didn't even turn his gaze. He clenched his left hand into a fist, directly punching out at the non-human. The instant he punched out, the chi and blood in his body erupted with a bang, revealing the Ba shadow behind him. A malevolent intent spread in all directions and soundless roars rang out as Su Qing's punch blasted toward the enemy. The expression of the non-human changed drastically. Previously, he had already determined that the cultivation base of this Seven Blood Eyes disciple in front of him was extraordinary. However, now that the latter had attacked, his heart skipped a beat the instant he saw the Ba shadow. Blood chi turning into shadow, your body refinement has reached the perfected realm. He resolutely retreated. However, it was still too late. As Su Qing's fist landed, a rumbling sound rang out. The body of the non-human in the straw rain cape trembled violently and fresh blood spurted out. However, he wasn't ordinary either. It was unknown what method he used, but his body blurred and he appeared in the distance in the next instant. He spat out another mouthful of blood and half of his straw rain cape collapsed, revealing his blue skin. When he lifted his head, he looked at Su Qing with unprecedented fear in his eyes. Su Qing didn't have the time to care about the other party. At that moment, he grabbed the lizard skin in front of him and was about to snatch the second set. However, just as he was about to get it, a low roar rang out from afar. "You want to kill us?" Su Qing abruptly turned his head, and saw a rogue cultivator in the distance who was not able to reach the basin in time and had focused his attention on the last sea lizard that was about to leave. However, he was stopped angrily by a burly non-human whose nose was as long as an elephant's. "You damn fellow, do you know that once a sea lizard dies here, we'll all die?" The burly dude was filled with anger and blasted the rogue cultivator away. At this moment, the surrounding people also looked at the rogue cultivator with intense killing intent in their eyes. The rogue cultivator's expression changed and he quickly spoke as he retreated. "Isn't it just a sea lizard? How could it cause our deaths? Are you new here? Do you know why there are no foundation building cultivators here and why no foundation building cultivators dare to pass by the nearby sea area? Do you really think that we're just standing on an island? Let me tell you, this island is just a small protruding part on the back of a huge sea lizard." The elephant-nosed non-human's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Why are there so many sea lizards here? It's because they are all the descendants of this giant sea lizard. In order to protect its descendants, it doesn't allow any foreign cultivators above the chi condensation realm to appear in the surroundings. It doesn't allow any cultivators here to attack the sea lizards. You're on its body now and you want to kill its descendants. Have you lived enough? If it's angered, we'll all die. As for us chi condensation cultivators, the only reason we can arrive is because such existences don't care about us." As he spoke, the elephant-nosed non-human had already attacked. There were also other rogue cultivators who didn't manage to snatch the sea lizard skins. Their gazes were filled with greed as they attacked together. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The rogue cultivator died miserably under the siege and all the items on his body were instantly divided up by everyone. After Su Qing heard their words, he took a deep breath and finally understood why he didn't see any foundation-building cultivators on his way here. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. He then silently rushed out and headed straight for the group of cultivators fighting for the lizard skins. A cold light flashed as he took out the dagger. He would instantly kill anyone who obstructed him. The cold wind blew and lifted Su Qing's hair, revealing the sharpness in his eyes. In the end, he snatched the second lizard skin from 3 cultivators. By that time, the other 4 skins also found their owners. Moreover, each of them was incomparably bloody. They had gained a foothold from the slaughter and intimidated others. Among them, the one who obtained 2 sets like Su Qing was the old man from Panchuan Road. As for the other 2 sets, one was snatched away by a lone non-human and the other was obtained by a group of 5 people. Killing intent permeated the air, but they restrained themselves from continuing to attack. Su Qing swept his gaze across the surroundings and exchanged glances with the old man from Panchuan Road. He then noticed the large snake behind the other party. When the giant snake saw Su Qing's gaze, it hurriedly nodded at him. Su Qing didn't care. His gaze dissipated at the first contact and he gave up on attacking. He suddenly retreated and returned to the tree crown, sitting cross-legged. The other 3 parties clearly heaved a sigh of relief and retreated. The surroundings of the basin slowly returned to calm. However, one could faintly see numerous unfriendly gazes sweeping past Su Qing and the others from the eyes of those cultivators who didn't manage to snatch the lizard skins. The old man was resting behind the boulder. He picked up the pipe and took a puff, looking very satisfied. However, he quickly thought of something and hurriedly rummaged through his pocket to take out an antidote before swallowing it. He ignored the gurgling sounds at the side. Only after the large snake knocked into his body did the old man speak in an impatient low voice. "Remind my ass. That's a wolf who eats people and kills without batting an eyelid. Does he need me to remind him? You think he doesn't know that someone will attack at night? I say, you white-eyed snake, why are you so concerned about him? Sigh, I've treated you so well and raised you. Why aren't you concerned about me, an old bag of bones? I think I should have been poisoned just now." While the old man was feeling dissatisfied, Su-Ching, who was on the treetop in the distance, slowly narrowed his eyes. There was a cold glint in them as he sized up those people with unfriendly gazes. His focus was on the pockets on their bodies. He licked his lips and scattered more poison powder to the surroundings. The day slowly passed. Night fell. The pale moonlight shone on the ground. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the desolate bushes produced countless mysterious shadows that swayed in the wind. From afar, they looked like demons, ghosts, and monsters dancing under the eerie moonlight. The cold night slowly couldn't hide the killing intent that permeated the air. The dim moonlight gradually couldn't contain the greed of all living beings. Hence, the desolate sea breeze started the funeral song in advance. Chapter 147, Poisonous Night. Chapter 147, Poisonous Night. Dark clouds gradually covered the moon and the surroundings became pitch black. Even the burial song slowly didn't dare to disturb the scene and hurriedly left the venue. The quiet mountain peak seemed to be tainted by an oppressive aura. This lasted until a mournful wail filled with sharpness tore through the night and the silence. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Su-Ching opened his eyes. He saw figures whistling up from all directions. Their target was none other than the cultivators who had obtained the lizard skins during the day. A massacre had erupted. Su-Ching didn't pay attention to the cultivators who were attacking the other three parties who had obtained the lizard molt. He stared at the 7 figures rushing toward him. The hazy moonlight couldn't hide the cold glint in Su-Ching's eyes. The dim night couldn't dispel the killing intent in his expression. Almost at the instant these figures arrived, Su-Ching moved. The dark night was a cover for the attackers. However, they didn't know that Su-Ching liked the dark night more than them. Su-Ching's figure disappeared from the tree crown. Among the 7 cultivators who arrived at the same time, 3 of them suddenly trembled the instant they got close. The forehead of one was directly shattered and a black iron stick pierced through with cruelty and coldness. There was also someone who spurted out blood and vaguely saw Su-Ching's figure flashing past him. The third person was the most miserable. This was a bloated non-human. The instant he got close to the tree crown, a sharp dagger actually stretched out from behind him and ruthlessly slit his neck. The force was so great that its head was separated and blood spurted out like a fountain. It was only at this moment that an ear-piercing scream rang out from the other 2. After neatly killing 3 of them, Su-Ching suddenly retreated and collided with the 4th figure who was casting a spell. This person was a human cultivator. As a rumbling sound rang out, his chest caved in and he fell to the ground with blood gushing out. The remaining 3 cultivators gasped in horror. "You guys cast your spells, I'll hold him back." A low roar rang out from one of the non-human members. This non-human was short, like a 5-year-old child. However, at this moment, his body suddenly swelled up as he took a step forward. He directly grew to more than 10 feet tall and charged toward Su-Ching with a furious roar. Su-Ching's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't care about the giant non-human who was approaching him or the 2 non-human cultivators who were performing hand seals behind him. Instead, he raised his right hand and clenched. Immediately, the surroundings buzzed. Drops of dew suddenly rose from the vegetation in all directions, instantly gathering into threads that formed a ring-shaped water net. Under the moonlight, the water threads gleamed coldly. As they enveloped the 3 cultivators, they suddenly shrank with Su-Ching as the center. Whooshing sounds instantly rang out and the expressions of the 2 cultivators who were casting the spell changed drastically. When their bodies were touched by the water net, their spirit energy defense couldn't resist at all and directly shattered. After their bodies were rapidly penetrated by the water net, they were cut into pieces and turned into minced meat. As for the giant non-human cultivator who was rushing toward Su Qing, his face was pale and his eyes revealed horror. Just as he was about to speak, his entire body turned black and green at the next moment. He clutched his throat and staggered to the ground, twitching a few times before he died. The water net covered him and dismembered him. At the same time, it also dismembered the corpses in the surroundings. Among them, the bloated non-human whose throat had been slit was clearly dead, but he let out a mournful cry as he was dismembered. An existence like an imp flew out of his body. Clearly, non-human races had too many life-saving methods that outsiders didn't know about. He used some unknown method and his body became slender. He quickly crawled out of the water net and was about to escape. Su Qing didn't chase after him. He stared coldly and counted inwardly. 1, 2, 3. At the next instant, this imp-like cultivator's body trembled intensely and he abruptly turned his head to look at Su Qing. "Spare me." He only had time to say these two words before his body began to melt. The first to dissolve was his tongue. Even though he had lost his tongue, the intense pain still caused him to let out mournful cries that pierced the surroundings and even suppressed the sounds of battle from the other three parties. This attracted the attention of everyone present. They watched with their own eyes as the small black person screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. In the end, its body melted alive and turned into blood. It couldn't say anything else even until its death. Gasps rang out from all directions before quickly retracting. Almost everyone took out antidotes immediately and ate them. Only the old man from the inn was very calm. In reality, when Su Qing arrived yesterday, he had already started taking antidotes. After all, he had experienced Su Qing's poison before. Su Qing didn't care about the actions of the surrounding cultivators. He calmly kept the dagger and black iron stick and picked up the leather pouches of these people one by one. Finally, he returned to the top of the tree and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate. Perhaps it was because this island was on the back of the terrifying giant sea lizard, so the spirit energy and anomalous substances were very dense. To other cultivators, since they could be active at sea for a long time, they were naturally used to such an environment. They had their own cultivation methods that could separate the anomalous substances. However, they often had to go ashore to use medicinal pills or other methods to expel part of the anomalous substances they absorbed after going out for a period of time. However, to Su Qing, he didn't have such a need, so he didn't have any worries when cultivating. Moreover, the aura of the Forbidden Sea here was also helpful to his cultivation of the sea transformation art. Although Su Qing, who was cultivating, had his eyes closed, no one in the surroundings dared to have any designs on him. Most of them stayed far away from him, afraid that they would be poisoned. The exchange of blows between them was also clearly affected, and the battle gradually ended. In the sky, dawn bit through night's lips, leaving a bloody stain in the sky. This blood stain slowly flowed and grew fainter until it spread through the entire sky. Around the mountain basin, the lone non-human who had snatched the lizard's skin yesterday was still there. There was also another one beside him. It seemed that they had reached some agreement. The additional person was none other than the cultivator in the straw rain cape who fought with Su Qing yesterday. As for the other side, the group of 5 cultivators clearly weren't able to keep the lizard's skin and were turned into corpses. They were replaced by 7 to 8 people led by the elephant-nosed burly non-human. Only Su Qing and the old men from Panchuan Road were still the same. However, the difference was that Su Qing's surroundings were covered in minced meat, and the latter did not have even a corpse in his surroundings. Su Qing glanced at the large snake beside the old man. After the other party sensed him, it immediately looked at him and nodded repeatedly, as though it was greeting him. Su Qing felt that it was a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He retracted his gaze and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Behind the boulder where the old man from Panchuan Road was, he kicked the large snake beside him and snorted. "Did you see that? He is ignoring you, so don't keep thinking about that kid. I'm your only family in this world." The large snake felt a little aggrieved. It stared eagerly at Su Qing in the distance, and its expression gradually became listless. The old man saw this scene and sighed. "Why are you crying again? You, sigh, that brat doesn't understand snake language, so he ignored you." After saying that, the old man felt some regret, and the snake's eyes instantly lit up again. When a girl grows, she can't be kept. Even a silly snake can't be kept. The old man was helpless. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to kill Su Qing here. However, when he thought of the other party's ruthlessness, he still dispelled this thought. Just like that, 10 days passed slowly. In these 10 days, some of the cultivators on the mountain peak left while others arrived. When there were a lot of people, there were over 100 cultivators in the surroundings of the basin, and when there were few, there were dozens. Some were lone wolves, some were pirates, and some were non-humans from other islands. Battles and slaughters continued to occur. During this time, the sea lizards appeared 3 times. Each time, it was a massacre. Su Qing's attacks were ruthless and decisive. Not only did he snatch some sea lizard skins, but he also piled up everyone he killed around the tree. From afar, the large tree seemed to be dyed red with blood. It was a shocking sight. As the intimidation continued to accumulate, the place Su Qing was in was already a forbidden zone to others. There were also a few like Su Qing. Regardless of whether it was the old man from Panchuan Road, the cultivator in the straw rain cape and his companion, or the elephant-nosed burly non-human, they all kept their gains and didn't choose to leave. It was as though they were waiting for something. Su Qing also sensed this. Hence, he didn't leave but cultivated silently in these 10 days. The spirit energy here was vigorous and the anomalous substances were dense. And this environment where he had to be in a highly focused state made him feel as though he had returned to the jungle in the forbidden zone. His cultivation speed clearly increased by a lot. Right now, he wasn't far from the 9th level of the sea transformation art. I should be able to break through in 3 days at most. Su Qing mumbled and continued to cultivate. Traces of spirit energy gushed in from all directions and entered his body. While nourishing his entire body, it also fused the anomalous substances into his shadow, causing the 870-foot-high spirit sea in his body to continue expanding. 880 feet, 890 feet. 2 days passed. When the 3rd day arrived, at noon, the spirit sea fluctuations in Su Qing's body were already infinitely close to 900 feet. Once it reached 900 feet, it meant that his sea transformation art had stepped into the 9th level. Disciples who cultivated the 7 Blood Eyes cultivation art to the 9th level could basically sweep through most of the same realm opponents from the human sex in the non-Huang continent. They might even be able to fight foundation-building cultivators from small sects with inferior cultivation arts. Needless to say, Su Qing's body refinement from the mountains and seas art had also reached an unprecedented level, forming the terrifying Ba Shadow. It could be said that once he broke through to the sea transformation art, Su Qing's combat strength would erupt once again. At that time, he would be an existence that surpassed the peak of qi condensation. He could completely be considered a foundation-building expert. For example, Su Qing was confident that he could suppress the diamond sex ancestor regardless of whether it was on the sea or land. As for killing him, he would definitely be able to do it with some effort. I can break through tonight. Su Qing's eyes revealed anticipation. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, dense footsteps and whistling sounds suddenly rang out from the foot of the mountain. Before the people arrived, waves of cold and savage intent spread out, enveloping the entire basin. This caused the expressions of everyone here to change as they looked down the mountain. The ones who came weren't sea lizards but a group of cultivators. A group of malevolent figures in disheveled clothes, shockingly savage and filled with extreme killing intent. There were a total of 16 of them, and every one of them emitted powerful cultivation fluctuations. The intensity of the murderous aura on each of them was astonishing. Sea Ghost. It's the Sea Ghost organization. Damn it, why are they here? Exclamations immediately rang out in the surroundings. Chapter 148, Su Qing's Laws. Chapter 148, Su Qing's Laws. A dark glint appeared in Su Qing's eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Sea Ghost organization. When he was in the 7 Blood Eyes, he lacked spirit stones and had killed many wanted criminals. Among them was Sun Diwang from the Sea Ghost organization. The other party had lost completely in Zhao Zhongheng's gambling den, causing Su Qing to have no gains other than the bounty on his head after killing him. It was also at that time that Su Qing knew that there were a large number of pirate organizations on the Forbidden Sea. They were mostly made up of people who were expelled from the various sects, islands, and races. Most of them had no choice but to join the pirate organizations and were active on the Forbidden Sea. There were many large pirate organizations, and one of them was Sea Ghost. The dozen or so figures walking over from the foot of the mountain emitted the same cultivation fluctuations as Sun Wang. There were even 4 among them who clearly emitted stronger fluctuations. The feeling Su Qing got was that they were at the perfected qi condensation realm. Moreover, since they were all people who lived on the edge of a knife, their murderous aura was very intense, much more intense than the people Su Qing had seen in the scavenger campsite. Su Qing stared at the 16 figures of the Sea Ghost organization. He watched as they rapidly approached. When they reached the basin, a sense of intimidation spread out from all the surrounding cultivators. Clearly, the reputation and strength of the Sea Ghost organization caused everyone to instinctively feel a sense of rejection. However, these cultivators from the Sea Ghost organization didn't seem to care about the cultivators here at all. Most of their expressions were cold and sinister, and there were even some who couldn't be bothered to hide their malice. They even swept their gazes over Su Qing and the old men from Panchuan Road coldly. It was as though no one here was worthy of their attention. However, they didn't attack immediately. Instead, they found an area and sat down. One of them raised his head and coldly looked around before speaking slowly. "You guys can scram now. If you don't, then from now on, you can only watch and not fight for the sea lizard skins. Otherwise, you'll die." His voice was filled with dense killing intent that spread in all directions. Everyone fell silent. This scene caused Su Qing to fall into deep thought. He had already made some guesses from the behaviors of the others. Now that he combined it with the sea ghost that had arrived, he realized that something special was going to happen on Sea Lizard Island. Should I leave first? Su Qing fell silent. After sensing the cultivation fluctuations in his body, he made the decision. He directly stood up and left. His speed was so fast that he almost instantly arrived in the distance. His departure caused the surrounding cultivators to cast sidelong glances at him. The old man from Panchuan Road was even more surprised. Did this kid really leave? Many cultivators from the Sea Ghost organization also glanced at Su Qing's back but didn't mind. Just like that, Su Qing descended the mountain at full speed and stepped into the jungle without stopping at all. An hour later, his figure appeared on the beach. With a wave of his hand, the magic boat appeared and fell into the sea. He leaped up and stepped on the magic boat. The instant he landed on the magic boat, Su Qing took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. His hands formed a seal and the magic boat's protective barrier was activated. As the sea surface churned, the plesiosaur formed by his spell also swam at the bottom of the sea and was on guard. Su Qing then glanced at the Sea Lizard Island. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His vigilance and wit didn't decrease because of the smooth harvest on the island, nor did it weaken because of the increase in his cultivation base and strength. His personality was as usual. Therefore, when he was about to break through, he didn't arrogantly choose to stay on the island to advance. There was a high chance that it was safe to do that, and he had a lot of poison powder that could give a miserable death to those who got close to him. Moreover, he himself was very strong. However, there was no need for that. He had seen some similar things in the slums. There were too many examples of people giving opportunities to their enemies because of their momentary arrogance and negligence. Similar to how he wanted to destroy everything that threatened his life, Su Qing wouldn't create an opportunity for others to attack him. This was the law of survival in this chaotic world. Some people would slowly forget this point because of their strength. However, Su Qing's experiences since he was young were engraved in his bones, so he wouldn't. Now that he was in a safe environment, Su Qing closed his eyes and his cultivation base erupted as he began to break through. At the same time, beside the basin at the top of the mountain on Sea Lizard Island, as Su Qing left, the poison here decreased a little. This caused many cultivators to heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, the words of the Sea Ghost organization when they arrived became a strong threat, causing all the rogue cultivators here to feel stifled. However, they didn't seem to be willing to leave and were hesitating to make a choice. There were also some who chose to leave after some hesitation. Very soon, dusk arrived. The instant the sunset descended, fog slowly appeared between the sea and the sky in the distance. This fog was thin and permeated the surroundings. It was as though an invisible god was breathing. It lingered above the Forbidden Sea and rolled in all directions. Fog wasn't rare in the Forbidden Sea, so even if someone saw it, they wouldn't pay too much attention to it. It was only when an astonishing fluctuation suddenly spread out from the surface of the sea in the direction of the shore that many cultivators quickly looked over. The instant they looked into the distance, the spirit energy on the shore emitted even stronger fluctuations. Endless spirit energy churned in all directions at this instant and surged toward a magic boat on the surface of the sea. The range was so large that it covered a total of 600 feet in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it continued to expand and instantly reached 890 feet. This wasn't the end. Due to the sudden influx of spirit energy, a huge vortex formed on the sea with Su Qing's magic boat as the center. The vortex rumbled and the seawater churned like a lantern in the dark night, attracting the attention of everyone on the many mountain peaks on Sea Lizard Island. Numerous gazes gathered over, and the sound of sharp inhaling could be heard from every mountain. Someone actually broke through here. The feeling of breaking through is a little strong. As for the cultivators at the basin, regardless of whether they were rogue cultivators or the Sea Ghost members, they were all shocked at this moment. They stared at the vortex on the distant sea and their hearts trembled. It's that Seven Blood Eyes disciple who left earlier. He actually broke through. Su Qing couldn't hear the discussions of the cultivators. At that moment, his entire body was shaking. The spirit sea in his body was the same as the vortex outside, 890 feet high. It was as though there was another world in his body that overlapped with the world outside his body. Under the overlapping, Su Qing's body trembled even more intensely. His entire body emitted a piercing purple light and his breathing became hurried. As his cultivation base circulated, the instant the spirit sea in his body broke through the last 10 feet and reached 900 feet, the vortex in the outside world also expanded abruptly to 900 feet. At this moment, the inner and outer sea synchronized and transformed into rumbling thunder that continuously erupted in Su Qing's mind. Boom, boom, boom. He broke through to the 8th level of the sea transformation art and stepped into the 9th level. It wasn't over yet. Under this eruption, the spirit sea vortex in his surroundings expanded again. 910 feet, 920 feet, 930 feet. The expansion of the spirit sea vortex outside guided the spirit sea in his body to expand as well. This scene was something Su Qing hadn't encountered when he was cultivating previously. This was because his current breakthrough was in the Forbidden Sea. It was different from when he cultivated on land before. The spirit energy here was even denser. The range was still expanding. 940 feet, 950 feet, 960 feet. When the vortex in the outside world reached a range of 970 feet, the spirit sea in Su Qing's body also erupted and synchronized to a range of 970 feet. In an instant, the fluctuations of the 9th level of qi condensation completely erupted from his body. The surface of the sea within 970 feet of him was affected and instantly churned, rising high into the air. It was a shocking sight. Su Qing's eyes suddenly opened. The purple light continued to linger in his pupils for a few breaths. Just when it was about to dim, an even stronger fluctuation emitted from Su Qing's body once again. The shadow of the Ba appeared behind him, and it roared at the sky like a malicious ghost with violence and cruelty, causing the nearly 1,000-foot-long surface of the sea that was churning intensely to show signs of burning. It turned into a sea of fire. When this roar spread in all directions, the Ba shadow behind Su Qing sucked forcefully like a whale swallowing. Immediately, the 970-foot-long vortex of fire headed straight for the Ba shadow's mouth. It instantly swallowed them all. As it swallowed the vortex of fire, the Ba shadow trembled intensely. Under its dry and cracked skin, a red glow flickered and continued to deepen. It was as though it was filled with magma. Finally, the light spread out, forming a dazzling light that enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, a dense fire power also rose from Su Qing's body. This wasn't a strange transformation of water into fire. This was a bizarre fusion of water and fire because within the flames, there was also a stream of water formed by the aura of the Forbidden Sea. It was only at this moment that Su Qing's breakthrough was truly completed. The purple light in his eyes disappeared and he slowly stood up, standing on the magic boat. The strength of his aura and the sharpness of his gaze caused the hearts of everyone who saw it to tremble fiercely. This was especially so for the cultivators around the mountain peak basin. All of them were panting as though they were facing a great enemy. Su Qing's breakthrough was too astonishing and this gave them immense pressure. The shock was even greater for those cultivators who had seen Su Qing make a move earlier. One had to know that Su Qing was already very powerful to begin with. Now that he had broken through, they could imagine that with such an existence, everyone's harvest this time around would probably be very little. The old man from Panchuan Road also widened his eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly whispered to the large snake beside him. "Why don't you go and seduce this kid? I think this kid isn't simple. Why does the 9th level of Qi condensation give me the feeling that he's even more ferocious than a foundation-building cultivator?" These cultivators' breathing suddenly paused. This was because they saw Su Qing step onto the island again. His speed was faster than before and he transformed into a ray of light, returning once again. Su Qing had once again appeared outside the basin, carrying with him a fiery aura. He ignored everyone and expressionlessly returned to the tree crown. Just like before, he sat cross-legged. However, this time, his figure attracted the attention of all the cultivators of the Sea Ghost organization. Their expressions were solemn and there was faint fear in their eyes. Although the manifestation of strength had pros and cons, in the current environment, the pros clearly outweighed the cons. Su Qing was using his actions to tell the sea ghost not to provoke him. "Your words about forbidding others from snatching the sea lizard's skin are ineffective against me." Chapter 149, Indestructible Alliance. Chapter 149, Indestructible Alliance. Some words didn't need to be spoken. Actions could represent one's standpoint. Su Qing sat cross-legged on the tree crown. He was no different from before he left. Regardless of his movements or expression, there was no difference at all. However, the feelings of the cultivators in the surroundings of the basin were already worlds apart from before. Those who were wary of him before became afraid. Those who ignored him before were now paying extreme attention to him. All of this caused the atmosphere around the basin to become increasingly oppressive. It was only late at night when a rumbling sound rang out from the foot of the mountain and 2 sea lizards comparable to the 8th level of Qi condensation staggered over that things changed. Their appearance attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. However, even after the sea lizards crawled into the basin and finished molting, no one dared to snatch them. They could only watch as 5 people from the Sea Ghost organization entered the basin, as though they wanted to collect the skins. Only Su Qing was different. Su Qing opened his eyes. The instant the 2 sea lizards finished molting, he stood up. His rise immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. Su Qing didn't care about the gazes on him. He calmly leaped down from the tree crown and transformed into an afterimage, heading straight for the basin at an extremely fast speed. Even though there were cultivators from the Sea Ghost organization in the basin, Su Qing didn't even glance at them. He headed straight for a lizard skin. At that moment, beside this lizard skin, there was a non-human cultivator from the Sea Ghost organization. When he saw Su Qing approaching, his expression darkened. As his gaze flickered, he suddenly lifted his right hand. Immediately, his fingernails extended rapidly like sharp blades as he swung them fiercely at Su Qing. "Friend, this lizard molt is my sea." Before the non-human cultivator finished speaking, Su Qing grabbed the other party's palm. He then abruptly pulled it toward him and his knee ruthlessly smashed into the non-human cultivator's chest. The chest of the non-human cultivator instantly caved in. Cracks rapidly spread throughout his body and finally, with a boom, he shattered into pieces and collapsed on the ground. However, what collapsed wasn't flesh and blood but wooden blocks. This non-human cultivator wasn't a real person but a puppet. The expressions of the cultivators from the Sea Ghost organization in the basin changed one after another. While they were on guard, Su Qing had already taken away the lizard skin and was coldly looking at them. At that moment, not far away, all the cultivators of the Sea Ghost organization, who were sitting cross-legged, stood up one after another. While they were afraid, a sense of cruelty also filled the air. Both sides looked at each other for a long time. In the middle of the Sea Ghost organization was a tall and burly man with a bare upper body. Right now, flesh and blood squirmed on his chest, revealing a sinister face. This face was like a newborn baby. Although it was filled with wrinkles, it was faintly filled with vitality. Its red eyes stared at Su Qing and suddenly spoke. "Friend, you destroyed my toy but this is nothing. This sea lizard, my sea ghost wants half of it. It's not too much, right?" Su Qing glanced at this face but didn't say anything. He then took the lizard skin he had obtained and returned to the tree crown, continuing to meditate. His goal was very clear. He had come to the sea lizard island for the sea lizard skins, not to kill. Of course, if there were any obstructions during the process of obtaining the skin, it would be a different matter. Also, he wasn't overly greedy. Su Qing was very clear that this current state was actually more beneficial to him. After all, the sea ghost had intimidated others, causing other rogue cultivators to not dare to fight for the skins. This way, he would gain more. Although his combat strength was sufficient, these desperados who had struggled between life and death definitely had some trump cards. Hence, Su Qing felt that there was no need to kill. Since his goal could be achieved, he naturally agreed with the other party. Just like that, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Su Qing directly took away half of the sea lizard skins without any obstructions. However, he still had doubts about the arrival of the sea ghost and the reason why the other cultivators hadn't left yet. On the third night, when a huge boat appeared on the distant sea, Su Qing's suspicion reached a certain height. This boat was 1,000 feet in size and completely pitch black. It was different from the style of the Seven Blood Eyes magic boat. It was more like the shape of a maple leaf. The most strange thing was that when one's gaze landed on this boat, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was as though there was a strange forbidden zone hidden in this boat. And the reason for all of this was the boat's paint. The pitch black color wasn't natural but was some kind of blood. It was this blood that gave Su Qing that eerie feeling. Litu sect. They're actually here too. The location of the basin allowed the people here to see the sea in a more comprehensive manner. At that moment, just like Su Qing, they all noticed the black boat that was rapidly approaching. Immediately, someone exclaimed in a low voice, their voice filled with deep fear. The over 10 cultivators from the Sea Ghost organization had solemn expressions as well. They chatted in low voices as though they were facing a great enemy. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Litu sect. Back then, the little girl at the scavenger campsite had a brother who was the captain of the Litu sect's law enforcement team. She was taken away by her brother. At that time, outside the general store, he heard some scavengers discussing the Litu sect. Their words were all expressing the meaning of the other party being a group of lunatics. It was only when he entered the Seven Blood Eyes and flipped through the information in the homicide department that Su Qing gained a better understanding of the Litu sect. The Litu sect was one of the 4 largest forces of the human race in the non-Huang continent. It was on par with Purple Earth, the Seven Blood Eyes, and the True Words. Its doctrine was to follow the ancient kings and sovereigns and stay away from the Ensoul world. Their doctrine kept proclaiming that the holy lands established by the ancient kings and sovereigns were a paradise. There was no famine, no cold, no killing, and spirit energy was pure. They also proclaimed that the holy lands would open the gate to the Ensoul world and guide all those who believed in them over. This was the faith of the Litu sect. At the same time, to everyone who didn't agree with this faith, they were all heretical existences in the eyes of the Litu sect. They would be punished and their right to life would be stripped. And this extreme doctrine naturally brought about a group of lunatics. I wonder how she is now. Su Qing muttered inwardly. He recalled the piece of candy the little girl had once given him. However, Su Qing quickly returned from his memories and stared at the Litu sect's boat that was getting closer and closer. What exactly will happen on this sea lizard island? Just as Su Qing's doubts grew deeper and deeper, the old man from Panchuan Road, who was behind the boulder in the basin, sighed when he saw that the Litu sect had arrived. It's over. This time, the Sea Ghost and the Litu sect came one after another. They should have the same goal as me. The old man slapped his forehead. Just as he was feeling very vexed, the large snake at the side gurgled. The old man glanced at the large snake and pondered for a moment. What you said makes sense. With that, the old man's body swayed and he suddenly stood up, heading straight for the tree where Su Qing was at. The large snake followed excitedly. However, very few people could recognize this excitement. His movement immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators around the basin. The Sea Ghost cultivators also looked over, but the Litu sect was about to arrive, so they weren't in the mood to stop him. Very soon, as Su Qing narrowed his eyes and stared at the other party's neck, the old man brought the large snake to a place 100 feet away from him. Kid, let's discuss this. Don't release poison. Disperse the poison powder here and I'll tell you something. Su Qing looked at the old man and roughly guessed his motive. He waved his hand, as though he was dissipating the poisonous gas. When the old man saw Su Qing's actions, he heaved a sigh of relief and stepped into the range of 100 feet. After taking a few steps, he carefully stopped when he was 30 feet away from Su Qing. "Kid, are you wondering why the Sea Ghost and the Litu sect are here? I won't waste my breath and will tell you directly. According to the calculations of the seasons, there's a high chance that a foundation-building sea lizard will shed its skin during this period of time. The value of a foundation-building sea lizard's skin is astonishing. It's worth 2,000 spirit stones at the early stage, 5,000 spirit stones at the middle stage, and at least 10,000 spirit stones at the late stage. This old man is alone and weak, so I came to form an indestructible alliance with you. You and I will join forces to snatch the resources, and we will give our trust to each other. We'll split the gains 50 to 50. The old man from Panchuan Road spoke passionately and quickly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Qing. However, his expression quickly changed. He hurriedly took out a large number of medicinal pills and swallowed them. He then pointed at Su Qing and cursed angrily. "Brat, didn't you say that you wouldn't release poison?" "I didn't release poison. It permeated this place earlier." Su Qing pondered over the information in the other party's words and casually explained. F***CK, then why did you wave your hand just now? The old man was even angrier. "You were the one who made me dissipate the poison gas." Su Qing frowned. "Then did you dissipate it?" The old man glared. "My poison can't be dispelled." Su Qing felt a little impatient. The other party was someone who was listed on his bamboo slip. If it wasn't for the fact that the forces here were chaotic and it was inconvenient for him to make a move, he would have wanted to kill the other party immediately. The old man was speechless. He looked at Su Qing and let out a long sigh. "I feel that I can't communicate with you." "You mean that you can't dissipate the poison, but in order to comfort me, you feigned it?" Su Qing coldly looked at the old man and didn't speak. The veins on the old man's forehead bulged. When the huge snake saw this scene, it hurriedly gurgled. The old man gritted his teeth and swallowed another handful of medicinal pills as he glared at Su Qing. "Alliance, yes or no?" "All right," Su Qing replied without hesitation. Seeing that Su Qing agreed so quickly, the old man sighed and was about to speak. However, at that moment, the Litu sect's boat in the distance had already arrived at the shore. One figure after another walked out of the boat. There were about 7 to 8 of them, and they stepped into the jungle. Under the moonlight, these people's appearances couldn't be seen clearly. One could only see that their robes were black and even their heads were covered. A murderous and bloody aura were being emitted by them. After they stepped into the jungle, they headed straight for the mountain peak where the basin was located. The Litu sect is filled with lunatics. There have always been rumors on the sea that they secretly control some islands and seem to be conducting some strange research. However, the locations are hidden, and until now, very few outsiders have been able to reach them. The old man's expression was ugly as he spoke gloomily. When Su Qing heard this, he narrowed his eyes and looked over. Chapter 150, The Bewitching Golden Light, 1. Chapter 150, The Bewitching Golden Light, 1. Not long later, the group of people from the Litu sect walked out of the jungle and arrived at the mountain basin. There were a total of 8 of them, and all of them wore black robes embroidered with blood-colored sun. It looked bizarre, but the coldness from their bodies was especially obvious. This was especially so for their eyes that were covered by the robe. They would occasionally reveal cold gazes that had no emotions in them, as though the lives here were meaningless. That sense of indifference to death caused these rogue cultivators and non-humans in the basin to be on high alert. Even though the Sea Ghost organization had always been known for their cruelty, all of them were extremely wary now. Cruelty was also a part of human nature, but these people from the Litu sect were simply emotionless killing machines. As they walked over, the cold intent spread out and filled the entire basin. Many rogue cultivators' expressions changed and they ultimately chose to leave. The Litu sect didn't even glance at the rogue cultivators who had left. After they arrived, they sat down and didn't move at all. Su Qing's gaze swept past these people from Litu sect. He didn't see the older brother of the little girl in the scavenger campsite back then, so he retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to meditate. As for the old man from Panchuan Road, he didn't return to the boulder. He found a place to avoid the poisonous gas and sat there. He was vigilant against Su Qing as well as against the other cultivators in the surroundings. At the same time, he was muttering inwardly. This kid agreed so quickly. He is definitely up to no good. Just like that, 10 days passed amidst the stifling atmosphere in the basin. In these 10 days, no sea lizards came. This phenomenon caused all the cultivators here to have a faint premonition. The waves on the surrounding sea also gradually decreased and became increasingly calm. It was as though a great storm was coming. It was the same for the cultivators around the basin. Everyone was in silence. Only the large snake beside the old man would often look at Su Qing and make gurgling sounds. Su Qing didn't understand and didn't bother with it. Instead, he kept himself at his peak state. He had cleaned the dagger and sharpened the iron stick. As for the alliance, he had only casually agreed. Su Qing wouldn't trust the old man and knew that the old man also wouldn't believe him. The stifling atmosphere changed at dusk on the 11th day. The sea rumbled. After 10 days of peace, the waves seemed to have awakened from their slumber, stirring up violent waves. Waves of terrifying aura surged out of the sea and spread in all directions. When it filled the entire island, Su Qing saw several vortexes appearing on the surface of the sea in the distance, rapidly approaching the island. Many cultivators noticed this scene and most of them remained silent. However, their cultivation bases were all circulating and they were ready to make a move at any time. Very soon, the first vortex approached the shore. As the seawater rumbled and splashed in all directions, a huge purple-black creature that looked to be 500 feet in length emerged from the surface of the sea and stepped onto the beach. The afterglow shining on it made it look like its body was covered in a layer of treasure armor. This treasure armor emitted a dark light and looked extremely tenacious. At the same time, a pressure that far exceeded chi condensation erupted from its body. The aura was so strong that the surrounding sand danced and spread in all directions. It was a foundation-building sea lizard. Regardless of whether it was the treasure armor on its body, the sharp claws on its limbs, or the vertical pupils of its eyes, they all gave off an endless killing intent. Moreover, it clearly had intelligence. After it got ashore, it shook its body and swept its cold gaze across the island. Finally, it looked at the basin at the top of the tallest mountain. A hint of disdain appeared in its eyes as it strode over. The aura was so strong that all the cultivators on the mountain peaks on the island felt their hearts tremble and their breathing became hurried. Their faces turned pale as though they were being suppressed. And there was more than one foundation-building sea lizard. After the first sea lizard, as the vortexes got closer and closer, the second foundation-building sea lizard also landed on the shore and stepped into the jungle. Next was the third sea lizard. As for the third lizard, its aura was even stronger. Its body was 1,000 feet long. As it stepped onto the beach, it roared at the sky. Immediately, a storm appeared in the surroundings, sweeping in all directions, causing the trees in the jungle to shake violently. Even the cultivators in the basin could sense the fishy stench from so far away. The suppression of the cultivation base was even more intense now. Even Su Qing's pupils constricted as he sensed the terror of these three foundation-building sea lizards. From what he could sense, the first two were already very strong. As for the last one, he felt a faint piercing pain in his eyes. Just by looking at it, he gasped. His mind quickly compared the diamond sex ancestor to them. The answer after the comparison was that even the first two relatively weaker sea lizards could tear the diamond sex ancestor to pieces. Two mid-stage foundation-building creatures, and the last one is actually at the late-stage foundation-building realm. The first two are worth 10,000 spirit stones, and the last €1 can be casually sold for 15,000 to 16,000 spirit stones. Su Qing, let's really form an alliance this time. The eyes of the old man from Panchuan Road shone as he spoke rapidly. The gazes of the cultivators around the basin also shone. Regardless of whether it was the sea ghost or the non-human races, their greed was stimulated. The temptation of tens of thousands of spirit stones was too great for cultivators like them. Su Qing's expression was also solemn. He looked at the three foundation-building sea lizards walking over one after the other and felt an intense sense of danger. All the hairs on his body stood up at this moment and the skin on his body shivered slightly. Chapter 151, The Bewitching Golden Light, 2. Chapter 151, The Bewitching Golden Light, 2. This was caused by the suppression of his aura. At the same time, his body was telling Su Qing that it was ready to attack. If I can obtain the skin of a foundation-building sea lizard, this trip would be extremely fruitful. Moreover, the profit is enough to support the advancement of both my magic boat and my own cultivation. I won't have to worry about spirit stones for some time. A cold glint rose in Su Qing's eyes. The sea lizard skins he had obtained previously added up to about 2,000 spirit stones. Including the items on the people he killed and Senior Sister Ding's inquiries on the way, his gains now reached about 4,000 spirit stones. Get a foundation-building sea lizard skin and leave this place. The moment Su Qing made up his mind, a loud bang rang out from the foot of the mountain. The 3 foundation-building sea lizards were already approaching the top of the mountain. They didn't choose to fly. Instead, they charged forward recklessly, making use of the broken trees to make it easier for them to shed their skin. They directly rushed to the top of the mountain. Ignoring everyone, they then strode into the basin amidst the rumbling sounds of their footsteps. Because their bodies were too large, when the 3 of them were in the basin together, they instantly occupied more than half of the basin. Observing the foundation-building creatures at such a close distance caused all the cultivators here to feel as though their breathing was about to stop. Shortly after, they roared at the sky. The roars of the 3 foundation-building sea lizards contained lethality. As the sound spread out, it was as though the world was rumbling. The impact formed by the sound waves directly swept in all directions. Some cultivators, whose bodies weren't strong enough or couldn't dodge in time, trembled fiercely and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The surrounding trees couldn't withstand the sound waves and were all shattered. The roars of the 3 foundation-building sea lizards continued to spread in all directions, causing the nearby mountains to be affected as well. Trees were destroyed, and some people with low cultivation levels didn't even have a chance to escape. One by one, they screamed and fell. Su Qing's body also trembled intensely, but his body was strong enough. He wasn't too affected by the sound waves, but the tree beneath him was reduced to dust. Su Qing landed on the ground with no care about the destruction of the tree. He stared at the basin like an eagle, waiting for the moment when the molting was completed. As for the old man from Panchuan Road, he was also completely focused. The sea ghost in the surroundings and the non-human race cultivators who had withstood the sound waves were all the same. Just like that, as everyone waited, the time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. Among the 3 foundation-building sea lizards in the basin, 2 mid-stage foundation-building sea lizards completed their molting after some difficulty. The moment the lizard molts landed, amidst everyone's pained gazes, they bit off a large piece of their lizard molt and swallowed it. Only then did they jump up and directly rise into the air from the basin, letting out a low roar. Although the shed skins had large portions missing, they were still filled with bizarreness. They actually shrank on their own and became the size of a palm in the blink of an eye. At this moment, more than 10 sea ghost members rushed out. The other rogue cultivators and non-humans in the surroundings were the same. No one cared about the threat that the sea ghost had once posed. The huge benefits were enough to make their eyes red with greed. The old man from Panchuan Road was the same. He charged forward fiercely. Su Qing was even faster. In an instant, other than the Litu sect who didn't move, all the cultivators here rushed over. There were more than 10 people fighting over the 2 foundation-building sea lizard skins. Su Qing chose the one closest to him. It was the same for the old men from Panchuan Road. Although the 2 of them didn't like each other, they still chose to join forces to a certain extent. Of course, they were still vigilant against each other. The 2 of them instantly approached the lizard skin along with other competitors and the killing intent erupted. Su Qing circulated all his cultivation base and with a wave of his hand, droplets of water spread out in all directions. He even took out his dagger and brandished it coldly, clashing against a non-human cultivator from the Sea Ghost organization. This cultivator from the Sea Ghost organization had a cultivation base at the perfected Qi condensation realm and was very powerful. However, Su Qing was stronger. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the other party's chest. The Ba shadow behind him roared and suppressed the enemy. The non-human cultivator let out a low roar as he counterattacked. He even took out a talisman. However, he still suffered injuries and spat out blood. The talisman almost collapsed and his body was knocked back by 70 to 80 feet. The old man from Panchuan Road was equally ferocious. Ropes suddenly appeared around his body, and all the rogue cultivators and non-humans who were fighting with him were instantly bound by the ropes. Some of them even extended toward Su Qing. Su Qing knocked back several of them in a row and was about to grab the lizard's skin when the ropes in the surroundings instantly wrapped around him. However, Su Qing was already prepared. He let out a cold snort and the qi and blood in his entire body spread out. With a boom, all the ropes around him shattered. Just as his hand was about to grab the lizard's skin, 4 cultivators from the Sea Ghost organization rushed toward him with reddened eyes. All of them performed hand seals and activated lethal spells. The old man from Panchuan Road was also surrounded and stopped by rogue cultivators. There were also 2 Sea Ghost cultivators who went straight for the lizard's skin. Just when they were about to succeed, the void beside the lizard's skin suddenly distorted and a huge snake head appeared in the air. It directly held the skin in its mouth. Its expression seemed to be filled with excitement. The giant snake looked at Su Qing and the old man and was about to go help Su Qing. However, the old man's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. A runic treasure light appeared around his body, forcing everyone back as he headed straight for the giant snake. After hugging it, the old man said with excitement, "Good girl, well done." The Ba shadow behind Su Qing roared and the sea of fire scattered in all directions, causing the few Sea Ghost cultivators beside him to scream and vomit blood as they retreated. Su Qing didn't bother with them and turned to look at the old man. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he rushed over. However, at this moment, the 1,000-foot-long sea lizard in the basin that no one had dared to disturb roared at the sky. The lizard's skin on its body directly split open and its new body crawled out. It seemed to have no time to devour its lizard skin as it headed straight for the sky immediately. Its blood and chi continued to swell, as though it was about to surpass foundation building. The aftershock of the roar spread out like a violent wind, causing everyone's minds to be in turmoil. While many of the cultivators were bleeding from their 7 orifices from the shock, the lizard skin of the late-stage foundation building sea lizard suddenly shrunk and split into 3 pieces that scattered around. The aura emitted by these 3 lizard molts was astonishing, far surpassing the 2 from before. There was even a faint golden glow on them. As soon as this golden light appeared, rumbling sounds rang out in all directions. Even the clouds surged on their own and a hint of divinity spread out, giving Su Qing the feeling that it was the same as when he entered the 7 blood eyes and faced the pressure test of the divine creature's blood. I misjudged. This late-stage foundation building lizard actually has a trace of divinity in its body. This lizard's molts contain the aura of divinity, and its value is much higher. The old man's eyes were wide open as he exclaimed involuntarily. Right at this moment, everyone from the Litu sect opened their eyes, revealing a cold glint. They were waiting for these. Chapter 152, Killing and Stealing Treasures. Chapter 152, Killing and Stealing Treasures. According to the scale of the Litu sect's forces, it was unlikely that they were mobilizing in small teams for spirit stones. After all, to them, something like desire had already been sacrificed to their mission. They had come here for a mission, and the mission assigned to them by the sect was to obtain this lizard skin that contained a trace of divinity. The instant they saw the appearance of the lizard skin, the 8 people from the Litu sect suddenly stood up. A murderous aura erupted from them and every one of them emitted the fluctuations of the perfected chi condensation realm, heading straight for the basin. Their speed was extremely fast. What was even more shocking was that although they looked like 8 people, they were moving like one. Even their footsteps were synchronized with no flaws. They were like 8 sharp blades that were stabbing at once. Some rogue cultivators in their way didn't have time to dodge at all. The instant they were touched, they were like plants under a flood, instantly destroyed. The strength of the Litu sect caused the eyes of the sea ghost who had been watching them to erupt with cold light. Previously, when they were fighting for the 2 mid-stage foundation building lizard skins, the sea ghost had only dispatched 10 people. There were still 7 to 8 who stayed behind. At this moment, these 7 to 8 cultivators rushed out at the same time, and the fluctuations they emitted were all at the great circle of perfection. This was especially so for the burly dude with the face of an evil ghost on his chest. The fluctuations from his body surpassed the others and there was a faint hint of foundation building. The 2 sides instantly clashed in the basin. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. His cultivation base rotated in full speed as he rushed over as well. Although the lizard skin from before had been taken away by the old men from Ponchuan Road, Su Qing didn't care too much, that was if the other party didn't return to the 7 blood eyes. Otherwise, if the old man returned and wanted to devour the portion that belonged to him, then, he would make that old man spit it out with interest. Hence, Su Qing directly ignored the old man and didn't even say a word. His speed created whistling sounds as he approached the place where the Litu sect and Sea Ghost were fighting. He clenched his fists and the blood and chi in his body moved explosively. The Ba shadow behind him was unprecedentedly clear. Its tall body and cracked surface seemed to contain the red light emitted by magma. Also, the extremely violent aura that surpassed chi condensation allowed Su Qing's 2 punches to possess strength that went beyond chi condensation realm. One punch hit the Litu sect and the other hit the Sea Ghost. Su Qing had gone all out and unleashed his full combat strength. The might of his punches caused the entire basin to rumble intensely and even create a storm. In this storm, the expressions of everyone from the Sea Ghost changed. The 8 people from the Litu sect also retreated and fiercely looked at Su Qing. 7 blood eyes. The Litu sect and the Sea Ghost organization attacked at the same time. They fought against each other while also splitting some of their strength to suppress Su Qing, not allowing him to snatch the 3 portions of divine lizard skin that were floating in the center of everyone. Su Qing's savageness was completely revealed at this moment. To him, who had grown up in the slums and experienced the scavenger campsite, he was no stranger to snatching. At that moment, Su Qing's eyes were filled with ferocity. With a wave of his hand, droplets of water formed in the surroundings and whistled in all directions. As the water droplets shot out like rain, Su Qing's body ruthlessly collided with a non-human cultivator of the Sea Ghost. Immediately after, he slashed the non-human's neck with his dagger, causing hot streams of blood to spray out. Su Qing suddenly retreated and punched the chest of a Litu sect cultivator behind him, shattering it. The Taoist robe on his body was dyed red with blood, and his handsome face was cold and emotionless. After killing 2 people in a row, Su Qing immediately formed a seal with his left hand and the Ba shadow behind him roared, causing the water droplets that shot in all directions to instantly turn into fuel that burned on its own. From afar, it looked like countless fire arrows were shooting in all directions. Under the light of the flames, everyone's shadows looked like they were dancing like demons. No one noticed that there was a shadow moving forward in this chaos, heading straight for the lizard skins. Taking advantage of the spreading flames, Su Qing abruptly retreated. The instant he retreated, a shadow suddenly leaped up from the ground beside the 3 lizard skins that were surrounded by everyone. At the same time, the void beside the lizard skins distorted and the figure of the old man from Ponchuan Road strangely appeared. His eyes were filled with fanaticism as he borrowed the chaos caused by Su Qing's flames to grab at the 3 lizard skins. However, he was clearly a step too late as the skins were swept away by the shadow. Damn it! The old men got nothing and retreated rapidly. The others also sensed this scene and their anger soared. They no longer chased after Su Qing but rushed toward the old men. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever. He took advantage of this opportunity to rapidly retreat. He also secretly kept the lizard skins he had snatched with the shadow and headed straight for the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to leave the basin, the old man who was being chased by everyone suddenly roared. I didn't take it. I only have this storage bag on me. Look carefully. As the old man from Ponchuan Road spoke, he directly took out his storage bag and threw it toward Su Qing. Kid, everything is inside. Keep it safe. The old man was also a decisive person. He knew that his words couldn't convince everyone here. At this moment, there was a loud sound as he actually shamelessly shattered all his clothes in front of everyone, leaving only a pair of underwear. After he appeared naked in front of everyone, he even circled around to prove that he had nothing on him. After that, he hugged the huge snake that was watching not far away and quickly fled down the mountain. Although not many people believed him, there were still some who chased after him. Sea Ghost and the Litu sect were among them. However, the instant they got close to Su Qing, the cultivators of both sides suddenly changed directions and headed straight for Su Qing. No matter how secretive you are, it's useless. Others can't sense the aura of the lizard molts, but to me, it's like a torch in the night. Hand over the lizard skins. Both party spells were lethal and fast. Su Qing retreated, dodging the attacks of the Sea Ghost and the Litu sect. Killing intent surfaced in his eyes. he didn't bother with the storage bag the old man threw over. He didn't believe that the other party had left anything good there. Moreover, Suqing didn't have much hope that this matter could be hidden from the cultivators here. It was just that the old man's attack just now gave him some expectation. However, since he had been discovered, Suqing wouldn't be afraid. As the killing intent appeared in his eyes again, he performed a series of hand seals with both hands and quickly pushed forward. Immediately, a blue-colored talisman appeared in front of him. As spirit energy surged in, the talisman was activated and transformed into a huge statue. This statue was like the symbol of the death god of a certain non-human race. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its entire body emitted a cold aura of death. It suppressed the sea ghost and the cultivators of the Litu sect. This talisman came from the dead merfolk youth. As it was rarely used, the foundation building strike it contained was relatively complete. At this moment, under the suppression, the Litu sect and the Sea Ghost organization immediately used their runic treasures to resist it. A huge impact spread out, causing both sides to retreat. Although Suqing was strong, there were too many cultivators here and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, the purple crystal's recovery ability instantly healed him. His gaze became deeper as he coldly stared at the surrounding people. Suqing licked his lips. The blood at the corner of his mouth was very fishy and carried a hint of familiarity. It was as though he had returned to the slums and the scavenger campsite. He didn't like complicated things. Now that he had obtained the lizard skins and everyone here didn't want him to leave, things would become simple. Just kill them all. As Suqing muttered in his heart, his gaze caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble slightly. They had seen ruthless people before, but the killing intent in the eyes of this 7 Blood-Eyes disciple in front of them caused their hearts to skip a beat. However, the temptation from the divine lizard's molt was so great that they had no thoughts to retreat. Only a few rogue cultivators and non-human cultivators who had watched Suqing attack from the start knew how ruthless he was. Hence, they watched from afar as they waited for an opportunity. Among them were the non-human in the straw rain cape and the elephant-nosed burly men. After a short confrontation, the first to make a move was the Litu sect. One of the members of the Litu sect had died earlier. At this moment, the remaining 7 people attacked at the same time. Spears appeared in their hands as they headed straight for Suqing with an overwhelming force. The sea ghost cultivators also moved. Some scattered rogue cultivators and non-human cultivators also rapidly approached. However, right at this moment, someone suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His body turned blackish-green and he spat out black blood, falling to the ground as the poison acted up. There were quite a few of such cases. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 of the cultivators bled from their 7 orifices one after another, causing the hearts of the others to tremble. Suqing then made his move. He instantly got close to the Litu sect. He fiercely swung the dagger in his right hand to block the spear in front of him and moved his body to dodge the spear coming from the side. The dagger in his hand left his hand and directly pierced into the neck of the person beside him. As fresh blood gushed out, Suqing's right hand grabbed the leather pouch and the black iron stick instantly appeared. He didn't retreat but advanced instead, directly fighting against everyone who pounced over. The shadow of the Ba appeared once again. It let out a monstrous roar, causing the sea of fire to spread and increasing Suqing's physical strength. Instantly, the basin at the top of the mountain was filled with slaughter. At the same time, as the ground rumbled, the old man in the distance finally shook off the pursuers behind him. He carried the huge snake and turned his head to take a look, immediately cursing angrily. "Brat, so it was you who took them." Amidst the cursing, his speed became even faster. As for the giant snake, it was very unwilling and struggled as though it wanted to help. It let out an anxious gurgle. The old man glared. "That brat is too treacherous, you silly girl." As he spoke, he knocked out the snake with a palm strike and fled rapidly with it. Very soon, he arrived at the shore and directly jumped into the sea to escape. Chapter 153, Blood Dyeing the Sea Lizard Island, 1. Chapter 153, Blood Dyeing the Sea Lizard Island, 1. The weather was different in the sea at night, it was as profound and unpredictable as the sea. In the surroundings of Sea Lizard Island, thunder rumbled in the sky and bolts of lightning flashed. A storm was about to descend. Under the illumination of the lightning, at the top of the highest mountain on Sea Lizard Island, the mad slaughter continued. The value of the 3 lizard skins with divinity was enough to make rogue cultivators risk their lives. The loud sounds of the battle and thunder overlapped. The killing intent in Su Qing's eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow. His body ruthlessly collided with the body of a Litu sect cultivator, and the huge impact pushed the other party's body back. Su Qing ignored this person's counterattack and the incoming spells as he stabbed the other party's chest and heart 6 times in a row with the black iron stick. Every strike caused the Litu sect cultivator's body to tremble. At the next instant, as the spells from the surroundings arrived, Su Qing's body swayed and he dodged. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the corpse of the dead Litu sect cultivator broke into pieces. The instant Su Qing retreated, 4 non-human body refinement sea ghost cultivators surrounded him and attacked recklessly. There was also the burly sea ghost cultivator with the sinister face on his chest. He performed a series of hand seals and a gigantic blood ball formed which transformed into a blood-colored bat that flew toward Su Qing. It had sharp teeth, as though once bitten by it, even if the target didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Seeing that he was in danger, Su Qing waved his talisman to form a protective barrier. After resisting the attacks of the blood-colored bat and the few sea ghost cultivators, he borrowed the momentum to retreat and headed straight for the 3 Litu sect cultivators who were rushing over. His goal was very clear. He had to kill the Litu sect first. The reason why he chose the Litu sect was because the other party posed the greatest threat to him. The Litu sect's indifference to life wasn't only targeted at outsiders but also at themselves. This allowed their combat strength to be extremely high. Su Qing's retreat was accompanied by the Ba Shadow's sea of flames. However, the expressions of the 3 Litu sect cultivators didn't change at all. They continued to rush over and instantly collided with Su Qing, attempting to exchange death for injury. When they collided, one of the 3 Litu sect cultivators' chest caved in but he still held onto Su Qing's waist. The other's forehead was penetrated by the iron stick but he firmly grabbed onto it, not giving Su Qing a chance to retract it. The eyes of the last person revealed emotions for the first time, fanaticism. Litu. He shouted and his body instantly burned, transforming into a dazzling spear of light that headed straight for Su Qing at an astonishing speed. It arrived in an instant and was about to pierce through. A cold glint appeared in Su Qing's eyes. The 900-foot-high spirit sea in his body erupted and transformed outside his body, sweeping in all directions. The 2 corpses of the Litu sect's dead cultivators were instantly crushed. Even the cultivators who were rushing in couldn't dodge and were sent flying in all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Qing moved to the side. The approaching light spear that carried heat and destructive intent slashed past his chest. Although he wasn't pierced, just that graze caused his flesh to be badly mangled. Su Qing's breathing was hurried as he continued to retreat 50 feet away. After that, he stopped and crouched down like a cat. His right foot stomped fiercely on the ground and he charged out like an arrow leaving the bow. He left afterimages as he arrived in front of another Litu sect cultivator. This Litu sect cultivator's eyes also emitted fanaticism. Litu. He let out a low roar and actually chose to self-destruct. Now, there were only 3 people left in the Litu sect. Among these 3 people, other than the one in the middle who didn't move, the other 2 quickly rushed out and headed straight for Su Qing. Their eyes under their robes were also burning with passion. They also chose to self-destruct. The sea ghost became anxious. The remaining 11 or 12 people immediately attacked. As they unleashed their trump cards, 3 talismans formed killing intent that suppressed Su Qing. Not only that, but the eyes of the rogue cultivators in the surroundings who were originally watching and those who rushed over from the other mountain peaks also revealed fervor. They moved closer one after another and some even started attacking. Su Qing seemed to have fallen into an intense crisis. At the next instant, as the 3 Litu sect cultivators self-destructed, the sea ghost attacked, and the talismans activated, the place where Su Qing was instantly drowned by rumbling sounds and dust. However, before the dust could settle, Su Qing rushed out like lightning. The yellow light barrier around his body flickered. It was formed from the power of another talisman. He also had a flight talisman on his leg. All of this caused Su Qing's speed to surpass its previous limit. He instantly arrived in front of a rogue cultivator holding a dagger and slammed into him. Amidst the mournful cries, the rogue cultivator's body collapsed. Su Qing didn't stop. He caught the dagger the other party released and sped through the surrounding crowd. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth and his Taoist robe was torn in many places. However, the coldness in his eyes didn't melt at all. Everywhere he passed, miserable cries rang out and corpses fell to the ground. Blood flowed in all directions, causing the soil on the mountaintop to emit an intense stench of blood. There were also a few sea ghost cultivators whose heads flew up as Su Qing passed by them. This savage slaughter lasted until the last person from the Litu sect and the burly man with a face on his chest from the Sea Ghost organization acted together to stop Su Qing. Only then did Su Qing's killing spree halt. Chapter 154, Blood Dyeing the Sea Lizard Island, 2. Chapter 154, Blood Dyeing the Sea Lizard Island, 2. Su Qing forcefully endured the bombardment of the two people's spells and pierced his hand into the chest of a rogue cultivator. He then retreated and landed on a large rock. He squatted slightly and lifted his head, panting a little as he coldly looked at the remaining cultivators in the surroundings. There was one person left from the Litu sect, the leader. There were still 4 people from the Sea Ghost organization, including the burly men. As Su Qing's gaze swept over, blood dripped down the edge of his dagger, merging with the blood on the ground. With the flight talisman on him, Su Qing could actually attempt to fly out of here. However, everyone here wanted to kill him. Su Qing's principles made him stay. He had to do his best to kill all the threats here. By now, there were over 40 corpses in the surroundings. Dense aura of death filled the area. The rogue cultivators shivered and didn't dare to continue as they retreated one after another. Su Qing frowned slightly. He didn't want to let go of anyone who had attacked him. Even though their cultivation was low, Su Qing still felt that they could be a hidden danger. Just as he was about to chase them, the remaining member of the Litu sect suddenly spoke. "I only want a lizard skin. Give it to me. After I report this matter, you can obtain the friendship of my Litu sect. I only want one too. Otherwise, with your current state, it's hard to say if you'll survive." A sharp voice rang out from the face on the burly sea ghost cultivator's chest, and the red light in his eyes grew even more intense. Su Qing ignored them. The flight talisman activated once again as he headed straight for the rogue cultivators who had attacked him in the distance. His speed was so fast that he instantly got close to them. Heads instantly started flying. Just as he was about to continue killing, the Litu sect and the Sea Ghost directly chose to join forces and rushed over together. Among them, the black robe of the team leader of the Litu sect spread out, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. His eyes were cold and his body emitted a shocking aura. This aura surpassed the perfected chi condensation and wasn't far from foundation building. With a wave of his hand, a thick black fog appeared behind him. The fog churned and formed a huge tombstone. This tombstone was filled with cracks and countless souls were struggling in the cracks. However, upon closer inspection, it was still very blurry. Clearly, with this person's strength, he couldn't display it more clearly and could only borrow illusions. The foggy tombstone headed straight for Su Qing. As for the burly sea ghost cultivator, he let out a sharp roar, his body withered, but the face on his chest was filled with more color and the red light in its eyes spread out. Its entire face turned red until it spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as the blood appeared, it transformed into a blood-colored flying sword with a baleful aura that sped toward Su Qing. The remaining sea ghost cultivators were the same. They all used their trump cards. At this critical moment, Su Qing suddenly lifted his right hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, purple light flickered from his body and rapidly gathered above his head, forming a huge long saber. This saber was 100 feet long and 30 feet wide. Its entire body shone with purple light and the coldness of the blade was oppressive. It was like a heavenly saber that stood in midair and emitted an indescribable rhythm of Tao. It seemed to contain the laws of the world and emitted an earth-shattering aura. As soon as the saber appeared, the expression of the burly sea ghost cultivator changed and he cried out involuntarily. He comprehended a Tao art in chi condensation. King Heliuro, is this something that can be comprehended by a chi condensation cultivator? As he spoke, he retreated, trying to escape. The leader of the Litu sect's team also trembled violently and his face turned pale. Su Qing's face was expressionless as his palm moved down. A rumbling sound shook the heavens and the earth. The purple saber in the sky slashed down and landed in the basin. Everything in its path was slashed. The blood-colored flying sword shattered into pieces. The black tombstone collapsed and exploded. The ground rumbled, leaving behind a huge saber mark that cut the basin in half. The leader of the Litu Sex team was also cut in half. He stared at Su Qing in a daze. At the next moment, his body was torn apart and fresh blood spurted out. The body of the burly sea ghost cultivator in the distance trembled violently and despair appeared in his eyes. He wanted to lower his head and look at his waist, but before he could do so, his body directly split into two from the waist. The face on his chest was also covered with an aura of death. At the same time, the remaining few sea ghost cultivators' bodies broke apart. The entire battlefield fell silent. Only the sky rumbled and the rainy euro finally fell. The gushing rain splattered on the ground, but it was difficult for it to wash away the blood stains here. Su Qing stood in the rain and panted. There were many injuries on his body. Although most of them were already healing, there were still some serious injuries that couldn't be healed immediately. This battle wasn't simple for him either. There were too many enemies. He turned his head and looked at the trembling non-human in the straw rain cape and the elephant-nosed burly man not far away. We didn't attack. We didn't get involved from the start. The two of them trembled uncontrollably when Su Qing's gaze swept past them. Su Qing didn't speak. He shifted his gaze and looked at the fleeing rogue cultivators in the distance. They had attacked Su Qing before and dispersed when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Su Qing didn't chase after them. As he stared coldly, those rogue cultivators and non-humans screamed miserably before they could leave the island. Their bodies turned greenish-black and they died from poison. This scene caused the bodies of the non-human in the straw rain cape and the elephant-nosed burly man to tremble even more. Ignoring the two of them, Su Qing turned and grabbed into the distance with his right hand. Immediately, the black iron stick flew over. After it landed in his hand, he waved it again. This black iron stick was incomparably agile and shuttled rapidly through the corpses in the surroundings. To prevent some people from pretending to be dead, Su Qing dealt the final blows. As for the non-human in the straw rain cape and the elephant-nosed burly men, they tried to retreat. Only when they retreated far away and discovered that Su Qing didn't pay attention to them and seemed to have let them go did the two of them relax. However, they still used all their strength and frantically fled for a distance. Only when they descended the mountain and entered the jungle did they truly heave a sigh of relief. However, the greed hidden in their hearts wasn't extinguished. They each secretly took out jade slips, wanting to transmit their voices to the great cultivator leader outside. They were afraid that if they were too late, Su Qing would escape. However, before they could transmit their voices, two cold lights whistled over from behind them and passed through their necks. They instantly died. Su Qing calmly retracted his gaze. He knew that although there were no foundation-building cultivators on Sea Lizard Island, it didn't mean that there weren't any in the sea. As for the two people who had escaped, it was extremely suspicious for them to try to send a voice transmission at this moment. There was a high chance that they were trying to send a message to someone. Normal people wouldn't think of sending messages at this moment. Su Qing dealt the finishing blow while organizing his gains on the battlefield. Not long later, he looked at the corpses on the ground. Suddenly, the shadow under his feet spread out and grabbed the necks of the three rogue cultivators who were pretending to be dead and lifted them up. Before the three of them could beg for mercy, their necks shattered and they instantly died. At the same time that Su Qing attacked, the dead face on the chest of the burly sea ghost cultivator who had been split into two opened its eyes abruptly and rushed out, transforming into a blood-colored imp. It was unknown what method it used, but it didn't hesitate to expend its energy to fly into the air. Its speed was so fast that it instantly left the island and was already on the sea, fleeing crazily into the distance. Su Qing coldly looked over and spoke for the first time since the battle started. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea beside the Sea Lizard Island suddenly erupted. Waves surged into the sky and a 1,000-foot-long plesiosaur broke out of the sea and devoured the blood-colored imp. Its figure covered the moonlight, and its huge body left behind the stench of the sea. After devouring the red figure, it slammed back into the sea. The sea rumbled and waves surged. The rain became heavier. Chapter 155, Like a Phoenix or an Eagle, 1. Chapter 155, Like a Phoenix or an Eagle, 1. A long time later, Su Qing's figure appeared on the beach under the rain. He walked past the skeletons buried in the sand and washed out by the rain, and looked at the sea from the shore. The waves rose and fell in the sea, as though it hid endless danger. Su Qing recalled the Litu Sex boat. It was already gone. He knew that no foundation-building cultivators dared to set foot on this island, nor did they dare to stay nearby. However, Suqing felt that if there was really a foundation-building cultivator with malicious intent, the greatest possibility was that they would be waiting in the outer perimeter. They were waiting for the qi condensation cultivators, who had returned from the sea lizard island with heavy harvests, and killed them for the sea lizard skins, or were waiting for the people they had sent. Suqing wasn't sure if the people from the Sea Ghost organization and the Litu sect had foundation-building cultivators following them. However, if they did, there was a high chance that they had already obtained the information. After all, it was impossible for him to block all the information during the chaotic battle just now. After some thought, Suqing decided not to leave immediately. He sat down and silently meditated here, recuperating his cultivation and recovering his energy. When he had mostly recovered, he opened his eyes in the rain and looked at the distant sea. The coldness in his eyes intensified. If there's really a foundation-building cultivator Euro, Suqing weighed the pros and cons and suppressed his killing intent. He wasn't sure how many foundation-building cultivators there were, so he didn't want to continue fighting unless it was absolutely necessary. He walked to the seaside and took out the magic boat. With a wave of his right hand, cracking sounds rang out from the magic boat. Its appearance was still the same, but a very small boat had fallen out from below. This swift boat was set up by Zhang San in case there was danger and the magic boat collapsed. It wasn't the sect's standard magic boat, and its structure was also different. It was extremely poor in defense and attack. However, under Zhang San's refinement, its speed was emphasized. The speed it could erupt with was more than twice the speed of the magic boat within a certain period of time. However, it was very dangerous to sail it for a long time. Suqing stared at it for a moment and determination appeared in his eyes. He took down the control jade slip of the magic boat and adjusted it so that the magic boat could sail on its own. After that, he set the route for it and fully activated its defense before sending it off. Looking at the departing magic boat, Suqing suppressed his heartache and turned to step into the swift boat at the side. The moment he stood on the swift boat and was ready to leave Sea Lizard Island, Suqing looked back at this island. The island in the rain was a scene of darkness. The vegetation inside rustled in the wind and rain, as though they were whispering and discussing this blood-stained battle. The wind blew and the rain fell, the mountains were moving but the people were quiet. Suqing looked at all of this. After a long time, he bowed deeply toward the island. "Sorry for disturbing you, Senior." With that, he controlled the swift boat to sink into the sea without any hesitation. The instant the swift boat entered the sea, Suqing retracted all his aura. Moreover, the dragon whale arrived and enveloped the boat. In the night rain, Suqing rowed the boat and sped forward. This was the method Suqing thought of. One of the two boats was in the open and the other was in the dark. They moved in different directions to avoid the possibility of foundation-building cultivators locking onto them. As he left, this island that was silent in the rain suddenly trembled and slowly sank. The seawater rolled over, instantly washing away the bloodstains that couldn't be cleared by the rain. A moment later, when the island surfaced again, there was no longer any blood on it. As for the collapsed trees and shattered mountain rocks, they strangely returned to normal. Only in the depths of the sea under the island, a pair of gigantic eyes slowly opened. They looked indifferently at the swift boat that was far away. After a long Euro, they closed again. An hour later, in the swift boat that was moving with astonishing speed, Suqing suddenly opened his eyes. He took out the jade slip that controlled the magic boat and slowly narrowed his eyes. The jade slip shattered. This meant that the magic boat that was sailing by itself had been destroyed. As expected, there's a foundation-building cultivator. Then should I dive deeper and hide, wait for the foundation-building cultivators to leave after failing to find me, or should I speed up my escape? Suqing fell silent and chose the latter. He didn't want to stay here and wait for death. After all, the danger under the sea was equally terrifying. If the other party did not leave this area for a long time, he would be in an extremely passive state. He didn't want to place his life on other people's decisions. While controlling the swift boat to speed up, he also restrained his aura to a greater extent. Fortunately, the seawater helped in concealing his aura as well. In addition, Suqing wasn't afraid of anomalous substances. This allowed him to dive deeper, causing the concealment of his aura to be even greater. The only thing he had to consider was whether the swift boat could withstand the pressure. However, Suqing knew that now wasn't the time to think about this problem. Under his control, the swift boat sped forward at the bottom of the sea. Not long later, Suqing's eyes narrowed. He sensed danger coming from the direction of the sea, as though it was probing and searching. Suqing silently controlled the boat to sink deeper and continued forward. However, that sense of danger still existed. The swift boat was also showing signs of being unable to withstand the pressure and invasion of anomalous substances under the sea. Seeing that it would be damaged if this continued, Suqing simply put away the swift boat and immersed himself in the body of the forbidden sea dragon whale before moving forward again. Just like that, time flowed by and a night passed. The sense of danger from the sea gradually decreased, but there were still a few strands that remained. It was as though they had used some unknown method to lock onto Suqing. This made Suqing not dare to be careless at all. He gritted his teeth and was about to rush deeper into the sea, wanting to avoid being locked onto. Chapter 156, Like a Phoenix or an Eagle, 2. Chapter 156, Like a Phoenix or an Eagle, 2. Right at this moment, Suqing's mind suddenly trembled. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the sea in all directions. Suqing couldn't see the situation on the surface of the sea, but he could sense how terrifying this pressure was. This wasn't something that could be formed by a foundation-building cultivator. It was more like a certain colossus spreading its aura. At the same time that this pressure appeared, the auras that seemed to have locked onto him instantly became chaotic, as though they were fleeing in panic. While he was shocked, Suqing still knew to use this chance to speed up. After he moved far away and couldn't sense the lock on his aura, he hesitated for a moment before continuing to move forward. However, he was clear that he couldn't do this for long. The danger under the sea had not appeared, but it would definitely be more dangerous if he continued to move under the sea. Hence, after confirming repeatedly that he sensed no danger on the surface, Suqing carefully ascended. The moment half of his head appeared on the surface of the sea, he quickly looked around. However, at the next instant, he was attracted by the scene in the sky. It should have been morning, but the sky had turned pitch black. The reason why the sky was pitch black was because of a majestic black cloud. The range of this black cloud was too large, covering hundreds of kilometers and blotting out the sky. The sea area Suqing was in was currently enveloped in its shadow. The sound of wind and lightning, as well as rumbling sounds, came out from the black clouds. There were even bolts of astonishing lightning swimming within, like there was a calamity brewing in the sky. Wherever it passed, the sea would stir up a storm, as though it was kowtowing to this existence in the sky. If that was all, it would be fine. What shocked Suqing was that within this moving black cloud, there was an unimaginable existence. A portion of its body that was revealed seemed to possess the power to suppress life forms, causing Suqing's flesh and blood to stiffen. His soul was rumbling and his mind was blank. Only his eyes could move, allowing him to see the blurry appearance of the terrifying existence in the black cloud clearly. It was a gigantic creature that looked like a phoenix or an eagle, with its entire body burning with black flames. Phoenix head, snake neck, swallow chin, turtle back, fish tail. Within the black flames, its entire body was shining with 5 colors and was so dazzling that the black flames couldn't hide it at all. It was soaring in the black clouds in the sky and was filled with divinity. In fact, it even had some faint resemblance to the aura of the god's fragmented face. Clearly, it was its appearance that caused those unknown cultivators who had ill intentions toward Suqing to have no choice but to give up on pursuing him and retreat. The world rumbled. As the black clouds sped away, they slowly left the sky, revealing the bright sky behind the clouds. Suqing also gradually recovered his mobility and he instinctively inhaled. However, the instant he inhaled, the extremely terrifying existence in the black clouds in the distant sky suddenly turned its head and glanced at the distant sea. With just this glance, a large area of the sea dozens of kilometers away from Suqing instantly rose. Waves surged into the sky like a tsunami. The anomalous substances became denser, as though they were being pulled into a spot. Even though Suqing was very far away and couldn't see clearly, his body still swayed with the waves and his mind rumbled. That phoenix eagle retracted its gaze and entered the black clouds again. Amidst the rumbling thunder, it disappeared into the distant horizon. After a long time, when the waves of the sea calmed down, Suqing let out a long breath. His face was pale as he looked at the distant horizon, his mind in chaos. the feeling this divine bird gave him was unprecedented. Even the giant pulling the bronze dragon carriage at the bottom of the sea seemed to be weaker in Su Qing's perception. What is it? It is flying toward the Nanhuang continent. As Su Qing mumbled, he suddenly realized something. Nanhuang continent's Phoenix 1 foot. Su Qing had read many books and dossiers in the homicide department. He thought of the name of the forbidden zone on the other side of the Truth Mountain range that occupied 70% of the Nanhuang continent. The largest forbidden zone in the Nanhuang continent, the Phoenix Forbidden Zone. Su Qing's heart shook as he made a guess. A moment later, he took a deep breath and suppressed this guess. He was going to inquire and search for information to confirm it when he returned. With this thought in mind, Su Qing sank back into the sea. After speeding for several hours, he sensed that no one was pursuing him. Only then did he return to the surface of the sea. He took out the swift boat and leaped onto it, controlling it to speed up his escape. Very soon, 3 days passed. Su Qing was extremely careful on the way. He probed many times and finally confirmed that those pursuing auras had really disappeared. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief. He guessed that the phoenix's appearance had imperceptibly given him some help, causing those malicious cultivators to be unable to clearly investigate his location and lose track of him. However, Su Qing didn't dare to let his guard down. Although he no longer moved under the sea, he still controlled the boat to move at its full speed. He didn't hesitate to spend spirit stones. During these 3 days, more than half of his injuries had healed. His face was no longer pale and the fatigue from the slaughter had dissipated. Recalling the massacre earlier, even though his cultivation and combat strength were extraordinary, he still felt a fatigue he hadn't felt in a long time. Fortunately, the benefits this time could be said to be astonishing, which caused him to reveal a satisfied expression. Other than the 3 divine molts, he also obtained more than 10 8th or 9th level Qi condensation lizard molts. As for low-level lizard molts, he had even more of them. Other than that, there were also a number of treasures. He even obtained 3 talismans. Although the runes on them were already blurry and he couldn't use them many times, they were still valuable. Chapter 157, Like a Phoenix or an Eagle, 3. Chapter 157, Like a Phoenix or an Eagle, 3. As for spirit stones, Su Qing calculated that there were about 4,000. Most rogue cultivators were poor. The reason why Su Qing had gained so much was because he had killed everyone on the island and looted them. Among them, the main contributor of the spirit stones was the Sea Ghost organization. As for the Litu sect, Su Qing had checked their pockets, but they were really poor for some reason. He was regretful about that, but when he thought of his gains this time, he didn't care about the low gains from the Litu sect. Even if I don't include the divine sea lizard molts, I still have a harvest of almost 20,000 spirit stones. Su Qing sat and counted the spoils of war while navigating the swift boat to move in the direction of the 7 blood eyes. The increase in his cultivation and the benefits he obtained from this trip allowed Su Qing to not care about the consumption of spirit stones by the swift boat. From this trip, Su Qing's reverence for the sea deepened. Now that his pockets were full, he only had one thought, and that was to return as soon as possible. With the enhancement of a large number of spirit stones, the swift boat continued to operate at its limit. His returning speed was more than twice as fast. According to his judgment, he would be able to return to the sect in 3 days at most. For the rest of the journey, Su Qing didn't encounter much danger because he was close to the coast of the Nanhuang continent. When he was only half a day away from the 7 Blood Eyes port, he saw a boat from the sect. It was a battleship speeding toward him. Although this battleship looked like it belonged to the 7th Peaks Coast Guard Department, Su Qing was still on guard. His plesiosaur at the bottom of the sea swam around and was prepared to fight at any time. At the same time, he noticed that there were 5 dragon whales under the battleship. Moreover, one of them looked a little different. It looked like a dragon whale, but it was actually somewhat similar to the megalodon. Su Qing's heart shook and he became even more vigilant. Not long later, the battleship gradually got closer and was clearly reflected in Su Qing's eyes. The huge ship was engraved with array formations that emitted terrifying fluctuations. There were also more than 80 magic spikes that seemed to be able to stimulate astonishing power around the ship. As for the deck, one could see more than 37th Peak disciples. All of this meant that this battleship possessed formidable combat strength. 7 Blood Eyes 7th Peaks Coast Guard Department on duty. Boat in front, state your identity. A dignified voice rang out from the Coast Guard Department's battleship as it got closer. Suchin from the 7th Peaks Homicide Department. Suchin looked at the Coast Guard Department's battleship and calmly spoke. There were over 30 cultivators on the battleship and it was clear they were surrounding a single person. The person they were surrounding was a youth in a gray Taoist robe. His gaze was like lightning and carried intense pressure. The fluctuations of the perfected qi condensation from his body were quite extraordinary. He looked at Suchin in the swift boat and a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Suchin. After Suchin reported his name, a familiar voice rang out from behind the 30-odd people on the Coast Guard Department's battleship. Very soon, a person walked out from behind the crowd. It was none other than Zhou Qingpeng. His expression was filled with surprise. After greeting Suchin, he turned and respectfully whispered a few words to the youth. The youth nodded expressionlessly. Zhou Qingpeng cupped his fists and leaped up from the battleship with joy. He landed on Suchin's swift boat and smiled. Suchin, I didn't expect us to meet at sea. Did you return from the sea? I've been out for some time. I'm returning to the sect. Suchin looked at the youth on the battleship. That's my boss, Ding Xiaohai from the Coast Guard Department, Zhou Qingpeng said proudly. After that, he glanced at Suchin's swift boat. What happened to you? Why has your boat become so shabby? The Coast Guard Department has the right to inspect all the boats, but looking at your boat, we can forget about it. Zhou Qingpeng smiled and exchanged a few more pleasantries with Suchin. Under Suchin's congratulations, he cupped his fists and prepared to return. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Suchin in a low voice. By the way, Suchin, don't go out to sea again for some time after you return. Our Coast Guard Department has received a notice that the seabed has been a little chaotic recently. I heard from my boss that some terrifying existences have appeared for some reason. Zhou Qingpeng's expression was filled with palpitations. He didn't say anything else and turned to return to the battleship. Terrifying existences. Suchin's eyes narrowed and his expression was solemn. He cupped his fists and thanked Zhou Qingpeng. Very soon, the Coast Guard Department's battleship made honking sounds and changed directions, gradually leaving into the distance. While Suchin was looking at the battleship, Ding Xiaohai tilted his head and looked at Suchin's swift boat in the distance. He then looked at the faintly discernible plesiosaur in the sea below the swift boat and calmly spoke to Zhou Qingpeng, who was reporting to him. Zhou Qingpeng, your peer isn't simple. Zhou Qingpeng was stunned and whispered. Senior brother Ding, when the night of operation was carried out, it was rumored that someone killed the enemy leader as an ordinary member. He is that person. There was a deeper meaning in Ding Xiaohai's gaze. When Zhou Qingpeng heard this, he couldn't help but be in a daze. He turned his head and looked at Suchin's boat in the distance. One could faintly see the figure of the youth on the magic boat standing there. The wind and waves rose and fell but they could not shake him at all. Chapter 158, Gu Muqing. Chapter 158, Gu Muqing. The day passed in the blink of an eye. As the bright moon reappeared in the sky, the quiet sea gradually fell asleep. Starlight scattered the ground, covering the 7 Blood Eyes Bay with a mysterious veil. From afar, the 7 mountain peaks and the 7 blood-colored giant eyes at the top of the mountains looked like they were protecting as well as intimidating. What they protected was the prosperity of the 7 Blood Eyes, causing the commoners to yearn for it and be willing to come here. They would create their value here and provide a vast amount of residency fees, allowing the 7 Blood Eyes Industries to continue earning profits. What they intimidated was the outside world, the non-human races, and those with ill intentions, telling them not to cross the line. As for the cruelty between their disciples, it was the same concept as nurturing Gu. They wanted to nurture wolves that could survive in chaotic times. Only such a wolf was worthy of truly joining the 7 Blood Eyes and enjoying the right to its benefits. By now, Suchin had a complete understanding of the rules of the 7 Blood Eyes. He looked at the harbor in front of him and lowered the speed of the swift boat, slowly entering the harbor. The magic boats of the 7 Blood Eyes disciples were floating on the sea. Beams of strong light from the lighthouse swept in all directions, causing the sparkling sea water under the moonlight to appear dazzling for an instant when the light passed by. This lasted until one of the lighthouse beams landed outside Port 79's harbor gate. It stopped for a moment on a swift boat that looked like it was about to fall apart. The light quickly gathered in front of Su Qing, who was standing on the boat. The strong light was piercing. Su Qing covered his eyes with his hand and took out his token. A gentle light emitted from the token, as though an invisible array had swept past it, confirming Su Qing's identity. Very soon, a small gate slowly opened at the entrance of Port 79. The beam of light that was focused on Su Qing also moved away, causing the world in front of Su Qing to turn pitch black for a moment. However, it quickly returned to normal. As his swift boat entered the harbor through the small gate, a familiar wind blew over from the shore, blowing Su Qing's hair. He looked at the harbor in front of him and heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how harsh and savage the environment in the Seven Blood Eyes main city was, it was still better compared to the sea. After all, here, the enemies he met among the Piedmont disciples wouldn't surpass his cultivation by a major realm. "I'm back." Su Qing mumbled and controlled the swift boat to head straight for his berth. His late-night return attracted the attention of some disciples from Port 79. If it was anyone else, they might have let it go after taking a glance. However, after noticing that it was Su Qing, many disciples walked out of their magic boats and cupped their fists in goodwill. Su Qing's previous breakthrough and the appearance of the forbidden sea dragon whale had made him very famous in Port 79. When these disciples who walked out of the magic boat swept their gazes across Su Qing, they also noticed his broken swift boat. They knew that the other party had encountered great danger at sea. However, most of the Piedmont disciples knew their limits and understood that they shouldn't ask what should not be asked. Hence, they pretended not to see the damage to Su Qing's swift boat. Facing the greetings of his fellow disciples, Su Qing cupped his fists and returned the greeting. After his swift boat arrived at its berth, Su Qing looked around and entered the cabin before starting his meditation. It was just like before he went out to sea. As he closed his eyes, Su Qing's heart completely calmed down from the massacre earlier. However, his vigilance had already been engraved into his soul, especially now that he had returned with a heavy harvest. Although there was a high chance that with his current reputation, no one would dare to rob him, he still had to be vigilant. Su Qing scattered even more poison powder around the berth, regardless of whether it was in the sea or on the shore. At the same time, Su Qing didn't forget that he had killed the merfolk youth before he left. Moreover, the other party had Dao protectors. I wonder how the matter with that dead fish is now. Su Qing fell silent. He didn't inquire about it and continued to cultivate warily. The night passed. The next morning, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. The morning light seemed to have transformed into a graceful woman who walked over gently, scattering gentleness everywhere, calling all living beings to wake up and dispelling the coldness of the night from the world. As the light landed on the cabin, Su Qing opened his eyes and walked out, staring at the port area. What greeted Su Qing's eyes was the familiar world, the familiar light, the familiar figures, and everything familiar. Regardless of whether it was the patrolling disciples, the fellow disciples who woke up early, the commoners who were bustling about, or the fragrance of food, all of them made Su Qing feel very good. He didn't care about the tattered Taoist robe on his body. He leaped off the swift boat and put it away. He first went to the breakfast shop he used to go to every day. Under the enthusiastic greeting of the shopkeeper, he ate a full meal. The shopkeeper didn't pay much attention to his somewhat tattered Taoist robe after sweeping his gaze across it. He had seen such scenes many times. The familiar taste caused Su Qing to eat double the amount he would normally eat. After he paid the bill, he didn't head to the homicide department to cancel his leave immediately. Instead, he went to the main city's disciple administration office, where he bought a new set of Taoist robes. After changing, Su Qing thought about it and walked all the way to the location of Zhang San's transportation department. He felt that the swift boat could still be used after repairing it. As for the magic Boata Euro, he would have to refine it again. However, when he thought of his harvest, Su Qing felt that it was not a problem to refine it again. Also, I took advantage of senior brother Zhang last time. I have to make up for it this time. Su Qing touched his pouch and quickly walked forward. Not long later, when the sun was high in the sky, Su Qing saw the transportation department from afar. He also saw that other than the members of the transportation department, there were also some unfamiliar disciples. There were 7 to 8 of these disciples and they were all women. All of them had graceful figures that even their Taoist robes couldn't conceal. They were curvy and graceful. Their appearances were equally beautiful and they had a unique alchemy temperament that belonged to the second peak. They were all disciples of the second peak. At that moment, they were clustered around a core disciple. She wore a light orange Taoist robe and was especially eye-catching among the many disciples. Her appearance was the same. She looked exquisite and her appearance was radiating. She was a peerless beauty. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her features were clear and filled with charm. Her nature seemed to be very gentle. Although she was surrounded, she didn't emit the superiority of a core disciple. She stood there quietly and looked very elegant. Su Qing's gaze swept over and he slowly walked closer. He then saw Zhang San surrounded by these second peak disciples. Compared to those extraordinary-looking second peak disciples, Zhang San, who was squatting on the sandbag and rubbing his hands, looked ordinary. His farmer-like appearance looked simple and ordinary. Zhang San saw Su Qing's arrival immediately. He greeted Su Qing and patted his chest at the second peak disciples beside him. "Don't worry, there's no problem this time. When I, old Zhang, go out to sea, the various races will give me some face." Noticing that Zhang San seemed to be discussing business, Su Qing didn't disturb him. Instead, he walked to a dark corner and waited silently. Su Qing, who was wearing a gray Taoist robe, had a handsome appearance and a gentle expression. However, the darkness he was in formed a sharp contrast with the sunlight outside. Under the sunlight, they would see that the gentleness on Su Qing's face was just a mask. Under that mask was an indifferent expression that had fused with the shadow. There was a hint of coldness that kept people away for thousands of miles. Added with his long hair and tall figure, it formed a unique aura. This attracted the attention of the second peak's disciples and most of them glanced at him. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't care about these gazes and waited silently. Not long later, Zhang San finished talking to the second peak's disciples and arrived in front of Su Qing. "Kid, you're finally back. How was your harvest on this trip?" "Not bad." Looking at Zhang San, Su Qing smiled. "It's good as long as you gained something. Do you see those second peak disciples?" Zhang San had a smug expression on his face as he raised his chin at the group of second peak disciples who were about to leave. "Do you see the prettiest chick among them? That's the core disciple of the second peak, Gumuching. I wonder how many people have dreamt of her as their Tao companion. Cough, it is my dream as well. They want to go out to sea to train. This is a big job. I competed with many of my fellow disciples at our port to obtain the qualifications to lead them out to sea. Even your captain could not win against me." Zhang San looked at Su Qing expectantly, as though he wanted to see his envy. Zhang San was a little depressed. "I saw your junior brother Su Qing, shouldn't you congratulate me? Maybe after this, I'll have a Tao companion." Su Qing thought about it and felt that what the other party said made sense. Hence, he squeezed out an envious expression and spoke seriously. Zhang San was speechless and gave up on the thought of seeing envy from Su Qing. "All right, it's hard for you to do Theta Euro. You came here to inspect and repair the magic boat, right?" Su Qing retracted his expression and took out a piece of sea lizard skin of acceptable quality from his pouch. "Senior brother Zhang, I did come to repair the boat and I hope to use the sea lizard skin to make the refined magic boat stronger." Just as Su Qing said this, he suddenly paused and lifted his head to look at the second peak's disciples not far away. These second peak disciples were originally about to leave, but at this moment, the second peak's heaven-chosen, Gumuching, whom Zhang San mentioned, noticed the sea lizard skin Su Qing took out. Her footsteps paused and her eyes lit up. "Fellow disciple, is the sea lizard skin in your hand of an 8th level qi condensation sea lizard?" Gumuching's voice had the unique immaturity of a young girl. It was delicate and graceful as it scattered under the sunlight, merging with the pill fragrance on her body. It was like a soft singing voice that made one feel good. However, when it entered Su Qing's ears, he frowned slightly and instinctively kept the sea lizard's skin. He then looked at Gumuching warily. At the same time, his heart was filled with vigilance. He also reminded himself that he couldn't carelessly take out the sea lizard skins just because he had gained a lot of them and they could be sold in the sex shops. He should have waited for the other party to leave before taking it out. Gumuching also sensed the change in Su Qing's expression and hurriedly walked over to explain. "I want to refine a pill and require a large number of sea lizard skins. The better the quality, the better. I've bought all the sea lizard skins in the city." This is also the reason why I am making a trip to the sea this time, but I don't know if my harvest will be enough. So, if you have any left, I'm willing to buy them at a high price." After saying that, Gumuching looked at Su Qing. Her clear and bright pupils, curved willow brows, and long eyelashes trembled slightly, emitting deep anticipation. Su Qing fell silent. It wasn't impossible to sell it to the other party, but he first had to consider if he would have enough left to upgrade his magic boat. Zhang San, who was at the side, was stunned for a moment. He stood between the two of them and looked at Su Qing, who was seriously thinking, then at Gumuching, who was staring fixedly at him. He suddenly felt that this trip to sea looked like it was not going to happen. In fact, he even got a faint feeling that he seemed to be an extra there. He coughed and was about to speak when Gumuching, who was staring at Su Qing's face, suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up again. "I remember now. You're Su Qing." Chapter 159, Creditor's Visit. Chapter 159, Creditor's Visit. It was noon and the sunlight was intense. It was hard for mortals to look directly at the sun hanging high in the sky. Just like Gumuching, who was standing under the sunlight. She was extremely radiant, like a fairy. Although the light orange Taoist robe covered her figure, the excellence of her body wasn't something that the robe could completely conceal. The curves were prominent and one could imagine what kind of delicate figure was hidden under the robe. That soft jade-like arm that was exposed outside her sleeve, her beautiful and smooth neck, and her long black hair that was like a waterfall. Coupled with her exquisite, smooth, and tender jade-like skin, she was like the embodiment of beauty. When this beautiful scene fell into Zhang San's eyes, his expression became a little dazed and his face turned red. However, Su Qing, who was standing in the dark, didn't have any changes in his expression. His gaze coldly sized up the woman's neck. Whether this woman was beautiful or not wasn't important to Su Qing. This wasn't the first time he had seen her. He hadn't seen many core disciples in the main city, so he could tell at a glance that she was the girl he had met outside the medical shop a few months ago. Back then, they had only brushed past each other, but the other party had now called out his name. This caused Su Qing to be extremely vigilant. He had to confirm if the other party had the strength to threaten his life. After sweeping his gaze over, Su Qing made a judgment in his heart. If he really attacked, he was confident that he could kill the other party quickly. The other party's cultivation was all right, but regardless of whether it was her standing posture or vigilance, she was far inferior to the rogue cultivators of the Sea Lizard Island. As for the other party's identity as a core disciple of the Second Peak, considering that the Second Peak focused on alchemy, Su Qing instinctively scanned his surroundings to see if there were any traces of poison. "Junior brother Su Qing, you don't have to be surprised. I learned of your name by accident." Gumuching smiled sweetly. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. Zhang San's heartbeat sped up. He felt that this woman was indeed worthy of being the publicly acknowledged heavenly maiden of the Second Peak. Such a person calling him senior brother made him feel extremely comfortable. He laughed and was about to say something when Su Qing's calm voice rang out. "I'm not surprised." Zhang San glanced at Su Qing and sighed inwardly. "Su Qing, oh Su Qing. She is already so proactive, but why don't you have any reaction?" If it were him, he would definitely go forward and chat with her immediately. Wouldn't it be like fate? Gumuching smiled lightly and took out a pill, handing it to Su Qing. "Junior brother Su Qing, all of your white pills were sold to my shop. I've studied your pills for a long time and am very curious why the purity of these pills is so high." Su Qing swept his gaze over and recognized that these were indeed his alchemy pills. After some thought, he didn't answer the other party's question, but took out a few sets of sea lizard skin. 8th level of Qi condensation sea lizard skin, 530 spirit stones, 9th level of Qi condensation sea lizard skin, 960 spirit stones, and 1,430 spirit stones for the perfected Qi condensation sea lizard skin. "How many do you want?" Su Qing's offer was the selling prices of the shops. He felt that he probably wouldn't be able to get such a price if he sold it to the shops. Since Gumuching wanted to buy it, selling it to her was more profitable. Gumuching looked at the sea lizard skins and her eyes lit up. However, she didn't buy them immediately. Instead, she continued to ask about what she had said earlier. It was as though her interest had shifted from the sea lizard skins after she recognized Su Qing. Su Qing frowned slightly. However, when he thought about how the other party's shop had accepted a lot of his white pills and was about to buy his sea lizard skins, he patiently spoke. During the concoction stage, add some night corpse leading ox. It will increase some purity. The young girl revealed a look of contemplation. After a long time, she questioned politely. However, the impatience in Su Qing's heart rose. From what he knew, one couldn't obtain knowledge for free. The other party's actions were a little too much. Senior Sister Ding understood this very well. Every time she asked, she would give him something of a certain value. Hence, Su Qing didn't answer. Instead, he asked about the Tao of medicine. Is there a way to increase the toxicity and preserve the blue blood of the ghost desires for a longer time? Gu Muqing thought about it and spoke seriously. I've never thought about this. What master taught me is all about healing medicine. Let me think. If it was me, I would add the living tea and use its depth to increase the toxicity of the ghost desire. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. After pondering for a moment, his state of mind fluctuated slightly. The other party's words opened up some ideas for him, so he asked again. The living tea itself is a neutralization agent, but it also contains a certain amount of poison. How can I turn the poison into a medicinal catalyst? Ah. Poison again. Let me think. Maybe you can use the golden button grass to force it out. Gu Muqing said uncertainly, but her words still inspired Su Qing. This caused Su Qing's interest to increase. He began to communicate with Gu Muqing about the Tao of medicine. The conversation between the two of them was a little strange. Su Qing mostly asked about the Tao of poison, and Gu Muqing mostly asked about the Tao of medicine. However, it didn't affect anything. Instead, there was a faint sense of corroboration between them. In fact, the more they communicated, the more they understood. In the end, Gu Muqing simply walked into the shade and continued to communicate with Su Qing. Time passed. Under the sunlight, the two people in the darkness, the handsome man and the exquisite woman, made a beautiful scene. Only Zhang San, who looked like a farmer, seemed to be a little out of place in this scene. At this moment, Zhang San was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at the two of them. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and thought to himself that being handsome was really too much of an advantage. His heart skipped a beat again as he wondered if this business would be ruined. However, when he thought about how Su Qing had just returned from the sea and there was a high chance that he wouldn't go out again, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still couldn't help but speak. Junior brother Su Qing, why don't you give me the magic boat first? I'll refine it for you. I think your conversation will last for a while. When Su Qing heard this, he cupped his fists toward Zhang San and took out the swift boat. Zhang San subconsciously raised his hand and took the small bottle containing the flying ship. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared blankly at the thin and broken swift boat in the bottle. He was stunned for a moment. Where's the magic boat? Isn't this the swift boat I placed in your magic boat? It shattered, Su Qing calmly said. He then continued to ask Gu Muqing about the Tao of poison. Zhang San took a deep breath and looked at the small bottle in his hand. He already realized that Su Qing had probably encountered a life and death situation on this trip to the sea. Just like that, 4 hours passed. The afterglow of the setting sun scattered down and the darkness on the ground blended with the light from the outside world. Under Gu Muqing's unsatisfied gaze, Su Qing ended the conversation and completed the transaction of the sea lizard skins with the other party. Junior brother Su Qing, thank you for clearing my doubts. It's a little late today, so I'll take my leave first. I'll go back and try the method you mentioned. However, I feel that there's a high chance that it will still be very difficult to succeed. In reality, I've tried many times before but I can only occasionally reach that purity. Gu Muqing said in distress. Su Qing thought about it. On one hand, he felt that this should be related to the concoction method taught by Grandmaster Bai. On the other hand, it might also be related to the fact that his body didn't have any anomalous substances. When he was refining pills, he didn't emit any impure aura that fused into the pills. However, he naturally wouldn't say this. Gu Muqing shook her head and left with a pondering expression. Su Qing bowed slightly with a serious expression. He had benefited greatly from this exchange and had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of poison. A faint idea of how to refine poison appeared in his mind. Seeing that Gu Muqing had left, Zhang Sen came to Su Qing's side and sighed with a worried expression. Su Qing, that boat of yours isn't easy to refine. I can't put that many spirit stones on it. It will be the same as building another one. It's too expensive. Su Qing didn't say anything. He looked around and took out one of the 3 pieces of divine lizard skin. Zhang Sen only glanced at the lizard skin from the corner of his eyes before his entire body trembled. In that instant, all his worries disappeared. His eyes widened as he looked at the golden light on the lizard skin, and gasped. What? Just as he said this, he grabbed Su Qing and headed straight for his warehouse. After entering the warehouse, he shakily took Su Qing's lizard skin. After examining it carefully as though it was a treasure, his breathing became increasingly hurried. After a while, he looked at Su Qing. Divine lizard skin. It's even a foundation-building lizard skin. Moreover, it contains a trace of the aura of golden core. The value of this thing is too high. If this matter is revealed, it will definitely cause a large number of fights and killings. How did you obtain it? I snatched it. Is it enough to forge a new magic boat? Su Qing calmly asked. Looking at Su Qing's expression, Zhang San's eyes narrowed. He could hear the thick bloodlust in those words and finally understood why he went out on a magic boat and returned on the swift boat. It is more than enough. The magic boat forged from this thing will reach an astonishing level. I need some time to prepare. Come and collect it tomorrow. Zhang Sen turned his head to look at the divine lizard skin, and his eyes revealed an intense light. He felt that the magic boat forged from this item would be his most outstanding work in the past few years. Su Qing nodded and took out some spirit tickets worth about 5,000 spirit stones. After placing them to the side, he thought about it and took out the spirit stones in his storage bag. Altogether, there were 10,000 spirit stones. Many of those spirit stones were stained with blood. These spirit stones caused Zhang San's eyes to narrow again. His heart skipped a beat and his expression became increasingly strange. He couldn't help but ask. How many people did you kill this time? Not much. Su Qing shook his head. If you use all your spirit stones to refine the magic boat, what will happen to your cultivation needs? Also, do you trust me that much? Zhang Sen looked at Su Qing. Someone still owes me a few thousand spirit stones. I'll go and ask for them tonight. As for trust, I feel senior brother's things here add up to more than my harvest. Su Qing spoke seriously and cupped his fists at Zhang San. He then turned and left cleanly. It was dusk outside and the world was getting dark. Zhang Sen looked at Su Qing's back view as he walked away, his heart filled with emotions. There's actually someone who dares to owe this person spirit stones. Also, since you trust me so much, it won't be good for me to secretly take some of it. Since I've invested in you, I'll persevere to the end. At the same time, in an inn on Ponchuan Road, the old man was happily smoking a pipe with a smug expression. I'm rich this time. The mid-stage foundation building lizard skin is worth 5,000 spirit stones. It's a pity that I didn't manage to obtain the divine lizard skin. However, that poisonous brat probably won't have it easy either. He might even end up empty-handed. I'm so happy when I think about how he didn't gain anything. Haha, I haven't opened for business for many days. There will definitely be many people coming to stay today. Double joy. Just as the old man was feeling smug, a huge force rushed over. It was that large snake. At that moment, it ruthlessly slammed into the old man's body and let out an indignant gurgling sound. The old man glared and was about to teach it a lesson when he saw the large snake's sad expression. His heart softened and he sighed. Sigh, that kid is very cunning. Seeing that the situation isn't good, how can he not run? He won't die, he won't die. When the snake heard this, its emotions eased a little. However, it was still a little dispirited and curled up in a corner. The old man's heart ached and he comforted it. When the sky outside completely darkened, the figures of guests in the distance could be seen. I'll get you some snacks later. Let's not talk about it for now. We're going to open for business. The old man hurriedly walked out and looked at the guests who had arrived in the distance. A smile appeared on his face, but at the next instant, his expression suddenly changed. A dagger that shone with a cold light whistled over like lightning from afar the instant the night fell. It directly pierced through the neck of the wanted criminal who was about to enter the inn and nailed him to the wall at the side. The force was so great that the wall let out a loud sound and blood splattered everywhere. A mournful cry rang out before stopping abruptly. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard from afar. Chapter 160, Bizarre Inn, 1. Chapter 160, Bizarre Inn, 1. In the dark night, the wind blew and the moonlight felt cold. The thick night was like a hand that represented death holding the brush of the life and death book, painting everything in hazy ink and forming a picture of death. Everything was grayish-black. Only the blood dripping from the wound on the wanted criminal's neck became the most shocking color in this grayish-black world. This lasted until the gentle footsteps echoed and a gray figure slowly walked into the painting. It replaced the glare of the blood and became the most intense cold outside the inn on Ponchuan Road. This cold seemed to cause the dripping blood to freeze for a moment. It also made the eyes of the old man at the entrance of the inn narrow as he looked at the figure walking over. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his slender figure was tall and straight. His cold gaze coupled with his well-defined face was like a blade that was slowly being unsheathed. It was Su Qing. His expression was calm. Under the gaze of the old man from Ponchuan Road, he walked step by step to the side of the corpse. He removed the corpse's leather pouch and expressionlessly slashed out his dagger. He caught the head of the corpse and kicked the decapitated body lightly. The corpse landed at the old man's feet. The old man's expression was gloomy, but the sound of wind could be heard from behind him. The head of the large snake whistled out. The moment it saw Su Qing, its eyes clearly revealed some light. "It's my treat." Su Qing glanced at the snake and calmly spoke. The large snake was very happy. It swallowed the corpse in one gulp and nodded at Su Qing. "Su Qing, don't go too far." The old man from Ponchuan Road stared fixedly at Su Qing as he coldly spoke. Su Qing also looked at the old man, but his right hand suddenly waved. Immediately, the dagger in his hand shot into the distance, breaking through the wind and emitting a sharp whistling sound. It replaced the screams and nailed the space between the brows of another wanted criminal who was speeding over. The tremendous force caused this person's skull to shatter. As red and white splattered down at the same time, his body was swept back by the force by 20 feet and landed heavily on the ground. The old man's brows twitched. He could sense that the Su Qing in front of him seemed to be even more powerful than when he was on the Sea Lizard Island. He felt worried. "What exactly do you want?" The old man glared at Su Qing angrily, and the veins on his face bulged. A sense of danger spread out from his body, and ropes appeared out of thin air in the surroundings. However, at the instant they appeared, a fiery force erupted from Su Qing's body, forming a high temperature that swept in all directions. Immediately, the ropes bent one after another, not daring to get close. A tragic cry suddenly rang out from not far away. That was the third wanted criminal who came here. Just by approaching this place, his entire body turned greenish-black and he died from the poison. Su Qing didn't bother with these dead wanted criminals. He looked at the old man's neck and weighed whether he could kill him. His aura gradually became colder and colder. The old man stared at Su Qing and felt stifled. He naturally knew the other party's motive for coming here, but his heart really ached at the thought of giving away a few thousand spirit stones. When he asked earlier, he planned to use the excuse that he had given him a storage bag as a reason to not give spirit stones. However, Su Qing didn't say a word. The old man understood that it was useless for him to speak, especially since the other party's aura already contained killing intent. The old man's heart began to thump as he felt a life-and-death crisis. "Su Qing, don't be rash. I have a trump card. The trump card is this inn. It only looks like an inn, but in reality, it's a bizarre one entity. It's currently in a deep sleep. Once it wakes up, the seven blood eyes' first peak will immediately come to suppress it. At that time, you'll be finished as well." The old man spoke extremely quickly. After he finished speaking, the entire inn rumbled. A terrifying fluctuation spread out from the tables, chairs, and all the bricks of the inn. It was as though the inn had become a monster and was about to awaken. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. The sense of danger he felt at this moment was extremely intense and he instantly took a few steps back. As for the large snake, it had been lying in the distance the entire time and watching curiously. It did not help anyone, as though it believed that the two of them wouldn't fight. It sensed the changes in the inn, but its expression seemed to reveal a hint of intimacy. Its head rubbed against the ground as though it was greeting the inn. However, after sensing that Su Qing was looking at it, it hurriedly gurgled and nodded continuously, as though it was telling Su Qing that the old man was speaking the truth. Su Qing, I'm not a human. This inn isn't just an inn. It's a bizarre entity, and my race has the ability to put bizarre entities to sleep. Many years ago, I brought the sleeping entity to the Seven Blood Eyes to sell it to the First Peak. However, the First Peak didn't give me money immediately and asked me to guard this bizarre entity for 10 years. I had no choice. The amount they promised me was too much, so I agreed. However, I'm still poor and I still have to spend my own resources to cultivate. Also, Wang Yan and I are good friends. I saved Zhang San's life and the captain of Team 6 and I are life and death friends. Su Qing, don't be rash. We can also become good friends. The clues I gave you about the wanted criminals before were real. I didn't want to harm you. Su Qing's expression was gloomy. He looked at the old man who was quickly explaining and then at the inn. In the darkness of the night, the inn seemed to have transformed into a ghastly mouth that could devour everything. He knew that this old man wasn't simple and definitely had a life-saving method, which was why he didn't make a move previously. However, he still didn't expect that the old man's trump card would be the inn itself. Chapter 161, Bizarre Inn, 2. Chapter 161, Bizarre Inn, 2. Su Qing didn't believe the old man's words about selling it to the First Peak. However, the feeling earlier was very real. Su Qing felt that it wasn't worth it to take the risk to kill him. He had a vigilant personality and decided not to make a move. He was going to observe this place for some time. He glanced at the old man and restrained his killing intent as he calmly spoke. Give me the spirit stones. Sensing that Su Qing's killing intent had disappeared, the old man quickly took out 3 spirit tickets from his pocket. They were worth a total of 3,000 spirit stones. He threw these 3 spirit tickets to Su Qing. Su Qing caught them and checked them. After that, he cut off the heads of the wanted criminals' corpses and left with them. From the start to the end, he only said 2 sentences. At that moment, as it watched Su Qing's departing figure, the large snake hurriedly stuck its head out and began to gurgle like it was calling him. Its voice seemed to contain a hint of joy. Su Qing slowly walked away without looking back. Stop calling, you white-eyed snake. Our spirit stones are all gone, but not only do you not feel heartache, you're even siding with him. He really wanted to kill me just now, and the inn almost woke up. The old man was filled with grief and indignation as he hurriedly took out an antidote and ate it. You are actually saying that I deserved €1. When the old man heard this, he became even more indignant. He flicked his sleeve and sat there smoking his pipe fiercely. Inwardly, he was a little shocked by the killing intent he had sensed earlier. The murderous aura on this kid's body has become even stronger. I wonder what happened on the Sea Lizard Island. I have to ask around. Su Qing moved forward silently. The scene at the inn earlier appeared in his mind. The strangeness of this world made him unable to confirm if what the other party said was true or false. However, the danger emitted by the inn felt very real. After walking far away, Su Qing looked back at Ponchuan Road. After a while, he retracted his gaze and completely restrained his killing intent. Because the magic boat hadn't finished refining yet, Su Qing decided to go to the homicide department. He wanted to cancel his leave, and planned to stay for the night. In the homicide department, Su Qing saw his captain who had just finished his work and was about to leave. The captain was walking out while eating an apple. When he saw Su Qing and the 3 heads in his hand, he narrowed his eyes and smiled before tossing an apple over. You're so hardworking. You went to capture someone as soon as you returned. Didn't you gain much from this trip? Su Qing caught the apple and took out a spirit ticket worth 100 spirit stones before passing it over. The harvest was not bad. I heard that there's an island near the Western Reef Archipelago where many people died. You didn't go there, right? The captain received the spirit ticket happily. He squatted on a stone chair at the side and asked with interest. Su Qing glanced at the captain and shook his head. The captain continued to eat his apple and smiled. He didn't continue the topic but started speaking in a deliberately mystifying way. Let me tell you something earth-shattering. After you left, a major case happened here and it caused a heated discussion among many disciples in the city. It was a really tragic death. The captain then looked at Su Qing as though he was waiting for Su Qing to ask. Su Qing also looked at the captain but didn't speak. After a long time, the captain sighed. Su Qing, when others speak to you in such a tone, you have to show some curiosity. This way, others won't feel awkward and can continue. This is politeness. Su Qing fell into deep thought and curiosity appeared on his face. Only then did the captain feel comfortable. After looking around, he whispered. The captain of Team 3 of the Earth Division, that fish, was killed by someone. The homicide department investigated this matter. But the guy is from a non-human race, so there was only a superficial investigation. But the other party still has Dao protectors, especially his two sisters. They're searching for the murderer everywhere like Krasuyuro. This world is too chaotic. How could the young master of our ally die just like that? This is a big deal, right? Let's not talk about it anymore, I'm going on night patrol. The captain stood up and patted his clothes before walking away. However, when he walked past Su Qing, he spoke softly. The merfolk race and the 7 Blood Eyes are allies, so we are letting them search. I heard Theta-Euro the merfolk race has a spell that can allow the two sisters to sense the tracks of the murderer. They have been searching for more than a month and have investigated everyone who has anything to do with that fish. They should be able to find the murderer soon. Everyone is watching. This matter is quite interesting. The captain glanced at Su Qing with a spurious smile and didn't say anything else before leaving the homicide department. Su Qing stood on the spot and pondered. A long time later, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He turned around and handed over the heads of the 3 wanted criminals to exchange for rewards. He then meditated in the homicide department for the night. The next morning, Su Qing left the homicide department and walked on the streets as usual. When he passed by a candied fruit stall, he bought a stick and took a few bites. He then walked into an alley and stopped in his tracks. Very soon, a woman quickly walked over from behind him and knelt down behind Su Qing. Master. This woman had a graceful figure and looked very seductive. She was his informant back then. Later on, Su Qing didn't need any more information, so he didn't summon her. Has anything major happened recently? Su Qing turned and calmly looked at the woman in front of him. Looking at Su Qing's candied fruits, the woman's heart trembled. However, very soon, her gaze became fanatical again. Recently, there have been 2 things that everyone has been discussing the most. One is that the once-in-30 years competition between the 7th Peak's disciples is approaching. Every time the 7th Peak's competition is held, there will be a storm of blood. It's said that the location that was chosen last time was the merfolk race's island. Their island was covered in blood and later on, they became the 7 Blood Eyes ally. Chapter 162, Bizarrian, 3. Chapter 162, Bizarrian, 3. The second matter is also related to the merfolk race. The young master of their race died and his 2 sisters have the port for more than a month. There was a lot of news in the port, and the people who understood them the most were people from all walks of life. After becoming Su Qing's informant, the woman clearly had key points to focus on investigating the news. Hence, what she said made Su Qing very satisfied. He thought about it and asked, "Anything else?" The informant thought about it and spoke again. "There's nothing major. Oh right, some time ago, a small sect moved out of the 7 Blood Eyes territory. Such a thing is rare. I think it was called the Jia something sect. The Diamond Sect." Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he slowly spoke. "That's right, it's Diamond Sect." The informant nodded. Su Qing fell silent. A moment later, he gave the other party 5 spirit stones and turned to leave. To the woman, 5 spirit stones was a heavy sum. Her breathing was hurried and when she looked at Su Qing's back view, she became even more fanatical. After leaving the alley, Su Qing walked on the streets, pondering about the Diamond Sect's migration. Left. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and then thought of the merfolk race's matter. From the captain and his informant, he had verified the authenticity of this matter. Killing intent slowly surfaced in his heart. These 2 things are hidden dangers. Su Qing muttered inwardly but his expression didn't reveal the slightest killing intent. He calmly ended the day's duty and even made a trip to the Sea Records library to report the matter of the giant and the dragon carriage. According to the rules of the library, after an information that wasn't recorded was reported and it was confirmed to be true, there would be a reward. However, it would take time to confirm it. Hence, Su Qing left after reporting it and arrived at Zhang San's transportation department at dusk. Over there, he saw Zhang San, who looked exhausted but his gaze contained madness. "Junior brother Su, your magic boat this time is the most satisfactory work I, Zhang San, have done so far." Zhang San brought Su Qing to the warehouse and pushed the door open. As the gate opened, an astonishing magic boat was reflected in Su Qing's eyes. The 1,000-foot-long ship was covered in sea lizard skin. As the black light circulated, an aura of the perfected Qi condensation realm assaulted his face. The level of its defense could be seen with the naked eye. The original structure didn't change, but two huge curved horns extended out from both sides of the ship. It was extremely sinister, and at the same time, the sharpness it emitted caused even Su Qing's eyes to narrow when he sensed it. What was even more astonishing was that the 8 sails from before had more than doubled in size. Their structure had also changed. Their color was pitch black, like the wings of a ferocious beast. Not only that, but the interior of the ship was also covered in foundation-building sea lizard skin. This caused the sturdiness of this magic boat to exceed what it looked like from the outside. This way, it could create confusion and decide life and death at critical moments. As for the divinity, I've already extracted it for you and fused it into the 8 sails of your magic boat. Once it's activated, your magic boat will possess the power to fly and dive into the sea. The most important thing is that I've connected the divinity to all of your ship. With the help of its life force, your magic boat has a certain level of self-healing ability. This is an extremely precious attribute among all the magic boats of the entire 7 Blood Eyes. In addition, this divinity can also be stimulated and transformed into a shocking attack. Its might is extremely great. It's hard to say if a foundation-building cultivator can withstand it, but there's a high chance that they will be heavily injured even if they can. However, I don't recommend you do this. It's too wasteful. After a few times, the divinity will be completely exhausted. Once the divinity is gone, the performance of your ship will also decrease greatly. It can be said that although your magic boat hasn't advanced to the level of a foundation-building ship, it's not inferior at all. As long as you add in a foundation-building core, it will be a true foundation-building ship and it will be extraordinary. Therefore, don't rashly put a foundation-building core in. The best core would be the heart of a powerful ferocious beast. If you can put the heart of a divine creatura then your magic boat won't be much different from a divine creature in the foundation-building realm. However, I know that you don't like to show off, so I arranged a cover for you. It can make your boat look the same as before. You can change its appearance at any time. Zhang Sen looked at the magic boat with a fanatical expression and introduced it to Su Qing. Su Qing gasped. Looking at the colossus in front of him, his heart was filled with shock. Even after a long time, when he left the transportation department and returned to Port 79, Su Qing's mood was still surging. At this moment, in the 7 Blood Eyes main city, there were 5 figures. 2 of them were moving in the front and 3 in the back, and they were speeding through the night. The 2 in front were women, and the 3 people at the back looked like followers. Their eyes were filled with sharpness. These 2 were the elder sisters of the merfolk youth and also the Third Highness lovers. Among them, the younger sister's expression was filled with intense killing intent. As for the older sister, there was a strange look in her eyes. Their thoughts were different but their goals were the same. We searched for more than a month and found everyone who had friction with our brother and marked them out one by one. Only this person is left because he went out to sea. It's fine. As long as we take a closer look, we'll be able to determine through our bloodline if this kid is the murderer. If it's really this kid, I'll definitely skin him alive and let him feel the pain of being born in this world. I'll devour his flesh every day and let him die miserably. After that, I'll extract his soul and put it into the merfolk lamp to burn for the rest of its life. The younger sister gritted her teeth resentfully. The night wind blew, as though the Azura was about to claim lives. Chapter 163, Finally Meeting the Murderer. Chapter 163, Finally Meeting the Murderer. The night wind was strong. It landed on Su Qing's magic boat at Port 79 and spread out on the protective barrier, but was unable to pass through. If it could penetrate the protective barrier and blow into the cabin of the magic boat, it would discover that there was no one there. Far away from the magic boat, in a dark corner under a house, Suqing silently leaned against the wall. He crossed his arms and stared coldly at his magic boat. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, a sharpness filled them. "Will someone come tonight?" Suqing lifted his head and looked at the pitch-black sky. "It is a night of killing." Suqing mumbled softly. However, he kept recalling the image of the vast black cloud and the phoenix eagle in it. When he had gone to retrieve the magic boat, he had asked Zhang San about this. Zhang San didn't know much about it and only told him that this existence was related to the largest forbidden zone in the Nanhuang continent, the Phoenix Forbidden Zone. It was the emperor of that forbidden zone, named Flame Phoenix. The origin of the term Phoenix Forbidden was also because of it. Its existence was supreme. Not only did it suppress that forbidden zone, but it also suppressed the entire Nanhuang continent. In fact, the name of the Nanhuang One continent was also because of it. Located south of the Huanggu continent, on the Forbidden Sea, there was a divine creature whose might caused the sky to darken and all living beings to revere it. It was known as the Flame Phoenix and lived on an island. Hence, it was named the Nanhuang One. As for the details, Zhang San didn't know much either. Flame Phoenix. Suqing mumbled inwardly. As he cultivated and came into contact with many things, he gained a greater understanding of this world. The sea breeze blew over. Amidst the wind, there was the sound of clothes fluttering. When it entered Suqing's ears, it instantly pulled him back from his reverie. Suqing stopped thinking about the Flame Phoenix and looked at the harbor in the distance. Very soon, 5 figures entered Suqing's vision. There were 3 men and 2 women. Suqing wasn't unfamiliar with the 2 women in front. Regardless of whether it was the fishy smell from the wind or their figures, Suqing recognized them at a glance. These 2 were the elder sisters of the merfolk youth. Their cultivation was extraordinary. One was at the 9th level of qi condensation and the other was at the perfected qi condensation realm. As for the 3 followers at the back, they were also merfolk cultivators. They looked to be the 8th level of qi condensation. The moonlight revealed their faces, which were filled with malevolence and killing intent. Suqing coldly looked at them and slowly narrowed his eyes. However, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he looked behind them. Why didn't those foundation building Dao protectors appear? Suqing fell silent. Very soon, the 5 figures avoided the patrolling disciples and approached Suqing's magic boat. Perhaps it was because they felt that they had the backing of the Third Highness, or perhaps it was because of the arrogance of the merfolk race. The moment they got close to Suqing's magic boat, the speed of the younger sister of the 2 merfolk women suddenly increased as she tried to rush over. However, she was stopped by her big sister. The elder sister was clearly much more rational and didn't act rashly. She took out a talisman. The talisman's effect seemed to be probing and not offensive. A few breaths later, the 2 merfolk women sensed that there was no one on the boat and turned back, looking like they were about to leave. The coldness in Suqing's eyes dissipated. The reason why he left the boat was because he didn't want to kill in his boat. Once he killed in his magic boat, the traces would be too obvious and there would be many future troubles. Naturally, if these few people really barged in, Suqing would adapt to it. He stared at the 5 merfolk and waited for them to leave. His plan was to secretly follow them and assassinate them one by one and destroy their corpses. However, just as the 5 of them were about to leave and Suqing was about to take a step in the dark, the expression of the older sister of the 2 merfolk women changed. She abruptly looked at Suqing's hiding place. There's the bloodline curse fluctuation of brother's death there. As soon as the woman spoke, her younger sister also looked over. Her green eyes were filled with killing intent as she charged toward Suqing. The 3 followers in the surroundings also showed intense killing intent as they sped over. I was discovered. Suqing frowned slightly. The other party was the Third Highness men. If he started a fight here, it would attract attention. In addition, he also had to consider these merfolk people sending messages to others. Hence, the instant the other party rushed over, Suqing rapidly retreated while restraining his aura. He put on a panicked expression to numb the other party and let them be certain of their victory so that they wouldn't transmit messages to others immediately. Suqing didn't plan to delay for too long. He was going to find a remote place before he made a move. The 5 merfolk cultivators chased after him at high speed. The younger sister was at the front with a ferocious glint in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, black bubbles appeared beside her. She threw them toward Su Qing, who was fleeing in panic, with killing intent. These bubbles that emitted fluctuations of spells and anomalous substances rapidly approached Su Qing, as though they wanted to taint Su Qing. "So it is you who killed my clan's younger brother. I'll make you wish you were dead." As she spoke, the 3 merfolk followers behind her each took out their weapons with sinister expressions. One held a bone sword, one's hands were covered in scales that transformed into poisonous spikes, and the other had sarcomas growing on his back that tore his clothes apart, emitting a dense poisonous fog that transformed into the shadow of a malicious ghost which chased after Su Qing. The elder sister was at the back. She was cautious by nature, so she didn't chase too closely. She even habitually took out her talisman to protect herself. Su Qing ignored the spells behind him and sped up. When those spells were about to reach him, he had already arrived at a remote corner. Only then did he stop moving forward. He suddenly turned around and his eyes revealed killing intent. His speed instantly erupted, several times faster than before as he directly slammed behind him. His figure was so fast that he arrived in front of the furious merfolk sister in the blink of an eye. He ignored the anomalous substances in the bubbles, and before the other party's expression could change, Su Qing ruthlessly slammed into the woman's chest. Even though this woman was at the 9th level of qi condensation and had the talent of the merfolk race, in the face of Su Qing's physical strength that surpassed qi condensation and his powerful spirit energy, her body was like paper. The instant Su Qing touched her, the woman's eyes widened. Before she could even let out a scream, her body collapsed. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as her entire body was smashed into pieces. Only her head flew up and was enveloped by a ball of blue light. It seemed to have retained her life force and was retreating rapidly. Su Qing took a look, and with a wave of his hand, the black iron stick flew out, heading straight for the head. He didn't stop at all as he appeared in front of the follower who was holding the bone sword. At the same time that the follower's expression changed, Su Qing had already grabbed his bone sword and broke it. Su Qing flipped the broken end of the sword blade and stabbed it into the follower's neck, slashing it open. This follower at the 8th level of qi condensation died instantly with blood spurting out of his neck. This wasn't the end. Su Qing took a step forward and arrived beside another follower whose sarcomas were emitting poisonous gas. This follower was already retreating with panicked breathing. However, after taking a few steps back, his body trembled and his entire body turned greenish-black. He spat out a mouthful of blood and died from the poison. Compared to Su Qing's poison, his poison was insignificant. At the same time, the last follower's mind also rumbled with shock. His body trembled intensely in fright. Just as he was about to let out a scream, countless water droplets suddenly appeared in the surroundings and enveloped his entire body. They then pressed him from all sides, turning him into a blood mist. The black iron stick also caught up to the younger merfolk sister's head that was enveloped by the blue light and stabbed it. However, this blue light runic treasure was astonishing. It flickered rapidly and actually resisted the power of the iron stick. However, the impact still caused half of the head to collapse. However, because of her non-human innate talent, this merfolk woman didn't die immediately. She let out a blood-curdling cry and borrowed the force of the impact to fly toward her big sister. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Su Qing's attacks were extremely ruthless and decisive. As he killed 3 people in a row, there was also a dagger that emitted a cold light that whistled through the air, heading straight for the elder merfolk sister in the distance. It was already near her. The expression of this elder merfolk sister completely changed to that of unprecedented horror that she even felt the deaths of her companions earlier were not real. However, she was cautious by nature and had the habit of using talismans to protect herself. Coupled with her cultivation at the perfected qi condensation realm, she showed no signs of being poisoned. Although the force of the dagger was great, it still couldn't instantly break through her talisman's defense. Amidst the rumbling, the body of the elder merfolk sister under the protection of the talisman trembled. She really couldn't imagine that such a terrifying existence was hiding in this seemingly ordinary Port 79. In her perception, such combat strength was no different from a foundation-building cultivator. At the thought that she had actually brought people to find trouble with this person, her scalp started to turn numb. She even cursed her dead clan brother in her heart. So be it if you died, why did you have to provoke such a malignant star? At this critical moment, she didn't hesitate at all. She immediately took out another talisman and threw it forward. Immediately, a rumbling sound echoed as the talisman transformed into a huge fishtail that swung fiercely at Su Qing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the merfolk woman grabbed her younger sister's head that showed signs of being poisoned and was on the verge of death. Her cultivation base rotated madly as she fled. Her fear had long transformed into a huge wave that drowned her mind. There was only one thought in her mind now, and that was to escape. Flee till the Tao protectors arrived. According to the agreement, the Tao protectors should have arrived by now. She quickly took out the voice transmission jade slip and sent a message to the Tao protectors. However, she didn't have the time to check if the other party had received her message. Right now, she was burning her cultivation base to increase her speed to the extreme. She did not even hesitate to take out another talisman to break through Su Qing's rain barrier. There were loud explosions. If they were at the port, they would definitely be discovered. However, this place was remote and was blocked by Su Qing's rain. Moreover, the fight was extremely fast, so no sound was spread. Very soon, Su Qing stepped out from behind the huge fishtail. His expression was cold as he looked at the fleeing merfolk woman in the distance and chased after her. His speed erupted completely and he also took out his flight talisman, causing his speed to be like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 164, Emerging Above the 51. Chapter 164, Emerging Above the 51. The night was as quiet as stagnant water. The wind was as sharp as a blade. In this silent night, Su Qing's figure pierced through the night like a blade. Since he had already made the move, Su Qing couldn't care less. These merfolk cultivators had taken the initiative to find him, so he could only kill him. Even though the other party was the Third Highness men, since they had attacked him, Su Qing was prepared to offend the Third Highness. If the worst comes to the worst, he would head out to sea overnight after killing everyone and leave the 7 blood eyes. Although it was a pity, Su Qing didn't hesitate much at this point. He got closer and closer to the fleeing merfolk woman. However, this merfolk woman's cultivation base wasn't ordinary and she had many talismans. She didn't even hesitate to burn her cultivation base. In fact, after sensing that Su Qing was about to reach her, she used 3 talismans that looked like flight talismans in fear of her life. This allowed her speed to reach an extremely astonishing level. In an instant, the distance between her and Su Qing widened greatly and she arrived at the harbor. Although she had distanced herself, this small gap wasn't enough to make her relax. Her mental capacity had long reached its limit with the death of her followers and her sister in a dying state. Su Qing's ruthlessness caused her to feel an unprecedented sense of danger. The coldness in his eyes made her tremble intensely. It was only when she saw the familiar magic boat in front of her at the harbor that the crisis in her heart eased and hope appeared in her eyes. She no longer thought about why the Tao protectors didn't come. At this moment, all she wanted to do was to step onto the magic boat ahead as soon as possible and be under the protection of her lover. You killed my clan brother and my clansmen, and caused me to be in such a sorry state. Su Qing. I'll definitely get the Third Highness to expel you from the 7 blood eyes. That will be my time to take revenge. The merfolk woman gritted her teeth and her eyes turned red. She even began to burn her bloodline and her speed soared again. Su Qing's gaze grew increasingly cold. He knew the direction the other party was heading in. That was where the Third Highness magic boat was anchored. Even from afar, Su Qing could see the Third Highness' huge and luxurious magic boat. It was brightly lit and the sound of singing and dancing could be heard. The killing intent in Su Qing's eyes intensified. He didn't care about the expenditure, as he burned the flight talismans in exchange for an even faster speed. However, he was still a little slow in the end. 10 breaths later, the merfolk woman finally got close to the Third Highness magic boat under the speed boost of her bloodline and cultivation burning. She immediately jumped onto the boat. As she landed on the boat, her body staggered and she let out a miserable cry for help. "Surly, save me." As the voice rang out, many of the Third Highness followers immediately rushed out of the magic boat and guarded the surroundings. The Third Highness also quickly walked out of the cabin and arrived beside the merfolk woman. "Honey, why are you crying? Who bullied you?" The Third Highness looked at his pitiful lover who was in a sorry state. His heart ached as he gently helped her up and saw her sister's dying head at the side. What happened? The Third Highness' face revealed anger. At the same time, Suqing caught up and arrived outside the Third Highness' magic boat. He stood on the sea with a cold expression as he looked at the merfolk woman who was being helped up by the Third Highness. It's this person. Surely, it's Suqing who killed my clan brother. My sister and I went to reason with him, but this villain cruelly destroyed my sister's body and killed many of my clansmen. Even I had no choice but to burn my bloodline to escape this calamity. Surely, you have to uphold justice for me. Be it from an individualistic perspective or the alliance perspective, my merfolk race won't let this matter rest, especially for my sister. Look at what state she has fallen into. The merfolk woman was filled with grief and indignation. She gritted her teeth and pointed at Suqing on the surface of the sea. At this moment, the younger sister's head in her hand slowly woke up. She looked at the Third Highness with her dying breath and cried. Such nerves, you're really courting death. When the Third Highness heard this, his expression turned cold and he slowly spoke. The surrounding followers also emitted murderous intent. Suqing fell silent. At that moment, the sea breeze blew over, causing his Taoist robe to rustle. His long hair also fluttered in the wind. He looked at the Third Highness and then at the sea outside the harbor, making a decision in his heart. The merfolk woman finally heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. When she looked at Suqing, her eyes revealed intense resentment. She had already thought of how to deal with the other party next. She even felt that her sister's words back then were a little soft-hearted. She wanted to inflict on him a punishment 10 times worse than her sister had said and make this person regret coming to this world. Thank you, Sir Li. Please, the merfolk woman's eyes were filled with viciousness. Before she finished speaking, the Third Highness gently interrupted. Honey, you're mistaken. I was saying, how dare you, honey? Sir Li, you, the merfolk woman was stunned. She lifted her head and looked at the Third Highness. What she saw was still that familiar face. It was no different from before. In fact, his expression still contained the heartache from earlier. His gaze was also extremely gentle, seemingly containing deep love. This made her think that she had heard wrongly. Just when she was about to speak again, the Third Highness gently lifted his left hand and patted the top of her head as usual. The merfolk woman's entire body trembled and her head shattered into pieces. Chapter 165, Emerging Above the 52. Chapter 165, Emerging Above the 52. Her squashed eyes, that were covered in blood and flesh, drowned out her gaze. She fell to the ground and her life was extinguished. This scene caused Suqing's eyes to narrow. He was extremely surprised. As for the younger merfolk sister who was dying and crying, she was completely stunned. The remaining weakness on her face was instantly replaced by an intense expression of confusion, as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. This was especially so since the gentleness and love on the Third Highness' face did not change at all as he wiped the blood on his hands. The younger merfolk sister was extremely confused. She couldn't imagine that the man who had once hugged them in his arms and was very close to them would actually smack her sister to death with such gentleness. Had his expression changed when he attacked or showed coldness, she could accept it. However, the expression of this man in front of her was filled with love from the start. This caused the younger merfolk sister to feel an unprecedented wave of feelings. Sir Li, the younger merfolk sister's eyes were filled with horror. As the Third Highness wiped his hands, he smiled gently at the younger merfolk. Sister. He then looked at Suqing, his expression gentle as usual. I'm sorry, junior brother. Is there anything else? Suqing's hair stood on end. He looked at the gentle and smiling Third Highness and shifted his gaze to the corpse on the deck before looking at the head of the younger sister who was terror-struck. This merfolk woman's head was clearly deeply poisoned and she wouldn't live for long. Suqing fell silent. A deep chill rose in his heart. The Third Highness' actions and words really made Suqing feel a chill run down his spine. He had never seen such a person. This outcome was something he hadn't expected. In fact, Suqing was even prepared to escape from the 7 blood eyes earlier. He looked at the Third Highness' genial face in silence. After a long time, he cupped his fists and bowed to the Third Highness. He then left with intense vigilance. After he reached far away, he looked back at the Third Highness who was standing on the deck. The scene of the other party smacking the merfolk woman to death with a gentle expression appeared in his mind. Su Qing fell silent. He felt that the Third Highness was an extremely dangerous person. The Third Highness still had a gentle smile on his face. It was only after he watched Su Qing leave that he turned to look at the head of the younger merfolk sister on the ground. His gaze was filled with gentleness and deep love as he spoke softly. "Honey, you two sisters are so obedient. Not only did you help me complete my master's mission, but you also made that little fiend owe me one. Not bad, not bad, I like you guys even more." The Third Highness' voice was gentle, but when his words entered the ears of the younger sister's head, her expression changed and there was even deeper horror in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, the Third Highness lifted his foot and stepped on the head. Kitch, the head shattered. Sigh, in the future, I can only reminisce about your softness. The Third Highness revealed a regretful expression. The followers in the surroundings lowered their heads, not daring to look at the Third Highness. They quickly cleaned the flesh and blood on the deck. Very soon, after the entire deck was clean again, a retainer brought a crystal bottle to the Third Highness and respectfully spoke in a low voice. "Third Highness, those few Dao protectors of the merfolk race have been captured along with the stolen goods." "Very good." The Third Highness smiled. "Go and deliver a message to the merfolk race. I've helped them suppress the matter of stealing the design of our sex magic boat, and in return, I need an ancient tear of the merfolk royal family. Tell them to send it to me as soon as possible." With that, he took the crystal bottle and drank a mouthful of the nourishing water inside. After handing it back, he stepped forward and walked in the air. His entire person transformed into a rainbow that headed straight for the seventh peak. Not long later, his figure appeared at the top of the seventh peak. In the main hall at the top of the mountain, Old Master Seventh was sitting in front of a chessboard, thinking hard. His opponent was a servant. "You made the wrong move." After a long while, Old Master Seventh looked up at the servant solemnly. When the servant heard this, he lowered his head and picked up the chess piece, placing it on the other side. "Why are you taking back your move? Do you know that taking back your move counts as a loss? You lost." After Old Master Seventh finished speaking, he waved his hand and disrupted the chess pieces. His gaze then landed on the Third Highness who had arrived. "Greetings, Master." The Third Highness' expression was completely different from before. At this moment, he was extremely respectful as he knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. "What's the matter?" Old Master Seventh said calmly. "Master, I've investigated the merfolk race. Although there was an accident in the process, it still went smoothly at the end of the day. They were trying to steal the refining design of our Seventh Peaks magic boat for the Sea Corps race. While we caught them red-handed, I also confirmed that the merfolk race secretly built a skeleton tower to curry favor with our mortal enemy, the Sea Corps race. This is the evidence. In addition, there are 4 deacons in the sect who were bribed by the merfolks. The name list is also here." The Third Highness took out a jade slip and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Old Master Seventh grabbed the jade slip from the distance and scanned through it. He then looked at his disciple below. His expression turned colder. The Third Highness' body started to tremble. After a while, he said in a low voice. "There's also a matter that this disciple wishes to apologize for. That merfolk race's son tortured and killed the children of commoners of my 7 blood eyes. His sisters cooperated in this. This disciple misjudged this matter previously. Master, please punish me. The rules can't be broken. Enter closed-door cultivation in the Candlebone Cave for 7 days." Old Master Seventh's expression softened as he slowly spoke. Upon hearing the words, Candlebone Cave, the Third Highness' heart trembled. He lowered his head and nodded before bidding farewell. After watching his disciple leave, Old Master Seventh stood up and looked at the harbor at the foot of the mountain. He seemed to be looking at Port 79 as he fell deep in thought. A long time later, he lifted his head and looked into the distance in the direction of the sea. The servant at the side spoke softly. "The merfolk race isn't stupid. It's probably impossible for them to brazenly send people to steal the blueprint of the magic boat. The youngest is greedy. I naturally know what he's doing, but he would not dare to falsify the evidence of the skeleton tower," Old Master Seventh slowly said. "The merfolk race has been so close to our 7 Blood Eyes mortal enemy, the Sea Corps race, all these years. Their wolfish ambitions are already very obvious. The deaths of our disciples, who sacrificed their lives to resolve the crisis of their race years ago, were not worth it. Since that's the case, we have to take back everything with interest. A cold glint appeared in Old Master Seventh's eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter title explanation. Old Master Seventh had given out 50 white tokens to disciples he thought highly of. In the cruel environment at the foot of the mountain where schemes and killings were common, he stood out from these 50 wolf cubs. He was the ever-gentle Third Highness. Chapter 166, Trip to the Red Plains, 1. Chapter 166, Trip to the Red Plains, 1. Old Master Seventh retracted his gaze after a long time. Come, let's continue. The servant nodded. After setting up the chessboard, he hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Old Master Seventh, about the Third Highness and that kid. Old Master Seventh glanced at the servant and calmly spoke. You are paying a lot of attention to the kid. The servant lowered his head and didn't speak. It's the youngest's nature to be unscrupulous. He usually looks gentle, but in reality, he doesn't have any feelings. This is how he stood out from the crowd and became my disciple. It's also what I think highly about him. As for the kid, whether he can see through the youngest's thoughts or whether he can figure out something from here will depend on his wisdom. In this chaotic world, fools won't be able to live for long. After Old Master Seventh finished speaking, he looked at the sky. Dawn was about to arrive. In Port 79, Suqing sat on the deck of his magic boat with a contemplative look. As the sun rose and the first rays of the morning dissipated the night sky, the moment they landed on him, Suqing's gaze became deep. Firstly, 30 years ago, the competition was held on the merfolk race's island. After that, the merfolk race became allies and the relationship between the two sides was naturally one of dubious unity. Moreover, that day in the Sixth Peak store, when the merfolk youth saw the Second Highness, his expression was filled with fear. This means that there's a high chance that the Second Highness killed a lot of merfolks in the competition 30 years ago. Secondly, the disciples of the Seven Peak Lords would probably not openly go against their master's intentions. The Second Highness' attitude towards the merfolk youth clearly shows the problem. In that case, the Third Highness' action of killing the merfolks can be understood. If so, why did the Third Highness invite the merfolks to the Seven Blood Eyes? Bringing them here and killing them, and doing it in front of me. Third Highness has other motives. If I were the Third Highness, why would I do this? In what kind of situation would I kill someone in front of others? Suqing's eyes narrowed in focus. After a long time, he got an answer. There's only one situation where I would do this. I want to use the evidence against the merfolk race to blackmail them. If I don't have any evidence, I'll create it. At the same time, the reason I'll kill them in front of someone is to increase the value of killing. While extorting the merfolk race, I will also be selling a favor to that person. The prerequisite is that this person has value. Suqing recalled the scene when his captain told him about the incident on Sea Lizard Island with a spurious smile. The other party clearly had some information channels he didn't know about. If the captain had it, the Third Highness might have it too. Suqing recalled that when he escaped from Sea Lizard Island, there were auras that had locked onto him. Back then, he was at the bottom of the sea and couldn't see who they were. At this moment, his eyes gleamed as he had more guesses. Since the Seven Blood Eyes allowed this to happen, it can only mean that they are going to battle the merfolk race. No matter what, I have to leave for some time. Suqing wasn't sure if his analysis was completely correct. He planned to leave for some time and see if there was a follow-up to this matter. If everything was really calm, it wouldn't be too late for him to return. He was only one step away from becoming a 10th-level Qi condensation cultivator. If he broke through to the foundation building realm in the future, he would have the qualifications to ascend the mountain and the right to gain the benefits of the Seven Blood Eyes. He would earn at least 5,000 spirit stones a month. Moreover, as long as the Seven Blood Eyes existed, he could continue to obtain them. This had tempted Suqing for a long time. Of course, compared to this, survival was more important. Suqing didn't hesitate and chose to leave first and observe. Moreover, he felt that he could make use of this time to do something major that had been buried in his heart for a long time. A cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes. He wanted to completely remove the thorn in his flesh. That was, the diamond sex ancestor. If he didn't kill this person, it would be difficult for Su Qing to get a good sleep. Su Qing didn't waste any time. When dawn broke, he stored the magic boat and headed straight for the homicide department. The Diamond Sect is a sect after all. Even though they are relatively weak, it's very difficult to hide their whereabouts when they migrate. To the Seven Blood Eyes, all the movements in its sphere of influence are no secret. As a member of the homicide department, Su Qing had the right to read the records in the department. He knew that a large portion of them recorded the changes within the range of influence of Seven Blood Eyes. Although the details weren't as detailed as the intelligence department, it was easier for Su Qing to check the records here than to go check them in the intelligence department. After he arrived at the homicide department, he headed straight for the archives. His reputation in the homicide department was even greater than the outside world. Other than his outstanding performance in the night dove operation, this reputation was built from the heads of one wanted criminal after another. Hence, the disciple in the archives was very polite and allowed Su Qing to check the records alone. Not long later, Su Qing finally found the clues he wanted from some messy news that the Seven Blood Eyes didn't value. Joined the Litu sect. Su Qing looked at the record in front of him and his eyes slowly narrowed. The people of the Litu sect were all crazy people. The attitudes of the other forces toward the Litu sect were one of disgust and wariness. They would often stay far away and not interact much with them. This shouldn't be because of me. It should be because the compensation gift that the Second Highness wanted back then was too heavy, so much so that after the Diamond Sect paid the price, their foundation was greatly damaged and their future was bleak, so they didn't dare to stay in the Seven Blood Eyes territory. Su Qing stroked his chin and memorized the movements of the Diamond Sect recorded in the file. He then left the homicide department. Chapter 167, Trip to the Red Plains, 2. Chapter 167, Trip to the Red Plains, 2. Su Qing silently walked on the streets of the port. He went to a few shops and sold the miscellaneous items and a portion of the sea lizard skins he had obtained on Sea Lizard Island. He also bought some items he needed for the trip and even bought a lot of poisonous herbs. Finally, he stood outside a shop that specialized in selling talismans. After some thought, he suppressed his heartache for the spirit stones and stepped in. A moment later, when he walked out, he had a special talisman on him. This talisman could change a person's aura and appearance. Although it wasn't perfect, it was enough for Su Qing to use on this trip. It was noon. Although winter had arrived, the geographical location of the Seven Blood Eyes caused the winter here to be warm. The sunlight was still hot and slightly dazzling. Under this sunlight, Su Qing's figure disappeared into a corner of an alley. When he came out from the other end, his appearance had changed. He was no longer delicate and handsome but a long-faced youth with a sallow complexion. The Taoist robe he wore had also been changed to an ordinary long robe. The cultivation fluctuations on his body also changed to the third level of qi condensation. He was very clear about the outside world. Most people at the 9th level of qi condensation had statuses and were very conspicuous. Only scavengers at the 3rd level of qi condensation had a certain level of deterrence and wouldn't attract attention. After sensing the transformation power of the talisman, Su Qing became vigilant of his surroundings. However, his face was expressionless as he walked toward the teleportation array. He didn't use his identity token, but paid directly with the spirit stones. Not long later, Su Qing, who was standing in the teleportation array and warily checking the surroundings, was drowned by the sea of light and disappeared. The eastern part of the Nanhuang continent was at least tens of thousands of kilometers away from the former Diamond Sect's territory. This was an area with a vast land and few people. Because a type of red dentate grass grew in this wilderness, it was known as the Red Plains. From afar, the entire land seemed to be dyed in blood. At the same time, the anomalous substances permeating the air here were also slightly denser than in the other wildernesses in the Nanhuang continent, which resulted in the ferocious beasts here becoming even more violent and powerful. There were naturally not many cities in this harsh environment. There might only be one within hundreds of miles. Moreover, the buildings and styles were mostly primitive and crude. The slums here were also mostly made up of scavengers. Regardless of whether it was the terrain or the population, the Red Plains was a rather abominable place. Hence, the various families of Purple Earth didn't fancy it, and the Seven Blood Eyes didn't care either. Only the Litu sect preferred to develop in such abominable areas because of their doctrines. Hence, the Red Plains became the territory of the Litu sect. At the edge of the Red Plains, in the center of a crude city, the only teleportation array in the Red Plains that was jointly set up by Purple Earth and the Seven Blood Eyes shone. A sallow-faced middle-aged cultivator in a long black robe appeared in the teleportation array. He was none other than Su Qing, who had used the disguise talisman to transform his appearance. As soon as he arrived, a rotting and nauseous stench assailed his nose. If it was someone who hadn't experienced much hardship, they would feel somewhat uncomfortable with this smell. However, to Su Qing, this was the norm in the place he was once in. It was just that the rotting smell here was a little stronger. Su Qing's expression was calm. Under the indifferent gazes of the few lazy guards in the surroundings, he walked out of the teleportation array. All the buildings in the city were grayish-black and dilapidated. The ground was filled with all kinds of trash and feces. There were very few people in the city and most of them were very vigilant toward each other. There were very few women, and they all had fierce expressions. There were also children hiding in some corners of alleys. There was no innocence in their eyes, only a dying aura and coldness. From time to time, screams and curses rang out in the city. It feels more like a scavenger campsite. Su Qing's gaze swept across the surroundings as he walked forward. On the way, Su Qing ignored the gazes that were filled with caution and fawning. He didn't stay long in the city either. After leaving the city, he sped toward the wilderness. The location of the Diamond Sex migration was on the Red Plains. However, it was somewhat far from the city Su Qing had teleported to. Before coming here, Su Qing had observed the map of this place in the homicide department. Now, he locked onto a direction and ran. His speed was very fast. The wind that blew across his face carried a bone-piercing chill, and there seemed to be some snowflakes mixed in. There were even some small hills in the distance that were covered by thin snow. While it was a warm winter in the Seven Blood Eyes, it was a cold winter here. This coldness awakened many of the memories in Su Qing's mind, especially when he saw many ferocious beasts and human bones on the way. Chaotic world. Su Qing's gaze was calm as he sped up. Time flowed by and the night arrived. As the night chill permeated the air, the wind grew stronger and the snow became fiercer. Su Qing, who had left the city and entered the Red Plains, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. The wind blew over, bringing with it a hint of malevolence and bloody stench. He could see corpses on the distant ground amidst the snow, along with scattered goods and shattered carriages. This was clearly a convoy heading to the city. There were more than 10 desperados with tattered clothes and disheveled hair beside the corpses. Their expressions and gazes were savage and bloodthirsty. Most of them emitted fluctuations of the second or third level of chi condensation. Some of them were making sure the corpses were completely dead, some were rummaging for items, and some were dragging the corpses into the distance. There were also a few who were lying on top of a few naked female corpses to vent their bestial nature. Further away, there was a glow of fire and it looked like food was being cooked. There was also some lingering heat following the wind. Clearly, this convoy had encountered a group of fugitives and died tragically. Su Qing's arrival immediately aroused the vigilance of these desperados. They all stopped what they were doing and glared at Su Qing. After sensing Su Qing's third level of chi condensation cultivation, these desperados laughed sinisterly. Their ferocity erupted and they charged toward Su Qing without saying a word. They felt that Su Qing was a prey. Su Qing coldly looked at these desperados. To him, he had seen too many massacres since he was young. His experience as a scavenger allowed him to know that the so-called convoys that dared to travel in the wilderness had very few good people. When they encountered the weak, they could transform into plunderers at any time. This was how the chaotic world was. Killing and being killed were very common. He didn't have that much sympathy to investigate who was good and who was evil. However, since these people were attacking him, he was not going to stay still. Chapter 168, The Worried Ancestor. Chapter 168, The Worried Ancestor. In the black sky, a crescent moon hung high up. The cold moonlight was like a sharp blade that slashed down on the ground, stirring up the wind as it whistled past. This wind blew up some of the snow on the ground, merging with the blade light falling from the sky. It swept in all directions, causing the grass in the Red Plains to bend slightly. Su Qing's figure moved forward like a ghost. As the cold light from the dagger shone in the night, boiling blood splattered everywhere from the desperados' bodies, landing on the red grass that was bent by the wind. However, the evil contained in this blood was not qualified to melt the cold nor lower the temperature of the wind on this winter night. It was despised by even the red grass. They used the wind to bend down and shake the blood off their bodies drop by drop. Corpses fell one after another. The dagger in Su Qing's hand became the last light in their lives. As the dagger blade flashed, the neck of the last outlaw was sliced open by Su Qing's saber. Su Qing stood there with corpses strewn all over the ground. Everyone was killed with a single strike. All the attacks were on the neck. This was because cutting the neck was the most convenient and fastest. The only flaw was that the blood that splattered everywhere dyed his robe, which caused Su Qing to frown slightly. However, the killing intent in his gaze didn't decrease because of the blood on his clothes. Since he had made a move, he would kill them all. Even if the fugitives here might not have the ability to take revenge, Su Qing didn't like to be careless and didn't like to leave any hidden dangers. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but since he did, he didn't want to expose any traces of himself. Su Qing held the dagger and walked toward the place where there was an uproar due to the massacre here. In front of him was the place where the remaining warmth from cooking drifted over. There were 7 to 8 desperados surrounding a large pot. They were originally drinking soup, but after seeing the massacre, they stood up in horror and looked at Su Qing fearfully. Su Qing also looked at them. The snowflakes on the ground were covered in traces left behind from dragging corpses. However, there were no corpses, only some clothes that had been removed. Su Qing knew very well where the corpses went. He wasn't unfamiliar with the fragrance of meat that was drifting in the wind. When he was in the slums, he had smelled it from afar. Back then, the first person he killed was because the other party wanted to eat him. Su Qing's gaze swept past the large pot beside these 7 to 8 desperados and he continued walking. In that instant, the expressions of the 7 to 8 desperados changed as they rapidly retreated. They wanted to escape, but the one who escaped the fastest didn't manage to run far before a black iron stick arrived at lightning speed. It pierced through the back of his head. At the next moment, Su Qing quickened his pace and suddenly rushed over. The dagger in his hand shone with the moonlight and seemed even colder in the wind and snow. He slit open the neck of a desperado and caught up to the second person. "Friend, don't be rash." Heads flew up. "We made a mistake. We were blind. We're willing to apologize." A bloodline appeared on his neck. "I'll fight it out with you." The head collapsed. The entire massacre lasted for only 5 breaths of time before the world fell silent. The wind blew and snow continued to fall amidst the lonely moonlight. The corpses on the ground completely dyed the soil red, turning it into a true red plains. Looking at the corpses in the surroundings, Su Qing wiped his dagger on one of them and began to deal with it. Very soon, the corpses here turned into blood and fused into the ground. Su Qing glanced at the huge pot and silently extinguished the fire. He suddenly understood why there was an endless stream of people who wanted to stay in the 7 Blood Eyes main city despite having to pay expensive contribution points every day in exchange for residency. In this chaotic world, human lives were worthless. Su Qing turned and continued his journey. The blizzard grew even heavier that night. Snowflakes fell from the sky and rapidly slid down in front of Su Qing, who was running. A cold wind blew over, lifting his long hair as it attempted to enter through his clothes. Su Qing frowned slightly and tightened his clothes. He then exhaled a mouthful of white fog and lowered his head slightly before continuing forward. When the morning arrived, Su Qing, who had been rushing for the entire night, finally saw a mountain in the distance. As a plain, Red Plains didn't have many mountains. Most of them were rather short and didn't look like mountains. Only the one in front of him was somewhat okay. However, compared to the mountain that Diamond Sect was located on back then, the difference was extremely great. Regardless of whether it was in terms of elegance or solemnity, they were on different levels. Some newly built halls could be seen on the peak. However, they were clearly desolate as though there weren't many disciples in the sect and the entire sect seemed to emit bleakness. Diamond Sect. Su Qing pondered. According to the clues he had checked, this mountain was the new location of the Diamond Sect. Clearly, not everyone could adapt to the changes in the environment, especially when they moved to the Red Plains, which was even more harsh and barren than their previous location. Naturally, fewer people could accept it. In addition, they hadn't been here for long, so the desolate atmosphere of the Diamond Sect could be explained. However, Suqing was very cautious. He wouldn't let down his guard just because he saw that the Diamond Sect was in decline. He wasn't clear about the internal situation of the sect and didn't know if it was really as he saw. Hence, Suqing didn't plan to rush over and attack immediately. He wanted to observe first. Just like a hunter hunting, he couldn't be anxious. Suqing retracted his gaze from the Diamond Sect and left this place. He continued until he was 50 kilometers away and found the scavenger campsite closest to the Diamond Sect. Compared to the Diamond Sect, which was 50 kilometers away, the campsite was clearly much livelier. Suqing could hear the commotion from afar. When he was about to get close, he suddenly thought of something and took out the leather coat he used to wear from his storage bag. He then picked up some soil and smeared it on his face. The vigilance in his eyes and his attire caused him to instantly become a scavenger. After checking and confirming that there was nothing wrong, Suqing crouched down and moved forward. He gradually arrived outside the scavenger campsite. As he got closer, the commotion became even more intense. Although there were guards here, they only glanced at Suqing and didn't care, allowing him to enter. Suqing's disguise as a scavenger couldn't be described as similar. He was originally a scavenger. He had the same aura, the same gaze, and the same cruelty. When he entered the scavenger campsite, Suqing retracted his gaze from the surrounding tents and looked into the distance. Over 100 scavengers were gathered there and all of them were shouting excitedly. The commotion he heard earlier came from this group of people. What they were surrounding in excitement was a cruel scene. It was a competition. Like a dog race, 7 to 8 skinny figures in ragged clothes were running with all their might. The bodies of these 7 to 8 people were greenish-black due to the dense anomalous substances in their bodies, and they were not far from mutation. Their eyes were filled with despair and madness. As for the racing track they were running on, it was a path filled with sharp pebbles and blade fragments. The intense pain and blood from stepping on them could make one go crazy. At the end of the racetrack was a white pill covered in spots. To people with such a serious mutation, one white pill might not be able to save their lives, but it could at least prolong their normal lives for some time. This time might give them a chance to obtain other white pills. Hence, even though they were running on such a treacherous track and the ground was covered in blood and all of them were trembling, their desire to survive still made them race crazily. This was a dog race as well as a horse race. Waves of excited and cruel shouts rang out from the scavengers in the surroundings. There was clearly betting involved. Suqing watched all of this. Finally, one of the runners dragged his bloody body to the end. After he snatched the white pill and swallowed it, the remaining participants fell into despair. They were then dragged to the starting point and a new white pill was placed back on the goal. The competition continued. As for the scavengers in the surroundings, some were happy, while others cursed non-stop. However, very soon, as the competition started again, they placed their bets one after another. Suqing retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the Diamond Sect. At the same time, in the Diamond Sect's main hall on the mountaintop 50 kilometers away from the campsite, the Diamond Sect's ancestor was sitting there with an ugly expression. With some anger, he waved away the sect master who wanted to say something but hesitated. "Do you really think this old man was willing to come to this godforsaken place? But what could we do if we didn't migrate here? That be *tch from the 7th peak is too vicious. I had to take out more than half of my life savings as an apology to her." The Diamond Sect's ancestor had a look of grief and indignation as he sat there and muttered. "There's also that kid. He has gained a foothold in the 7 Blood Eyes. If we didn't migrate, should I have waited for him to slap me to death after he reaches the foundation building realm?" According to this old man's countless experiences from reading ancient books, this matter is my life and death calamity. The Diamond Sect's ancestor felt even more grief and indignation. When he thought of how the Diamond Sect had been reduced to such a miserable state in such a short period, his heart couldn't help but ache. The impact of the migration was huge. After all, not everyone was willing to migrate. During this period, there were many disciples who secretly escaped. Although he killed some, he couldn't kill them all. It's fine. My alchemy pill is about to be completed. As long as I swallow this pill, I'll finally be able to break through my 30th magic aperture and form my first ball of life fire. Once my life fire is formed, I'll be able to activate the Mystic Brilliance form of foundation building. Under the Mystic Brilliance form, my combat strength will instantly increase greatly. At that time, I won't have to be afraid of that kid. The Diamond Sex ancestor gritted his teeth. However, when he thought of this, his expression suddenly changed. That's not right. According to the ancient books I've read, accidents often happen at such critical moments. At the thought of this, the expression of the Diamond Sex ancestor changed drastically. It was only when he took out a token and held it in his hand that he heaved a sigh of relief. It's impossible for the kid to make a breakthrough so quickly. Besides, I've joined the Litu sect now and can be considered a follower. The Litu sect is also a giant like the Seven Blood Eyes. With this backer, I should be safe for the time being. Besides, fellow Taoist Tuyun was also invited by me and is still a guest in the sect. The Diamond Sex ancestor muttered. As he looked at the token, bitterness rose in his heart. For this token, he had paid a huge price. It could be considered as selling his body and he could not forsake it for the rest of his life. At the same time, he was worried about the danger. Basically, after he moved over, he had been inviting his friends over as guests every few days. Every time he invited someone over, he would give them gifts. So far, regardless of whether he was familiar with them or not, he had invited almost everyone he knew. One wrong step and every step will be wrong. The Diamond Sex ancestor let out a long sigh and looked at the distant sky, slowly feeling a little dazed. At that moment, the sunlight landed on his body. From afar, he looked old and weak. Chapter 169, What is Destined Cannot Be Avoided. Chapter 169, What is Destined Cannot Be Avoided. Su Qing naturally couldn't see the emotions nor hear the sighs of the Diamond Sex ancestor. Su Qing bought a residence in the scavenger campsite with great familiarity for his temporary rest. Although the scavenger campsite had a certain requirement for the residency rights of outsiders, if one had considerable strength, the rules could be bent. After Su Qing dispersed his spirit energy at the third level of qi condensation, he bought a wooden hut. At the same time, due to the display of his purchasing ability, he attracted two scavengers with ill intentions. Their heads were quickly hung by Su Qing at the gate. Just like that, everyone in the scavenger campsite accepted Su Qing's arrival. Although there were people paying attention to him at the start, as the days passed, Su Qing's performance was no different from that of a scavenger. Whether it was killing, going out to do missions, buying white pills, or even walking in the campsite with instinctive vigilance that was carved in his soul, all proved that he was a true scavenger. Gradually, no one paid too much attention to an outsider like him. After all, there were many unfamiliar scavengers in the wilderness. There would always be people who stayed outside for too long and wanted to find a residence to recuperate. In this kind of concealment, Su Qing would head out to the vicinity of the Diamond Sect to observe every day. During this period, he also saw some Diamond Sect disciples who came down from the mountain to the scavenger campsite to have fun. Their appearance caused the scavengers to be angry, but they didn't dare to speak up. Most of them revealed fawning expressions. Among them, Su Qing found a few of the disciples a little familiar. He should have seen them when he went to set the fire. Although all of them had arrogant expressions when they entered the scavenger campsite, the worry and helplessness hidden in their hearts were still sensed by Su Qing through their eyes. As time passed, Su Qing gradually found more information about the Diamond Sect. As a sect that had relocated not long ago, their every move was observed by the scavengers. Hence, in half a month, Su Qing already had a lot of understanding of the Diamond Sect's recent situation. There are less than 100 people left in the sect. 4 of the 7 elders left. Other than the 3 elders, there's also the sect master, so there are 4 experts under the Diamond Sect's ancestor now. They have attached themselves to the Litu sect and received their protection. Su Qing sat down in his residence and analyzed the information he had obtained in the past half a month. He was very patient, especially when the opponent was a foundation-building expert. Even though he felt that he could defeat him with his current combat strength, he had never fought a foundation-building cultivator before. Hence, Su Qing remained cautious. Even though he had analyzed these clues, he still didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to wait. Half a month later, he inadvertently found out a piece of news from the conversation between the 2 Diamond Sect disciples. The ancestor is really making a mountain out of a molehill. Every time a person he invited comes, he'll make us descend the mountain every few days and pretend to unintentionally spread some information about the sect to the surrounding scavenger campsites. Why bother? That's right. It's been half a year but I haven't seen the kid taking the bait. Sigh, the ancestor frequently invites friends, another one usually comes a few days after one leaves, so we have to keep leaving the sect frequently to spread the news. There's no choice. Who dares to disobey the ancestor's orders? Su Qing had secretly followed the two Diamond Sect disciples. When they were about to ascend the mountain, he heard this conversation. After hearing this, Su Qing calmly returned to the campsite. In the next few days, he became even more cautious and his observation became more meticulous. It was only after he stayed in this scavenger campsite for a month and a half that Su Qing, who was secretly investigating the vicinity of the Diamond Sect at dusk on this day, saw a ray of light stepping into the air and leaving. Vaguely, there seemed to be someone sending the person off at the top of the mountain. Su Qing's gaze narrowed slightly as he retracted the sharpness in his eyes. He then turned and returned to his residence in the campsite. He began to organize his weapons and poison powder. After that, he looked at the sky outside and waited silently. At the same time, outside the main hall at the top of the mountain, the Diamond Sect's ancestor looked at the departing fellow Taoist and sighed in his heart. After all, it wasn't good for him to keep them here for a long time. When he walked back to the main hall, he began to think about who he should invite next. It won't be long before the pill takes shape. After I eat it, I'll break through my 30th magic aperture and form the first ball of life fire. I'll then be able to activate the mystic brilliance form. Only then will I be able to heave a sigh of relief. As he muttered, the Diamond Sect's ancestor disappeared into the main hall. The sky outside gradually darkened. The cold wind whistled and swept past the scavenger campsite, growing larger and larger. Due to the cold weather, the dust on the ground was frozen hard and couldn't be lifted. Only some trash moved in the wind. At the same time, the cold wind landed on some children who were hiding in the campsite. It was as though they had transformed into sharp blades that wanted to slash everything weak. Not long later, snowflakes also fell from the sky, not to be outdone. They scattered across the entire red plains and filled the land. Tonight, the snow was very heavy. The snowflakes soon covered the ground layer by layer, causing the people in the scavenger campsite who didn't have houses and could only sleep outside to shiver intensely. Their eyes were filled with death and numbness. This winter seemed colder than before and would freeze even more people to death. In the wind and snow, Su Qing, who had organized everything, walked out of the wooden hut. He looked at the snow in the sky and felt the cold. He tightened his clothes and swept his gaze across the shivering children in the campsite. He was silent for a moment before he continued to walk, but he didn't close the door. There was still the lingering warmth of the fire inside the hut. The contrast with the temperature outside caused white fog to spread, attracting the attention of the nearby children. Their expressionless eyes showed hope at this instance. Su Qing walked further and further away, faster and faster. In the end, his entire person seemed to have fused into the wind, transforming into an afterimage as he continued to approach the Diamond Sect's territory. The blood and qi in his body were boiling and his sea transformation art was circulating. Purple light flowed throughout his body and gathered above his head, faintly forming a faint shadow of the heavenly saber. When he reached near, Su Qing lifted his head and glanced at the Diamond Sect in the heavy snow. The moonlight was torn apart by the snow and should have formed mottled spots that scattered onto the Diamond Sect. However, the surrounding snow refracted the moonlight as though it was pieced together again. This caused the sect to be visible clearly. The clear image of the sect entered Su Qing's eyes and transformed into killing intent and sharpness. At the next instant, Su Qing suddenly flew up. The flight talisman on his leg flickered as his figure shot into the sky like a saber beam, breaking through the wind and snow toward the main hall on the mountain peak. His speed continued to rise till he arrived in the air above the main hall. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and slashed at the main hall on the mountain peak. The instant he slashed down, the world behind him rumbled and the shadow of a huge heavenly saber appeared in the sky. Although the wind and snow were strong, they couldn't shake the heavenly saber at all. Following Su Qing's hand gesture, the heavenly saber slashed through the wind and snow, falling toward the main hall on the mountain peak. The heavenly saber that was hundreds of feet long emitted even more violent aura when it slashed. It was as though everything that existed in front of it would be cut into two. Its speed was so fast that it landed on the main hall in the blink of an eye. A loud explosive sound rang out and the entire mountain trembled. The main hull collapsed under the saber light and shattered from the middle, directly splitting into two. In the shattered gap, the Diamond Sex ancestor, who was retreating after resisting the saber strike, was revealed. He saw Su Qing, but before he could speak, Su Qing, who was standing in the air, slashed down a second time. The increase in his cultivation allowed Su Qing to use the saber strike he had comprehended from the temple many times. This was especially so since he had long accumulated strength on the way here. At this moment, he didn't stop at all. The second heavenly saber shadow manifested behind him and landed on the Diamond Sex ancestor again. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the purple heavenly saber descended again. Under the deep shout of the Diamond Sex ancestor, it directly collided with him again. The main hall on the mountaintop completely collapsed. The Diamond Sex ancestor roared as he resisted the second saber strike. The chi and blood in his body also churned and his body suddenly retreated by 1,000 feet. With a wave of his hand, the angry guardian warrior shadow under him appeared and his aura rose. However, his hair was disheveled and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Su Qing's 2 slashes had not been easy to fend off. Fellow Taoist, although the Diamond Sex ancestor had already made a guess, he still couldn't believe the strength of the person in front of him. Hence, he quickly spoke up, trying to confirm his guess. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed drastically. He retreated with all his might, but it was still a little too late. No one on the ground noticed that the shadow that was hidden in the night had already rapidly approached under Su Qing's control. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the Diamond Sex ancestor and was about to shrink. Although the Diamond Sex ancestor reacted extremely quickly and dodged, his arm was still touched. In an instant, the anomalous substances on his arm became dense and turned greenish-black. This caused him to be extremely shocked. At the same time, Su Qing, who was in the air, looked coldly at the Diamond Sex ancestor. He didn't say anything and slashed down the third strike he had accumulated. In an instant, purple light overflowed into the sky and the saber shadow formed, cutting through the wind and snow in all directions. It landed again on the Diamond Sex ancestor who was retreating from the shadow. The guardian warrior shadow let out a roar and raised its hands to block the saber strike. With a loud collision, the arms of the shadow collapsed. Blood flowed out of the corner of the Diamond Sex ancestor's mouth and his body was continuously blasted back. However, as a foundation-building cultivator, even if he didn't advance through a powerful cultivation art, foundation building was still foundation building. His combat strength was still extremely strong. After suffering 3 saber strikes and the shadow's sneak attack, he was only injured. As he continuously retreated, he suddenly lifted his head and his eyes were bloodshot as he spoke through gritted teeth. "You're the kid." The disciples of the Diamond Sect were all shocked. The sect master, elders, and the others all rushed out. All of their expressions changed drastically as they looked at the sky. In the sky, Su Qing's long hair fluttered, and his scavenger attire added to his killing intent. Under the moonlight and in the wind and snow, he looked like the Hades, in charge of life and death. Chapter 170, Eternal Damnation. Chapter 170, Eternal Damnation. He didn't have the habit of chatting too much during a battle. Almost at the instant the Diamond Sex ancestor retreated, the flight talisman on his leg suddenly shone. At the next instant, his figure was like a rainbow as he tore through the air and rushed toward the Diamond Sex ancestor. He instantly got close. As he got close, the Ba shadow behind him manifested. Its sinister appearance was so chapped that it seemed to contain magma. The instant it appeared, heat spread in all directions, causing the snowflakes in a large area to melt into rain and fog. His chi and blood were stimulated to the extreme. He circulated the mountains and seas art with all his might, causing his body refinement technique to be maintained at its peak at this moment. He arrived in front of the Diamond Sex ancestor and punched ruthlessly. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Diamond Sex ancestor. With a wave of his hand, the guardian warrior shadow under him roared at the sky and punched back. This confrontation between the two sides that didn't hold anything back caused a booming explosion to ring in all directions. Su Qing was pushed back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In terms of pure body refinement, he was still inferior to the Diamond Sex ancestor's foundation building body. However, the Diamond Sex ancestor didn't feel good either. The chi and blood in his body churned and he similarly retreated. His expression was ferocious, but it hid deep horror. He had completely recognized Su Qing, but the more he recognized him, the more intense the shock in his heart. Although he had guessed that the kid would become stronger quickly, he still didn't expect that in less than a year, the other party had gone from being chased by him to attacking his sect. Moreover, the changes in his strength before and after were too great. The Diamond Sect's ancestor's breathing was hurried. He wanted to say something, but what awaited him was the cruelty in Su Qing's eyes as he suddenly rushed over. Booming sounds erupted once again. Su Qing's attacks were too fast and he didn't slow down or pause at all. When he got close, he punched out again and again. In fact, it was the same for his legs. They would occasionally sweep out, and his forehead was also his weapon, which he used to slam the ancestor if he was close enough. The vicious attacks did not give the Diamond Sect's ancestor time to take a breath. He was suppressed and was being pushed back. This increased his shock even more. The guardian warrior shadow under him even showed signs of collapse. "You're courting death." The Diamond Sect's ancestor let out a low roar and quickly performed a series of hand seals with both hands. Immediately, the magic aperture in his body circulated and the aura of a foundation-building cultivator rose again, forming a pressure that suppressed Su Qing. As he performed a series of hand seals, a dazzling golden light appeared behind him. This golden light transformed into a whip that lashed out fiercely at Su Qing. Even the space seemed to explode at the touch of this whip. The Ba shadow behind Su Qing roared and emitted a large amount of fiery aura. When it came into contact with the whip, an astonishing sound rang out. Although the Ba shadow didn't collapse when it came into contact with the whip and even grabbed it, the impact formed by the foundation-building magic power still caused Su Qing's entire body to tremble, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew back and fell toward the sect gate. The eyes of the sect master and the three elders revealed killing intent. The other disciples were the same. Their gazes were filled with hatred as they all rushed in the direction Su Qing had fallen and quickly attacked. Die. The eyes of the Diamond Sect's ancestor in the air were also red and filled with killing intent. He quickly performed a series of hand seals with both hands. Another foundation-building spell formed. It was a huge Taoist seal that manifested in the sky. It was a few hundred feet in size, and the wind and snow moved away from it on their own. It carried an astonishing aura as it pressed down on the falling Su Qing. The commotion was so great that even the Diamond Sect's sect gate trembled. The surrounding snowflakes shattered into powder and scattered in all directions. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Diamond Sect's ancestor. His hands formed a seal and he waved them out. In an instant, two phantoms that were similar to the guardian warrior beneath him appeared around him and punched out at the same time. Three guardian warrior shadows punched toward Su Qing from three directions. If it was any other chi condensation cultivator, even if they were at the great circle of perfection, they wouldn't be able to withstand all of this. Foundation-building spells themselves possessed powerful strength, and the magic apertures also had a powerful effect. To a certain extent, this was equivalent to 7 to 8 talismans being used at the same time. Just as the attacks of the Diamond Sect disciples, the punches of the three guardian warrior shadows, and the large seal above were about to land on the falling Su Qing, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He performed a series of hand seals with both hands, and an astonishing spirit energy fluctuation erupted from his body. This fluctuation continued to expand outwards, and in the blink of an eye, it reached nearly 1,000 feet and transformed into a spirit sea. It suddenly exploded outwards with an astonishing aura. As it exploded, it directly formed a terrifying force that swept in all directions. The cultivation levels of the sect master, elders, and disciples below were no different under Su Qing's spirit energy bombardment. In an instant, their bodies trembled violently and they collapsed in unison. Wherever the spirit energy force swept by, mountains rumbled and buildings shattered. Everyone was destroyed in body and spirit. As for the spell cast by the Diamond Sect's ancestor, under the eruption of the spirit sea, rumbling sounds filled the sky. The three guardian warrior shadows instantly blurred, like afterimages flowing through the wind, dissipating quickly. It was the same for the large seal in the sky. As it landed, it seemed to have encountered a violent wind and gradually disappeared. The expression of the Diamond Sect's ancestor changed drastically. He had retreated far away, but he was still affected. Fresh blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again, and the injuries in his body worsened. At the same time, his left arm was covered by the shadow again. Although he barely dodged it, his entire left arm was greenish-black and the anomalous substances that invaded it were extremely dense. There was also a black iron stick that whistled over and directly pierced through his right shoulder. Other than that, what caused his heart to tremble even more at this moment was that he sensed that his blood and chi were unstable and signs of poisoning appeared in his body. His expression turned extremely gloomy. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. He immediately retreated further away. However, his gaze was fixed on Su Qing, who had landed in the shattered diamond sect, revealing intense killing intent. The spirit sea formed by the seventh peak sea transformation art can indeed shake a foundation building cultivator when it erupts in one go. However, it can only be done once. You're dead meat now. Su Qing's breathing was hurried. There was a talisman shining outside his body, but he still spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, there was no surprise on his face. He was already very clear about how powerful foundation building cultivators were when he arrived. And he still felt that he could kill him. Hence, the moment he attacked, he used his strongest killing move. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly saber, shadow, or Ba shadow, even the spirit sea in his body, he used all of them ruthlessly. This was especially so for poison. From the moment he attacked until now, he had used a total of 73 types. At this moment, everything was in line with his plan. Hence, the instant the Diamond Sect's ancestor's expression turned cold, Su Qing lifted his right hand and grabbed fiercely at the Diamond Sect's ancestor who was retreating in the sky. The eyes of the Diamond Sect's ancestor suddenly narrowed. The countless snowflakes in his surroundings suddenly turned into water droplets. At a glance, the range of these water droplets had reached 1,000 feet. Why do you still have spirit energy? The instant the Diamond Sect's ancestor lost his voice in horror, the water droplets in an area of 1,000 feet rapidly fused and directly transformed into a large hand that grabbed fiercely at the Diamond Sect's ancestor. The Diamond Sect's ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood and his body retreated rapidly. While great waves were churning in his heart, the 1,000-foot-long hand formed by the water droplets changed their form and transformed again, into the appearance of a plesiosaur. This was none other than Su Qing's forbidden sea dragon whale. It roared at the sky and ruthlessly bit at the Diamond Sect's ancestor. The expression of the Diamond Sect's ancestor completely changed as he cried out involuntarily. He had some understanding of the 7 blood eyes and knew that after cultivating the 7th peak sea transformation art to the 8th level, some outstanding people could form the forbidden sea dragon whale. The dragon whale was equivalent to the cultivator's second vessel that stored spirit energy. However, such people were rare. He had also seen forbidden sea dragon whales before. However, although the aura of Su Qing's dragon whale was the same, regardless of its appearance or the power of the forbidden sea contained in it, it gave him a completely different feeling. Amidst his drastic change in expression, the Diamond Sect's ancestor retreated once again. He didn't want to fight anymore. The anomalous substances in his body were now dense and he was unable to neutralize the poison in his body immediately. Moreover, the poison outbreak was becoming more severe, causing his internal organs to feel a piercing pain. When he spat out blood, it carried a black stench, as though his internal organs were corroding and melting. If I can activate the mystic brilliance form. The Diamond Sect's ancestor let out a low roar in his heart, filled with unwillingness and helplessness. As for the bizarre shadow hidden in the surroundings, they caused his heart to skip a beat. If he wasn't careful, the amount of anomalous substances would increase again after coming into contact with them. This was especially so when just the forbidden sea dragon whale and Su Qing's body refinement power were enough to make him feel an intense life-and-death crisis. I'm a follower of the Litu sect. The Diamond Sect's ancestor shouted. However, before he could finish speaking, the flight talisman on Su Qing's body flickered. Once in the air, Su Qing calmly spoke. This was the first thing he said since the battle began. Before the Diamond Sect's ancestor could react, Su Qing waved his hand coldly. Immediately, his magic boat rumbled out. The boat that was hundreds of feet tall had a sinister appearance like the black tortoise. There were also sails that were like wings, causing the magic boat that appeared in the air to reveal indescribable cruelty. As the golden light on the ship flashed and gathered on the sharp spike at the bow, a divine intent actually erupted from the magic boat and locked onto the Diamond Sect's ancestor. This divine intent was like a god, causing the wind and snow in the surroundings to instantly dissipate. An astonishing pressure descended. As for Su Qing, who was standing on the magic boat, he was like the ruler who controlled the god. He looked coldly at the diamond sex ancestor and lifted his right hand. As he lifted his hand, the convergence of divinity became increasingly intense. Clearly, as long as he put down his hand, the divine power attack would erupt. Divine attack. This was his magic boat's strongest move. Originally, Su Qing planned to use it immediately, but he was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill a foundation-building cultivator who was at his peak and uninjured with a single strike. That was why he personally took action and waited until now. He finally felt that the time was ripe and took it out to ensure that he could kill in one strike. The expression of the diamond sex ancestor was unprecedentedly pale. His scalp felt like it was about to explode and his eyes revealed extreme disbelief as he cried out involuntarily. Divinity. The bitterness in the sex ancestor's heart also churned endlessly, transforming into horror. At this moment, the life and death crisis had already become infinitely intense. Every part of his flesh and blood seemed to be trembling and screaming under the power of divinity, constantly reminding him of the arrival of death. I can't escape. If I was in my peak state, I might have a chance. Now, the diamond sex ancestor was in despair. He looked at Su Qing, who was standing on the magic boat, and recalled the ancient books he had read before. He hurriedly shouted. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. Listen to me. I'm willing to be your slave. I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. You will be my master. Su Qing's expression was cold and he didn't bother with it. He didn't have the hobby of taking in slaves. He suddenly lowered his right hand. Chapter 171, Surviving from a Perilous Situation. Chapter 171, Surviving from a Perilous Situation. Su Qing didn't have the habit of listening to others' last words, nor did he have any thoughts of accepting a slave. After all, the human heart was unpredictable. Rather than worrying about backlash in the future, it was better to directly kill the enemy. Towards enemies, his only thought from the start was that a dead enemy was the safest. The faster he killed them, the safer he would be. This was more so when he was in the unfamiliar Red Plains. He had been lying low for over a month and had observed extremely carefully. He knew that because this place was too barren and the environment was harsh, even the Litu sect would only come here occasionally to spread its teachings. At the same time, the nearest scavenger campsite in the vicinity was also 50 kilometers away. This caused the battle between Su Qing and the Diamond sect to be drowned in the snowstorm. There was a high chance that no one would notice it. Moreover, he had changed his appearance with a talisman, and his magic boat had been in a disguised form the entire time in the sect. The only person who had seen the real appearance of his magic boat was Zhang San. To be able to do all of this was already the limit that Su Qing could reach in a short period. Although it wasn't perfect and there were still flaws, Su Qing was clear that the reason why his trip could go smoothly was because the Diamond Sex ancestor had misjudged the time he would arrive. The latter had also underestimated the speed of his growth. More importantly, the other party would never have thought that he possessed a divine attack that could seriously threaten foundation-building cultivators. After all, divine creatures were rare to begin with and their value was astonishing. In order to build this magic boat, Su Qing not only used the divine lizard skin but also spent 10,000 spirit stones. How could such preparation be lacking? The snowstorm roared, sweeping through every direction. The divine power from the magic boat gathered to the extreme. As Su Qing lowered his right hand, the sharp spike at the front of the magic boat instantly shone with a piercing light that was suffused with golden light. Although the heavy snowflakes were like a curtain falling from the sky, they couldn't hide the holiness contained in the golden light. That holiness that seemed to be able to suppress souls and all living beings caused the Diamond Sex ancestor's heart to beat rapidly. The fear in his eyes materialized and covered his thoughts, controlling his body and mind. Seeing that Su Qing didn't give him the slightest chance to speak and the divine attack was about to destroy his body and soul, determination appeared in the Diamond Sex ancestor's eyes. He suddenly roared and did something that Su Qing never thought of even in his dreams. He actually attacked himself just when Su Qing's divine attack was about to erupt. The Diamond Sex ancestor quickly slapped his forehead with his right hand in front of Su Qing. He seemed to be afraid that he wouldn't be killed by a single palm strike, so he took out a saber with his left hand and stabbed it into his heart. He struck with such strength that the blade shattered as it pierced his heart. Countless sharp fragments carried his foundation-building magic power and erupted crazily in his body. His forehead also shattered. Everything above his neck was gone. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the headless and half-broken corpse of the Diamond Sex ancestor fell from the sky. Su Qing's eyes widened at this ridiculous scene. Non-human. Plain dead. He looked at the corpse that had landed on the ground and felt that the aura on it was completely gone, as well as its dilapidated appearance. It clearly didn't have any life force. Su Qing had never seen a situation where a human could still pretend to be dead after losing their head and having only half their body left. Moreover, the feeling he got from the other party wasn't that of a non-human race. This was the first time Su Qing hesitated in a battle. He didn't know if he should waste the limited and precious divinity on the corpse. Even though he had killed many people since he was young, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. As a result, he restrained the divine attack. That was already prepared. Even so, he still waved his hand and water droplets appeared, heading straight for the Diamond Sex ancestor's fragmented corpse and instantly squeezing it to make sure it was completely dead. The Diamond Sex ancestor's broken corpse shattered even more and scattered all over the ground. An illusory soul shadow crawled out of the corpse that had landed on the ground. This soul shadow wasn't very clear and was a little shaky, as though it could dissipate at any moment. Upon closer inspection, even though it was very blurry, it still vaguely revealed the appearance of the Diamond Sex ancestor. However, this soul shadow didn't look like it was dying. Instead, it had a hint of spiritedness. This was very contradictory. It was clearly blurry, but it gave off a feeling of life in Su Qing's perception. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. The instant the killing intent in his eyes rose again, the Diamond Sex ancestor's soul shadow suddenly headed straight for the black iron stick that had landed on the ground not far away. In that instant, it was as though it had shuttled through the void as it directly appeared beside the iron stick. Its expression was filled with anxiety, as though it was in a race against life. It was afraid that it would be killed by Su Qing before it could get close to the iron stick. In the blink of an eye, the soul shadow completely fused into the iron stick. The black iron stick shook intensely. The black light on it became even denser and an even more intense chill erupted from it. In fact, there were even faint streaks of light flowing in all directions, as though an ordinary item had turned into a treasure. This was the second time Su Qing was stunned since the battle started. After he entered the Seven Blood Eyes, he no longer had a partial understanding of cultivation like he did back then. At this moment, when he looked at his black iron stick, his breathing became slightly hurried. He could tell at a glance what the change in his iron stick was. It gained an artifact spirit. In this world, there were many differences between ordinary treasures and magic treasures. One of the differences was that ordinary treasures didn't have spirits, and magic treasures had spirits. Of course, it didn't mean that an ordinary treasure with a spirit was a magic treasure. However, once it had an artifact spirit, it had the possibility of becoming a magic treasure. Su Qing grabbed at the air. Immediately, the black iron stick whistled over to his hand. He stared at it coldly for a long time. His right hand sometimes exerted force and sometimes let go. After a few times, he fell even more silent. He could sense that his black iron stick indeed had an artifact spirit, and this artifact spirit was the Diamond Sex ancestor. The other party had used some unknown method to take the initiative to kill himself and transform his soul into an artifact spirit, and then entered the iron stick. "Get out here!" Su Qing shouted in a slightly frustrated voice. Immediately, the iron stick trembled and the illusory shadow of the Diamond Sex ancestor appeared. Looking at Su Qing's expression, his body trembled and he hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Master, what's the matter?" His words were very proficient and his expression was filled with flattery. There was no hint of unfamiliarity at all, as though he had practiced for a long time. In reality, that was indeed the case. The Diamond Sex ancestor had been cautious all his life and did things steadily. He also liked to read ancient books. In the eyes of others, the thoughts he had were considered abnormal. However, he didn't think so. He was very clear that in this chaotic world, someone who couldn't even activate his mystic brilliance form wasn't much. Moreover, his sect was too small, so it was very easy for him to become the first whetstone for those people with great luck. As for such a whetstone, in the countless ancient books the Diamond Sex ancestor had read, all of them. died miserably without exception. Not a single one of them survived. Hence, other than being horrified, he was also worried about his future. However, he couldn't bear to give up on everything and retire. Hence, many years ago, although he felt that there was a high chance that he wouldn't be so unlucky, in order to guard against the unexpected, he still made preparations. He secretly cultivated the incomplete technique he had obtained in a ruin when he was young. Ordinary people wouldn't cultivate this incomplete technique. This was because it only had one use, and that was to sacrifice oneself to become an existence like an artifact spirit. Moreover, the failure rate was extremely high. Once one failed, their soul would dissipate. However, the Diamond Sex ancestor attached great importance to this incomplete technique. He felt that this would be the key to saving his life. He never stopped cultivating it, and he seemed to have some talent in this aspect. He felt that if there was a day in the future when he was really going to be killed, then it would probably be very difficult for him to convince the enemy by verbally promising to recognize them as his master or swearing a Tao oath. However, this was not safe. It was likely that the enemy would use some life-controlling talismans or treasures to control him and use him as a cannon fodder. The safest thing was to become the artifact spirit of the other party's weapon. After all, the vast majority of cultivators still cared a lot about artifact spirits. As he read more ancient books, this thought became increasingly firm. Today, the artifact spirit technique he had cultivated for his entire life was finally put to use. It allowed him to obtain a chance of survival from a situation where he couldn't survive. Facing his flattery, Su Qing felt increasingly frustrated. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation and he was a little hesitant about killing it. Artifact spirits were truly precious. How did you become an artifact spirit? Su Qing asked coldly. The Diamond Sex ancestor hurriedly said loudly with a fawning expression. I had a dream many years ago. In the dream, I saw my future self meeting the Lord of Fate. He would give this desolate and cruel world a gentle baptism. In the dream, I was touched and swore to follow him. Hence, I spent my money to buy an incomplete spell that could allow me to become an artifact spirit. I was always prepared for this. Speak in human language. Su Qing's gaze turned cold and killing intent rose in his eyes. The Diamond Sex ancestor shivered and thought to himself that it was fortunate that he was smart and decisive. He quickly slapped himself to death before this vengeful kid could. After that, he took advantage of the other party's surprise and took the initiative to transform into an artifact spirit. Only then was he able to escape death. He really had no choice. This little wolf cub in front of him had no intention of accepting a slave at all. He was really determined to destroy him. If he had hesitated a little, he would probably be dead now. To be able to find such a path of survival in such a desperate situation, the Diamond Sex ancestor was truly mentally exhausted. He felt that it had really not been easy for him. He hurriedly told the truth. After he finished speaking, he even cast a spell and split out a wisp of his life soul, handing it to Su Qing. This was the sign of recognizing a master. After Su Qing heard this, he swept his gaze across the Diamond Sex ancestor's life soul and then looked at the black iron stick. The killing intent in his eyes sometimes rose and sometimes fell. The Diamond Sex ancestor felt his heart skip a beat as he hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Master, my life isn't worth much. Right now, I'm an artifact spirit. Although I can help Master's magic tools become sharper and possess unlimited growth, although I'm a foundation-building artifact spirit and the ordinary treasure with me will become even sharper under my enhancement, although I still have many uses, Master can destroy me with just one word. Master, there's no need to be in a hurry to kill me. I still have a pill that's about to take shape on my corpse. It's a good thing. Master's cultivation will increase by a lot after eating it. Also, Master, there's a treasure vault under my sect. There's an array crossbow specially used on the 7th peak of the 7 blood eyes. I don't have a magic boat and can't use it. I originally planned to give it as a gift. Also, Master, we have to leave quickly. A fellow Taoist I invited a few days ago will arrive tomorrow. Also, there will be an envoy from the Litu sect coming soon. The Diamond Sex ancestor was very clear that since he had chosen to kneel, he had to kneel completely. Only then could he survive. Su Qing was expressionless. He waved his hand and kept the other party's life soul. He then grabbed the air and took out the storage bag on the diamond sex ancestor's corpse. Just as he was about to destroy the corpse and erase all traces, the diamond sex ancestor hurriedly stopped him. Master, this storage bag is a cover. It's not real. I still have one on me that I hid with a talisman. Su Qing cast a deep glance at the diamond sex ancestor. Chapter 172, Ancient King Mystic Nether. Chapter 172, Ancient King Mystic Nether. With the help of the diamond sex ancestor, Su Qing found a storage bead hidden on the ancestor's corpse. This item was buried inside the body of the diamond sex ancestor. There weren't many items inside, only 3. The first item was a spirit ticket that was worth 500 spirit stones. The second item was a jade box which seemed to have the effect of nurturing medicinal pills. Su Qing could see a purple-colored medicinal pill being nurtured inside. The third item was 3 jade slips that recorded the diamond sex cultivation art and the artifact spirit incomplete technique the ancestor had mentioned earlier. As for the storage bag used as a cover, it was filled with miscellaneous items that were worth about 100 spirit stones. As though he was worried that Su Qing would be dissatisfied, the diamond sex ancestor hurriedly spoke in a low voice. The Second Highness wanted too much last time, so there isn't much left now. Your storage bag from the sex treasure vault was also a cover-up? Su Qing slowly asked. Yes, the diamond sex ancestor's body trembled as he whispered. Su Qing didn't say anything. After destroying the corpse, he went to the ruins of the diamond sect and searched. He found the secret chamber that the diamond sex ancestor had mentioned. It was also empty and there was only an array crossbow that looked like a magic tool. It was indeed as the diamond sex ancestor had said. This item was specially used on magic boats and could only be activated by a specific array formation. Su Qing took a look and kept it. He continued to plunder the diamond sect. However, this place was too poor and the dead disciples didn't have anything valuable on them. Only the sect master, elders, and the others had slightly better things. Master, it was good that you killed them. These traitorous bastards had been secretly joining forces recently and were preparing to betray the sect when I went to seclusion. I originally planned to personally deal with them after some time. Su Qing didn't care about the authenticity of the diamond sex ancestor's words. He left after plundering, gradually disappearing into the snowstorm. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky, covering the entire red plains. The original red color of the ground had already disappeared and turned white. The wind was even more bone-piercing, sweeping up the snow as though it wanted to seep the cold into every corner of the ground. This winter, many people would die. Su Qing tightened his collar and sped through the wilderness. He didn't return to the scavenger campsite but hurried through the night to the city at the edge of the Red Plains. I have to return to the 7 Blood Eyes as soon as possible. I can't stay here for long, Su Qing muttered. As he spoke, a dark glint flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the leather pouch containing the black iron stick. Su Qing had still not decided whether he should completely destroy the diamond sex ancestor who had transformed into an artifact spirit. As he sped, he weighed the pros and cons in his heart while calmly asking about the Litu sect. Sensing that his life was still not safe, the diamond sex ancestor felt bitter and nervous. At the same time, he didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew truthfully. The Litu sect is a giant faction in the non-Huang continent that is on par with the 7 Blood Eyes, Purple Earth, and True Words. Moreover, they are also based in the Huanggu continent. This branch in the non-Huang continent is its branch sect. Their base is in Huanggu. Su Qing glanced at the diamond sex ancestor. Although he knew about the forces in the non-Huang continent now, he clearly didn't know as much as the diamond sex ancestor, who was a foundation-building cultivator. Hearing the hint of doubt in Su Qing's voice, the diamond sex ancestor immediately felt that it was time to show his value. Hence, he quickly spoke. Master, among the 4 major forces in the non-Huang continent, other than Purple Earth, which is a true native force, the foundations of the other 3 aren't in the non-Huang continent. Among them, the 7 Blood Eyes you're in is the best example of this. The 7 mountain peaks seem to be one, but in reality, most of the mountain peaks are autonomous. It's just that they all identify with the rules of the 7 Blood Eyes and act under these rules. After many years, they gradually fuse together. The reason why this is the case is because the 7 mountain peaks of the 7 Blood Eyes are actually the 7 members of the 7 Sex Alliance in the Wangu continent's human territory that joined forces to build a branch in the non-Huang continent. Such branches are also established on other islands in the Endless Sea where the human race lives. However, the non-Huang continent is one of the largest islands in the Endless Sea, so the branch here is very powerful. As for the true words, it's extremely mysterious. I'm not too sure either. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had heard of these things. The Wangu Continent's 7 Sex Alliance. The Wangu Continent is too big. The human race only has a tiny space in it. However, even so, this space is extremely vast. I don't know how big it is because I haven't been there before, but I heard that the 7 Sex Alliance is only a relatively good superforce in the human race's inland coastal area. However, I think, compared to the entire human race forces, it shouldn't be the strongest group. Of course, this is only relative. To me, one of the peaks of the non-Huang continent's 7 Blood Eyes is already a colossus. Su Qing's heart was in turmoil. He lifted his head and looked at the distant sky. His understanding of this world had increased again. However, I know about the Litu sect. It has believers in countless races in the entire world and its influence is extremely vast. All of this is because of its doctrine, the Diamond Sect's ancestor continued. The doctrine of the Litu sect is to stay away from this cruel world. They fanatically believe in the ancient kings and sovereigns who left during the ancient times when the fragmented face of the god arrived. They believe that one day, the holy lands established by the ancient kings and sovereigns will bring them away. The reason why the Litu sect has many branches is because in their sect record, it recorded that a total of 9 ancient kings and sovereigns left in ancient times to create holy lands. Therefore, the Litu sect itself is divided into 9 major factions. They believe in different ancient kings and sovereigns. The various factions don't get along and think that the supreme being they believe in is the one who can truly bring them away. As for those great ancient kings and sovereigns, not only do they include humans but there are also non-humans. This is also the reason why the believers of the Litu sect are spread over the various races. Su Qing's heart shook when he heard these words. As he rapidly digested them, he asked, "What kind of existences are the ancient kings and sovereigns?" The Diamond Sect's ancestor was stunned. He didn't know either, but he didn't want to reveal his ignorance when Su Qing was still weighing his life and death. Hence, after thinking hard, he spoke. "I can't estimate the realm of the ancient kings and sovereigns, but I've seen descriptions in some ancient books. The existences who once unified the Wangu continent and suppressed all races were known as the ancient kings. The experts who could fight against the ancient kings were known as sovereigns. Although they didn't unify Wangu, their forces were heaven-defying." A look of fascination appeared in Su Qing's eyes, but he didn't speak. Seeing Su Qing like this, the Diamond Sect's ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. In reality, he didn't know if this was true or false. After all, the ancient books he read were mostly storybooks. He hurriedly changed the topic and continued to introduce the Litu sect. The highest existence in the Litu sect is called Fate Arbiter. Legend has it that they aren't a cultivator of this world but came from a holy land. They are the spiritual leader of the Litu sect and are extremely mysterious. As for the leaders of the 9 major factions, they call themselves saints. This sect in the non-Huang continent is only a branch of the Mystic Nether faction. The true base of the Mystic Nether faction is in Wangu. They believe in the human Ancient King Mystic Nether. There are records in ancient books that before the god's fragmented face descended, there was an era called the Mystic Nether era. It was founded by the ancient king Mystic Nether who had led the human race to unify Wangu. Hearing the words of the Diamond Sect's ancestor, Su Qing's thoughts fluctuated. He sped all the way until the dawn broke. As the sun rose, Su Qing saw his destination from afar. The city that was filled with filth and chaos, the only city in the Red Plains that had a teleportation array. At this point, Su Qing had already made a decision about how to deal with the Diamond Sect's ancestor. "What pill is that pill of yours?" "Ah, that's a spirit whale pill. The method of consumption is quite special and you can't consume it immediately. You need to nurture it in a jade box for 100 days and wait for it to melt. Calculating the time, there are still 3 days left." The Diamond Sect's ancestor looked at the distant city and hurriedly spoke. "I like silence." Su Qing suddenly spoke. The diamond sex ancestor shivered. Just as he was about to speak, a suppression from his life soul suddenly arrived and covered the black iron stick, directly injuring him, who was an artifact spirit, before sealing him. After the first layer of seal, Su Qing was still not convinced. He increased the strength of his perception and suppressed the spirit layer by layer. Only then did he feel that it was safe. Under these layers of suppression seals, the diamond sex ancestor turned extremely weak and was on the verge of dissipating, falling into a deep sleep. In the end, Su Qing didn't choose to kill the diamond sex ancestor. The value of the artifact spirit made him decide to keep it and perfect his black iron stick. However, before he had more methods to keep it in check and before his cultivation broke through to foundation building, Su Qing didn't plan to let it wake up. He was also prepared to erase it if it disobeyed. He took a deep breath after doing all this. He didn't enter the city ahead. Instead, he turned and sped in another direction. The reason why he muttered that he was going to return to the Seven Blood Eyes back at night was for the diamond sex ancestor to hear. Although the other party had transformed into an artifact spirit and had been honest the entire time, Su Qing wouldn't believe him easily. The question about the medicinal pill was a verification, while returning to the Seven Blood Eyes was misdirection. For the former, if the diamond sex ancestor lied about the medicinal pill, Su Qing would kill him. As for the latter, if the diamond sex ancestor had some special methods to divulge his tracks, it would be useless after being misdirected. This was because Su Qing didn't plan to return to the Seven Blood Eyes for a while. Su Qing continued to speed up. He even used a flight talisman. It was only when the night arrived that he finally looked for a hidden cave to rest in. He scattered poison powder at the entrance and covered it up. Only then did he sit down and take out the jade box where the diamond sex ancestor had stored the medicinal pill. Whether you live or die will depend on whether this pill is as you said. Su Qing looked at the jade box. He then placed it in the distance and took a few steps back to observe his surroundings. After that, he pointed through the air. Immediately, the jade box slowly opened with a cracking sound and a dense medicinal fragrance assaulted his senses. Chapter 173, 2700. Chapter 173, 2700. The medicinal pill in the jade box was melting. The medicinal fragrance instantly enveloped the cave. Su Qing didn't know what the spirit whale pill was, but he understood vegetation. After taking a sniff, his thoughts immediately spun as he identified the ingredients inside. Semi-liquid ambar cathayensis, 100 grass leaves, sinancum, plumed coxcomb, trumpet vine, Su Qing mumbled. He lifted his right hand and seemed to have grabbed a wisp of fragrance. He brought it to his nose and sniffed it carefully. And climbing fern. Su Qing's gaze turned deep as he looked at the jade box not far away and analyzed it inwardly. The composition of this pill was extremely complicated. It was very difficult for him to know all the medicinal ingredients from the fragrance. He could only determine the main ingredients. However, with his attainments in the Tao of poison and his knowledge of vegetation, he could still sense that the general effect of this item was mainly nourishing. After all, everything contained a certain amount of spirit energy, especially plants. The principle of tonics was actually to extract the spirit energy in the plants in a special way and transform it into cultivation power that could be absorbed by cultivators. There are also a few medicinal herbs in this pill that contain a hint of blood. I do not know what creature's blood it is. The name of the pill has whale in it. Could it be the blood of a sea beast? Su Qing pondered for a moment before grabbing the air. Immediately, the jade box flew over and landed in his hand. Although I don't know what it is, I can speed up its melting. Su Qing took out some medicinal herbs from his storage bag. He began to concoct them and added them to the jade box. Time flowed by. Several hours later, night fell again. The snowstorm seemed to be even heavier than yesterday, drowning out all traces of the ground. It also completely covered the cave Su Qing had chosen. Only the whimpering sound of the wind couldn't be completely blocked by the snow. It faintly rang out from the entrance, and when it echoed in Su Qing's ears, he opened his eyes and looked at the jade box in front of him. The medicinal pill that had completely melted, turning into medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was clear. The dense medicinal fragrance was clear and looked transparent. The dense medicinal fragrance also became lighter. Su Qing picked the box up and drank the medicinal liquid in one gulp. The instant the medicinal liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, an indescribable heatwave spread in his body. This heatwave became a clear contrast to the coldness outside. At that moment, it seemed to have exploded and directly spread to every meridian in Su Qing's body, entering his flesh and blood. It was as though his whole body was breathing, trying its best to absorb the spirit energy in the medicinal liquid. Su Qing's body trembled and a strange glint appeared in his eyes. He could sense the astonishing medicinal effect of this medicinal pill, and he now believed 30% of the Diamond Sex ancestor's words. He no longer hesitated and circulated the sea transformation art with all his might. In an instant, the 970-foot-high spirit sea that he had reached when he broke through to the 9th level outside the Sea Lizard Island erupted at this moment. It expanded from 970 feet to 980 feet. This wasn't the end. Under the support of the spirit energy of the medicinal liquid, his spirit sea continued to expand. In an instant, it reached 999 until 1,000 feet. The instant it reached 1,000 feet, Su Qing's eyes erupted with a piercing purple light. His breathing became slightly hurried. The 1,000 feet high spirit sea directly allowed his sea transformation art to break through and advance from the 9th level to the 10th level. It had reached the limit of the sea transformation art for the vast majority of disciples. The sea transformation art was divided into 10 levels. Each level contained more spirit energy changes and an even more powerful Forbidden Sea's aura. Its might and foundation far surpassed that of the arts of small sections. It could be said to be one of the upper-level cultivation arts. This was also the reason why the Seventh Peak's disciples were so powerful. However, it also had a limit. 1 layer was equal to 100 feet high spirit sea, 10 layers meant 1,000 feet high spirit sea. This was the limit of this cultivation art, but this limit wasn't fixed. In reality, there would occasionally be disciples who could break through this limit and increase their spirit sea to an even more majestic level. However, there were very few such people. Even if there were, most of them would only be able to increase their spirit sea by 300 to 500 feet. However, even so, those who could break through the limit were all extraordinary talents. Back then, Su Qing had analyzed that what formed the limit of the sea transformation art were anomalous substances. When cultivators cultivated, the anomalous substances in their bodies would continue to increase. Over time, even if they used medicinal pills to expel them, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. After a long time, there would still be deep-rooted anomalous substances. Su Qing judged that the more anomalous substances there were, the harder it was to break the limit of the sea transformation art. However, he didn't have any anomalous substances in his body. What affects the range of my spirit sea isn't the anomalous substances but the limits of my endurance. A purple glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He sensed the medicinal spirit energy that was still erupting in his body and was a little surprised by the medicinal pill prepared by the Diamond Sex ancestor. To the Diamond Sex ancestor, this medicinal pill must be an extremely precious item. When Su Qing thought of this, determination appeared in his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the possible dangers in the sect or his own desire, he really wanted to know how far his spirit sea could advance. Su Qing took a deep breath and circulated the sea transformation art again, absorbing the spirit energy from the medicinal pills with all his might. His body was the same. Even the Ba shadow behind him manifested and breathed with all its might. The outside world couldn't hear the rumbling sounds that echoed in Su Qing's mind like huge waves. At this moment, the spirit sea in his body expanded again. 1010, 1310, 1610. The expansion of the spirit sea was extremely terrifying. As time passed, it slowly reached 2,300 feet and it was still not over. This astonishing breakthrough caused the pressure emitted by Su Qing to be much stronger than before. It even formed a vortex, causing the snowstorm outside to distort when they got close. Upon closer inspection, the area of distortion was the same as the area of Su Qing's spirit sea. It was 2,300 feet wide. 2,400 feet, 2,500 feet, 2,600 feet. The medicinal properties in his body finally began to dissipate. Within an area of over 2,000 feet, hurricanes swept in all directions. Fortunately, the place he chose wasn't the Red Plains anymore and was very remote. There was no one in the surroundings, especially since the snowstorm was quite heavy today. Hence, no one saw this scene. According to the records of the sea transformation art, since ancient times, the highest someone on the seventh peak has achieved is a chi condensation spirit sea of 2,700 feet. Su Qing opened his eyes and performed a series of hand seals with both hands before waving them to the sides. The medicinal properties in his body that were gradually dissipating were squeezed dry by him with all his might. And with the spell he used, the mixed spirit energy from the wilderness also crazily surged in. Since it was mixed, very few parts could be absorbed. However, it was still enough for support at this moment. As the spirit energy in the surroundings gushed in, the instant the medicinal effects in his body dissipated, the spirit sea in Su Qing's body erupted once again. 2,630, 2,660, 690. This lasted until 2,700 feet. The entire cave rumbled and the area of 2,700 feet trembled in unison. The snowstorm was destroyed and the ground directly collapsed. It then exploded in all directions, revealing a huge deep pit and Su Qing who was sitting there. Terrifying spirit energy fluctuations circulated around his body, and the wind and snow in the surroundings didn't dare to get close at all. There was also the Ba shadow behind him. It roared at the sky, and the fiery power in its body became even more violent. It had clearly grown. One could see that there were even more cracks on the Ba shadow's body and the magma inside was even redder. Hot air waves swept in all directions, causing the surrounding snowstorm to directly turn into rain. They then instantly evaporated into white fog that surged into the air. Vaguely, it was as though two bumps had appeared behind the Ba shadow. It was as though there were wings struggling inside, wanting to grow out. Su Qing opened his eyes. As the purple light flickered in them, he looked at his body. He sensed the spirit sea in his body and an aura that even he was shocked by spread out from his body. Gradually, his eyes gleamed. Perfected chi condensation. Su Qing mumbled. He compared himself to the diamond sex ancestor. After making his judgment, he felt that the current him didn't need a divine attack. Coupled with his spells, Heavenly Saber, and Poison Path, he could still suppress the diamond sex ancestor. Su Qing pointed his right hand at the sky. Immediately, the plesiosaur formed by his forbidden sea dragon whale transformed and expanded abruptly in the air. After it reached the size of 2,700 feet, it rapidly shrank to 1,000 feet. At the same time, the spirit sea in his body was also compressed. Su Qing was used to revealing his sharpness only at the instant he erupted. After putting on the disguise, Su Qing stood up. His eyes revealed sharpness and deep anticipation. He felt that his spirit sea still hadn't reached its limit and seemed to have some space left to grow. I'll know in the future. Su Qing instantly rushed out like a bolt of lightning, leaving this place far behind. In the darkness of the night, he headed straight for the distance. He wanted to go to another city and return to the Seven Blood Eyes through there. He had been out for more than a month. Now that everything had been resolved and his cultivation had increased, he was prepared to return and see if the matter between the merfolk race and the Third Highness was really calm or not. Just like that, Su Qing used the flight talisman to speed all the way. 3 days later, he finally arrived at his destination. It was the Seven Blood Eyes branch city outside the Red Plains. He didn't waste time in the city and headed straight for the teleportation array. He paid the fee and stepped in the array. Before being teleported, he looked in the direction of the Red Plains in the distance. He heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. After such a long time, Su Qing finally removed the thorn in his heart. Although the outcome of the diamond sex ancestor wasn't death, Su Qing felt that he could accept the outcome. Now, if everything is normal in the sect, I'll really be able to have a good sleep. Su Qing muttered inwardly. The teleportation array shone and a sea of light spread from the edges and covered him. As the sea of light dissipated, Su Qing's figure in the teleportation array was already gone. The snowstorm continued to blow, covering the ground over and over again, turning it into white paper that revealed a hint of clarity. It was very clean. The cold permeated the surroundings, invading the wilderness inch by inch before turning into killing intent that revealed a hint of ruthlessness. It was very cruel. Chapter 174, Little Mute. Chapter 174, Little Mute. Seven Blood Eyes main city. In the coastal area, the winter wind carried a gentleness that blew to every corner of the streets. Different from the cold in the Red Plains, it was delicate and damp which made it difficult to detect it at first. It was only when it seeped into one's bones and gradually turned cold from the inside out that one would feel it. By then, it would be too late to resist. Just like the Piedmont disciple of the Seven Blood Eyes, the cruelty hidden under their smiling faces was like needles hidden in cotton. This was more prominent in the Seventh Peak. The disciples of the Seventh Peak seemed to have some talent in this aspect. They were good at concealing their true thoughts. They placed their interests above everything else and could abandon their superficial dignity. Su Qing knew this very deeply. He had already integrated into the main city environment of the Seven Blood Eyes, and as his cultivation level increased, he relied on ruthless methods to gain a foothold in the Seven Blood Eyes. The danger he encountered was reduced and he gained some reputation. However, his caution and vigilance never decreased at all. This was because Su Qing was very clear that among the Qi condensation disciples of the Seventh Peak, there were often traces of low-level cultivators killing each other. As for high-level cultivators, especially those who had reached the 9th or 10th level of Qi condensation, most of them were scheming and shrewd. They were good at pretending and even better at enduring. They were like venomous snakes hiding in the dark. Once one was targeted by them, they might die without knowing who killed them. In reality, it wasn't just these people. Those cultivators who had climbed up through the struggles in the main city and broken through to the foundation building realm would be even better at this. For example, the third Highness Euro. Su Qing was walking in the main city of the Seven Blood Eyes. His expression looked calm, but he was inwardly vigilant. He was still in disguise. He had been walking in the main city for more than half a day. The places he went to were mostly places with a lot of people. He kept paying attention to his surroundings and listened to everything. He was searching for some clues that might verify if anything happened between the Third Highness and the merfolk race. He was extremely patient and walked from day to night. When night fell, Su Qing still didn't return to his original identity. In fact, he didn't use his token when he returned but an anonymous jade slip. The Seven Blood Eyes anonymous jade slip had already formed an industry chain. There was a lot of demand for it and it became the first choice for wanted criminals and people who didn't want to reveal their identities. It was extremely expensive but the corresponding advantages were great. Among them, the most attractive benefit was concealment. The Seven Blood Eyes turned a blind eye to this. Although they would occasionally screen those with anonymous jade slips, they would ignore it most of the time. Of course, the prerequisite was that one didn't touch the rules and bottom line of the Seven Blood Eyes. Su Qing had killed too many wanted criminals and had some such jade slips on him. He found an inn that was open and stayed there. Just like that, time flowed by and very soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Su Qing investigated many times and understood everything through various methods. He even spent some spirit coins to buy some information about the Seven Blood Eyes but he didn't find any clues. It was as though there was no follow-up to the merfolk race's matter and the Third Highness also really didn't pursue the matter. During this time, the most discussed topic among the Seven Blood Eyes disciples was the competition of the Seventh Peak. Su Qing had heard of this many times in the past 3 days. Most of the information he bought was about the competition. It seemed like the attention of all the disciples in the Seven Blood Eyes was on this. After Su Qing thought about this, a deep look appeared in his eyes. The Seventh Peak's competition was held once every 30 years. It was very special. Most of the time, the choice of the battlefield was in a certain area in the outside world and the process was extremely bloody and cruel. For example, 30 years ago, they had chosen the Merfolk Island as the battlefield. After a suppressive competition there, the Merfolk race became the allies of the human race. The target for this time was also set. It was a small non-human race on the Western Reef Archipelago. This non-human race was called the Northern Spirit Race. Most of their people were cruel and bloodthirsty, and their entire race was made up of pirates. They relied on many larger non-human races to provide them with resources in exchange for protection. At the same time, they were also active on the Forbidden Sea. They were a great threat to the merchant ships, especially the Seven Blood Eyes merchant ships. Recently, some of them had been hijacked by them. This matter infuriated the Seven Blood Eyes. Hence, even though the other party returned the stolen goods very quickly, it just so happened that it was the Seventh Peak's grand competition. Hence, the location of this competition was arranged to be the Northern Spirit Island. This attracted a lot of attention in the Seven Blood Eyes, and the Seventh Peak's disciples were already grinding their fists. Everyone who was qualified to participate was preparing. In an instant, the prices of cultivation resources at the port had increased by about 20%. Moreover, the sect also issued the qualifications and rules for participation. There were a total of 13 departments on the 7th peak. Each department would choose about 400 people, so there would be more than 5,000 cultivators as the candidates for this competition. To these 13 departments, it was difficult to choose 400 people. It wasn't an issue about the number. In reality, there were many disciples in each department. There were thousands in the big departments and the smaller ones also had about 1,000. The difficulty was because too many people wanted to participate. The rewards for the competition were extremely generous. One would obtain 10,000 contribution points for every cultivator they killed. This was only the base reward. The higher the cultivation of the enemy they killed, the more rewards they would receive. The identity tokens would automatically record the points which would then be distributed after the competition ended. Such a sum of wealth was enough to make the eyes of many disciples who were struggling with cultivation resources red with envy. What made people gasp and even go crazy was the reward for the first place in this competition. Core Disciple Identity. To countless Piedmont disciples of the 7th peak, core disciples who could wear light purple Taoist robes were all as high and mighty as divine children. Their statuses were extremely noble. Just like what the captain had said back then, the sect wouldn't care if 100 Piedmont disciples died, but if even one core disciple died, it would be a huge matter. Hence, the madness of the disciples of the various departments could be understood. However, Suqing didn't have much desire for the status of a core disciple. If it was when he had just arrived at the 7 Blood Eyes, the status of a core disciple would still be tempting to him. However, now that his cultivation had reached the perfected Qi condensation realm, to Suqing, breaking through to the foundation building realm as soon as possible was his priority. In addition, Suqing felt that this competition wasn't that simple. The venue of the competition that was announced, Northern Spirit Island, seemed to be to delude the outside world. When he thought of his previous analysis, Suqing felt that the true battlefield might be on the territory of the merfolk race. With this thought in mind, Suqing cautiously observed for a few more days while the other disciples were doing their best to fight for the qualifications. After confirming that there was indeed no follow-up regarding the merfolk race in the sect and it was the same for the Third Highness, Suqing simply changed back to his identity. He remained vigilant for a few more days before his heart calmed down. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Suqing didn't want to leave the 7 Blood Eyes at this moment. This was because he wasn't far from the foundation building. He really wanted to obtain the benefit of 5,000 spirit stones every month that was given to foundation building disciples. Now that everything was normal, Suqing returned to his usual life with vigilance. A few days later, he received a notice from his captain. The second reward for Night Dove's operation had been given. He was appointed as the deputy captain of the Black Team 6 of the Homicide Department. His salary also increased, from 3,000 contribution points a month to 6,000. Suqing, you have to thank me for this. If I hadn't fought for you with all my might, how could you have a day where you are promoted? In the Homicide Department, the captain sat at the side and smiled at Suqing as he ate an apple. His gaze sized him up. Clearly, he had sensed the fluctuations of Suqing's cultivation base. However, his smile was still there and he was eating the apple deliciously. Thank you, Captain. When Suqing heard this, he revealed a smile. Ever since he came to the 7 Blood Eyes, he had learned some control over his expression. However, it was still a little unnatural. So, don't forget the 1,000 spirit stones you owe me, the captain said happily. Suqing's smile instantly froze. It's 100, and I've returned it to you. Ah. Have you returned it? My memory is too bad. I remember now. You returned 100 to me. All right. You still owe me 900 spirit stones then. The captain slapped his forehead and sighed. Seeing that Suqing's expression seemed to be unnatural and his right hand was even instinctively placed beside the leather bag at his side, he blinked. Are you going to participate in the competition? Suqing, let me tell you this. With my understanding of the sect's habits, there's a high chance that the competition this Tamiya Euro won't be targeting the Northern Spirit race. The captain's expression was a little excited. He squatted on the chair and took out 2 tangerines. After tossing one to Suqing, he peeled it as he spoke. Su Qing caught the tangerine and looked at the captain. I reckon it should be a much larger non-human island. Moreover, this non-human race must be very rich, so the sect released smoke to confuse the outside world. Recently, I've been observing a few famous sinister people in the other departments and found that they have all secretly registered. The more the captain spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes even seemed to shine. In reality, these vicious people have long saved up enough spirit stones to buy the foundation building pill and can break through at any time. However, they suppressed their cultivation and didn't break through. Clearly, they were all waiting for this opportunity. They all have dog noses and their sense of smell is extremely sharp. Since they are willing to give up the benefits of breaking through to the foundation building realm for the past few months, their target is naturally even higher. Therefore, this competition should be an excellent opportunity to snatch cultivation resources. You have to know that in that competition 30 years ago, many people made a fortune because of this. I heard that that woman, the Second Highness, rose up through this. It said that even some elders were envious of the wealth she plundered. Just counting the foundation building pills, she snatched 8 of them. In addition, many people in the sect who are close to breaking through but don't have enough spirit stones are all staring at this competition to accumulate spirit stones. Aren't you going to participate in such an opportunity to make a fortune? The captain looked at Su Qing with a smile. Su Qing still didn't speak. His judgment of the location of the competition was the same as the captain's. Moreover, he had even guessed where the final battlefield was. So this time, you must go and make a fortune. You just need to get the resources needed for foundation building. There's also a newbie in the team. I will call him over for you. As the captain spoke, he took out his token and transmitted his voice. Not long later, light footsteps rang out from outside the room the captain and Su Qing were in. Very soon, the door opened, revealing the figure of a youth. This youth's hair was a little disheveled and his small face was dirty. Although he was wearing a gray Taoist robe, it was bulging. Under the Taoist robe was a black dog skin coat. The most eye-catching thing was the youth's eyes. His eyes were filled with sharpness and cruelty, as if the person standing there wasn't a person but a ferocious little wolfhound. The baleful aura on his body was extremely heavy, as though it could erupt and devour the enemy at any moment. When he saw the captain and Su Qing in the room, he grinned, Butayuro he had no tongue. He was a mute. However, as Su Qing's gaze landed on him, the mute youth's smile suddenly paused. His eyes abruptly widened as he looked at the shadow under Su Qing's seat. His expression changed drastically like he had seen an extremely terrifying existence. His body started trembling, and his breathing became rough. It was like a mortal meeting the god. The room instantly fell into dead silence. Chapter 175, Junior Brother Su Qing, are you here? Chapter 175, Junior Brother Su Qing, are you here? The mute youth shivered and the captain looked curious. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, but didn't speak. However, he noticed that the thing that caused the other party to be horrified was the shadow under him. As he fell under Su Qing's gaze, the mute youth's body trembled even more. He clenched his fists tightly and sweat soaked his entire body. Anyone here could hear the cracking sounds coming from his legs. It was the sound of bones and muscles clashing. It was as though his instincts were fighting intensely with his mind. If this continued, the passing of every second would be an unimaginable torture for him. Su Qing retracted his gaze. He stood up and cupped his fists toward the captain before turning to walk to the door. As he got closer, the fear in the mute youth's eyes grew even more. However, he didn't seem to dare to retreat. It was similar to Su Qing's state when he had seen the bizarre entity in the Forbidden Zone in the past. When Su Qing walked to his side, the terror rose to the extreme in the mute youth's mind. His mind seemed to have been taxed to the extreme as his body twitched violently and he started foaming. Su Qing frowned. He didn't release any pressure or reveal any killing intent. After casting a meaningful glance at the youth, he walked out of the room and left. As he left, the mute youth's fear dissipated like the falling tide. Very soon, his body stopped trembling and his expression mostly recovered. However, the lingering fear in his eyes still made him not dare to turn his head to look at Su Qing's departing back. When the captain saw this scene, his eyes revealed a strange glint. He bit the apple and walked to the mute youth's side. He walked around him while holding the apple and spoke in surprise. You know him. The mute youth shook his head. You don't know him. Then why are you afraid of him? The captain became even more curious. It had been half a month since this mute youth joined the homicide department. In this half a month, he was just like Su Qing back then, killing many wanted criminals. Moreover, he was like a wolfhound, he was savage, and looked at everyone with hostility and vigilance. Today was the first time the captain saw this mute youth so frightened. The mute youth heard the captain's words, but he kept his mouth tightly shut. The more he didn't speak, the more the captain wanted to know. He even forgot to eat the apple. After taking a few glances at the mute youth, his eyes suddenly flashed and a terrifying baleful aura instantly erupted from his body. It didn't spread out but locked onto the mute youth. This baleful aura caused the mute youth's entire body to be extremely tense. His face was pale and his body was trembling. However, there was no fear in his eyes like before, only unyielding intent. Very soon, the captain retracted his killing intent and sighed. Tell me why you're so afraid of him. How about I get the director to promote you? The mute youth still didn't say a word. I forgot that you can't speak. Then write it down. The mute youth shook his head with determination. It was as though he wouldn't dare to say it even if he died. The captain was helpless and could only wave his hand to let the mute youth leave. He sat on the chair and ate an apple as he started pondering. At the same time, Su Qing, who had walked out of the homicide department, turned his head and glanced in the direction of the black division. He then lowered his head and glanced at his shadow. What he felt earlier, what the mute youth was afraid of, was the shadow. He can sense my shadow. Su Qing mumbled, his gaze cold. He retracted his gaze and thought about what the captain had said about him still owing him spirit stones. He took out the bamboo slip and crossed out the question mark behind the captain's name. On the bamboo slip, the diamond sex ancestor had already been crossed out and the merfolk youth had also been crossed out. The old man from the inn was still there, but behind the word captain, there were several question marks that had been crossed out. Looking at the question marks on the bamboo slip that had been carved and crossed out, Su Qing fell silent. After that, he added the third highness in the list and put a question mark beside the name. A moment later, he stored the bamboo slip and went to a medical shop in the city. It wasn't the one he used to frequent but an even larger shop. Here, he saw the foundation building pill. The price was so exaggerated that even Su Qing, who was considered wealthy now, took a deep breath. 100,000 spirit stones, Su Qing silently returned to his berth. Although his cultivation and combat strength had reached an astonishing level, Su Qing's vigilance didn't decrease at all. Before he took out the magic boat, he checked his surroundings as usual. After confirming that there were no problems, he released the magic boat and quickly stepped in. As the protective barrier was activated, Su Qing walked into the medicinal herb room. The moment he sat down, a purple light shone on his chest. He drew out the suppressive power of the purple crystal and suppressed the shadow that looked normal. Su Qing only stopped after suppressing it 3 times in a row. This was his usual habit. Su Qing didn't know what this shadow was, but this wasn't important. He just had to suppress it regularly. After doing this, Su Qing began to refine poison. The 7th Peaks competition. As he refined poison, Su Qing pondered over the competition. His cultivation had reached the perfected qi condensation realm. Although he felt that his spirit qi could still continue to expand, Su Qing understood that he had to prepare the items he needed to reach the foundation building realm as soon as possible. He didn't know much about foundation building. He only knew that he needed the foundation building pills to increase the success rate of breaking through, and just one pill wasn't enough insurance. As for the principles of foundation building, the sect withheld this knowledge. It required an extremely exaggerated amount of contribution points to check it. If one didn't want to spend contribution points, they could also buy it from others. After some thought, Su Qing decided to find a time to awaken the diamond sex ancestor. The foundation building pill is too expensive and I can't afford it. In that case, I can only participate in the competition to snatch it. Su Qing's gaze was reserved and decisive. As dusk approached, his poison refinement came to an end and he began to cultivate. The setting sun outside shone on the harbor, like spreading a layer of orange gauze over the entire harbor. All the buildings seemed to be dyed red by it. Even the clouds in the sky were red. In this sunset, a beautiful woman wearing a light purple Taoist robe and carrying an ancient bronze sword on her back was walking toward Port 79. She was tall and had a beautiful appearance. With her ponytail and the ancient sword on her back, she looked valiant and heroic. Coupled with her identity as a core disciple, she gave off a unique charm. On the way, all the disciples who saw her lowered their heads and greeted. Many disciples even had a strange feeling in their hearts. She seemed to be in a very good mood as she nodded toward the disciples she met on the way. It was only when she entered port 79 that she stopped in her tracks. Her pretty face was slightly red and her heartbeat seemed to be a little faster. She stood there and took a few deep breaths before taking another step forward, heading straight for Su Qing's berth. Very soon, she arrived in front of the berth. She looked at the somewhat familiar magic boat and her expression was filled with happy memories as she spoke loudly. "Junior brother Su Qing, are you there?" Although port 79 wasn't too lively usually, there were many people coming and going. Hence, her light purple Taoist robe was conspicuous here. Almost the instant this woman entered, she attracted the attention of many people. When the disciples saw her calling Su Qing's name, their eyes widened. Under the setting sun, the black hair of the woman standing on the shore fluttered in the wind. Her Taoist robe was blown back by the wind, outlining the very moving graceful curves of her body. As the light landed on her beautiful and flawless face, it was unknown if it was because she was blushing or if it was dyed by the sunset, but she looked rosy. Even her eyes seemed to be glowing. "It's the core disciple, senior sister Ding Shui. Why is she looking for senior brother Su Qing? Sigh, if only she came to look for me." As everyone in the surroundings more or less felt a little sour, Su Qing, who was cultivating in the magic boat, frowned slightly when he heard the voice. He stood up and walked out, looking at the woman on the shore. "Senior sister Ding." Su Qing calmly spoke. He didn't like it when others disturbed his cultivation. "Junior brother Su Qing, I returned some time ago, but you weren't around when I came before. I know this is a little abrupt, but I have a lot of questions about vegetation, so I want to ask junior brother to clear my doubts." Ding Shui looked at Su Qing and hurriedly spoke. As she spoke, she lifted her right hand and a spirit ticket instantly appeared in her hand. "Sorry for having to trouble you." Su Qing originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing the spirit ticket, he pondered for a moment. Although he had enough now, there were many things needed for foundation building and they were all very expensive. Moreover, 100 spirit stones wasn't a small sum. He nodded and took a few steps back, opening the protective barrier. Su Qing would not be able to relax outside the magic boat. His magic boat, with the enhancement of divinity and the complex poison, was the safest for him. Seeing that Su Qing had opened the magic boat's protective barrier, Ding Shui was very happy. She gracefully leaped up and landed on the magic boat, standing in front of Su Qing. "Junior brother Su, where were you before? I heard that you returned long ago." Ding Shui looked at Su Qing and smiled. "Senior sister Ding, if you have any questions about plants and herbs, please speak." Su Qing didn't answer her question. He didn't hate Ding Shui. After all, she was very diligent and eager to learn. However, he still instinctively kept a certain distance from Ding Shui and spoke in a heavy voice. Senior sister Ding didn't mind Su Qing's wariness. She hurriedly asked the questions she had prepared about herbs. When Su Qing heard her questions, he pondered and replied seriously. He felt that 100 spirit stones was worth it for him to explain in detail. At that moment, the sea breeze blew over. The rouge-like sunset light and the wind permeated the magic boat, causing the men and women inside to seem to be bathing in the sunset light, giving off a magical charm. This scene caused the other disciples in the surroundings and the patrolling cultivators on the shore to feel even more sour in their hearts. At the same time, on the streets of the main city, a youth in a light purple Taoist robe didn't care about his image as a core disciple and was running frantically toward port 79 with an anxious expression. "Senior sister, how can you be so muddle-headed? We were fine a few days ago. You. Why did you go look for him again?" This person was Zhao Zhongheng. He was extremely anxious. This was especially so when he thought of the way his senior sister looked at Su Qing back on the sea and Su Qing not taking money at the end. This was clearly the rhythm of romantic feelings, causing him to be incomparably flustered. "No, I have to go over quickly." Chapter 176, Ammonite, 1. Chapter 176, Ammonite, 1. Time slowly passed. The sunset today was even brighter than before. In fact, after looking at it for a long time, one would feel an indescribable strangeness. It was as though someone was painting with blood and smearing the sky. And in the blood, there seemed to be strands of golden threads. This scene even attracted the attention of the 7 Blood Eyes 7 mountain peaks. Many cultivators who lived on the mountain walked out of their cave abodes and looked at the horizon with strange gazes. Many disciples from the various ports noticed this as well. As for Su Qing, who was on his magic boat, he also noticed the abnormality of the red glow on the horizon. After observing many times, he sped up his explanation of the questions Senior Sister Ding asked and kept the spirit ticket of 100 spirit stones in his pocket. He then looked at the horizon again. I seem to have seen this scene described somewhere before. Su Qing recalled the sea record he had seen and searched for the source of that familiarity. The red glow didn't last long and slowly dissipated, as though it wanted to use its beauty to retain the setting sun. However, the sun continued to set. Senior Sister Ding noticed that it was getting late and could only bid farewell. However, before she left, she carefully sized up Su Qing a few times. Her gaze suddenly froze. Previously, she didn't pay much attention to Su Qing's cultivation. After observing him now, her expression changed slightly and she immediately spoke. Junior brother Su, your cultivation. Have you reached the great circle of perfection? Senior Sister Ding's face revealed disbelief. Although Su Qing had concealed his aura, it was obvious that the cultivation art Ding Shui cultivated was a little different. It seemed to be able to sense other people's spirit energy more clearly. Hence, after she sensed Su Qing's cultivation fluctuations, her mind was in turmoil. She knew that Su Qing was very strong, but the feeling her senses gave now had exceeded her expectations. The light in her eyes lit up. Junior brother Su, since you are about to reach foundation building, do you have any understanding of it? Su Qing swept a glance at Senior Sister Ding. He was a little vigilant about his cultivation being seen through. After shaking his head, he instinctively circulated the magic boat's defense, causing it to silently gain a hint of spirituality. I understand. Senior Sister Ding smiled with joy. My aunt has mentioned these things to me countless times. As she spoke, Ding Shui searched her storage bag and took out 3 jade slips, handing them to Su Qing. Su Qing was stunned. He knew that the price of anything related to foundation building was extremely expensive in the sect. As he looked at the 3 jade slips in front of him, although he was extremely tempted, he understood that nothing in this world was free for no reason. In essence, everything was an exchange. How many spirit stones? Su Qing asked. Ding Shui smiled when she heard this. Junior brother Su, you're treating me like an outsider. Back then, if it wasn't for you at sea, it would have been very difficult for me to reach the Western Reef Archipelago so smoothly. With our shared experience at sea, this little thing is nothing. Besides, you also taught me a lot about vegetation. Also, with your cultivation, if it was any other core disciple, they would also try to be your friends. I just took the initiative. If you feel uneasy with this, then if I encounter danger one day in the future, how about you help me once? As she spoke, Senior Sister Ding placed the jade slips in her hand to the side. She didn't continue to disturb him and smiled. Like this, I will be the one taking advantage. Junior brother Su, I'll take my leave first. With that, Senior Sister Ding left the magic boat after Su Qing opened the protective barrier. When she stepped on the shore, she was in a very good mood. At this moment, she was anxious to share this matter. She took out her voice transmission jade slip as she walked and chatted happily with a few of her close friends from the sect. Unlike men, women's desire to share was very strong, especially when they met someone of the opposite sex who made their eyes light up. This was uncommon among the people who were struggling in the hardships of the human world. However, to core disciples who had been well protected since they were young, it was the norm. Just like the winter at the port was different from the winter in the Red Plains, the world was also different for different people. In reality, after she returned, she had long told her best friends about meeting Su Qing when she went out. Her arrival this time was only because of the instigation of her best friends. You guys wait and see. I'll definitely take down this little Su. While Senior Sister Ding was proudly transmitting her voice, Zhao Zhongheng's figure finally appeared in port 79 and ran toward her. Senior Sister Ding. That Su fellow didn't do anything to you, right? Let me help you. Before he arrived, his voice had already entered Ding Xue's ears. Ding Xue frowned and glanced at Zhao Zhongheng. Her face was filled with impatience as she walked into the distance. Zhao Zhongheng hurriedly chased after her. Although Ding Xue ignored him, he still followed behind with determination. Ding Xue, sooner or later, you'll know that many people in your life are passers-by like birds. Only I, Zhao Zhongheng, will be like the sea, accompanying you without abandoning you. Once you're used to my company, you'll understand how important I am. So what if there are many passers-by? I'm different from those passers-by. Zhao Zhongheng had a determined expression. He looked at the magic boat Su Qing was on. The jealousy he felt was intense. However, when he thought of how powerful the other party's cultivation was and how terrifying the captain of Team 6 was, he didn't dare to completely expose this expression. He could only grit his teeth inwardly. Isn't his face the only thing he has? Compared to my persistence and companionship, it's nothing. Time will prove everything. Chapter 177, Ammonite 2. Chapter 177, Ammonite 2. While various emotions were surging in Zhao Zhongheng's heart, and the red glow in the sky dissipated and the sun set, the pitch-black surface of the sea that had lost its light suddenly underwent a strange change. Countless gorgeous lights flickered on the sea outside the harbor, and they seemed to be illuminating the sky as well. The magnificence was even more obvious, attracting the attention of all the ports of the Seven Blood Eyes. Gradually, uproars rang out everywhere. One figure after another walked out of the magic boats at the various ports. Many people on the shore who saw this scene quickly flew over. Outside the Seven Blood Eyes harbor, the gorgeous lights turned into threads that flowed rapidly on the surface of the sea. They continued to swim and gradually formed dense groups. It was as though the entire surface of the sea outside the harbor was filled with these beams of light, like the sea had turned into a starry sky with meteors streaking past. Soon, countless beams of light drifted past the entrance of the harbor and filled all the ports. This scene caused the Seven Blood Eyes cultivator to be even more shocked. Su Qing's eyes revealed a strange glint as he stood on the magic boat and looked over. He noticed that the things that emitted the beams of light were palm-sized spiral creatures. Their extended bodies seemed to possess nerves that could form light sources. Their flickering formed this peerlessly beautiful scene. Ammonites. Su Qing recalled the description on the sea record. There wasn't much description of the ammonite in the sea record. It only pointed out that if the red clouds at sunset contained hints of gold, this phenomenon would occasionally appear in the sea after the sunset. It didn't say much specifically and only said that this phenomenon was harmless. However, Su Qing knew from the thick book of herbs that Grandmaster Bai had left behind that ammonites were a type of precious medicinal ingredient. They had miraculous effects when it came to harmonizing and reducing the violentness of the medicinal effects. Senior Sister Ding and Zhao Zhongheng, who had yet to leave Port 79, also noticed this scene. Senior Sister Ding looked at the gorgeous sea in a daze. Zhao Zhongheng hurriedly spoke. Senior Sister, I know what this phenomenon is. It is caused by ammonites, which are also known as star shells. They occasionally float above the sea behind the red clouds. They are useless and only know how to shine. Other than being beautiful, they don't have any uses. Zhao Zhongheng glanced at Su Qing in the distance and spoke loudly. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't have the time to care about Zhao Zhongheng, who was implying something. He didn't even listen to the latter, all his attention was on the surface of the sea. As the seawater undulated, the ammonites that emitted resplendent beams of light intertwined and separated. Some lights seemed to have synchronized while others appeared chaotic. Those who were synchronized would entangle together and no longer separate. Those who were chaotic would leave after coming into contact with each other slightly, as though they were searching for those that could synchronize with them. What Su Qing was paying attention to was the latter. The knowledge that Grandmaster Bai had imparted to him appeared in his mind. He looked at the ammonites that were moving around chaotically and silently waited for an opportunity. Not all ammonites could become medicinal herbs. What he was waiting for was the male ammonites that couldn't find a companion even after a long time. Only this type of ammonite would eventually mutate due to some changes in its body and turn into medicinal materials that were helpful for cultivation. Su Qing's silence made Zhao Zhongheng even more smug. He lifted his chin high. This thing is recorded in the sect and isn't of much use. Moreover, this phenomenon lasts only for a short time before disappearing. Senior Sister Ding looked at the Ammonites. Her expression revealed some disgust at Zhao Zhongheng's words as she calmly spoke. It's also good to be able to emit light. The magnificence it forms can not only illuminate itself but also those who are watching. It's better than some ravens with no light at all. Zhao Zhongheng raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. However, at this moment, Su Qing, who had been ignoring the conversation between the two, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He lifted his right hand and grabbed at the surface of the sea. Immediately, the water vapor in the surroundings transformed into water droplets and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a large hand which moved toward the countless Ammonites on the surface of the sea. The hand grabbed one and then returned to Su Qing. As the large hand dissipated, the Ammonite landed in Su Qing's hand. The palm-sized Ammonite was covered in spiral patterns. The light on the body that extended out of the mouth of the shell was gradually dimming. The instant it was about to completely dim, Su Qing's right hand suddenly emitted a chill. This chill directly enveloped the Ammonite, instantly freezing it into an ice cube. It completely retained its state before it dimmed. Looking at the ice cube in his hand, a smile appeared on Su Qing's face. After he carefully kept it, he continued to observe the sea. At the same time, in Port 79, there were some people who acted like Su Qing. These people clearly knew the medicinal value of the Ammonites, so they quickly captured those who met the requirements. They weren't the only ones. Some disciples from the other ports also made a move. There were even some figures who flew out from the mountain and headed straight for the ports to capture them. Most of them were cultivators from the second peak. This scene was like an invisible slap to the face of Zhao Zhongheng, who had just said that this thing was useless. He was stunned and puzzled about this. Senior Sister Ding also saw all of this. She was curious and hurriedly moved closer to Su Qing. When she reached the berth where Su Qing's magic boat was at, she hurriedly spoke. "Junior brother Su, why are you and some others capturing these Ammonites?" As she spoke, she, who was used to Su Qing's personality, directly took out a spirit ticket and handed it over. The moment before the male Ammonite dies, it will transform into a rare medicinal ingredient which is quite helpful for cultivation. Su Qing didn't accept the spirit ticket but still explained for Ding Shui. This was mainly because he thought of the foundation building jade slips the other party had given him for free earlier. Hence, he spoke in detail. Ammonites, also known as the star shell, is a mollusk. It is a spiritual medicinal catalyst that likes to stay in the cracks of the undersea mountains. It will only go out to sea during the mating season. Every time it goes out, it will cause the red clouds to be tainted with gold. This phenomenon can happen anywhere in the forbidden sea of the Nanhuang continent. Its timing is uncertain and it's difficult to find traces of it. Hence, it's rarely seen above the inland. Its attributes are sweet, cold, and slightly poisonous. It can calm the mind. Coupled with the yin-yang polarization technique and the shell water, it can be refined into a spirit ascension pill. However, many new pharmacological techniques use the ammonite as a parasitic body and take advantage of its special spirit. By turning it into a natural furnace, they can raise good pills. It is even better in harmonizing and neutralizing violent medicinal effects. After Su Qing finished speaking, he continued to stare at the sea, searching for ammonites that could be captured. Senior Sister Ding didn't understand, but she vaguely felt that Su Qing's words were very impressive. Hence, she looked at Su Qing and her beautiful eyes revealed an intense expression as she quickly asked. "Then why are they glowing?" That's because during the reproduction season, the ammonites surface and use their bodies to emit different lights to attract the opposite sex. This is also why their lights appear. After touching each other, if the light of both parties is synchronized, they can mate. If the male ammonite's light can't be synchronized, it will be despised by the female ammonite. In the end, if it can't find a female companion, it will dissipate and die. As Su Qing spoke, he grabbed another ammonite that met the requirements. Senior Sister Ding's face was filled with admiration. She knew that Su Qing was busy now, so she didn't ask any more. Instead, she observed and studied. Every time Su Qing made a move, she would pay attention. It didn't take long for her to see the trick and begin to help. Su Qing didn't need any help. However, on account of the foundation building jade slips, although he felt that she was a burden, he didn't say anything and let senior sister Ding busy herself. Time flowed by. As more and more disciples took action, a night passed. When the morning gradually brightened, all the ammonites that were entangled on the surface of the Seven Blood Eyes harbor left one after another and returned to the bottom of the sea. Only the dull and dead male ammonite corpses floated. After rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye, they transformed into a part of the Forbidden Sea. Senior Sister Ding, who had been busy the entire night but was clearly happier, also chose to bid farewell and leave. Behind her beautiful figure, Zhao Zhongheng followed with a bitter expression. He looked at Senior Sister Ding's back view in front of him. His eyes revealed desire as he silently swore in his heart. Just watch, Ding Shui. Sooner or later, you'll be moved by me. Chapter 178, Life Fire, Mystic Brilliance, Illuminating the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 178, Life Fire, Mystic Brilliance, Illuminating the Heavenly Palace. That night, Su Qing gained a lot. He had grabbed a total of about 700 ammonites. As he looked at the ammonites sealed in ice in his storage bag, 6 to 7 poison recipes that matched this item appeared in Su Qing's mind. The might of each of them was extraordinary. There are also my ghost desires. If I combine them with the ammonites, and add some medicinal herbs transformed from the two extremes of yin and yang, perhaps I can make poison powder that will cause even foundation building cultivators to die. Su Qing pondered for a moment and felt that his thoughts were still a little optimistic. He recalled the battle with the Diamond Sex ancestor. The other party's resistance to poison was extremely strong. Presumably, the latter wasn't an exception. According to the combination of the ghost desire and the ammonite, there was a high chance that what he refined would be a primer that attracted ferocious beasts. Of course, with the ammonite, he could balance the level of attraction. I need an even stronger poison. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He decided to find an opportunity to head out to sea in the future and search for poisonous materials to strengthen his poison path. He retracted his gaze from his storage bag and picked up the 3 jade slips that Ding Shui had given him. After transferring his spirit energy, he began to check them. A long time later, Su Qing's expression became a little strange. 100-day foundation building. Su Qing thought about it and picked up the second one to take a look. Just like that, time slowly passed and a day passed. When dusk descended on the Seven Blood Eyes main city again, Su Qing finally understood the contents of these 3 jade slips completely. He put them all down and rubbed his forehead, his eyes filled with shock. Life Fire Mystic Brilliance, Illuminate the Heavenly Palace. Creating the aperture in 100 days, hiding cultivation from the heavens. Su Qing mumbled. According to the contents of the jade slip, there existed great terrors when cultivators in this world tried to break through qi condensation and advance to foundation building. It was as though there was an unknown evil that would interfere with the cultivators' breakthrough. At the same time, the foundation building period was also very long. It was known as the 100-day foundation building. It didn't mean that one had to spend 100 days to complete foundation building. However, once foundation building was started, it couldn't exceed 100 days at most. The longer the time, the greater the terrors would be. As for what the terrors were, the 3 jade slips didn't point out in detail. However, they vaguely mentioned that when cultivators reached the foundation building realm, they would attract bizarre entities. Once they encountered a life and death situation, they would often be in an extremely miserable state. Therefore, when cultivators in this world were at the foundation building realm, they had to pay attention to the changes in time at all times. It was as though they were stealing opportunities and couldn't be discovered by their master. At the same time, in order to avoid such a great terror from appearing, cultivators would often choose to use some special magic tools to envelop themselves and protect their safety when breaking through. This type of magic artifact wasn't rare, but most of them were in the hands of large sects and clans. The 7 Blood Eyes also had it, and it was placed in a fixed place. Generally speaking, if the 7 Blood Eyes disciples wanted to break through, they would apply to go there. However, the fee was extremely high. If the fee was counted based on time, it would cost 100 spirit stones per hour. As for those rogue cultivators or those who didn't have a place to rent magic treasures, they had to take a huge risk if they wanted to reach the foundation building realm. The rate of death and failure was extremely high, so breaking through without the protection of a magic tool was a method that no one would choose unless they had no other options. Suqing thought of the god's fragmented face and didn't have to analyze anything to know that this issue was related to its existence. After a while, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, continuing to organize the information on the 3 jade slips in his mind. The principle of foundation building was to use the accumulated spirit sea to break through and open one's magic aperture. The so-called magic aperture was a hidden spirit point in the human body. It contained mysterious powers, and after opening it, the level of life would change. Qi condensation and foundation building were fundamentally different. In Qi condensation, the cultivators accumulated their spirit sea, while in foundation building, the cultivators would continuously open their magic apertures. After reaching the perfected Qi condensation realm, the first stage in stepping into foundation building was to sense the location and number of one's magic apertures. After that, the cultivator needed to use the spirit sea to attack a magic aperture. After opening it, it would become their first magic aperture. The spirit energy would fuse into this magic aperture and gather into a vortex, giving birth to a trace of magic power that far surpassed spirit energy. Qi condensation contained spirit energy, and foundation building contained magic power. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Due to the fact that the spirit energy of different cultivators was inconsistent, the magic power born from the opened magic apertures was also different. The denser the spirit energy when one was in Qi condensation, the more magic power they would have when they broke through to foundation building. Moreover, this advantage would be reflected in every magic aperture. As this advantage accumulated, the difference would gradually be extremely great. Also, the main point here was sensing. The cultivator had to find the location of the magic aperture first if they wanted to open it. If they wanted to open more, they had to sense more locations of magic apertures. The effect of the foundation building pill lied here. This would determine how far one could go in the future, so it was extremely important to cultivators. And anomalous substances were the greatest obstruction to sensing the magic apertures. In this world contaminated by the aura of the god, 99% of the living beings contained varying degrees of anomalous substances. The moment a cultivator was ready to advance to the foundation building realm, the anomalous substances in them would further conceal their magic apertures. Generally speaking, it was already good to be able to sense 80 of them. If they could sense 90, they were definitely an outstanding talent. Only the disciples of large sects could accomplish it. Sensing the magic apertures was like exploring in the dark night, so there were great horrors in it. Hence, there was the saying of building the spirit in 100 days and hiding the cultivation from the heavens. As for the limit of magic apertures, it was 120. However, this was only a theoretical limit. Those who could sense all of them were extremely rare. The jade slips also mentioned that in the place of origin of the human race in the Wangu continent, only those who used special methods to make their bodies pure without any anomalous substances were qualified to attempt it. However, it required dense spirit energy to support it. After all, even if there were no anomalous substances, the difference in aptitude would still affect the sensing process. Such people would have an extremely terrifying background and strength. They were often seeds nurtured by the super-large sects and ancient families at the origin of the human race to walk the path of the ancient kings and sovereigns. Although the 7 Blood Eyes was strong, it was only in comparison to the non-Huang continent. Only the 7 Sects Alliance could barely be considered a super sect in the Wangu continent. The 7 Blood Eyes didn't have the qualifications to have such a disciple. Since ancient times, it never had such a disciple. None. Suqing retracted his gaze from the jade slip and lifted his head to look at the pitch-black sky. The sky tonight was even darker than before, but he could still see a few bright stars. Looking at those stars, the description of the second stage of foundation building appeared in Suqing's mind. The first stage was sensing the magic apertures. The second stage was to open the first magic aperture and give birth to magic power. This magic power would flow through the entire body and change the life level. At this point, it could be considered a success in foundation building. The cultivation after that was to open one magic aperture after another according to different cultivation arts and the methods of the various sections. After 30 magic apertures were opened, the magic power emitted by the 30 magic apertures would form the first ball of life fire for a foundation building cultivator. The 60th magic aperture would form a second ball of life fire. The 90th magic aperture would form the third ball of life fire. At this stage, the cultivation could attempt to break through to the golden core realm. As for the fourth ball of life fire, it required great opportunities and great talent. Once the life fire was formed, even if there was only a ball of it, it was enough to envelop the entire body. It was like a spark in the night, illuminating the heavenly palace. A foundation-building cultivator who had formed a life fire was a completely different existence from those who had not. This was because the life fire involved the signature ability of foundation-building cultivators, which was to activate the mystic brilliance form. Due to the huge consumption of life fire and the astonishing might when it erupted, it was usually in an extinguished state. Only when foundation-building cultivators fought with all their might would they choose to light it. Once ignited, the cultivator's combat strength would increase greatly. This state far exceeded the norm, so it was known as the mystic brilliance form. Generally speaking, if a cultivator who had a 1,000-foot-high spirit sea opened the 30th magic aperture and formed the life fire, they could maintain the mystic brilliance form for 1,800 breaths of time. Every breath consumed a huge amount of magic power. Suqing took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts of foundation building. The information Ding Shui had given him was complete, but Suqing had a cautious personality. Although there was a high chance that the information was not fake, he still didn't completely believe it and would wait for further verification. In addition, although his spirit sea had reached 2,700 feet previously, Suqing could clearly sense the spirit sea expanding over the past few days of cultivation. Now, it had reached 2,900 feet. However, this was far from his limit. It was the same for the mountains and seas art. Hence, Suqing was prepared to cultivate the spirit sea in his body to the extreme before breaking through to the foundation-building realm. He also needed to think of a way to collect spirit stones to prepare for the foundation building, such as the foundation-building pill. Although I don't have any anomalous substances, I still have to prepare the foundation-building pill to be safe. It's best if I can prepare 2 of them, but it is too expensive. Suqing opened his storage bag and felt a little worried after calculating. In addition, although the fee for renting a foundation-building place that provides shelter is still astonishing, the Jade Slip mentioned that in order to encourage disciples to reach the foundation-building realm, the 7 Blood Eyes can provide loans to pay for the fees of the foundation-building place. The 100-day rent fee along with interest can be paid back in 3 years. However, I have to prepare the foundation-building pill myself. Suqing fell silent. His heart ached a little at the thought of the interest on the loan. According to the Jade Slip, the interest would be above 50% of the principal. The 100-day rent is 120,000 spirit stones. If the interest is added, it would be 180,000 spirit stones in 3 years, which means 5,000 spirit stones a month. It's not worth it. Suqing sighed. He realized that it was too difficult to reach the foundation building. He suddenly understood why the captain said that many disciples were suppressing their cultivation levels and not breaking through because of the competition. Now that he thought about it, there was a high chance that they hadn't accumulated enough spirit stones and were just waiting for the competition to start to make a fortune. Hence, Suqing had very high expectations for the upcoming competition of the 7th peak. A long time later, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, starting to cultivate. The night passed. The next morning, Suqing, who was cultivating intensively, suddenly felt his mind tremble. His eyes suddenly opened and he walked out of the cabin. When he looked at the sky, the cultivation base in his body circulated and the spirit energy in the surroundings spread. Almost at the instant he looked over, a rainbow flew over rapidly. Its target was Suqing's boat, and it instantly got close. It was as though the other party had no intention of stopping. It directly ignored Suqing's magic boat's defense and wanted to forcefully step onto the boat. However, after noticing Suqing, a soft cry of surprise rang out from within the rainbow. It suddenly stopped in the air outside the magic boat, revealing the figure of a young cultivator. This youth wore a dark purple Taoist robe and his foundation-building cultivation was very obvious. He stood in the air and lowered his head to look at Suqing, who was inside the magic boat's protective barrier. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Greetings, Deacon Li." Suqing's expression was calm but he was extremely vigilant. He quickly analyzed the reason why the other party was here. He recognized the other party's identity. He was the favorite of Elder Zhao, and had taken Zhao Zhongheng away during the dispatch department incident. Interesting. He actually silently cultivated to the perfected qi condensation realm and can attempt to break through at any time. Deacon Li looked at Suqing and revealed a smile. His attitude was clearly better than before. You don't have to think too much. I'm here on Elder Zhao's orders to summon you to meet and ask about the matter of you reporting the giant and the dragon carriage earlier. It has nothing to do with anything else. You can rest assured. Deacon Li could see Su Qing's vigilance. He wasn't a core disciple who had advanced to the foundation building realm but had fought his way up from the foot of the mountain. Hence, he was very clear about the temperament of these wolf cubs at the foot of the mountain. If it was any other disciple, he wouldn't care. However, to a disciple who could break through at any time and had a high chance of becoming a foundation building cultivator, his attitude was naturally different. Chapter 179, The Sun's Carriage. Chapter 179, The Sun's Carriage. Giant and the Dragon Carriage? Su Qing fell into deep thought. He recalled that after he returned from the sea, he had made a trip to the Sea Records Library and reported this matter. He had left the sect after that and went to the Red Plains. Now that he had returned not long ago, it was both reasonable and unreasonable for the other party to come and ask him about this. What was reasonable was the time, but what was unreasonable was that the other party actually wanted to summon him and ask him personally. If all of this was true, Su Qing could already judge that the matter of the giant and the dragon carriage was probably very important. That was why it attracted Elder Zhao's attention. Su Qing knew that he couldn't refuse this matter. He nodded silently and put away his magic boat. When he looked up at Deacon Li had a spurious smile on his face as he spoke. I suggest that you don't make the elder wait too long. Besides, I also came from the foot of the mountain. I don't believe that someone with your cultivation level wouldn't have prepared a flight talisman. So, do you want me to bring you or do you want to move by yourself? Deacon Li looked at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded and stuck a flight talisman on his leg. With a step, he directly arrived in the air. Deacon Li transformed into a rainbow and headed straight for the 7th peak. Su Qing followed behind. As they got closer and closer to the 7th peak, Su Qing sighed with emotion. This was his second time here. The first time was when he entered the sect. He still remembered what the round-faced cultivator had said. This might be your only time going up the mountain. Now that he thought about it, it was correct. After all, not everyone had the hope of reaching the foundation building realm. Even he had to consider the foundation building resources. As he pondered, Su Qing did not lower his vigilance. He couldn't completely trust the other party's words, but he had no other choice now. Just like that, the 7th peak gradually became clearer in Su Qing's eyes. Most of the mountain was covered in green plants, and one could see a mountain path winding from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. This mountain path had many forks that were connected to palace-like buildings. At the same time, there were plazas and cave abodes in many places on the mountain. The two of them quickly flew into the mountain and passed by many large halls. They also passed by the place where Su Qing had obtained the Taoist robe and magic boat back then. Finally, in the area near the top of the mountain, a magnificent large hall was reflected in Su Qing's eyes. This hall was even more imposing than what he had seen on the way. It was built with greenish-white spirit tiles. At the same time, there were statues of strange beasts stuck on each corner as though they were about to soar into the sky. In front of the hall, there were two huge human-shaped stone statues standing there like giants, emitting waves of pressure. The door of the hall wasn't closed, but for some reason, the interior couldn't be seen at all. It was a blur. Deacon Li's body landed, and Su Qing also landed on the ground. An intense sense of danger invaded his body at this moment. The invisible array fluctuations from the surroundings seemed to be able to instantly destroy him. What was even more terrifying was something in the hall. It was as though an astonishing ferocious beast was entrenched in this hall. The aura it exhaled transformed into a storm that shook the soul. As it spread in all directions, Deacon Li respectfully lowered his head and spoke. "Elder, I have brought Su Qing. Come in." A hoarse and aged voice rang out from the hall. When it landed in Su Qing's ears, it felt like it had transformed into rumbling thunder, causing Su Qing's breathing to be hurried. He felt a tremendous pressure descend upon him. He barely managed to steady himself. After lowering his head and bowing, he lifted his feet with difficulty and walked forward step by step. With each step he took, sweat broke out on his forehead. The astonishing pressure coming from the hall caused his mind to rumble the closer he got. The trembling from all the flesh and blood in his body made it difficult for Su Qing to walk. However, it seemed that the existence in the hall didn't have any obvious malice. This pressure seemed to be instinctively released. Hence, although it was difficult for Su Qing, he was still able to rely on his body refinement, attainment and cultivation to walk in step by step. The instant he stepped through the threshold of the hall, he finally understood why everything he saw from the outside was a blur. It was because everything in the hall was distorted. Regardless of whether it was the furniture or the stone pillars, even the surrounding walls were shaking and twisting endlessly in Su Qing's eyes. The source of all this was the figure of an old man sitting on the large chair at the front. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his purple Taoist robe and white hair could be seen. His body seemed to emit an invisible force that caused the area it enveloped to be unable to be seen clearly. "Greetings, Elder." Su Qing endured the dizziness caused by the distortion on the ground and bowed with cupped fists. "Tell me in detail about the golden crow dragon carriage you saw." The ancient voice calmly rang out and sank into Su Qing's mind, echoing for a while. Su Qing took a deep breath. There was nothing to hide about this matter. It was originally a chance encounter, so he chose to report it previously. Hence, after the elder spoke, he told him everything. Elder Zhao didn't say a word and only listened quietly. After Su Qing finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Su Qing silently endured the immense pressure. After a long time, Elder Zhao's voice slowly rang out without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. "You missed an opportunity. But you also managed to survive." Su Qing hesitated for a moment. He endured the pressure and dizziness and cupped his fists. "Elder, may I ask what that dragon carriage is?" The hall was silent. After a long time, the aged voice rang out again. "Since you've seen it with your own eyes, there's no harm in telling you. That's the sun's carriage." When Su Qing heard this, his heart trembled violently. There's a secret art engraved on the inner wall of the bronze dragon carriage. It's called the Golden Crow refines all life. This secret art is one of the emperor-level secret arts which were rare even in ancient times. Very few people can encounter the sun's carriage, and even fewer people have the opportunity to see this secret art. Those who can learn it after seeing it are extremely rare. There was a hint of emotion in the old voice as he said this. Secret art. The giant and the dragon carriage he had seen back then appeared in Su Qing's mind. "That's why I said that you missed an opportunity. Your luck is poor. For so many years, only the Lord of the Seven Sex Alliance of my Seven Blood Eyes had such an opportunity when he was young. He stayed in the dragon carriage for a breath of time and learned a fragment of the art. After that, the dragon carriage sank to the bottom of the sea. It has been 100 years since then. Now that it has reappeared, it's obvious that it's searching for someone fated. When the secret art in the dragon carriage is comprehended again, it will sink to the bottom of the sea and sleep again." Su Qing's thoughts fluctuated. These things had an extremely great impact on him. Presumably, they were also secrets. It was impossible for a Piedmont disciple like him to know. "I told you this because this matter can't be recorded in the Sea Records Library and it's difficult to exchange it for spirit stones. Therefore, it can be considered compensation to you. Also, seeing that your cultivation base is about to break through and the Seventh Peaks Grand Competition will begin soon, try to do your best." As the aged voice echoed, a huge force swept over from all directions. Su Qing's body retreated uncontrollably until he was outside the hall. Everything in the hall became blurry again. Looking at the hall, Su Qing cupped his fists and bowed. At this moment, there was already a lot of sweat on his body. In the short period of time in the hall, the pressure he endured was extremely great. Elder Zhao, who was sitting in the chair, made him feel that he was much more terrifying and powerful than the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Zone he had seen before. Deacon Li was still waiting outside the hall. When he saw Su Qing coming out, he said with a smile, "Su Qing, I'll send you off." As he spoke, his body flew up. Su Qing took a deep breath and followed behind. The mountain breeze blew over and dried the sweat on his body. However, the terrifying feeling in his heart about Elder Zhao's strength couldn't be blown away by the wind. Elder Zhao isn't an ordinary elder. Deacon Li, who was at the front, glanced at Su Qing and slowly spoke. "In the seventh peak, among the 13 elders, Elder Zhao is ranked 3rd. Also, I heard Zhongheng talking about you." In the elder's words, although that kid is stupid, he is not of bad character. Outside the seventh peak, Deacon Li said this meaningfully and left. Su Qing looked at the other party's back and fell silent for a moment before entering the city. He was very clear about the meaning of the other party's last sentence. This was a warning to him not to secretly kill Zhao Zhongheng because of some small conflicts. Su Qing didn't have such thoughts for now. Zhao Zhongheng has a good grandfather. Also, is the competition going to start soon? Su Qing walked through the city with a calm expression, slowly calming the emotions caused by Elder Zhao's pressure. He thought of the array crossbow he had obtained from the Diamond Sex ancestor and changed his direction, walking toward the transportation department. He was prepared to strengthen his magic boat a little before the competition. It was noon and there were many pedestrians in the city. Amidst the coldness and people rushing about, Su Qing passed by a fruit stall. There were some large apples today which were not easy to come by. After Su Qing saw them, he bought them all and placed them in his pouch before walking into the port area. While walking toward the transportation department, he passed by an alley. Su Qing seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head to look over. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. As his gaze landed, the shadow of a youth was revealed in the darkness of the alley. This youth wore a gray Taoist robe that was bulging. He also wore a dog skin coat inside. His small face was dirty. He was none other than the mute youth from the homicide department. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When he saw Su Qing, he immediately dragged a corpse over. After placing it in front of Su Qing, his stiff face forced out a fawning expression. After that, he quickly ran away without even looking back. Su Qing frowned and looked at the corpse in front of him. This was a wanted criminal. His corpse was covered in bite marks. Other than his intact head, his entire body was badly mangled, as though he had been bitten to death by a wild beast. Chapter 180, Content of the Jade Slip, 1. Chapter 180, Content of the Jade Slip, 1. Su Qing wasn't stingy with spending spirit stones for his cultivation, but his life was very frugal. Even though he had gained huge profits, he only ate 3 more eggs for breakfast. He still maintained the habit of remembering the criminals updated in the wanted criminal jade slip. After all, no matter how few spirit stones they gave, they were still spirit stones. Moreover, if he was lucky, he could obtain even more items from the other party's storage bag. Hence, he recognized the identity of the corpse in front of him at a glance. The other party was from a pirate organization and was worth 15 spirit stones. Such a sum of spirit stones wasn't much to the current Su Qing, but one could imagine that to the mute youth, it was a huge fortune. Such wealth was actually given to him directly. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the mute youth had left in. He could naturally tell that the other party had specially waited for him here to seemingly give this wanted criminal to him. A trap. Su Qing mumbled. He didn't bother with the wanted criminal under his feet and walked into the distance. Very soon, his figure disappeared from the streets. After he left, the wanted criminal's corpse on the ground attracted the attention of the pedestrians in the surroundings. Most of them avoided it, but there were still some disciples who saw the corpse. Their gazes flickered as they observed and were about to approach. However, the instant they got close, a small but agile figure like a wild dog instantly rushed over from the alley at the side and arrived beside the corpse. Squatting there, his eyes revealed cruelty as though he was protecting his food. He ferociously looked at the people in the surroundings who were about to approach. His teeth seemed to have been ground and were different from ordinary people. He opened his mouth, revealing his sawtooth teeth, and released a ferocious aura, causing the surrounding cultivators to stop in their tracks. The surrounding disciples swept their gazes across the traces of bite marks on the corpse, and all of them chose to retreat. Only the mute youth squatted beside the corpse in a daze. His expression carried a rare hint of confusion and frustration. Just like that, time flowed by and dusk soon arrived. The youth stayed beside the corpse the entire time. Only when the night enveloped him did he silently grab the corpse and drag it into the alley, following the corners all the way back to his residence. The place he lived in wasn't a magic boat but a simple and crude hut. The monthly fee for the hut was much lower than the berth. He carefully approached but didn't use the door. Instead, he circled around and pushed aside blocked bricks from the back wall before entering. In the small hut, he let out a long sigh of relief and silently squatted in the corner in the darkness, which allowed him to see the window and the door at the same time. After being in a daze for a long time, he lowered his head and looked at the wanted criminal's corpse at the side. The frustrated expression on his face grew even stronger. After a long time, he hesitated for a moment before touching the wanted criminal's body. It seemed like he hadn't checked this wanted criminal's leather pouch before. Now that he took it out, his eyes revealed surprise after he opened it and saw 3 spirit stones. He immediately held them and warily looked around. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he kept the spirit stones. He then carefully counted his savings. He had a total of 77 spirit stones. After counting, he squatted there and his expression became dejected again. Finally, he took out a rough stone and opened his mouth to grind his teeth, making them sharper. However, he was only at the 3rd level of chi condensation, so he couldn't sense that at this moment, outside his small hut, Suqing was standing there, coldly watching his every move. Suqing had a vigilant and cautious personality. Even though the other party's cultivation was inferior to his, he was still vigilant. From what he saw during the day, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that the mute youth really gave the corpse as a gift, and the other was that the latter had other motives. In this cruel, chaotic world, anything could happen, so he did not accept this gift. Instead, he hid after he left and secretly observed to decide if he should attack or not. Is it because he felt fear toward me when we met a few days ago, so he came to curry favor? Suqing glanced at the youth in the hut. He then pushed the door open and walked in. The instant he walked in, the youth at the corner of the wall immediately bared his teeth, as though he was about to explode. However, after seeing Suqing clearly, his body suddenly trembled. The fear in his eyes was extremely intense and he didn't dare to move at all. What did you see? Suqing threw a jade slip over and stood at the door as he slowly spoke. The moonlight landed on his body, reflecting his shadow into the house, almost touching the little mute. The little mute pressed his body tightly against the wall and took the jade slip. The captain had asked him about the same thing, but his attitude told that he would not say anything even if he died. At this moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately imprinted what he wanted to say and cautiously handed it to Suqing. Suqing took the jade slip. After his spirit energy gushed in and scanned it, his expression suddenly changed. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. After casting a meaningful glance at the little mute, he took out 8 spirit stones and tossed them over before leaving. 77 plus 15 plus 8 equaled 100. This was the amount that was needed to exchange for a magic boat. Even as he walked far away, Suqing still grabbed the jade slip tightly. As he returned to his berth, the instant he stepped onto the magic boat, his right hand suddenly clenched and the jade slip turned into ashes. After that, he expressionlessly walked into the cabin and closed his eyes to start cultivating. The next morning, Suqing went to Zhang San's place with his usual expression and sent the array crossbow he had obtained from the diamond sect over. Under Zhang San's refinement, this array crossbow was placed on his magic boat and became one of his trump cards second only to divine attack. Chapter 181, Content of the Jade Slip, 2. Chapter 181, Content of the Jade Slip, 2. This thing is a treasure. Suqing, as long as you get a foundation building power source, your boat will be upgraded to a magic ship. Zhang San said. After that, he looked left and right before speaking in a low voice. Suqing, are you going to take part in the competition? It should be in the next few days. I'm preparing to do something big. If you are going, we can join forces. I am going. Suqing nodded. Zhang San laughed and didn't say anything else. Suqing cupped his fists and left. As he walked at the harbor, he noticed that the shops of the various peaks were filled with 7th Peak's disciples. There were also more magic boats returning to the harbor than usual. In fact, he even saw a few very unfamiliar faces on the way, and all of them had cultivation fluctuations that were at least at the 8th or 9th level of chi condensation. There were even a few who had reached the great circle of perfection like Himayuro. Clearly, these 7 Blood-Eyes disciples had been in closed-door cultivation or had been wandering on the sea, and rushed back after hearing about the competition. As for the baleful aura on their bodies, Suqing could clearly sense the coldness that came from their bones. He had also heard that the northern spirit race of the Western Reef Archipelago was extremely anxious during this period. They kept sending requests for help to the other non-human races, and also sent envoys to the 7 Blood-Eyes for peace talks many times. This made Suqing think of the captain's words and his own guess. In that case, will the true target be the merfolk race? Suqing mumbled. That night, a familiar visitor came to his boat. Suqing, why didn't you tell me that you were back? You are not treating me, Wang Yan, as a brother. Outside the magic boat, Wang Yan shouted loudly with a hint of unhappiness on his face. When Suqing heard the sounds outside, he walked out of the cabin and smiled. Up until now, he came to know many people in the Seven Blood Eyes. However, very few of them gave him a real feeling. Wang Yan was one of them. I came back to deal with some trivial matters, Suqing explained. Wang Yan didn't mind. He laughed and sat on the shore. Just like last time, he didn't board the ship. After he sat down, he spoke in a low voice. Suqing, I found out a big secret today. Upon hearing the word secret, Suqing felt a little vigilant. He thought of the captain's secret that was worth 100 spirit stones. Before Suqing could speak, Wang Yan quickly spoke with a hint of showing off. Do you feel that there's something wrong with the seventh peak this time? Although the targets and destinations were also announced in advance before, I keep feeling that this time around, it's too deliberate. With the nature of the seventh peak, I feel that the location of this competition definitely isn't the Northern Spirit Race's island. According to my analysis and investigation, I'm certain that the target this time is the merfolk race. Suqing's eyes narrowed. After glancing at Wang Yan's expression, he revealed a shocked expression without needing the other party to remind him. Seeing Suqing's expression, Wang Yan instantly felt comfortable and smug. Haha, actually, it's nothing much. My senior sister told me all of this. We have no secrets between us now. After I found out about this, I started investigating the information about Merfolk Island. When I found out that you had returned, I quickly came over to share it with you. How is it? Ain't I a good brother? Wang Yan threw a jade slip to Suqing and spoke again in a low voice. I was really shocked from what I found out. This merfolk race is too rich. They have 4 islands, namely Image, Hidden, Binding, and Mire. Every island contains a large number of treasures. I have summarized the most valuable treasures that few people know about on this jade slip. Suqing caught the jade slip and poured his spirit energy into it to check. Wang Yan seemed to have memorized it and shook his head as he spoke. I spent a lot of effort to get this information. Let me tell you, there's an armor on Mire Island called the Mire Armor. It's hidden in the Mire volcano. It's an armor at the level of a magic treasure that the merfolk race has been forging for the past 1,000 years. The value of this thing is too great. It's a pity that we can't get it. There's a large number of merfolk tears on the Image Island. This is something comparable to a spirit pill. However, more importantly, the Image Island has a drop of Image's tear, which is the most valuable thing in the whole island. Image is the name of the merfolk race's ancestor. This tear is his last drop before he died, and it was embedded in his crown. At this point, Wang Yan took out 2 eggs and threw one to Suqing. He took one and poked it, sucking as he spoke. As for the hidden island, it's a graveyard. There are countless treasures buried there, but the most valuable one is a feather. Do you know whose feather it is? It's the Flame Phoenix's. Flame Phoenix, do you know who it is? That's the king of the western forbidden zone of the Nanhuang continent's Truth Mountain range, and also the king of the Nanhuang continent. You should know why it's called the Nanhuang continent, right? Lastly, there's the Binding Island. That island is also very astonishing. It's said that there are many pill vaults and there should be many foundation building pills stored there. Back then, senior sister went there to snatch them. I guess that she will definitely fight for them this time as well. These aren't much. There's a treasure worth 500,000 spirit stones on Binding Island called the Spirit Breath Lantern. This Spirit Breath Lantern is a foundation building holy item of the merfolk race. It's placed in the foundation building pagoda in the Binding Island's main city. That place is a specialized foundation building place for merfolk cultivators. It's the same as our 7 Blood Eyes foundation building place, which costs 100 spirit stones per hour. However, I heard that what we use is divine blood to protect our disciples, while the merfolk rely on this lantern. In reality, every large sect and clan has such a magic tool that protects their disciples when they advance to the foundation building realm. The types are different, and the effect of this one from the merfolk race is actually average, so those large sects and clans don't fancy it. The reason why I am saying it is worth 500,000 spirit stones is because after senior sister snatched it away last time, she demanded 2 million spirit stones from the merfolk race. Later on, the merfolk race agreed on 500,000 spirit stones and bought it back. By the way, it's rumored that there are clues about some temple hidden in this spirit breath lantern. However, no one has found it after so many years. Senior sister couldn't find it, so she sold it back. Everything is in the jade slip. You can read it yourself later. When Su Qing heard this, he fell silent. He was still worrying about tens of thousands of spirit stones, but the other party was talking about millions of spirit stones. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. After he broke the egg and took a sip, he still couldn't suppress the thoughts of excitement that rose in his heart. Huang Yan finished speaking and started chatting about him and his senior sister. Throughout the entire process, he was basically the one talking and Su Qing was the one listening. This way of interaction was strange, but Huang Yan felt very comfortable. When it was late in the night, Huang Yan, who had finished eating the egg, patted his stomach and got up to leave. Before he left, he burped and spoke in a low voice. Su Qing, I know there's a high chance that you won't, but I still have to remind you. Don't be stupid and fight for first place. That core disciple status isn't important. Resources are the most important during the competition. You'll know when the time comes. In reality, not many people care about rankings. They're all here to make a fortune. Also, let me tell you, only the two of us know about this information. I treat you as my brother, so don't go around spreading the news. When the time comes, we'll take whatever we can from the island we arrive at and make a fortune. Huang Yan patted his belly in satisfaction and left. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and whispered sweet nothings to his senior sister. Watching Huang Yan leave, Su Qing sat on the deck and looked at the forbidden sea. His gaze landed in the distance. At that moment, the waves gently surged over, causing the boat to sway slightly. Under the moonlight, his shadow landed on the deck beside him. A portion of it spread into the sea and fused with the black seawater. Su Qing retracted his gaze from afar and swept it across the shadow. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as the words in the jade slip given by the little mute surfaced in his mind. It's sleeping. Time flowed by. 3 days later, early in the morning, the identity tokens of all the Seventh Peak's disciples in the Seven Blood Eyes vibrated at the same time. A dignified voice entered the minds of all the disciples. All disciples who are participating in the competition, gather at the central altar in 15 minutes. The Seventh Peak's grand competition will begin immediately. Chapter 182, Punishment of Extermination. Chapter 182, Punishment of Extermination. Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes. He calmly stood up and tidied his clothes before walking out of the cabin. The sky was gloomy today. Although the sun had risen, the first rays of the morning seemed to sense the killing intent from the Seven Blood Eyes. Hence, it put on its gray battle robe, the originally warm light pierced through the clouds and became dim. As dark clouds began forming in the sky, figures rushed out from different places in the Seven Blood Eyes ports. They followed the streets of the port areas and headed straight for the central altar. These figures were all hiding their ferocity. The coldness from their bodies was like sharp blades. Moreover, their cultivation levels were extraordinary. The weakest among them was at the 6th level of qi condensation. Among them, there were also many who were at the 8th or 9th level or even higher. After all, any disciple who could survive in the cruel goo-nurturing environment at the foot of the Seven Blood Eyes Mountains had their own way of survival. Even if they were originally gentle, they would be forced to change by this environment. The price of not changing was death. As they rushed out, waves of uncontrollable killing aura spread in all directions, transforming into oppression that enveloped the entire city, causing most of the commoners in the port areas to not leave their houses. Even those who were outside immediately spread out on both sides of the street to make way for the disciples who were rushing out. From afar, the majestic voice that echoed in everyone's minds was like the long howl of the Wolf King, causing countless ferocious wolves to gather together with bloodthirst and excitement. Su Qing leaped down from the magic boat. Without turning his head, he waved his right hand behind him. Immediately, the magic boat flickered with black light and rapidly shrank, turning into a stream of light that flew into the magic bottle in Su Qing's storage bag. With just a step, he traveled more than 30 feet. After landing, he took another step. Although he didn't fly, his speed was still astonishing. He quickly left the harbor and stepped onto the streets, moving faster and faster. A whistling sound rang out in his ears. It was a disciple using a flight talisman to move forward in the air. There were even more disciples running around him. When he passed by the homicide department, Su Qing even saw his captain. The captain smiled at him and threw an apple over. When he got close, he whispered, "There's no need to keep a straight face. No matter which race our target is, our goal is to get rich. The real big deal will be handled by those people on the mountain." The captain winked at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded and ran as fast as he could with the captain. Just like that, the 400 to 500 people from the 7th peak who were participating in this competition gradually approached the central altar at their respective speeds. From afar, Su Qing could see a gigantic circular array formation at the central altar. This array formation was formed by countless runes of various sizes. Every rune shone with a purple light, causing the light of the array formation to be so dazzling that it seemed like it could connect to the sky. It was 1,000 feet tall, like a huge plate standing upright. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the runes inside were densely arranged in layers of rings. As the rings rotated irregularly, an earth-shattering aura faintly spread out. As he got closer, the aura became increasingly intense. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he sensed how terrifying the aura was. His speed also slowed down. When he arrived at the central altar, there were already more than 2,000 people here. As for all the people who arrived, their speed slowed down after they got close. They stood in the surroundings and waited. Moreover, there was an instinctive gap between them. Only the murderous intent connected everyone's auras, causing the dark clouds in the sky to become even denser. Vaguely, there was also an astonishing figure that was like a giant dragon swimming in the clouds, causing bolts of lightning to appear in the sky, accompanied by majestic thunder. Su Qing took a deep breath and waited silently like others. 15 minutes was up. All the participants who were going to participate in the competition had arrived. No one spoke. Only numerous cold gazes gathered on the huge array formation from all directions. The spinning array formation suddenly rumbled. A purple catkin that was like a streamer separated from it. When it spread to the air, the end of the streamer broke open and a figure appeared. Foundation building cultivation aura spread out from this figure. This wasn't the end. Very soon, more and more streamers spread out from the array formation until there were 100 of them. At the end of each streamer, the figures of cultivators could be seen. They were all foundation building cultivators. The descent of 100 foundation building cultivators caused the aura in the surroundings to become even more oppressive. All the disciples below were shocked. Su Qing was the same. As his heart trembled, another 13 purple catkins that were clearly much thicker floated out of the array formation and headed straight for the sky, like 13 long dragons rising into the air. Amidst the majestic aura, 13 godlike figures appeared on the 13 huge purple streamers. There were men and women among them, and all of their faces were blurry. Their appearance caused the surroundings to rumble. Su Qing's breathing was hurried. Although he couldn't see the faces of these people clearly, he could still sense Elder Zhao's aura from the third person. "Greetings, elders." The 100 foundation building cultivators in the sky lowered their heads in unison. Their voices were like huge waves that rumbled in all directions. At the same time, the 13 7th peak elders who were greeted by all the foundation building cultivators ignored them and bowed to the sky even higher. "Welcome, Peak Lord." As their voices rang out, the clouds in the sky exploded with unprecedented lightning. The dark clouds that filled the air were instantly torn to pieces and revealed the huge figure hidden within. It was a huge wyvern that was pitch black and 10,000 feet long. Its golden vertical pupils emitted a holy intent. Every black scale on its body emitted a terrifying fluctuation, causing the world to lose color and the wind and clouds to surge. It was as though the flapping of its wings could create a tsunami, and its roar could cause misery and suffering. On its back were rows of luxurious palaces. The palaces seemed to have grown on it and not built, as if they were one with it. A figure stood on the pavilion in the tallest palace. Because it was too far from the ground, Su Qing couldn't see the figure clearly. However, he could sense that this figure emitted a shocking pressure that seemed to be able to suppress everyone. In comparison, the 13 elders did not seem so high anymore, and the 10,000-foot-long wyvern also became docile. This strength surpassed Su Qing's understanding and couldn't be described or compared. He could only lower his head. That's the Peak Lord's Great Wing transformation. The instant Su Qing lowered his head, the captain's voice rang out beside him. Our magic boat is divided into 4 levels: boat, ship, warship, and liner. However, above these 4 levels is the legendary Great Wing. Su Qing's heart trembled, and he was about to ask when the first of the 13 elders spoke. Every word of his was like thunder that rumbled in all directions. Seventh Peak's disciples, know that our ally, the merfolk race, is treacherous and ungrateful. They colluded with our 7 Blood Eyes' mortal enemy, the Sea Corpse race. Through the joint decision of the 7 Blood Eyes 7 Peak Lords, the venue of the 7th Peak's grand competition will be changed to the Merfolk Race Islands. The punishment is extermination. If you kill a merfolk, you will be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. The higher the cultivation level of the enemy, the more contribution points you will earn. The one who is ranked first will be given the qualifications to become a core disciple. During this period, you can collect all the spoils of war without reporting them. The 7th Peak's grand competition has begun. As his voice rang out, the array formation began to rumble. The runes inside spun rapidly, causing the circular array formation to shine brightly. The wyvern roared at the sky. Amidst the deafening sound, it rushed out first and headed straight for the array formation, instantly entering it. After it entered, the entire array formation suddenly expanded several times, covering the central altar and the sky at the same time. As the color of the world changed, the figures of the more than 100 foundation-building cultivators, the 13 elders, and the thousands of 7th Peak disciples on the square were instantly covered by the light of the array formation. Everyone instantly disappeared. At that moment, everything was normal in the surroundings of the merfolk race's territory. From a strategic point of view, the location of the 4 merfolk islands was better than the non-Huang continent. In fact, it was the same for trade and transportation. Its location was between the non-Huang continent and the Huanggu continent. Its western territory was close to the Western Reef Archipelago, and the north was close to a forbidden zone on the Endless Sea. The geographical location of the merfolk race determined their personality to a certain extent. They were fickle-minded and rebellious. If the person who came was strong, they could grovel without hesitation. They could even smile sincerely while being beaten. However, once they got an opportunity, they would also change sides without hesitation, revealing their fangs and ruthlessly biting their allies. 30 years ago, they were the same. They provoked the 7 Blood Eyes and immediately submitted after being suppressed by them. They groveled and chose to become allies. Now that 30 years had passed, they noticed the rising momentum of the Sea Corpse race and colluded with it in an attempt to counterattack the 7 Blood Eyes. This was something the 7 Blood Eyes could not tolerate. The sky above the 4 merfolk islands was originally clear, but in an instant, wind and lightning rumbled. Dark clouds suddenly appeared and spread, covering the sky and the sun, causing darkness and oppression to descend in all directions. The sea was even more turbulent. Waves rose and fell, as though there was endless pressure driving the waves forward. Bolts of lightning swam in the clouds and thunder rumbled. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the merfolk race. They also knew that today was the day of the 7th Peak's competition. Although they had learned that the other party's target for this competition was the Northern Spirit race, they were still on guard. However, no matter how vigilant they were still caught off guard by the 7 Blood Eyes' will. Amidst the rumbling of lightning, a purple light appeared in the sky of the merfolk race. As soon as this light appeared, it immediately spread in all directions. In an instant, the sky above the 4 merfolk islands transformed into a sea of purple light. As an earth-shattering dragon roar rang out, a black wyvern suddenly crawled out of the sea of purple light. It let out a roar that shook the world. It spat out a black pearl. This bead looked very small from afar, but in reality, it was hundreds of feet wide. The instant it appeared, the world rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around it and an astonishing pressure tore through the void, landing on the 4 merfolk islands below. Chapter 183, Binding Island. Chapter 183, Binding Island. As the bead fell, it seemed to affect the sea. The sea suddenly churned and the waves in the surroundings rose into a tsunami. It was like a giant hidden at the bottom of the sea had lifted its large hands and grabbed at the 4 merfolk islands. However, a huge light screen suddenly appeared on the 4 merfolk islands. This light screen was none other than the merfolk race's protective array. Its might was astonishing. At this moment, with the full-powered activation, it immediately slowed down the speed of the black pearl falling from the sky. However, the black bead's pressure was so strong that it caused the protective array to fluctuate intensely. The waves of the tsunami in the surroundings were stopped by the protective array. Booming sounds echoed and a furious roar rang out from Image Island, one of the 4 islands. 7 Blood Eyes, what are you trying to do? As the roar shook the sky, a huge face appeared. This face was illusory and rose from the island. It grew larger and larger until it was comparable to an island. It was the face of an old man with a beard. His eyes were filled with shock as he glared angrily at the figure on the wyvern. However, the instant he let out a furious roar. On the 4 islands of the merfolk race, many of the array cores of the protective array collapsed from the inside and exploded. Someone seemed to have tampered with the array cores that numbered more than 40 long ago. The hidden mechanism was activated at that moment and instantly destroyed the cores. In addition, a powerful fluctuation appeared on each of the 4 islands. The 7 Blood Eyes had been preparing to destroy the merfolk race for a long time. They had already infiltrated the merfolk race deeply and understood them inside out. Since they dared to invade now, they clearly had absolute confidence. As the expression of the merfolk old man changed drastically, the black bead in the air suddenly shone with a black light. This light grew brighter and finally transformed into a huge palm that seemed to blot out the sky. It carried countless purple lightning as it slammed down on the face below and the protective array it was in. A huge explosion spread in all directions. The first thing that couldn't withstand it was the merfolk race's array formation. It rapidly caved in and finally collapsed, revealing a huge palm-shaped gap. Countless purple lightning bolts rapidly spread along the edges of the protective array. Wherever they passed, the array formation would completely collapse. The entire process only lasted for more than 10 breaths of time. The merfolk's protective array collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The backlash caused many areas on the 4 islands to explode into dust. After the palm print collapsed the array formation, it grew larger and larger, suppressing the illusory face formed by the merfolk old man and smashing it onto an island. This island was Image. A huge palm print appeared in the center of the island that was clearly visible from the sky. The surroundings of the palm print were filled with destroyed buildings and flesh and blood. However, at the center of the palm print was a tower which wasn't completely destroyed, but there were huge cracks on it. This tower was like a temple built from white bones. It looked majestic but also extremely gloomy, and it gave off a feeling of grief and anger. This was because the material that was used to build this tower was countless bones, and they were all of humans. From the spirit energy left in the bones, these bones mostly belonged to the disciples of the 7 Blood Eyes. The merfolk old man whose illusory face had appeared in the air earlier was rapidly flying out of this tower. On the way, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the sky and rushed over, wanting to counterattack. In the palace on the wyvern's body, the figure standing there looked at the tower on the Image Island. His cold voice spread everywhere. Merfolk race. All these years, my 7 Blood Eyes has treated your race well. After your race became our sect's ally, our sect provided great assistance in terms of resources many times. 23 years ago, your race encountered a calamity of anomalous substances and our sect did our best to help. We provided countless resources and their value is at least 100 million spirit stones. 16 years ago, your race was attacked by the Spirit Wither race and was in danger of being exterminated. No race came to save you, but I personally led the disciples to help you. Many of the disciples were sacrificed to resolve the crisis of your race. At that time, countless members of your race requested for my sect's sacrificed disciples to be buried here to prove our friendship. These sacrificed disciples should have been revered by your race, but in order to curry favor with the Sea Corpse race, your race dug out their corpses to build a tower as a tribute. You repaid our kindness with ingratitude. If I don't destroy your race today, the world won't tolerate it. As he spoke, this figure took a step forward and stood in the air. It was the 7th Peak's Peak Lord, Old Master 7th. He wore a purple Taoist robe and his eyes seemed to contain lightning. He did not look angry but he let out an oppressive aura. The words he said resounded through the clouds. He sent another palm strike toward the merfolk ancestor who had rushed out of Image Island. After that, he flicked his sleeve and pointed his left hand at the void to the left. The merfolk ancestor below was suppressed immediately. Countless water droplets appeared in the surroundings and enveloped him, turning into a huge water pearl. The merfolk ancestor wanted to struggle but was unable to break free. His expression was distorted as he let out a deep roar. Zheng Kai, stop talking about useless things. So what if we dug them out? The Sea Corpse race is protecting our merfolk race now, and they are already on their way. I'll wait. Old Master Seventh calmly spoke and looked at the void where he had pointed. That place distorted and another figure appeared. It wasn't a merfolk but a middle-aged cultivator who looked like a human. He wore black armor and his aura was strong, but he emitted an intense intent to die. From the visible parts of his body, it could be seen that he suffered skin necrosis and one could even see some maggots crawling around in his skin. It was as though he was a corpse to begin with. This person had clearly been hiding to launch a sneak attack. Now that he was discovered, he could not counterattack even if he wanted to. He was instantly sealed into water droplets by the countless water droplets that appeared in the surroundings and floated in the air along with the merfolk ancestor. After sealing these two, Old Master Seventh ignored them and pointed at the 4 merfolk islands below. Immediately, the wyvern roared and rows of astonishing magic tools appeared on its back, emitting torrential spells that headed straight for the islands. At the same time, in the purple sea in the sky, more figures appeared. They were none other than the foundation building cultivators of the 7th peak of the 7 Blood Eyes. Accompanying them were incomparably astonishing magic ships. These magic ships were of different sizes but each of them had an astonishing aura. They appeared in unison and lined up in the sky. Their magic power was circulated to the extreme and they all bombarded the 4 islands below. The spell powers of the foundation building magic boats seemed to have transformed into more than 100 spears that represented death. At the same time, 13 even more exaggeratedly huge magic warships that were 7,000 to 8,000 feet long squeezed out of the void and directly covered the 4 islands. Amidst the rumbling, the 4 islands trembled intensely. The target of the 7 Blood Eyes this time was none other than all the magic tools on the islands and the core formation cultivators. At the next instant, the countless magic tools on the 4 islands all collapsed. All the core formation cultivators had nowhere to hide and were locked onto. They were forced out by the spell and suppressed one by one in the air. At that moment, there were no more core formation cultivators on the 4 merfolk islands. After doing this, Old Master Seventh waved his hand and the sea of purple light in the sky suddenly sank and directly enveloped the 4 islands of the merfolk race, forming the sky-cutting formation and suppression. Wails rang out from the array formation and all the merfolk cultivators spat out blood. Among them, chi condensation cultivators were still alright, but the cultivation of foundation building cultivators was actually suppressed. All of them fell by a major realm and were suppressed to the perfected chi condensation realm. On the forbidden sea outside the 4 islands of the merfolk race, purple lights flashed as the figures of the 7th Peak's disciples appeared one after another. They were not surprised when they saw that they were above the forbidden sea. Instead, they immediately took out their magic boats and fell into the sea one after another. Su Qing was among them. At this moment, Old Master Seventh, who was in the sky, calmly spoke. The 7th Peak's grand competition has begun. Wolf cubs, you can enter now. Many races are watching this grand competition. Kill them well and showcase the elegant demeanor of my 7 Blood Eyes. He flicked his sleeve and a storm instantly blew over from the surrounding sea, speeding up the disciples' magic boats. They were like sharp blades that stabbed toward the 4 merfolk islands. In an instant, these 4,000 to 5,000 disciples borrowed the power of the storm to lock onto their respective targets and rush toward different islands. Su Qing looked at the large number of magic ships with terrifying auras in the sky in shock and then at the ruined islands covered in purple light in front of him. His mind was shaken. To him, it was just an instant of teleportation. However, he didn't expect that when he arrived, the outcome of the battle seemed to have already been decided. It was indeed as the captain had said earlier. The true major things were settled by those people on the mountain. To Piedmont disciples like him, the main point of this competition was to get rich. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could survive. A sharp glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He had already made a decision earlier. At this moment, he adjusted the direction of the magic boat and rushed toward Binding Island. His target was the foundation-building holy item and the foundation-building pills on Binding Island. Although the effect of the former was ordinary, he also wanted to sell them for 500,000 spirit stones. There were many disciples who had the same thoughts as him, and most of them were at the upper levels of chi condensation. When observed from above, more than 1,000 magic boats were heading to Binding Island. There were even speed-type magic boats that had already landed on the island. Su Qing wasn't slow by much. Very soon, he approached the shore. He put away the magic boat and leaped up. After he got ashore, he headed straight for the jungle ahead. Just as he was about to get close, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He instantly sped up and dodged the arrows formed by spells flying out of the jungle before charging over. In the jungle, some merfolk cultivators saw Su Qing's arrival. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they let out low roars. Su Qing didn't slow down and directly headed toward them. As he brandished his dagger, heads started flying up. After killing 3 people in a row, Su Qing suddenly jumped back and slashed behind him. Blood spurted out, the stomach of a vicious-looking merfolk cultivator who was about to launch a sneak attack was cut open. At the same time, the other merfolk cultivators in the surroundings all rushed toward him with malevolence and bloodthirst. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. Although he loathed the merfolk race, his goal in coming here this time was to snatch the foundation-building holy item and not to waste time in meaningless fights, so he tried to leave. However, merfolk cultivators appeared in front of him. They formed an encirclement with the merfolk race at the back. Su Qing knew that he would not be able to leave, so he simply rushed over. A while later, his figure walked out of the battlefield. As the blood on the dagger in his hand dripped with the wind, he sped deeper into the jungle. At this moment, on the 4 merfolk islands, the battle between the 7th Peak's disciples and the merfolk cultivators was erupting in many areas. The battles became increasingly intense. Chapter 184, Land of the Non-Human Race. Chapter 184, Land of the Non-Human Race. Looking from the sky, the 4 islands of the merfolk race that were covered in purple light and frequently erupted with killing and spell fluctuations were arranged in the shape of a crescent moon. Among the 4 islands that formed the shape of a crescent moon, the one at the top was Mire Island. The 2 in the middle were Binding Island and Image Island, and the one at the bottom was Hidden Island. Among them, Image was the main island of the merfolk race and the other 3 were sub-islands. Su Qing originally didn't know much about the merfolk race. However, the jade slip Huang Yan had given him had an extremely detailed description of the merfolk race. Not only were there various valuable places marked, but there were also mentions of the history and culture of the merfolk race. In the merfolk race's culture, after their people died, they would enter a strange world called Cloud Field through the Temple of Mire. They called it the Divine Kingdom and it was where their original god was buried. This god was called Mire. This was also the source of the name of the island. Hence, the armor worshipped in the volcano on the island was known as the Armor of Mire. However, although Mire was sacred in their myths, it still fell in the end. Moreover, the faith of the merfolk race needed a carrier. In fact, some of their experts also needed this carrier to cast their divine spells. Hence, they believed in another existence and embellished it with mystery. They called it binding. This was how the Binding Island got its name. The jade slip Huang Yan had given him also mentioned this so-called god binding. In reality, it was just a divine creature in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. It was powerful, but it was far from being called a god. As for the Hidden Island, it represented relics. The merfolk race placed great importance on the belongings and burial items of the dead. They felt that the more burial items there were, the greater the proof of their greatness when they were alive. Hence, most of the dead clansmen would be buried on Hidden Island with all their lifelong belongings. However, they weren't against future generations digging their graves. This was because in their culture, burial objects were dug out by fated clansmen to fight alongside them. That was considered another form of rebirth. Finally, there was Image. As the main island of the merfolk race, it was named after the surname of the first patriarch of the merfolk race. This surname was also the surname of the merfolk royal family. These were the 4 islands of the merfolk race and contained the foundation of their culture. The contents of the jade slip appeared in Su Qing's mind. At the same time, he recalled what the little fatty had said. It was rumored that there were clues about a temple hidden in the Merfolk Foundation building holy item, the Spirit Breath Lantern. According to the legends of the Merfolk race, after the first-generation god, Meyer, died, the Temple of Meyer disappeared with it. It was rumored that there was a hint of a clue to find the Temple of Meyer hidden in the Spirit Breath Lantern, but no one discovered anything after so many years. Su Qing didn't care about this. He only cared about the value of the Spirit Breath Lantern. Hence, while this information flashed through his mind, he didn't stop at all as he whistled through the jungle. His speed was extremely fast. From afar, Su Qing heard many rumbling sounds and also sensed the fluctuations of spirit energy. This was the sound of the 7 Blood Eyes disciples fighting against the Merfolk race. Su Qing quickly swept his gaze across the surroundings. He habitually moved in a crouching posture, jumping across the tree crowns or walking in the dark and hidden spots of the jungle without slowing down. He was very familiar with the jungle environment. As he sped, Su Qing's guess and analysis of the Third Highness and the sect back then were finally confirmed. He knew that no one would find trouble with him for killing the Merfolk race. This made him feel at ease. He leaped to a tree crown and was about to borrow the momentum to move forward when his eyes suddenly narrowed. A sense of danger suddenly rose in his mind and he retreated. The instant he retreated, a red branch rushed out from the tree crown he was on earlier. This tree branch swept like a tentacle. The moment the branch appeared, the large tree withered visibly. At the same time, dozens of large trees in the surroundings withered as well. Red tree branches whistled in all directions, heading straight for Su Qing. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever. His body rose and fell agilely, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he dodged the surrounding branches and leaped up, looking at the source of these branches in the distance. The soil on the ground there was collapsing and a blood-colored thick tree was slowly rising from the ground. As it rose, red light flashed, but it could not block Su Qing's vision. He could clearly see that there were a large number of broken limbs buried in the tree trunk. The limbs belonged to both humans and non-human races. All of them were greenish-black. It was as though they were buried here and their flesh and blood had become nutrients for the tree. Moreover, they had also become a mutation point for the storage of anomalous substances. This was because as the tree rose, Su Qing saw more than 10 huge fruits growing on it. These fruits grew on the tree branches and were translucent. One could see a merfolk cultivator in each fruit. These merfolks had their eyes closed. A large amount of anomalous substances spread out from their bodies and fused into the fruit. They were then absorbed by the tree and sent to the countless corpses inside its trunk. Clearly, this was a special method of merfolk cultivators to remove anomalous substances from their bodies. Moreover, there wasn't just one such tree. There were at least 7 to 8 of them in Su Qing's vision. One could imagine that there were definitely more such large trees in the entire jungle that surrounded the outer area of Binding Island. Just as Su Qing was looking into the distance, the red branches that looked like tentacles whistled over from all directions with intense killing intent. However, the instant they got close to Su Qing, the red branch that was the fastest to approach suddenly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The redness was replaced by black spots, and these black spots seemed to have a life of their own as they rapidly spread out, corroding wherever they passed. All of this caused the tree branch to suddenly rot as it got closer, causing a large amount of black slime to fall. This slime was also highly toxic. After it landed on the ground, it would corrode any substance it came into contact with. Even the soil emitted a sizzling sound. Moreover, that branch wasn't the only one to rot. All the branches that were close to Su Qing instantly rotted. The black spots on the branches didn't dissipate and followed the branches to their source. From afar, one could see that the black color rapidly covered the dozens of melting branches and spread toward the huge blood-colored tree from all directions. Just as the huge tree was about to be swarmed by the black color, the dozen or so fruits suddenly trembled. The merfolk cultivators inside sensed danger and opened their eyes one after another, breaking out of their shells. However, not all merfolk cultivators could awaken and escape so quickly. In the end, only 4 were able to rush out in time. As for the rest, the instant the tree was covered in black color, the fruits instantly turned pitch black and rotted as though they had been dripped with thick ink. This scene incensed the 4 merfolk cultivators. Their cultivation bases at the perfected Qi condensation realm erupted as they charged toward Su Qing. In their perception, Su Qing was also at the perfected Qi condensation realm and he was a human. Very few humans could awaken racial talents. Hence, when fighting at the same realm, the non-human races had the advantage. Although the poison path was invasive, their body structure was different from the humans, so they could ignore many human poisons. Hence, these 4 merfolk cultivators approached Su Qing without hesitation. However, the instant they got close, a cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes and his speed suddenly increased. This speed exceeded the judgment of the 4 merfolk cultivators. Before they could express horror, Su Qing had already arrived in front of a merfolk cultivator. His dagger swept out with a cold light. The instant the merfolk's head flew up, his body ruthlessly collided with another merfolk cultivator. Cracking sounds rang out, even though the merfolk cultivator who was knocked into by him had a powerful racial talent that could dissipate some impact, he still couldn't withstand it. Before he could let out a cry, his bones and flesh shattered. As flesh and blood splattered everywhere, Su Qing's dagger left his hand and headed straight for the forehead of the 3rd merfolk cultivator. At the same time, the face of the last merfolk cultivator turned pale and intense fear appeared in his eyes. He didn't dare to continue approaching and quickly retreated. He had only fled for less than 100 feet when his body trembled and countless black spots appeared. As the black spots spread out, his miserable cries rang out. His body rapidly corroded until it melted. Some poisons were indeed ineffective on merfolks due to their internal body structure. Su Qing specially targeted this point and had optimized his poison powder. After killing the 4, Su Qing walked over and searched the 4 of them for items when his mind stirred and he looked into the distance. In the distance, a 7 Blood-Eyes disciple appeared. Su Qing was unfamiliar with this person, but the fluctuations from the latter's sea transformation art that were close to the Great Circle of Perfection proved that the other party was indeed a fellow sect member. At the same time that he looked over, this disciple suddenly stopped in his tracks. The instant his gaze met Su Qing's, the 7 Blood-Eyes disciple's breathing paused. It was as though he had encountered a powerful sea beast on the Forbidden Sea, causing his body to stiffen. He relied on his great willpower to barely move and speak. "Senior brother, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just passing by." As he spoke, he hurriedly took out a large number of medicinal pills and swallowed them. After that, he raised his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions and slowly retreated. Su Qing coldly glanced at this person. After organizing the spoils of war, he left. It was only after he confirmed that Su Qing had moved far away that the 7 Blood-Eyes disciple, whose cultivation was close to the Great Circle of Perfection, gasped. His eyes were still filled with horror and his heart was beating extremely rapidly. If I had gotten closer or revealed any ill intentions earlier, I might have died here. The aura emitted by Su Qing and his ruthless actions really gave him a huge pressure. This pressure caused him to have an illusion just now. It was as though he wasn't facing a chi condensation cultivator but a foundation building deacon from the sect. When did such a ruthless person appear at the foot of the mountain? He had been out at sea for the past half a year, so he didn't know of Su Qing's existence. He quickly left. However, after taking a few steps, he spat out a large mouthful of black blood, scaring him so much that he hurriedly consumed a large number of medicinal pills again. Only then did he feel a little better. This was mainly because the poison Su Qing used earlier was mainly targeted at the merfolk race. Otherwise, if it was the ones in the past, this person would definitely die when he got close to the battlefield. His cultivation is high, he's decisive in killing, and he has terrifying attainments in the poison path. The fear in the eyes of this old disciple of the 7 Blood-Eyes was intense. He didn't dare to follow Su Qing's path but moved in another direction. He had already decided that he wouldn't go anywhere the other party went even if he died. Just like that, time flowed by. The slaughter on the 4 merfolk islands continued with casualties on both sides. Su Qing also slowly fought his way out of the jungle. The moment he walked out of the jungle, he saw a merfolk city in the distance. That city was special. It wasn't built from bricks but was the skeleton of an enormous fish. This skeleton was extremely majestic. It was as big as an area in the 7 Blood-Eyes main city. Su Qing compared the scene with the information about Binding Island in the jade slip Huang Yan had given him. He then sped toward the city. Chapter 185, Target, Foundation Building Pagoda. Chapter 185, Target, Foundation Building Pagoda. The Binding Island wasn't very large. There were 3 cities and many village-like campsites on it. Suqing's target was the main city, Fishbone City. When he landed on the island, he had landed on the shore closest to this city. Binding City, Suqing's eyes gleamed as he sped toward the city. Binding Island was already a mess. One could see ruins here and there which were caused by the bombardment from Old Master 7th, the Seven Blood Eyes Foundation building and core formation warships. In the distance, black smoke billowed and the sounds of battle rang out from all directions. The entire island was in chaos. Suqing's gaze was reserved as he headed straight for Fishbone City. That place didn't seem far, but in reality, even with Suqing's speed, it would still take him an hour to get close. As he got closer, the vastness of the fish skeleton was revealed. Suqing looked at the skeleton and could feel a powerful pressure coming from it. He couldn't imagine how powerful this fish was when it was alive. However, it was obvious that this pressure wasn't a threat to the merfolk race. Perhaps this was related to their race's characteristics. Under this pressure, one would not be able to maintain calm and their cultivation would be suppressed by quite a bit. However, the entire world was now covered by a sea of purple light, so no matter how great the pressure of the fish skeleton was in the past, it was mostly suppressed right now. Although the remaining pressure was still powerful, it did not have much suppression on cultivation bases. As he got closer, Suqing heard the continuous rumbling in the city and also sensed the fluctuations of spells. He knew that many disciples had entered first. He directly leaped into the city. The architectural style of the Binding City, which was built on the fish skeleton, was strange. Some of the buildings were shaped like human houses, some were strange like beehives, and some residences were plants like mushrooms or seaweed. There were also some which were simply sunken ships and shells. Among them, those human buildings clearly had the style of the Seven Blood Eyes. Moreover, these buildings were made of bricks and tiles. It seemed that the Seven Blood Eyes disciples had once come here to build for the merfolk race. Suqing's gaze didn't stop as he ran toward the center of the city. His destination was the Foundation Building Pagoda at the center of the city. According to the clues given by Huang Yan, the Foundation Building holy item, the Spirit Breath Lantern, was placed in the Foundation Building Pagoda. That place was usually guarded by experts of the merfolk race. I have to think of a way to get it. If I can't succeed, then I have to go to the pill vault of this city to find the Foundation Building pill. Suqing knew that time was tight, so he headed straight ahead. However, he didn't use the flight talisman. After all, there was still a huge difference between speeding through the city and running amok in the air. The latter was too eye-catching. Although the merfolk cultivators' cultivation levels had been suppressed and Suqing was very strong, it was still inappropriate to be so eye-catching. As Suqing moved forward, he got closer and closer to his destination. On the way, he also saw some Seven Blood Eyes disciples. Most of these disciples walked in the darkened corners, only focused on plundering items. Even if they killed, it was usually for benefits. Very few focused on killing. Even though there would occasionally be friction between these disciples because they had targeted the same valuable item, they would usually handle it immediately. After all, the city was so big, so there was no need to be calculative. Suqing also saw some representative buildings that seemed to have witnessed the relationship between the Seven Blood Eyes and the merfolk race. For example, he was looking at a stone tablet. This stone tablet was tall and completely preserved. There were a large number of names on it. Looking at the style of the characters, this was the tombstone left behind by the Seven Blood Eyes when they came to help the merfolk race many years ago. The stone tablet was very clean, as though it would be cleaned often. However, upon closer inspection, under the penetration of the array formation in the sky and the stone tablet that had lost its concealment power, all the bones were gone. Moreover, there were obvious signs of excavation. Suqing looked at the stone tablet and then lifted his head to look at the many cultivators of the seventh peak in the sky. He understood why the higher-ups of the Seven Blood Eyes were so angry. However, to Suqing, it hadn't been long since he came to the Seven Blood Eyes. Everything was for benefits, so he didn't have much sympathy. It was just that he instinctively hated such ungrateful actions. He retracted his gaze and suddenly raised his right hand. Countless water droplets instantly appeared, forming a protective barrier around him, blocking the dozen or so bubbles that suddenly flew out from the stone tablet. These bubbles instantly collapsed after coming into contact with the water droplets, forming intense fluctuations. 5 merfolk cultivators rushed out from the surroundings and headed straight for Su Qing with malevolence and cruelty. Su Qing coldly looked over and waved his hand. Immediately, the water curtain around him spread out, transforming into water arrows that instantly pierced through them. Su Qing left this place. After he left, the 5 merfolk cultivators' bodies that were riddled with holes fell to the ground. The leather pouches on their bodies were rolled up by the water droplets which quickly chased after Su Qing. Su Qing grabbed the leather pouches and stored them. His footsteps were as fast as flying as he got closer and closer to the foundation building pagoda. Su Qing acted the same as other disciples. He wasn't in the mood to kill people and only wanted to reach his destination. Of course, if he encountered an ignorant person who took the initiative to provoke him, he wouldn't mind making some profits. Finally, an hour later, Su Qing saw the foundation building pagoda at the center of the city. The appearance of this pagoda was different from the norm. According to the description on Huang Yan's jade slip, this pagoda was in the shape of the merfolk god binding. From afar, the appearance of this pagoda was that of an old woman in a long robe. However, there were countless tentacles protruding from her body. Each of these tentacles had eyes and surrounded the surroundings. When viewed from the side, it looked like there was a ghost face on the old woman's back. Its long tongue fell to the side, as though it had transformed into a shadow of binding. At the hollowed-out top of the pagoda, which was binding's head, a lantern could be seen. The distance was too far, so Su Qing couldn't see the details clearly. However, it seemed that there were still people meditating there, as though they were breaking through under the lantern. There were also many guards anxiously guarding outside the pagoda. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He could tell that those people were unlucky to be undergoing the 100-day foundation building at this time. Due to this unforeseen event, there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to succeed. The instant Su Qing observed the foundation building pagoda, a hint of killing intent erupted from his side. A green palm silently appeared, slashing toward Su Qing's neck with a sharp shell. Su Qing raised his brows and the cultivation base in his body erupted. The Ba shadow behind him manifested and emitted a soundless roar, forming an astonishing heat that spread in all directions. This caused the shell that was swinging at his neck to instantly collapse. The palm that was holding the shell also retracted abruptly. As the void distorted, a translucent figure that was rapidly retreating was revealed. Killing intent flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He looked at the figure who was trying his best to hide but still revealed a blurry outline in the heat wave and rushed over. After he got close, Su Qing punched out with his right hand. The surroundings rumbled. Su Qing's punch combined with the Ba shadow could injure even foundation building cultivators if they didn't activate their mystic brilliance form. That strange figure was clearly shocked, but it was too late to dodge. However, at the critical moment, a talisman appeared in front of the translucent cultivator and turned into a light screen to block the punch. Boom. The talisman's light screen couldn't withstand the impact and directly collapsed. After the slight pause, Su Qing immediately moved forward, but the space in front of him was empty. The other party had completely disappeared. Invisibility. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and turned to walk toward the foundation building pagoda, as though he had given up. However, when he took his 7th step, his body suddenly moved and slammed behind him. As he slammed toward the back, he also stabbed ruthlessly and continuously behind him. The invisible figure behind him struggled and attacked him as well. However, Su Qing's powerful physical body allowed him to not care about these, and he didn't care even if he was injured. At the next instant, he grabbed behind him with his left hand and slammed down. As the ground rumbled, the transparent figure that he had stabbed dozens of times and was poison finally revealed itself. It had green eyes, a scale-covered body, and prominent gills. It was none other than a merfolk. The other party looked to be a middle-aged man. Although his cultivation was at the perfected Qi condensation realm, if it was any other 7 Blood Eyes disciple at the perfected Qi condensation realm, it was hard to say if they could survive. This was because to be able to withstand Su Qing's poison for so long before it acted up and such bizarre attacks could only mean that this person's true cultivation was definitely not at the Qi condensation realm. This was a merfolk foundation building cultivator. However, with the suppression from the array formation, he was pushed down to the perfected Qi condensation realm. At that moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was clearly heavily injured, but he still bit the tip of his tongue and tried to counterattack. However, at the next instant, a black light flashed. The black iron stick carried an astonishingly sharp intent as it broke through the space between his brows. After it stabbed, the black iron stick emitted a foundation-building fluctuation that spread throughout the merfolk's body, destroying all the organs in his body. Seeing that the other party was completely dead, Suqing walked closer and pulled out the black iron stick. He then rummaged through the merfolk cultivator's body and found a pouch. This wasn't an ordinary pouch. This was a storage bag. Suqing's heart sped up for a moment, but he didn't open it immediately. Instead, he kept it and rushed toward the foundation-building pagoda in front of him. At the same time, in the sky, Old Master Seventh crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the distant horizon. Behind him were 13 elders and more than 100 foundation-building cultivators. They were all standing silently. 2 huge water droplets floated on the sides of Old Master Seventh. Other than the corpse-like cultivator, there was also the merfolk ancestor sealed inside. At this moment, the merfolk ancestor looked at the island below through the water droplet and suddenly smiled. "Zhengkai, do you really think victory is in your grasp?" Almost at the instant he finished speaking, the 4 islands of the merfolk race started to shake. Waves of black light erupted from the surrounding sea surface and rapidly covered the islands. They instantly connected together and transformed into a large array that was like a black barrier that covered everything inside. This black barrier kept distorting, as though it was negating the power of the 7 Blood Eyes Array formation. Once the 7 Blood Eyes Array formation was neutralized, the merfolk foundation building cultivators inside would recover their cultivation. At that time, this competition would turn into the merfolk slaughtering the 7 Blood Eyes disciples. "Zhengkai, the sea corpse race should be here soon. It won't be long before your disciples dissolve with your sex array formation and become sacrifices for our race." A black light suddenly erupted from the distant horizon and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. The aura of death that carried an incomparable chill crazily spread out from it, causing the surface of the sea to seem like it was about to freeze. As this aura enveloped the world, a 10,000-foot-long half-rotten crocodile crawled out. Its yellow eyes revealed intense coldness and its body, which was filled with countless vengeful spirits, revealed malevolence. As it crawled out, one could see several figures standing on the head of the rotting crocodile. Every one of them had a shocking aura and behind them was a densely packed cultivator army. It was the Sea Corpse race. "They're here." Old Master Seventh looked at all this with his usual expression and smiled. Chapter 186, Hungry Shuelianzi. Chapter 186, Hungry Shuelianzi. Inside and outside the Wangu continent, regardless of whether it was the various islands or the countless forbidden zones, there were a large number of strange races. The Sea Corpse race was one of them. This race was located at the edge of the Forbidden Zone in the Endless Sea. Before the fragmented face of the god arrived countless eras ago, there was no Sea Corpse race in this world. When the god arrived, his aura tainted and changed the course of all things. Some races disappeared from history, while others continued to struggle. At the same time, some new races were born. Among these new races, one of them was the Sea Corpse race. This race had strange characteristics. They could directly absorb anomalous substances. Moreover, they didn't have the ability to reproduce. The growth of their race and the increase of their clansmen depended on special methods. That was, conversion. Their unique method could allow them to mark and revive the dead. The corpses that were resurrected after being marked had incomplete memories of their previous lives, like they were different people. Their personality would become violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Moreover, their bodies would emit dense anomalous substances that wouldn't be tolerated by the world. At the same time, the summoning of the Sea Corpse race would echo in their minds. This summoning guided them to the Sea Corpse race's territory and they would become a member of the Sea Corpse race. They would cultivate the cultivation arts that belonged to the Sea Corpse race. This allowed them to gradually recover their intelligence and continue to grow stronger. However, the characteristics of this race made them even more heartless the more they cultivated. They would not care about their past. In addition, the higher one's cultivation was when they were alive, the stronger their combat strength would be after they were transformed. However, there were many restrictions to the transformation and the success rate wasn't high. Hence, this race didn't become a great calamity for the various races. And due to some special reasons as well, they were allowed to exist. Over the many eras, the sea corpse race had discovered that the success rate of transforming the corpses of human cultivators was relatively higher, so their focus was on the human race. As for the seven blood eyes, they were located in the Nanhuang continent and weren't far from the sea corpse race's territory. Hence, the hatred between them became increasingly intense. Wars would erupt every once in a while. Now, with the help of the incident on Merfolk Island, the sea corpse race's army could arrive without any fear. As the vortex spread out, the 10,000-foot-long crocodile roared sinisterly and stepped in the air. Its body was already halfway out. The few figures above its head were all covered in black miasma. That was a manifestation of the dense anomalous substances. Under the envelopment of this black gas, their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. One could only see their red eyes in the black fog and their cultivation fluctuations that didn't seem inferior to the merfolk ancestor. Noticing the arrival of the sea corpse race, the merfolk ancestor laughed loudly. "Zheng Kai, I want to see what other tricks your sect has up its sleeves. Then watch carefully." Old Master Seventh's expression was as calm as ever. He took out an ordinary jade slip and threw it at the sea corpse race that was currently appearing aggressively with endless baleful aura and anomalous substances. This jade slip flew lightly and arrived in front of the sea corpse race's army. Before it reached the sea corpse race, it collapsed and shattered on its own. The instant it shattered, the sky rumbled, as though countless thunder had exploded in unison. The entire sky caved in and cracks formed in the sky. These cracks were like dragons and snakes swimming around, passing through the sky violently. It looked like an invisible brush was painting in the sky. These cracks connected together and shockingly, a gigantic figure was outlined in the sky. It was the figure of an old man. He seemed to have fused with the sky. His face was expressionless as he stared at the living beings below. Under his gaze, the sea stirred up unprecedented waves. Even the existences at the bottom of the sea hid themselves. All the sea beasts were trembling. Under his sweeping gaze, the merfolk ancestor directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed extreme horror. His body kept trembling and he actually knelt down. Under his gaze, the 1,000-foot-long crocodile that had walked out halfway wailed. Its rotting body seemed to be decaying faster, but it didn't dare to move at all. The figures of the several experts of the sea corpse race above its head also fluctuated intensely. Their bodies shivered uncontrollably. All of them spat out blood. Many of their army directly exploded. "Welcome, ancestor." Old Master Seventh took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the old man formed by the cracks in the sky. The other elders and foundation-building cultivators in the surroundings were all the same. All of them lowered their heads and greeted loudly. The instant they greeted, the seven Blood Eyes ancestor in the sky suddenly swayed. Immediately, the countless cracks that formed his body seemed to have separated from the sky and turned into red threads. They moved toward the sea corpse race, which was in chaos right now. As the expressions of the sea corpse race cultivators changed drastically, these red lines rapidly enveloped them and passed through. The instant they passed through, it was as though they had devoured all the vitality as all the sea corpse race members withered. In an instant, the 1,000-foot-long crocodile's body disintegrated. The bodies of the several experts of the sea corpse race above its head withered and died. As for the army at the back, they also could not escape this calamity. They were all reduced to ashes by the arrival of these red threads. The massacre was finished in just an instant. However, these red threads didn't stop at all. They swept up terrifying fluctuations and headed straight for the vortex that the sea corpse race had walked out of. It was as though that place was their target. The vortex wanted to close, but it was too late. Before it could close, endless red threads surged in with greed and madness. At the next moment, the vortex disappeared. However, one could imagine that the other side of the vortex must be in an extremely tragic state. Now that the vortex and red threads had disappeared, the sky was clear again. The sea also regained its waves, as though nothing had happened. Only the withered corpses of the dead cultivators of the sea corpse race splattered onto the surface of the sea like rain. "What do you think?" Old Master Seventh looked at the merfolk ancestor who was kneeling and trembling. Broke through, the seven Blood Eyes ancestor, Shuelianzi I, broke through. "Zheng Kai, your seven Blood Eyes target wasn't our merfolk race. Your target is the sea corpse race." The merfolk ancestor's eyes were filled with despair. At the side, the sea corpse cultivator, who was also enveloped by the water droplets, also felt as though his entire body was about to melt. His originally cold expression was now replaced by fear. "Looks like you still have some brains left. My sect doesn't need to spend much effort on a mere merfolk race. It's just that the ancestor is very hungry from breaking through, so I used you guys to bait the sea corpse race. I also have to thank your race for attracting the sea corpse race, allowing them to take the initiative to open the gateway for the ancestor just when he broke through and was hungry. Now, the competition can continue." Old Master Seventh smiled. He swept up the merfolk ancestor and the sea corpse race captive at the side and stepped onto the great wing. He sat there with a leisurely expression. As for the battlefield below, he didn't forcefully open it to observe. It was originally to nurture Gu, so it was naturally good to increase the disciple's sense of danger. As for how tragic it was inside, he didn't care. Those wolf cubs are probably here to make a fortune. There's nothing much to see. At the same time, on Binding Island, in the Fishbone City, Su Qing, who was speeding toward the foundation building pagoda in front of him, suddenly lifted his head. He didn't see what was happening in the outside world. What he saw was that the entire sky was dark. That was the merfolk race's array formation melting the 7 Blood Eyes Purple Sea. As the purple sea slowly dissipated, the suppression also showed signs of loosening. This caused Su Qing's eyes to narrow. "I have to speed up." Su Qing immediately took out a flight talisman and stuck it on his leg. His speed soared and he transformed into a rainbow that headed straight for the foundation building pagoda. He reached the pagoda in just over 30 breaths of time. He saw more than 70 merfolk cultivators around the foundation building pagoda. Su Qing glanced at the 100-foot-tall foundation building pagoda in front of him. Clearly, these cultivators were protecting the people in the pagoda. It was obvious that the identities of the cultivators in the pagoda weren't simple. There were also 7 to 8 7 Blood Eyes disciples here. They all had designs on the spirit breath lantern. After all, its value was 500,000 spirit stones. They were fighting among themselves and there were many corpses on the ground belonging to both 7 Blood Eyes disciples and merfolk cultivators. The stench of blood permeated the surroundings, causing those unfamiliar to it to vomit. However, those who were used to it would instinctively feel bloodthirsty. Su Qing's figure that rushed over immediately attracted the attention of both sides. However, before they could see clearly, Su Qing, with the support of the flight talisman and his own speed, transformed into an afterimage and headed straight for the top of the foundation building pagoda. Furious roars rang out from the surroundings. The dozens of merfolk cultivators who didn't participate in the battle quickly moved to stop him. Among them, one of them looked to be at the perfected chi condensation realm, but in reality, his cultivation level was much higher. Clearly, he was once at the foundation building realm. He glared at Su Qing and performed a series of hand seals. Immediately, the phantom of a merfolk holding a fork appeared behind him. Its entire body was black and it looked sinister and savage as it charged fiercely at Su Qing. At the same time, the other merfolks also casted spells and encircled Su Qing from all directions. In addition, the eyes of the surrounding 7 Blood Eyes disciples also flickered with coldness. All of them used their trump cards and quickly rushed to the top of the foundation building pagoda. Clearly, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity while Su Qing attracted the attention of the merfolk race to take the holy item. A cold light filled Su Qing's eyes. The moment he arrived, he had already made a decision. No matter who dared to snatch it from him this time, he would kill them. He waved his hand and the light above his head instantly flickered. As black light spread out as his magic boat manifested. The magic boat that was hundreds of feet long appeared and emitted a terrifying aura. Moreover, it was floating, which made it different from the other disciples' boats. The instant it appeared, as Su Qing performed a series of hand seals, the 4 legs of the alligator turtle-like magic boat suddenly landed. Amidst cracking sounds, over 10,000 sharp iron pieces transformed into a storm with violent power that erupted in all directions. All the merfolk cultivators in the range of the storm let out blood-curdling cries before they were cut into pieces. Even the expression of the foundation building merfolk changed drastically and he retreated rapidly with horror on his face. However, he was still swept up by the iron storm. He screamed and shouted as his flesh and skin got torn apart. A dagger moved toward him at an astonishing speed and pierced through his neck. The 7 Blood Eyes disciples were not an exception. From the moment they had decided to snatch the holy item from Su Qing didn't plan to hold back. At that moment, corpses were strewn everywhere. There were no longer any survivors outside the pagoda. Su Qing didn't stop at all as he continued toward the top of the foundation building pagoda. Through the gap there, he saw a merfolk youth meditating, as well as a lantern beside him. This lantern looked strange, like an upside-down opened black umbrella. The handle of the umbrella was the wick. Its dim yellow light enveloped and protected the merfolk youth. Chapter 187, The Shadow Awakens. Chapter 187, The Shadow Awakens. Su Qing immediately punched. However, the outer wall of the pagoda was extremely firm. There was also a layer of barrier that instantly spread out, neutralizing the power of Su Qing's punch. However, because of the 7 Blood Eyes array formation in the air above the island, all cultivation and external forces were forcefully suppressed at the Qi condensation realm. This foundation building pagoda was no exception. The protective barrier it emitted was severely weakened. Although it neutralized Su Qing's punch, it shook intensely. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He didn't have time to waste. He performed a series of hand seals with his right hand, and the magic boat at the side instantly buzzed and changed directions, smashing fiercely toward the pagoda. The sturdiness of Su Qing's magic boat was already comparable to a foundation building item. It could be said that other than the fact that it didn't have a foundation building power source, this was a foundation building magic ship. The powerful collision instantly destroyed the protective barrier outside the foundation building pagoda and also shattered the outer wall. Su Qing kept the magic boat and rushed in through the damaged part. In the pagoda, the flames of the spirit breath lantern swayed, illuminating Su Qing's shadow on the wall. Su Qing didn't pause at all and directly moved toward the spirit breath lantern. However, at this moment, the merfolk youth who was breaking through suddenly opened his eyes. His expression revealed anxiety and anger. Just as he was about to speak, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The cultivation power in his body instantly became chaotic. However, he still gritted his teeth and pointed at Su Qing. Immediately, a merfolk phantom formed behind him and slapped fiercely at Su Qing. Su Qing punched out fiercely, forming a storm that directly landed on the merfolk phantom. The phantom instantly collapsed, and even the merfolk youth behind it spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was swept up and slammed into the wall at the side. The pagoda had lost the protective barrier, so the wall became ordinary. It collapsed under the impact, and the merfolk youth's body fell through it. Su Qing didn't have the time to bother with the other party. He quickly approached the spirit breath lantern and grabbed at it. Right at this moment, his shadow that was reflected under the lantern's light distorted. It moved on its own. Su Qing lifted his hand, and so did the shadow. However, before Su Qing could grab the spirit breath lantern, his shadow suddenly extended a little further. Its black hand actually beat Su Qing to it and instantly extended to the spirit breath lantern. It was as if it hated this burning fire to the extreme and extinguished it. Su Qing suddenly paused and turned his head to look at the wall. The shadow disappeared from the wall after extinguishing the fire. However, Su Qing's perception could clearly sense the shadow rapidly drawing back and restoring its normal appearance. Su Qing's expression was ugly as he grabbed the spirit breath lantern. After this lantern was extinguished, it didn't look anything special. Only its shape was special. However, Su Qing was in no mood to care about the spirit breath lantern. He stared coldly at his shadow, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. The other party's actions reminded him of the words the mute youth had left in the jade slip. "It's sleeping." The scene earlier, after connecting it to the words in the jade slip, gave Su Qing the feeling of a person in deep sleep. His eyes were dazzled by the light that suddenly appeared. Hence, in his impatience, he instinctively raised his hand and extinguished it. A terrifying glint appeared in Su Qing's eyes. Suddenly, the spirit energy in his body gushed into the spirit breath lantern. With the continuous transfer of spirit energy, the spirit breath lantern was ignited again. The light of the fire spread out in all directions, causing Su Qing's shadow to appear on the wall again. The instant the lantern was lit, the shadow on the wall distorted under the illumination of the fire. Very soon, the black shadow hand stretched out again and arrived at the spirit breath lantern Su Qing was holding, wanting to extinguish it. Su Qing let out a cold snort and his will spread out, controlling the shadow with all his might, causing the shadow's hand to pause beside the spirit breath lantern. It was actually showing a hint of struggle. It was as though it wanted to ignore Su Qing's control and extinguish the light. "Are you sleeping or pretending to be asleep?" Su Qing coldly spoke. At the same time, he circulated the purple crystal, forming a suppressive force that ruthlessly suppressed the shadow that was struggling under his control. Su Qing was very familiar with suppression. Previously, he would suppress it about 5 to 6 times a day. However, this time, the number of times Su Qing suppressed it reached 13 in one go. Under his suppression, the shadow trembled intensely and grew dimmer. Su Qing's face was expressionless, but he didn't stop. He suppressed it for over 20 times until the shadow distorted and showed signs of shattering. However, Su Qing wasn't satisfied with just this. He coldly looked at the shadow and lifted the lit spirit breath lantern to the shadow. At the same time, he let go of his control over the shadow. However, this time, the shadow didn't dare to extinguish the light. It trembled even more intensely and didn't even dare to evade the light. Su Qing's expression was still cold. He placed the spirit breath lantern completely in his shadow. The light from the spirit breath lantern changed in color in the shadow. It was no longer dim yellow but a dark green color that was filled with strangeness. The shadow's trembling had reached its limit, but it still didn't dare to resist. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He lowered his head and looked at the spirit breath lantern in his hand. When he held this lantern earlier, regardless of whether it was extinguished or lit, there was no strange change. However, now that it was placed in his shadow, it actually emitted a faint fluctuation. At the same time, there seemed to be a fluctuation coming from the underground. Both sides were resonating. Su Qing's expression changed and he immediately took out the spirit breath lantern from his shadow. The moment he took it out, the fluctuations disappeared as though they had never appeared. The lantern seemed to have returned to normal. Su Qing fell silent. As the shadow trembled, he placed the lantern in it again. The fluctuations rose again and the guidance was very clear. Su Qing recalled the rumors about the temple of Meyer and the jade slip the little fatty had given him. This caused him to have some guesses. As he fell into deep thought, Su Qing coldly glanced at the shadow. He didn't care if the other party could understand him or not as he spoke in a low voice. "You can continue sleeping." After saying that, Su Qing memorized the specific location indicated by the resonance. He blew out the spirit breath lantern in his hand and stored it. After that, he leaped down the foundation building pagoda. When he landed, he quickly checked his surroundings, searching for the merfolk youth who had fallen earlier. The other party had suffered a backlash from failing to reach foundation building and had suffered a blow from him. Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. At this moment, his gaze swept over and landed on the ground not far away. There was a corpse there. It was none other than the merfolk youth. Clearly, the backlash from failing to reach foundation building was severe. After he fell to the ground, he wasn't able to crawl far before he died. However, Su Qing was still worried. He cast a few spells and even scattered poison powder. Only after he confirmed that the other party wasn't pretending to be dead did he approach. He quickly searched the merfolk's body and took out a storage bag. His identity isn't simple. He must have prepared foundation building pills. I hope he hasn't finished them. Su Qing was tempted. He quickly opened the storage bag and took a look, a smile appearing on his face. He kept the bag and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a sound of applause came from not far away. Su Qing turned his head and saw a figure walking over while clapping with half a small apple in his mouth. It was the captain. "Wow, Deputy Captain Su, did you kill everyone here? Looks like you gained a lot. You should have taken that spirit breath lantern, right? I'm a step too late." Su Qing was on guard but his expression didn't reveal anything as he calmly spoke. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. How did the other party manage to speak with an apple in his mouth? Noticing Su Qing's gaze, the captain's expression didn't change at all. He took a bite of the apple and let it fall from his mouth, catching it with his right hand. He glanced at Su Qing ostentatiously and then at the sharp iron pieces on the surrounding corpses. "This is the damage caused by your magic boat, right? That brat Zhang Sen has invested a lot in your magic boat. Also, when are you going to return the 2,000 spirit stones you owe me? No money. Suqing looked at the small apple in the captain's hand and expressionlessly took out a very large apple from his storage bag to eat. The captain was stunned. He looked at the big apple in Suqing's hand and then at his little apple. He felt that his apple didn't taste good anymore. Stop acting. Your acting skills are too lousy. I was the one who taught it to you. Isn't it just a spirit breath lantern? What's there to hide? I don't fancy that thing. I don't want it even if it's given to me. It's not even a life lantern. The captain's tone was a little sour. Why aren't you asking what a life lantern is? The captain was surprised. Suqing looked at the captain and asked, "What is a life lantern?" The captain sighed. "Seeing that you're my team member and owe me 2,000 spirit stones, I'll tell you. The spirit breath lantern is actually a replica. It's a replica of the life lantern, and the copy quality is inferior. You should know about the mystic brilliance form of foundation building cultivators, right? That's an explosive state from igniting the life fire in one's body. There are 3 life fire at most. Forming the first ball of life fire is the early stage foundation building realm. Forming the second ball is the mid-stage foundation building realm. When the third ball of life fire appears, it will be the sign of the late-stage foundation building realm. In theory, the cultivator can attempt to form their core now. As for forming the fourth ball of life fire, that requires great opportunities. It was the same even before the god's fragmented face arrived. However, there's a type of extraordinary people. They are the direct descendants of the ancient kings and sovereigns. The path they take is completely different from ordinary cultivators. When they reach the foundation building realm, because of their incomparable bloodline and emperor-level cultivation arts, they don't give birth to life fire but life lanterns. 1 life lantern is equivalent to the might of 2 balls of life fire. Life fire has no roots, but life lantern has a foundation. The former is like willow catkins, while the latter is like a boulder. The difference is obvious. If you have a life lantern in your body, you can fight those above your level. If you have 2 life lanterns, you'll basically be unrivaled among foundation building cultivators and already have the qualifications to form your core. If you have 3 life lanterns, you'll be the number 1 person among all races below the golden core realm. Of course, it is a different matter if the opponent also has life lanterns. Because the ancient kings and sovereign have been gone for many eras, there is no one who can cultivate life lanterns anymore in this era. Only some peerless heavens chosen from the Wangu continent will obtain a life lantern with their background and monstrous opportunities. As for the life lanterns they get, they were all passed down from the descendants of the deceased ancient kings and sovereigns. After the person with the life lantern dies, the life lantern will scatter. If others obtain it, they can fuse it into their bodies and make it their own life lantern. Of course, you don't have to think about these. Just treat it as giving you some common information. Life lanterns are legendary items. Any one of them can cause the large sects in the Wangu continent to take action. Let's not talk about this. If you want to reach the foundation building realm, you should try to obtain more foundation building pills. However, your luck isn't bad. Coincidentally, I know that the merfolk race has a large pill vault and there should be a lot of foundation building pills inside. Come with me. There's nothing good on the merfolk islands. The real good stuff is in the underwater world below. Let's go quickly. That brat Zhang Sen should have already reached there. The captain licked his lips and his eyes gleamed as he pointed to the ground. Suqing's heart trembled when he heard about the life lanterns. He thought of the guiding power of the spirit breath lantern and his heart couldn't help but race. Life lantern. Chapter 188, There are always honest people. Chapter 188, There are always honest people. Suqing glanced at the ground. He wanted to take a look at the location that the resonance pointed out and see what was there. The jade slip that Huang Yan had given him also described the underground of the merfolk's island. Due to the characteristics of the merfolk race, the clan's territory was divided into 2 levels. One was the surface world formed by the cities built on islands with bones or shells. They liked bones. Regardless of whether it was fish bones, beast bones, or non-human bones, they were all things they were passionate about. The more sinister and evil they were, the greater their fondness for them. It was as though this was the cultural inheritance buried in the very depths of the soul of every merfolk. As for the second level, it was underwater. There were no caves here on the underwater. It consisted of just an earth layer spanning across the entire underside of the island with inverted architectural complexes built while directly submerged in the sea. As for the appearance of the merfolk island as a whole, it was actually like a floating leaf. The inverted buildings were being held by some strange force. In Huang Yan's Jade Slip, the world that the merfolk had built under the sea was described as gorgeous. It was said that all the buildings there were formed from countless multicolored corals. There were also a large number of sea anemone, covered in barbed tentacles, on the corals. As for the exact appearance, Su Qing didn't know. Let's go. There's nothing good here. Let's go to the fish eye. That's the entrance. The captain rushed into the distance. Su Qing chose to follow, but he maintained a certain distance. His relationship with the captain was a little strange. He trusted the latter but not too much. Su Qing still felt that the captain was mysterious and it was very difficult for him to guess the other party's thoughts. He instinctively felt danger from the other party. With his current cultivation level, he could fight against foundation building cultivators, but he still felt the captain was stronger. In fact, he would check the captain's aura every time he broke through. However, every time, he would feel that the other party was slightly stronger than him. This made him even more vigilant. Just like that, the two of them sped through Fishbone City. Their target was the location of the fish eyes. According to what the captain said or what the Jade Slip described, that place was the entrance to the underwater world. They also saw many Seven Blood Eyes disciples on their way. These people were either speeding in the dark or exploring the buildings. There were also some who specifically looked for the merfolk corpses to see if there were any spirit stones hidden. There was even a portion of them who were lying in ambush. They targeted both the merfolk race and other sect members. They were like a group of hyenas. They were good at hiding and hunting. However, after seeing Su Qing and the captain, they quickly retreated. It was unknown if it was because they were afraid of the captain or Su Qing. Do you see those guys? Many of them could have broken through long ago, but they suppressed their cultivation just to come here to make a fortune. All of them have noses that are even sharper than a dog's. Heavens! Look over there, they actually didn't even let go of someone's house. This is too much. The captain pointed into the distance where a few disciples were demolishing a building. This building was special. It was actually made of some spiritual shells. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the captain suddenly rushed over and his cultivation erupted, causing the gazes of the few people who were demolishing the house to flicker a few times before retreating immediately. They didn't even look back and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The captain's eyes lit up. He immediately dismantled the house with great familiarity. Su Qing also approached and joined in the dismantling, quickly taking away the seashells with strong spirit energy fluctuations. Good stuff. Whose house is this? A small piece of these seashells is worth more than 10 spirit stones. Su Qing didn't speak and moved even faster. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn out, when the two of them left, this house was already gone. On the way, there were many lands that were empty like this. Every time the captain saw them, he would have an indignant expression. This is too much. These old disciples are clearly so powerful, but they still came to snatch from us children. When the captain spoke unhappily, Su Qing looked at his face. The captain looked to be in his late 20s. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? The captain tilted his head and looked at Su Qing. You're not a kid. I am. Su Qing calmly spoke. This was the fourth sentence he said after meeting the captain. The captain sighed. Vice Captain Su, it's better for you to remain silent in the future. Don't speak anymore. Oh right, remember to return the 5,000 spirit stones you owe me quickly. With that, the captain sped up. Su Qing pretended not to hear and silently followed behind. The two of them slowly got closer and closer to the fish head area. Just as they saw the large hole formed in the fisheye location, an explosion rang from afar. Amidst this loud explosion, a merfolk cultivator fled in the sky above the city. A blue light caught up from behind and directly killed him. As the blue light dissipated, it revealed a youth with a flight talisman on him. It was the heaven chosen of the Coast Guard Department, Ding Xiaohai. Ding Xiaohai's expression was solemn as he searched for the other merfolk race members with a sharp glint in his eyes. Wherever he passed, there would be corpses of the merfolk race. Very soon, he found a new target and flew over to kill it. Unless it was convenient, he wouldn't stop to take items. It was as though this would affect his killing speed. At that moment, he was gradually nearing Su Qing and the captain. He didn't even glance at them as he rushed past them toward a group of merfolk cultivators in the distance. His actions were completely different from the other disciples Su Qing had seen on his way here. Others wanted to make a fortune, but he was clearly doing it for points. Good disciple. Su Qing, did you see that? This is a good disciple of my 7 blood eyes. It's precisely because we have such a disciple that my 7 blood eyes future exists. The captain had a look of admiration on his face. When he sprinted past the place where the other party had rushed toward, he clenched his fist at Ding Xiaohai in a cheering posture. Senior brother Ding is mighty. All the best, senior brother Ding. Senior brother Ding, my black team 6 of the homicide department will fully support you in fighting for first place and obtaining the status of a core disciple. Ding Xiaohai's expression was cold. He glanced at the captain and continued to kill. Su Qing stared at him. He could feel a sense of persistence from Ding Xiaohai, persistence in becoming the first. The captain sighed with emotion and lowered his head to whisper to Su Qing behind him. Don't learn from him. He has clearly become stupid from cultivation. What's the use of being a core disciple? He's already about to break through. Once he breaks through, won't he become a purple-robed disciple? At that time, even the core disciples will have to be respectful and polite when they see him. What's the point of working so hard? He has such a sense of belonging to the sect. Everyone's choices are different. It's not easy to judge this. Su Qing looked at the captain and said his 5th sentence. The captain smiled and pointed at Su Qing. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed. Su Qing's expression also changed and the two of them instantly retreated at the same time. The instant they retreated, the ground where they were previously at suddenly cracked. 4 pitch-black hands stretched out from there. Although they missed, a powerful fluctuation erupted. As the ground collapsed, 2 figures flew out. These 2 figures wore black armor and their hair was withered. Their exposed skin showed signs of necrosis. Their eyes were light red and revealed bloodthirst and cruelty as they charged toward Su Qing and the captain. Sea Corpse race. Su Qing, be careful. These 2 are at the perfected Qi condensation realm. Although they aren't at the foundation building realm, the Sea Corpse race is strange. They cultivate with anomalous substances and the anomalous substances in their bodies are dense. They also cultivate corpse poison and have powerful bodies. Don't let yourself be injured too much. The captain quickly spoke. With a wave of his hand, he swept a spear toward the approaching Sea Corpse race cultivator. At the same time, the ground under Ding Xiaohai also rumbled. A 3rd Sea Corpse cultivator appeared and attacked Ding Xiaohai. The 3 of them immediately fought separately. The fluctuations of their spells were intense. Su Qing also sensed the strangeness of the Sea Corpse race. His all-out punch only blasted the other party back a few steps without any injury. As for the vital points like the neck which was slashed by the dagger, it was directly ignored by the Sea Corpse race. Ever since Su Qing arrived at the 7 blood eyes, he had seen many non-human races. However, this was the first time he had seen such a strange race. This was especially so for the corpse poison emitted by the other party, making him very curious. Between corpse poison and my poison, which is more powerful? Chapter 189, Above the Forbidden Region. Chapter 189, Above the Forbidden Region. At that moment, the sea of purple light in the sky was constantly colliding with the black array formation. No one was controlling them, but it was obvious that the difference in their uses made it impossible for them to coexist. Just like the 6 cultivators fighting at the fish head. A long sword danced in Ding Xiaohai's hand, blooming one sword flower after another formed by the sea transformation art. Every one of them contained astonishing killing intent. He also used a talisman and coupled with his spell, it formed an area that was like a sea area. This allowed him to match the strength of the Sea Corpse race member. However, anomalous substances and corpse poison were the Sea Corpse race's main weapons in addition to their savage character. Ding Xiaohai was being pushed back gradually. However, he still had a trump card. As for the captain, the spear in his hand moved like a dragon. It was extremely fast and its style kept on changing. Upon closer inspection, it looked like he was embroidering or carving with it as he moved around the sea corpse cultivators. He was clearly at ease. In fact, he didn't even cast a spell or perform a seal. Instead, he took an apple and took a bite from time to time. He even had the time and energy to cheer Ding Xiaohai on. "Senior brother Ding, good job. Senior brother Ding is mighty. All the best, senior brother Ding." Su, after cheering for Ding Xiaohai, the captain was about to cheer for Su Qing as well. However, just as his gaze swept over, his eyes and mouth widened, almost causing the apple to fall. Su Qing was holding a dagger in his hand. His speed was so fast that he was leaving afterimages. He was slashing the sea corpse race cultivator while scattering a large amount of poison powder at close range. It was as though he was testing his poison path. While testing the poison, his dagger cut forcefully, cutting off piece after piece of flesh from the sea corpse race cultivator's body. The body of the sea corpse cultivator was clearly missing most of the flesh, revealing his bones. As for the ground, it was covered in blue flesh and blood. As for Su Qing's expression, it didn't change at all. Even though the surroundings were filled with blue blood and it was a shocking sight, his expression was still serious as he continued to attack. In reality, Su Qing didn't think of this happening either. This sea corpse race cultivator in front of him didn't seem to know pain and most of the poison was useless against him. Even though his neck had been slit, his attacks were still ruthless. It was as though he didn't care about his life. He would often risk being injured to counterattack fiercely. The red light in his eyes seemed like it wanted to tear Su Qing apart. At the same time, waves of spell fluctuations erupted from his body. The essence of these fluctuations wasn't spirit energy but anomalous substances. They formed black foggy ghost faces in the surroundings which pounced toward Su Qing. Su Qing wasn't afraid of anomalous substances but he didn't want to be exposed here. Hence, while dodging with his speed, he also took out a talisman to protect himself. However, a frown appeared on his face. He discovered that even though the other party was injured to such an extent, he was still savage. This caused Su Qing's killing intent to intensify. While moving around, he stabbed fiercely at the other party's head. A red light flashed in the eyes of the sea corpse race cultivator. He suddenly raised his right hand and welcomed the attack. With the help of his bones, the instant the dagger was stuck, the sea corpse race cultivator suddenly opened its mouth and bit at Su Qing. Su Qing's gaze was sharp. He decided not to dodge and directly slammed his head into the other party. The mouth of the sea corpse race member collapsed, his teeth broke, and half of his head shattered under the intense impact. Su Qing continued to slash. The arms were cut off. The stomach was cut again. The rotting internal organs turned into corpse fluid and flowed out. This kind of injury and cruel attacks caused the eyes of the sea corpse race, which was about to be dismembered, to reveal a rare fear. All of this was the reason why the captain's apple almost fell off. It wasn't that the sea corpse race didn't have emotions, but their emotions were relatively simple. However, no matter how simple it was, the sensation brought about by death was still terrifying. This sea corpse race cultivator no longer wanted to continue fighting and tried to escape. However, Su Qing didn't agree. He charged forward and got close again. As the dagger danced, a large number of water droplets formed a barrier in all directions, enveloping the sea corpse race member. Amidst the rumbling, the terror in the sea corpse race's eyes grew increasingly intense. He felt this seven blood-eyes disciple in front of him was strange. His anomalous substances were useless against this person. From what he knew, this was impossible. Even those heaven chosen from the various races who didn't have any anomalous substances in their bodies were only pure in their bodies. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of anomalous substances. If they were thrown into the forbidden zones, they would still be invaded by the anomalous substances. However, the anomalous substances disappeared as they invaded this person in front of him, as though they were being devoured. At the same time, the corpse poison that the sea corpse race was proud of was also useless against this person. It was as though the other party wasn't afraid of it at all. On the contrary, the other party's poison attacks caused his mind to be unstable. As for the body, because the sea corpse race wasn't afraid of pain, most of them had powerful bodies. However, the other party seemed to be even stronger. There was also the recovery ability. Due to the uniqueness of the sea corpse race, their recovery ability far surpassed that of other races. However, at that moment, he felt that he was actually inferior to the other party in this aspect. What kind of bizarre existence is this? The eyes of the sea corpse race cultivator flickered with an intense red light. Su Qing had already closed in. As he brandished his dagger, the ground was soon covered in blue blood again. Not long later, as Su Qing's dagger crumbled under the corrosion of the other party's anomalous substances and corpse poison, the sea corpse cultivator seized the opportunity and wanted to flee. However, a black cold light instantly chased after him and pierced through his chest. It was the black iron stick. The instant it pierced through the chest of the sea corpse race, the power of the artifact spirit in the iron stick erupted, forming foundation-building fluctuations that directly destroyed this weak body that was already riddled with holes. The body of the sea corpse race member directly exploded and scattered to the ground. At the same time, the black iron stick suddenly returned to Su Qing's hand. All the bloodstains on it automatically disappeared as though they had been absorbed. The captain looked at the dismembered sea corpse race on the ground and then at the black iron stick in Su Qing's hand. Finally, he noticed that Su Qing was looking at him and instantly felt a little embarrassed. The spear in his hand suddenly distorted and transformed into a stream of water that headed straight for the sea corpse race cultivator fighting him. After an instant of contact, the water quickly coiled around the enemy and let off an astonishing cold air. In the blink of an eye, the water turned into ice, sealing the sea corpse race inside and turning him into a lump of ice. This cold seemed to be able to injure one's soul. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He could faintly sense danger from this ice and knew that this wasn't ordinary ice. It should contain some unknown power. Su Qing, do you see this? You have to be artistic when killing people. You can't rely on brute force alone. The captain coughed and lifted his chin as he proudly took a bite of the apple. He walked forward and knocked on the ice lump. Immediately, cracks spread out and the ice lump collapsed, and the sea corpse race cultivator inside also turned into pieces. This scene caused Su Qing to be even more vigilant. The perfected chi condensation realm of the sea corpse race cultivators clearly surpassed the human races. To be able to kill them so easily was enough to prove that the captain was stronger. Also, I think your spell can be improved. You can try to fuse poison into your water droplets. This should make it more powerful. The captain glanced at the ground around Su Qing and said. When Su Qing heard this, he fell into deep thought. He felt that what the captain said made sense and nodded seriously. Seeing that his words had once again established a powerful image of him in Su Qing's mind, the captain was happy. Let's go. We have to hurry. If we're late, I'm afraid that Kid Zhang-san will be gone. As the captain spoke, he headed straight for the fish eyes. As for Ding Xiaohai, he didn't bother with him. Su Qing didn't bother with him either. As he followed the captain, the image of the captain's attack appeared in his mind as he pondered over his inadequacy and the captain's suggestion. Captain, are sea corpse race cultivators corpses? When they were about to reach the fish eye, Su Qing asked. It was rare to hear Su Qing raise a question. The captain's eyes lit up and he coughed. After glancing at Su Qing, he calmly spoke. The value of this question. Su Qing handed over a large apple. It was larger than the one he had eaten in front of the captain previously. The captain paused and mumbled a few words before accepting the apple and taking a bite. All right, seeing that you're my team member, I'll tell you. The sea corpse race is a race of revived corpses. Their bodies are very strange. Their clan's territory is at the edge of the 9th Forbidden Region. Do you know what the Forbidden Region is? The captain looked at Su Qing. Forbidden Zone. Su Qing asked. The place the god looks at when he opens his eyes will turn into a forbidden zone. Then, what if the god opens his eyes and the place he looks at is a forbidden zone? The captain's expression was deep. Su Qing's heart stirred. He hadn't thought of this question before. After pondering for a moment, his eyes gleamed. The forbidden zone that the god looks at will be filled with anomalous substances once again, crossing a certain boundary. Hence, it becomes a forbidden region. The difference between a forbidden zone and a forbidden region is huge. The captain took a bite of the apple and continued to speak. In the Forbidden Zone, most of the existences are ferocious beasts or bizarre entities. However, in the Forbidden Region, new intelligent races can be born. According to the records of the Seven Blood Eyes, there are at least 15 forbidden regions in the entire world. Some of the races in these forbidden zones are known to the outside world, while others are extremely mysterious. In the Endless Sea, there is a forbidden region known as the Corpse Forbidden. The Sea Corpse race was born in the periphery of that place, and the non-one continent we are in also has a forbidden region. That's the Phoenix Forbidden. You should have heard that there is an emperor in the Phoenix Forbidden called the Flame Phoenix. It is a top-notch divine creature in this world. Although there is a huge difference between it and the god, it is also a similar existence. This Flame Phoenix was born in the Phoenix Forbidden. When Su Qing heard the captain's words, intense waves stirred in his heart. At that moment, as the captain's voice rang out, another layer of mystery of this world seemed to have been lifted. Then, what if the god opens his eyes and looks at the forbidden region? Su Qing suddenly asked. The captain was silent and didn't speak until he reached the deep pit where the fisheye was. The moment he jumped down, his voice rang out faintly. Since ancient times, there have only been 4 records of the god looking at the forbidden region. I also don't know what kind of changes happen to the forbidden regions, but I know that their name is no longer the forbidden region but the divine realm. Chapter 190, Poison Behind You. Chapter 190, Poison Behind You. Su Qing watched as the captain's figure leaped into the huge deep pit in the fisheye location, and the captain's words seemed to fall as well. However, they did not land in the pit, but in Su Qing's mind. Those words stirred up waves in his mind that sent ripples continuously. Prior to the captain's explanation, Su Qing's understanding of the forbidden zones was that they were similar to the jungle beside the scavenger campsite, just that the deeper one went, the stranger, eerie, and dangerous it became. Even for the Phoenix Forbidden on the other side of the non-one continent, he felt that it was just a larger forbidden zone with more ferocious beasts and bizarre existences. But now, he understood that although his understanding wasn't wrong, it was only the tip of the iceberg. This world was vast. The human race was only one of the races living in it. There were many non-human races and dangerous forbidden zones. There were also the forbidden regions above the forbidden zone. Forbidden regions had completely surpassed the level of the forbidden zone and were able to give birth to new races. There was also the divine realm that the captain didn't elaborate on. There are many experts and bizarre existences in this world. Su Qing thought of the saber-wielding stone statue in the temple he had seen in the Forbidden Zone, the giant pulling the dragon carriage he had sensed at the bottom of the sea, and the true body of Sea Lizard Island. After a long time, he turned his head and looked at the Sea Corpse race member who was fighting against Ding Xiaohai. A deep glint appeared in his eyes. The Sea Corpse race that was born at the edge of the Corpse Forbidden was very strong. At the same level of perfected Qi condensation realm, if the Sea Corpse cultivator had been changed to the merfolk or human cultivators, Su Qing wouldn't be so slow in killing them. He would have been much faster. What about the foundation building cultivators of the Sea Corpse race? Su Qing was inwardly vigilant. He believed that there would definitely be other members of the Sea Corpse race under the deep pit and there would definitely be foundation building cultivators among them. Although the array formation in the sky suppressed the enemy's cultivation to the Qi condensation realm, Su Qing had no choice but to be vigilant against the Sea Corpse race. This was more so when the array formation seemed to be becoming more and more unstable. Su Qing fell silent. The more he understood the mysteries of this world, the more he felt that he was too weak. The thought of reaching foundation building as soon as possible became even more intense. Su Qing drew in a deep breath and his gaze regained its sharpness. He then leaped toward the deep pit in the fisheye. This deep pit was like a tunnel. It was wide and so deep that the end couldn't be seen. When Su Qing jumped in, he could only see the captain's figure descending rapidly like a small dot. He didn't control his speed, but moved with the natural falling force while checking his surroundings. The soil around the deep pit was pitch black. The deeper one went, the more humid it became. There was also a large amount of ringworm-like vegetation everywhere. He occasionally saw a few small black flowers that gave off a sinister aura. The humidity continued to increase. Soon, Su Qing heard a splashing sound coming from the captain's side. This sound didn't sound like someone had attacked him but more like he had landed on water. Su Qing immediately circulated his cultivation base. As he lifted his right hand, the black iron stick appeared and pierced into the soil beside him. With the help of the iron stick, Su Qing's speed slowly slowed down. Shortly after, he saw water below. The surface of the water was pitch black and he couldn't see what was inside. However, it was obvious that this passageway was far from the end. The rest of the journey would require him to sink into the water. Su Qing scattered some poison powder. He waited for some time to confirm that there was nothing wrong. Just in case, he placed all the items that could be damaged by water in his storage bag. He then used the sea transformation art to form a protective barrier to block the water. Only then did he sink and continue forward. However, not long after he entered the water, Su Qing became cautious. He didn't see the captain's figure. It was as though some unknown danger hidden in this pitch-black passageway devoured the captain's figure completely. Su Qing immediately took out a pouch filled with all kinds of poison powder from his storage bag and sent it out of his protective barrier, causing the pouch to fuse into the water. It was quickly soaked and a large amount of poison mixed into the water. As it spread in all directions, Su Qing grabbed the pouch and his body continued to sink. Wherever he passed, the black seawater would turn even darker under the influence of the poison. Perhaps it was because Su Qing's poison was very invasive, he didn't encounter any danger on the way down. When he gradually reached the end of the tunnel, there wasn't much poison left in the pouch. Su Qing didn't stop. He threw the pouch to the exit of the tunnel. The pouch opened in the water, causing the remaining poison in it to be released like ink, churning rapidly in all directions. It would be fine if there were no enemies lying in ambush there. However, if there were ambushers, this poisonous water would be enough to make them regret this choice. At the next instant, as the poisonous water churned, miserable cries rang out. 6 merfolk cultivators lying in ambush retreated in the poisonous water and their bodies turned greenish-black rapidly. As they continued to rot, a cold glint rose in Su Qing's eyes as he rushed out of the exit. The instant he left, he could sense waves of spell fluctuations in all directions. There were also muffled roars and shouts. A chaotic battle was going on. At the same time, a gorgeous and wondrous underwater world appeared in front of Su Qing. Compared to the surface of the island, everything here was reversed. However, if one reversed their body here and stepped on the soil on the back of the island, they could clearly see that there were countless 7-colored corals. It was as though the entire world was made up of corals. These corals were used to build luxurious buildings everywhere, and on those corals, there were a large number of sea anemone. The center of the sea anemone was red and its grayish-white tentacles were like sharp teeth. It also had barbed tentacles that extended and swayed in the sea. These tentacles were of different lengths. Some were hundreds of feet long and some were 10 to 20 feet long. There was light flowing on them, causing the entire world under the sea to look extremely gorgeous. In the direction of the bottom of the sea, there were countless translucent eggs floating. Each of these eggs was the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. One could see the children of the merfolk race inside. This place was the undersea world that the merfolk race had built on the back of the island. It was also where their true foundation was. As Su Qing noticed all this clearly, he also saw the battles that were everywhere. A large number of 7 Blood-Eyes disciples were snatching the corals and all the valuable items here. As for the merfolk cultivators, they fought back ferociously. Because they were under the sea, the blood fused into the seawater and turned into balls of blood mist. Su Qing had not finished observing the whole situation when a cold glint flashed in his eyes and he slammed back fiercely, colliding with a merfolk cultivator who wanted to launch a sneak attack. The flesh and bones of the merfolk cultivator shattered, emitting a large amount of blood mist. A sea anemone at the side suddenly opened its mouth and bit at Su Qing. The tentacles in the surroundings rapidly moved toward him, but as soon as they got close, they withered. It was the same for the sea anemone. Before it could bite down, it withered and turned pitch black. Ignoring the sea anemone, Su Qing continued to survey his surroundings while moving forward. On the underwater battlefield, the merfolk race wasn't the only one fighting against the 7 Blood-Eyes disciples. Su Qing also saw the cultivators of the Sea Corpse race. With a glance, there were about 100 Sea Corpse race members scattered around. Every one of them was very savage. 7 to 8 of them even had fluctuations that were infinitely close to the foundation building realm. More than 5 7 Blood-Eyes disciples were needed to suppress one of them. Suqing suddenly lifted his right hand and the black iron stick rushed out, heading straight for a figure rushing toward him from the left. Under the other party's horror, it pierced through the space between his brows and returned to Suqing's side. Suqing didn't stop and continued speeding. He did not take the initiative to attack. Killing wasn't his priority on this trip. After coming to this underwater world, he judged the approximate location of the fluctuations he had sensed from the spirit breath lantern. He wanted to leave this battlefield and take a look at that place to confirm if there was really the item he was hoping for. Just as Suqing was shuttling through the battlefield, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Suqing stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. Almost at the same time he looked over, dozens of different merfolks appeared at the edge of the battlefield. These merfolks were wearing white robes and the fluctuations emitted by their bodies were very strange. It wasn't anomalous substances or spirit energy but something indescribable. After Suqing sensed it, he thought of the divinity contained in his magic boat. His eyes narrowed. And beside every such merfolk, there were some ferocious and strange beasts. Some of these strange beasts were in human form but their bodies were slender. They were dozens of feet tall and looked like bamboo sticks. However, their heads were huge and their green skin emitted a strange aura. There were also those who looked completely like giants but had two heads filled with cruelty. As they walked forward, they were also biting each other. There were also huge eyeballs that were covered in pustules. However, there was an extremely long tongue in their pupils. There were also some rotting small sharks with countless rotting weapons stabbed into their bodies. Divine Priest. The introduction of a type of special cultivator among the merfolk cultivators in the little fatty's jade slip appeared in Suqing's mind. There were very few such cultivators and they called themselves divine priests. Their spells weren't spirit energy but borrowed from the gods they believed in, so they were named divine arts. And those strange beasts were the manifestation of their divine arts. Their appearance brought a huge impact on the battlefield, causing some chaos among the 7 Blood Eyes disciples. However, the 7 Blood Eyes disciples were ferocious people who had experienced the Gu nurturing. There were many who had their eyes on these divine priests. After all, in the merfolk race, the hierarchy of the divine priests was extremely high and their wealth exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Suqing didn't participate in this. He retracted his gaze from those divine priests and was about to leave. However, at that moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. He saw a miserable-looking corpse crawling rapidly on the battlefield not far away. This corpse was covered in blood and its entire body was covered in shocking wounds. It would occasionally crawl and pause. When it passed by the corpses of the merfolk and 7 Blood Eyes cultivators, the corpse would rummage through them with familiarity. After taking the items, it continued to crawl. If it encountered a powerful enemy, the corpse would immediately lie motionless and pretend to be dead. However, if the person's cultivation was ordinary, the moment they passed by, the corpse would suddenly sneak attack. After killing the target, it would quickly run to another side and continue pretending to be a corpse. Although the other party's disguise was very good, Suqing still recognized him. Senior brother Zhang San. The moment Suqing saw Zhang San, there was an energy fluctuation behind him. Suqing rushed forward and abruptly turned around. Just as he was about to throw the black iron stick in his right hand, an anxious voice rang out. "It's me, Deputy Captain Su." It was the captain. However, the current captain was a little different from what Suqing had seen outside. His body was greenish-black and there were familiar signs of poisoning. His lips were purple and he was swallowing antidotes as he walked. Chapter 191, Binding Awakening. Chapter 191, Binding Awakening. "Captain, you're poisoned." Suqing glanced at the captain. "Poisoned? I'm not poisoned. I'm so strong, how could I be poisoned?" The captain raised his brows and answered in surprise. "You are indeed poisoned, Captain." Suqing looked at the captain's greenish-black face that looked similar to the pitch-black seawater and said seriously. The captain's expression turned solemn. "Vice Captain Su, don't spout nonsense. You have to have evidence when you speak. I just saw a tasty-looking sea fruit, but after eating it some wind evil one entered my body. Looks like you can't eat sea fruits casually." As the captain spoke, he seemed to feel his face turning a little numb. He quickly took out a handful of antidotes and stuffed them into his mouth as though he was eating candy. He then chewed and swallowed them. As for his heart, he was feeling rather depressed at this moment. He had hidden himself after falling into the water earlier because he wanted Su Qing to scout the way first while he followed behind. He didn't expect this kid to release poison all the way. Now that he saw that Su Qing was about to speak, he hurriedly swept his gaze across the surroundings and suddenly pointed at Zhang San, who was disguised as a corpse in the distance. Isn't that Zhang San? The captain quickly left Su Qing and ran toward Zhang San. When he reached Zhang San's side, he kicked him. However, Zhang San, who was disguised as a corpse, quickly dodged. He lay on the ground and lifted his head to see the captain as well as Su Qing walking over. "Captain, are you poisoned?" Zhang San looked at the greenish-black color on his captain's face in surprise. "Shut up." The captain coughed and quickly spoke. "Don't be a disgrace. What good stuff can you get by pretending to be a corpse here? Follow me. I know where the good stuff is." The captain immediately checked his surroundings and rushed in a direction. Zhang San didn't hesitate. He jumped up from the ground and greeted Su Qing before chasing after the captain. "Vice Captain Su, the place I'm going to has. The foundation building pill you want. Come quickly." The captain waved at Su Qing as he ran. Su Qing's gaze was restrained as he swept his gaze across the chaos of the battle in the surroundings. He then looked in the direction the captain had left in. That place was also the place guided by the spirit breath lantern. He no longer hesitated and quickly followed the captain and Zhang San. Just like that, the three of them left the merfolk race's underwater battlefield. As they were strong, although they encountered some obstructions on the way, they were all easily dealt with. The captain was clearly in a hurry. When he saw merfolk cultivators blocking the way, he would directly release cold air, turning them into ice sculptures. As for Zhang San, his style was different from the captain's. He had a lot of trinkets of all kinds. Moreover, they were all the kind that would explode upon contact and had high lethality. As they moved forward, Zhang San threw them in all directions, preventing the merfolk from approaching. What he used the most was a thread that was difficult to see with the naked eye. As his body moved, this extremely sharp thread moved in the surroundings, slicing the ice sculptures that the captain made. Clearly, the two of them had cooperated more than once and were already very familiar with each other's methods. Hence, their speed became faster and faster. In fact, Su Qing even saw Zhang San tying a thread to the captain's body. This made it very easy for Zhang San to move forward. As for Su Qing, his attacks were different from the captain and Zhang San. To be precise, he didn't attack at all. Instead, he used a colorless poison powder that he had developed specifically to target the merfolk race. It fused into the water and permeated his surroundings. As he moved forward, the bodies of all the merfolk who neared him melted. Even though they retreated rapidly, they couldn't stop the corrosion of their bodies. They let out mournful cries and their eyes were filled with extreme fear as they faced the unavoidable death. Zhang San's expression changed drastically. He quickly took out a large number of antidote pills and swallowed them. He then moved forward at full speed, wanting to keep a distance from Su Qing who was behind him. As for the captain, he had been eating the antidote pills one by one. Just like that, the three of them sprinted wildly and slowly left the battlefield. Su Qing could also see the direction the captain was heading in. It was the place where the divine priests had come from. This made him fall into deep thought. An hour later, when the rumbling sounds from the battlefield were much weaker, a strange building complex appeared in front of them. Although these buildings were also made with coral, they were pitch black, forming towering circular halls. From the style, it was somewhat similar to the cluster of temples Su Qing had seen in the scavenger campsite. Temple. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. The guiding fluctuation from the spirit breath lantern seemed to be coming from here, but it wasn't convenient for him to take it out to confirm it. "This is the place." The captain's excited voice rang out from ahead. He sped up and headed straight for the temple. Their arrival aroused the vigilance of the merfolk guards in the temple. They rushed out one after another to kill them. However, there weren't many guards. If it was any other time, this place would definitely be heavily guarded. However, now that the merfolk race was facing a calamity, many places in the underwater world were in the middle of chaotic battles. As a result, most of the divine priests had left, so the number of guards here was clearly reduced. With the captain's strength, Zhang San's many trinkets, and Su Qing's colorless poison, they were able to rush straight to the center of the temple cluster. During this time, foundation building cultivators whose cultivation levels had been suppressed to the perfected Qi condensation realm also appeared. However, wherever the captain passed, everything would be frozen. No matter what cultivation level the enemy had, their outcome was the same. They were all instantly turned into ice sculptures. This scene caused Su Qing's heart to tremble. Not only was he wary of the captain's combat strength, but he was also certain that the captain had a strong motive for coming here. From the start, he seemed to be headed straight for this place. Could it be that the captain has the same goal as me? Su Qing was vigilant. As he silently followed, the vigilance in his heart grew even more intense. A moment later, the three of them killed their way to the center of the temple cluster. In front of a blue temple, the captain quickly spoke. Zhang San, set up traps in the surroundings. Take out all your good things, I'll compensate you when we get back. Su Qing, scatter more of your poison here. Don't be stingy. I'll compensate you too when we get back. Zhang San immediately set up a large number of mechanisms in the surroundings that would explode with a single touch. Moreover, all of them had disguises covering them, and were placed in confusing and tricky areas. For example, he dug a pit to bury a trap. Moreover, this pit was only slightly deeper than other areas. It would trigger with a step. The first person who walks on it will be fine, but the second person who walks on it will trigger the explosion. Noticing that Su Qing was looking at him, Zhang San grinned honestly. Su Qing fell silent and recalled the location guided by the spirit breath lantern's fluctuations. He sensed that although it was also here, it didn't seem to be in this direction. It should be further deeper. He heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. After Zhang San finished setting up, he took out a lot of poison powder and scattered it, causing the danger in the surroundings of the temple to increase even more. After that, Su Qing looked at the captain. The captain was very happy. He directly pushed open the temple's gate and called Su Qing and Zhang San in. The interior of the temple was empty and didn't seem to have any treasures. There was only a statue standing there. Captain, what exactly are you doing this time? There's nothing here. The things I want aren't here as well. Seeing that the surroundings were empty, Zhang San was anxious. Su Qing didn't say anything and also looked at the captain. Don't be anxious. The captain squatted and smiled. Wait a moment. I guarantee that you'll be able to obtain what you want in a while. As he spoke, he took out a withered eye. This eye didn't look like a human's. After the captain placed it to the side, he performed a series of hand seals and pointed. Immediately, the withered eye opened, revealing a blurry scene in its pupils. It seemed to be the outside world of the island. Let's watch the show first. The captain's expression was filled with excitement. Eye of consonants, this thing is very expensive. How did you get it? Zhang San took a deep breath and quickly moved closer to take a look. Su Qing also carefully looked at the eye. He felt that it was very strange. He then swept his gaze across the captain and retreated a little. He surveyed his surroundings and began to observe the environment here. There was indeed nothing else here other than the statue. Even though the statue itself was only made from coral and didn't have any divinity fluctuations, Su Qing didn't relax. He remembered that the stone statue holding the saber in the temple in the scavenger forbidden zone also didn't look anything strange. He didn't plan to stay here for long and was prepared to find an opportunity to leave. While Su Qing was observing, the ground trembled. A loud explosion rang out from afar, like a storm sweeping in all directions. As the ground trembled, a sharp sound rang out in the distance, as though it could penetrate all obstacles and spread throughout the entire underwater world. The place where the explosion and sharp sound came from was the battlefield where Su Qing's group had left earlier. At that moment, corpses were everywhere and many people had died. As for the dozens of divine priests, all of them were in a sorry state. Most of the strange beasts formed by their divine arts were also dead. All of them let out sharp cries in their madness. As this sound rang out, their bodies rapidly burned. They seemed to be using the burning of life to cast an extremely powerful divine art. As their sharp sound spread, although there weren't many divine priests on the many battlefields in the underwater world, they also burned their bodies and let out sharp cries. These sounds fused together and became stronger and stronger. The penetrative power also continued to grow. As hundreds of divine priests on the entire binding island burned crazily, the sharp sound directly spread out of the binding island. It passed through the array formation outside and continued to travel into the depths of the sea. It was like a summoning. Very soon, a roar that came from the deep sea echoed. This voice was like the sound of heaven and earth, containing indescribable intimidation. The instant it spread out, it caused monstrous waves to surge in the sea for thousands of kilometers. As it continued to spread, the sky changed color and the wind and clouds churned. In the depths of the sea, a huge figure vaguely appeared. This figure was 100,000 feet tall and astonishingly huge, like a god. Its every movement seemed quite strenuous. However, at the same time, every step it took would cause the bottom of the sea to rumble and form a tsunami. A terrifying pressure erupted at this moment. Regardless of the cultivation base of the countless sea beasts in the vicinity, they all trembled under this pressure. A pressure that caused the souls of all the 7 Blood Eyes cultivators to tremble spread out from the godlike figure at the bottom of the sea. The rumbling sound continued to transmit. If one had eyes that could penetrate the sea and looked at it from a high altitude, they would see an old woman wearing a robe made of countless fish bones with a large number of tentacles on her body walking toward the merfolk island step by step. Her face was covered in wrinkles and more than half of it had rotted away. Only her golden eyes revealed a deep look with no emotions. Her breath was filled with dense anomalous substances and contained intense divinity. The tentacles on her body all had eyes and were also golden. At this moment, half of them opened and they looked at the distant merfolk island in unison. Behind the old woman, amidst the fluttering of the fishbone robe, a gigantic scarlet tongue stretched out. Its tongue contained countless souls. Upon closer inspection, these souls looked like divine priests of the merfolk race. They were all emitting sharp sounds, as though they were responding to the voice of binding. This scene caused the array formation fluctuations on the 4 islands of the merfolk race to dissipate a little and become transparent, allowing the cultivators on the island to finally see the outside world. This figure was none other than the god the merfolk race believed in. Binding. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.